Well, very warm welcome to our coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here, powered by Jupiter, as we continue to celebrate a decade dealt in gold here. Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, and we had a pretty fun day yesterday, dude.
It was a great day. A couple of events covered, a lot of action, a lot of fireworks. Of course, we were able to crown 2 champions while we were in the booth.
Yeah. We got to crown 2 champions, and then we got to pick up day 1 coverage of the mystery bounty, which we'll obviously be turning our attention to later on today. Well, actually at the top of this show. But for now, let's check out how things went down in that 25K Jupiter event. 262 entrants competing for 1.3 million first prize, and this is how it all went down. Hand number 2 of the final table. Dream spot for Valinas, opening aces under the gun. Kerber with the 3-bet, and Pedro Padilla, who came in 5th in chips. 29 big blinds, just the ultimate cooler. 6-4-4 was pretty much all but the final nail in the coffin, and the Queen of Clubs on the turn made it official as he went home with $134,000.
And then Paulius Vatakunius, the Lithuanian, ace tray offsuit against the king 4 button open of Wu Kui Song. Got it in ahead, 62%, but king on the flop. Needed runner. Picked up a little bit of help on the turn, looking for a deuce or an ace. Excuse me, just the deuce at this point. And that was all she wrote for the Lithuanian, finishing in 8th place for $164,000.
Then it was our very own Triton ambassador, Mario Mosbach. First real opportunity of the final table to try and get something going. Had been pretty much card dead the entire FT. Ace-Jack against the 9-8 of the chip leader at the time. Picked up a double gut shot on the turn to go along with his ace outs. 10 outs to the river. But the 7 of diamonds was all she wrote. He went home with another cash, $223,000.
And Wu Kui Song was one of those players who was up and down all day. He was a lot of fun to watch. Played very creatively. Here you see he flatted the isolation with ace-7 of clubs.
8.
Checks the flop on 7-6-6.
No. 800.
Decides to play check raise against Ander Valinas, the man who has been on an epic heater to start this Triton journey. This was one of the more interesting hands we covered. Queen of spades hit the turn. Decides to check it over. Ander goes for a small value bet, protecting his equity. Wu Kui Song, very reasonably could expect some floats in Ander's range. Decides to shove for value. And in the end, Ander makes the call after some deliberation. 9 of clubs, that was all she wrote for Wu Kui Song as he finishes in 6th place.
Yeah, that one was brutal. Then it was Kelvin Kerber. JNT was trying to get something going, opened with the king 10. Kerber with a slam dunk rejam with the 9s, and just unfortunate to run into jacks out of the big blind. The Brazilian all-in pre-flop drawing to 2 outs, and it just came jack high. Some backdoors, but the Queen of Hearts on the turn sealed the Brazilian's fate. His first final table at the Triton Series in $398,000 payday.
Strong start for Brazil. They had 2 final tablists in that event. What can you say about JNT, Jean-Noel Thorel? That's France's all-time money leader. Here, however, he goes all in with ace-4 offsuit in the cutoff, trying to apply some pressure. Runs into the queens of Xuanzhu and Zhou Xuan, and that was it on the turn. The deuce of clubs, full house for Zhou Xuan, and goodbye, Mr. JNT. Always fun to watch him in action.
Yeah, no first title for number 1 on France's all-time money list. 3-handed was one heck of a battle. Jamil Wakil took the chip lead, then was down to 3 million, span it back up to 12 million, got it in good, and it was looking clean. Jack, Jack 4, 2 diamonds. Turn 4 of clubs, just needed to fade 6 outs once to be back up to 31 big blinds, and the 8 of spades, corner pocket, sent him home in 3rd for $632K.
Then we were down to 2. Ander Valinas finished 2nd in the Triton 1 main event. He finished at 4 cashes in the Triton 1 series. Here he is heads up looking for his first title. Queen Trey against the Ace-6 of Xuanzhu. Hits a 3 on the turn, takes the lead. Sergio Aido was on the rail for this one. But it is the 6 of clubs. And with that, Henry, we had a new champion.
I love the final hand as well. Just like 3 of hearts turn, 6 of clubs river for the win. And it was Zhou Tren, dubbed the king back home in mainland China. 1.3 million for him. And I think perhaps more importantly, second title, but in a different discipline. That's, you know, let's talk about Triton titles. In itself, it's a bragging right, winning 2. But to win one in PLO and in No Limit Hold'em, that's no easy feat.
Yeah, I've played some PLO with Zhou Xuan, and he is absolutely somebody who can get it done in both games, Henry. He plays his own style. One thing I think about him is that he really has a sense of when people are light and when they're not. He found some very creative 3-bet squeezes and made some moves that maybe people weren't expecting. He seems to have an eye for sensing out the weakness of his opponents.
He's got great card sense, and I think a lot of PLO players do. And that wasn't the only trophy yesterday, of course. We also, well, it was just a real treat of a day. We crowned a second champion, our 6th champion of the series, and once again, it was another title for China. What happened over there?
Well, Chen Ming Kong was the winner there, and it was really fun to watch him in action. As you mentioned to me, Henry, he had been opening 8-tray offsuit, 10-7 offsuit in the hijack. He was playing his own style, but it really worked out for him in the end as he was able to beat Li Changhuan heads up and bank that $1.1 million first prize.
Yeah, but it was like an absolute roller coaster of a day. If you had the Triton Poker Plus app open during that final table, you would just see he came in as the chip lead, then he was 7 of 8. Then he was all in, and had he lost the all in, would have been left with like 5 big blinds to then just go on and close it out wire to wire, but not an easy journey for him. And like you said, beating Li Changhuan heads up for 1.1 million. Danny Tang came close again, and he's just desperate to break out of that 5-time champion club. It's getting so crowded in there. There's like Phil Ivey, Punat Punsri, Danny Tang, just like hero after hero, Mikita Badziakowski, and Danny just desperately wants to break out, but yeah, coming up short, 3rd place for him. And how about Ebony Kenny, by the way?
Yeah, so Ebony Kenny actually overtook Kristen Foxen
right.
as the Triton female money leader by about 35,000, so it's a close race between the two of them. Both of them are here battling. In fact, Ebony Kenny's going to be in our 40K event as well.
Yeah, she is. And talking of that 40K, we'll jump into that in just a second, but let's just quickly get the iPad open for that 30K on your Triton Poker Plus app, Alex, so we can show those completed payouts. Just waiting for...
We do indeed have that ready.
The team to
if
get it up.
If our production team can...
They've lost it. All right, no worries. Well, 1.1 million going to China. So, yeah, 2 dubs for them yesterday. Real impressive feat. Mystery bounty time, 40K, 160 entries, 3.2 million in the prize pool with 27 places paid. Mint cash of 32K, so lower than the buy-in. But, of course, the bounties coming into play today. So, 40 bounties in terms of bust outs, 42 because we like to make it a bit sweaty. We've got that $0 bounty that allows you to redraw. We've got a 40K bounty that allows you to redraw. But how about the top prize of 400,000? That's a pretty juicy bounty.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting things where half the money is in those bounties, so it really changes play. You and I were in the gym, Henry, and we did run into Nicky P, who's doing very well in this event, and he gave us some sort of basic feedback on what we might expect. But, you know, the premise is you really have to fight hard for those bounties, of course. And sometimes it might be more important to try to make sure you have a chance to win a bounty than it is to just scrape into that min cash, as the min cash actually only pays $32,000, which is 8K less than the buy-in.
Yeah, let's see how it plays out. Everyone's got different strategies when it comes to these mystery bounties. We've got a couple of really fun tables. We saw people in the chat yesterday asking for Adamo. He is going to be on the feature table, but he is short stacked, just 6 big blinds. You can check that out on the Triton Poker Plus app. It's the Brazilian Alison Pikowicz, who is currently chip leading with 78 bigs, but Petrangelo just on his tail. Are you ready, my man? Some mystery
Absolutely. Lots of great players to watch. Let's get into it.
I'm buzzing. Let's throw it down for some bounty hunting action here. 40 players left, 27 paid, some heroes in the top 10. Petrangelo, Davies, Juno Barra, who took this event down, Sean Winter, Ebony Kenny, just to name a few. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screens, scan that QR code, Triton Poker Plus. We've got 5 tables of 8. No, we don't. I stand corrected. We have 6 tables. This is a 7-handed tournament. So we've got 6 tables. We're obviously going to be ping-ponging between our 2 feature tables, table 5 and table 3. I would highly recommend getting the Triton Poker Plus app open, because it's going to be a bit of a fast-paced start. A lot of short stacks out there looking to try and spin it up early, get their way into the money, and obviously it's so valuable, Alex, having a stack where you cover people so you can actually claim bounties, the EV of those bounties being $80,000.
It's kind of everything, isn't it, Henry? Sometimes it's a bit taboo to ask somebody exactly for their chip count in the middle of a tournament, but in this type of tournament, sometimes it matters. If you have 1.7 and your opponent has 1.68, it's very pertinent and can affect the decision making. As we take a look at Patrick Antonius, who we also saw yesterday.
Yeah, he was at that final table of the 30K.
Information for the players. Facts, action, building, play from the start.
So, big blind 25K, having a look around the room.
Saw Triton founding player Paul Poix earlier at a table with the ever-dangerous Leon Sturm.
How about this man? Ter Seivinger. Absolute crusher. Was widely, I was about to say widely regarded. He is still regarded as one of the best in the world when it comes to short stacks and turbos. Hence the titles that he has. A couple of them coming in the turbo format.
Let's see, Seivinger actually has the second most money won in bounty events here at Triton. Only behind Ding Biao as we take a look at Mustafa Canet, the ever-entertaining Italian.
He's so fun. I hope we get him at the feature table at some point. Yeah, he's got some work to do, though.
He's got a great, charismatic personality, doesn't he, Henry?
It's always so entertaining, dude.
We are following along the YouTube comments. If you're tuning in today, feel free to tell us where you're tuning in from, what time of day it is, as we take a look at Seth Davies. 1.8 million, that's a nice stack. Definitely some bounty opportunities. Guys, reminder, bounties are in play already. So even though these players are not in the money, mystery bounties are up for grabs. We won't know the amount of those mystery bounties, Henry, until tomorrow. At the end when there's a ceremony. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. So it's a bit of a sweat for these guys. They might collect 3 bounties and then sleep on it, wondering if it's going to be 400K or 40K.
100%. Have you been here for a Triton bounty before? I don't think so.
I have not. I've seen it, you know, as a viewer, as a fan of the game, but no, I haven't been here for that presentation. That might be a fun thing to do tomorrow. What time will that be at tomorrow?
It'll probably be on dinner break, player dinner break tomorrow. So that's what we normally do. Adrian Mateos. Dude, there are some heroes left in this one. This is going to be fun. Some of the best in the world, as you would expect at Triton.
Yeah, we've seen some stacked fields already, Henry, but perhaps even by those standards, this is one of the most stacked we've seen yet.
Here we go. Shuffle up and deal, ladies and gents. Day 2, we're playing all the way down to a champion. We've got the chip leader of the tournament on the red table. And we've got the very well-known Jun Obara, who knows how to close this very event out. 1.8 million in money won in bounty events, over $1 million in bounties pulled for him in this very card room just back in September, so not even 6 months removed. I think the most absurd thing about that run for Jun was that I think he had like 47% of the bounties in play. I think he collected like 17 of the 36 bounties or whatever it was.
I had the pleasure of playing with Jun Obara at the 25K in Bahamas this year as we take a look at an early all-in, Henry.
There we go. Who's the short stack? Looks like a couple of...
Our chip leader, Alison Pikiewicz, is the covering stack. Of course, it's
the
Juan
Queen
Pardo. the very talented Spaniard.
There we go. Wow.
And that's all she wrote for the Spaniard, as that will be the first bounty awarded to Alison Pikiewicz.
Dude, that was a pretty big situation there. Blind v blind it went. Raise 50K. Pardo ripped in from the big blind for 20 bigs. Alison calling it off, and
Queen 4 offsuit, but you know, that bounty value just being so important, he probably figures with his stack size, he can afford to take the hit if he does lose that one. But that was not a small pot, guys. That was a 40 big blind pot, 20 big blind shove.
well, if that's how today's going to go down, maybe we're out of here in just 3 hours' time. You know,
It could be, Henry.
it's just an absolute bludgeoning.
Now, there's already an early request in the chat as we have people tuning in from, for instance, Virginia, Missouri, New Zealand. There's an early request for
Tell me.
you
For me.
to speak a couple of sentences in Bulgarian.
Okay. The person who's asking can fact check that I'm speaking Bulgarian.
I hope so. I would assume so.
All right, I'll do the stream intro in Bulgarian, but let's just see how this one plays out, because Renji's going to be all in. 12 big blinds. And, well, Danilo just won one seat over. We're just going to get to call all-ins every hand.
And now what's interesting here, Henry, because presumably Danilo's going to stick his stack in as well, is now if you're one of the covering stacks behind, you have an opportunity to get that double KO, to pick up 2 of those golden tickets.
You think he's going to go for it with any two, yeah?
Well,
Surely he has to respect the ranges of
I'm not
hands in front
saying
of
any
him there.
2, but now, what is T-Wen going to do? Pocket 6s and the opportunity to knock out 2 players. She does just let it go. Bernhard Binder, the Austrian,
280,
he
right?
was the champion in Bahamas for that
He was
$10 million
indeed.
25K.
Was indeed.
Adamo has crumbs here, and of course Ricky and Danilo would be very happy. Renji does go by Ricky as well. They'd be very happy to get this extra overlay of a stack they both cover.
He's going to get out of there. There's some short stacks at this table. So Ebony covers everyone at the table, but she's going to just make the fold, understandably so, under the gun, and +1 engaging in battle. So this is a pretty fair fight for a bounty.
Yeah, Ebony had ace-3 offsuit there. Of course, the problem with that hand is you're going to often be dominated by both players.
Right.
You can see what bad shape she would be in here. Would have been interesting to see what she did with something like King 10 of Hearts or something that might be a little bit more live, maybe
Yeah.
even a suited connector.
Okay, flicking the call, claim 2 scamps, maybe. Wow, she would have
She
flopped
would've
the
flopped
joint.
the wheel.
Holy. Can't be results oriented in this game. Come on. Clean turn. 1 to come. Renji's going to get the double. Danilo looking for a 3, an ace or a queen. Doesn't find it. And now he is one of the shortest stacks at the table. Down to just 7 big blinds. That's kind of the dream result for Ebony. No bust out. Danilo's now short stack.
The dream result, barring her going back in time and deciding.
Sure.
But you know what? All would have been different, Henry. Butterfly effect,
that's
right?
true. That is true. My bad. Right.
The Bulgarian.
The Bulgarian. So it's G-Dog asking, да, мога да говоря на български, почти перфектно. And I'll say, добър ден на всички, and enjoy the show.
So if you speak Bulgarian and you're in the YouTube chat, if you can give Henry a rating between 1 to 10
All
on
right.
how well he did.
How about test me? Just throw me a sentence and I'll translate it.
Say, Alex, if you played in this event, you'd be the biggest whale the Triton community has ever seen.
Алекс, ти ако играеш този евент, ти си най-голямата рибка в цялата игра.
You've got the enunciation seems to be there.
Thank you, mate.
What do I know? I can't speak a word of Bulgarian.
You
but
were in Sofia recently.
I was in Sofia,
There we
and
go.
you know, I typically when I travel, I was better about this when I'm younger. I confess. I do try to learn a few things in the language to be able to at least say hello or thank
Nice.
you to
I
the
like
locals.
I
I
like
need to
that.
get back to doing that. I don't think I did that this past trip.
I'll take an 8. I don't mind an 8 rating. That's
Somebody said 7. Okay, we're getting a lot of
Whoa.
7s and 8s. Do you guys
Whoa,
all
whoa,
speak
whoa.
Bulgarian?
A lot of 7s. We got 3 8s and 1 7.
You're right, but we don't even know if the people responding all speak Bulgarian.
That's true. That's true.
It's Bernhard Binder. Wired 10s, surely. Throw them in there, young man.
What does it say on his shirt? Where are you going? Binder running it for 11 bigs. Adamo sub 4 on the button.
Damo letting it go. Ebony's got napkins.
Is this just a clear-cut call for Do?
Yeah, I think the overlay of that bounty just makes the ace-9 more than good enough. You can definitely be flipping sometimes. You could even see a suited ace-x that you potentially dominate. You're getting some 9s now, Henry, so somewhere around maybe an 8.3 average rating. Not bad.
Nice. Take it. Haven't lived there in 12 years.
260 total. Count.
So, another opportunity to claim a penalty seat. The field's dropped down to 36. Get that Triton Poker Plus app
275.
open while you're watching the stream. You can sweat all of the outer tables. We'll call this hand and then we'll tell you some of the bust outs elsewhere in the room. Looks like doing just some thinking about future game stuff, like if I make the call here for 11 bigs and lose, how much I'm going to have left, who am I going to cover, how's that going to affect my overall strategy. But does make the call.
Yeah, and it's interesting here that even if you were to lose this one, Henry, he'd still cover 2 other stacks. There are a lot of short stacks on this table, which makes it kind of a fun one to cover.
Can Binder hold with the 10s? 9 in the window makes things interesting. Additional outs for the ace-9. 6-10 in the middle. It's a sizable pot. 7 of hearts changes nothing. Same outs needed. And the man from China. 1 card to come. Can he find a Barry? Or the 9 of hearts? 9 of spades, doesn't find it.
Binder will double up.
So we were talking about elsewhere in the room. We've dropped down to 36. Leon Sturm, who you mentioned as, you know, one of those assassins, he's out.
there.
He's gone.
Thank you. Good luck. I'm gonna no-look jam.
It was a
Enjoy the
4-way
ruckus.
all-in.
Wow.
Thanks.
I'm going to try and record the action because it was pretty crazy. So it went Christopher Wynn, all in for 9 bigs with pocket 2s from early position. Wang Ye, who covered 1 seat over, but he was only playing 10.5 bigs, went all in with pocket 10s. Sturm on the button with ace-3, went all in with 30 plus big blinds, and then Hans Jesker called it off as the covering stack for a potential shot at 3 bounties with king 4 offsuit. Came 9-4-3, 5-7 run out, the 10s of Wang Ye holding for a triple up. He gets the pelt of Chris Wynn as he covered, and then Jesker won the side pot between himself and Leon Sturm, so he got the bounty of Leon. That seems like a bit of an insane call-off there with the king 4, but 3 bounties up for grabs.
And we saw the queen 4 call off earlier from our chip leader, Alison Pikiewicz.
That's right.
Renji Mao picks up 2 queens. Bernhard Binder decided to limp here in the hijack. This is something I think we see a bit more in this format, Henry. Some limping, just this idea that you want to be involved in pots in case one of the short stacks does go all in. You can, of course, balance your limping range, have some strong hands in there as well.
Yeah, you see a lot of the middling stacks just limping a lot of their range so they can get involved against the shorter stacks and go bounty hunting.
Du Zhao surely just posturing here with the 5 tray, and Renji Mao will pick that one
Bernie,
up.
you gotta stack them in 20s. Come on.
I was like, I think in mystery it's nice to do it either in 10 or even in 4 the bigger chips?
I don't know. I think he has 5,000 less than me at the start, and we both double up. So probably still 5,000 less, if I calculate correctly.
Ebony politely asking Binder to stack him in 20.
What were they? I missed it. There they go. 400, 3, 200, 6, 100.
I
Okay.
mean, Adamo's got, what, 2 hands until he has to put in half of his stack in the big blind. Is King 9 enough? We're 6-handed. He's got 4 players behind, plus the limper. Lets it go.
Probably part of the thing he thinks there is that under the gun limping range is probably pretty strong. Contains a lot of hands that have him in bad shape.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a great point. What did you say Renji's nickname was, sorry?
Goes by Ricky or Renji. Either one is fine, yeah.
Ricky. All right.
Yeah, I know Ricky pretty well. We've played some tennis together.
Dude, is everyone at Triton just like...
There's a lot of tennis players here.
Nice. Oh, you're going to love Montenegro, bro.
Sounds amazing.
The clay courts. Just
And the weather alone, right?
Just hitting some balls every day. It's great. So Binder limping in, Jack 6 deuce. Wynn gets to look at a free flop, and well, she's got some equity, although she might not get to realize it depending on size. But against one big blind, I'm kind of tempted to just click call and try and find the 5 of clubs on the turn.
I completely agree. A lot of implied odds here with this draw. It's a bit sneaky.
She made a very quick call. Opportunity to perhaps lead here, Alex, with this board pairing 6.
It's not unreasonable. There is this theory that you can do a lot of leading when the middle card pairs on the board, as you're more likely to have it than your opponent. In this case, Bernhard probably not doing much limping with any 6x, and indeed, she does take this opportunity. And she goes with a nice sizing here, 75K, putting some immediate pressure on a hand like the one Binder has. Of course, if he calls this turn, he's probably going to have to expect another bet on the river quite often.
Well, hold on. We're going to ping pong over to the other feature table. Looks like, well, it's going down. Sebastian,
wow, what a sweat here.
This is a sizable pot, dude.
2 million chip pot. We have the overpair against the pair and flush draw.
Queens just hold. Allison's up to 3.4 million. That's good for 140 big blinds. He's claimed 2 bounties. And Sebastian, who started the hand with 40 bigs, is out.
What an absolutely dreamy start for the Brazilian, Alison Pakiewicz.
Dude, that's just like we were talking about, how some of these middling stacks just end up getting too involved. They end up on the outside looking in short of the money, and then these short stacks who have just played snug manage to work their way through.
Yes, indeed, and
oh, I'm getting
what
a
happened
bit.
in that other, but are we getting dizzy here?
We're getting a bit.
Are we
dizzy.
going for a
That was-
spin?
Whoa. Tokyo Drift style. Back over here. Looks like Binder made the call on the turn, and then river Queen of Spades went check, check. I like the idea from Wynn. I think a follow through perhaps, although maybe on the Queen of Spades, she just felt like Binder has too much of that Broadway type stuff.
Yes, a nice call from Binder on the turn. Keeping T-Wen honest. Adamo here, 4 big blinds, an ace.
Go time, surely. Although he knows he's going to get called.
All in.
Does just jam. Puts his bounty on the line. For Ebony, it's a weird one because, yes, we can flat, but it opens the door for someone to squeeze. behind and force her out.
Yeah, of course, everybody would love to get involved for just 95K, but the threat of a re-raise behind always looming.
No action so far, all the way around to the blinds. 5-3, 4 bigs. Do we trust Binder to not go all in?
This is the issue, right?
Yeah.
Or you could take matters into your own hands and just shove and threaten Binder, but 5-5.
Oh, there we
She
go.
does go for this move.
Oh, that's gangster. I
And
love
it's going to
it.
work.
I love it. Well
Surely
done.
is Binder considering calling off here with the 7 tray? I mean, you could win 2 bounties if you can say. He's got a bit of a wry smile on his face. He would call very wide here, Henry, but
Well, let's think about it. The EV of 2 bounties, 160K, you'd have to come 6th or better in order to cash for more than that in terms of payouts.
very true.
You're in pretty good shape.
Wynn's loving it. She's chuckling. Let's go.
I risk my life for
For a bounty, 4 diamonds window card.
400.
Good game, Mr. Adamo.
Well, hang on. It's not preordained.
No. It is still a flip.
2 cards to come. 9 of hearts on the turn. When looking for a diamond, 5 or a 3. Adamo looking to just hold to get back up to 10 bigs.
Oh, sorry.
Felt it coming, Henry.
6 of diamonds. Win with the flush. Adamo out. Empty-handed. So she claims a pound. She's gonna have a pool tomorrow. That 400K bounty top prize. Okay. Took the gamble spot. You love to see it paying off, and you love to see this man busting out. Not for us, of course. We love having Adamo, but if you're sat there at the table rather, what's going on with my English recently? Have I just been spending too much time in Asia?
It's all the Bulgarian you've been speaking.
I don't know.
You've forgotten how to speak English.
How to string a normal sentence together.
But you're right. Michael Adamo, ever dangerous, took a little break from the tournament circuit as he went back to school, said he just wanted a change of pace.
That's right.
But here he is, rubbing shoulders with the best in the world. Of course, he went on one of the most epic runs we've seen in tournament poker for a stretch of time there.
I tell you what, that's one hell of a backpack to bring to the tournament room. What do you think he's got in there? Can we do like a what's in Adamo's backpack?
Yeah, that was, he looked like he was preparing for a 6-day hiking trek.
Dude, when I summited Kilimanjaro, my backpack was smaller than the one Adamo was just rocking to the tournament arena. I mean, fair play, dude.
So we've got that in common. We've both summited Kilimanjaro.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, what?
2013, how about you?
Last year.
Okay.
Yeah, last year.
Did you do
What
it
route
with
did you take? Go on.
one of those companies where you have porters and
Yeah.
the reason your backpack was light was because people were doing all your work for you?
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. No, they do an absolute incredible job out in Tanzania in terms of just like making it as safe as possible. And yeah, shout out to all of the porters and guides. They make it very easy for us soft Westerners.
When I went, there was actually a group of paragliders that were
No way.
jumping off the top of Kilimanjaro.
No way, dude. That's dope.
Yeah, so
Have you seen that madman that recently, he skied down K2 and now he recently
I
skied
saw
down
that.
Everest.
Down Everest. Absolute insanity.
Legend.
Binder, by the way, big slick.
Small blind.
Does he want to just rip this in, or is he going to ever try to induce? You really don't want your opponent to fold when you cover them, but he does just move in.
Ebony's out there.
And for T Wen, it's a little bit weird, right? Because she's covered by Binder, so there's no extra incentive to calling off here. But she may feel he can be jamming a little bit lighter. Still, King Jack off. Not enough hand.
Lord saying the ski down Everest was insane. It was, man. So Khan saying you can't ski down K2 ever. Well, I mean, it's literally documented, mate, so get wrecked. I take that back. I
It's
take
literally
that.
documented.
I'm fired up today. It's mystery bounty time.
Yeah, you
caught me at
you
a
went
bad
ham
moment.
you went ham in the gym, and now you've just got a little
I'm
too much
fired up.
testosterone
Fired
flowing.
up. But no, please, like, if you're into that kind of stuff, yeah, check it out. Really awesome feat. Back to the poker. All right, we're fired up today. Mystery bounty.
We've been accused, Henry, of not being flamboyant enough. If poker wants to get to the next level, we need more flamboyant personalities.
Wait, where's this?
This is Bear to Tem 7597.
All right, legend. What do you want? You want us to be like boom and woo?
Maybe we should wear some Hawaiian shirts for the intro tomorrow.
All right, yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
Get some cigars, margaritas. See how long it is until we're on the next flight home.
Nathan with just comment of the day. The more I know about people, the more I love dogs.
I like that.
Kapinski asking if we're on the 1 hour delay. We are indeed. Same delay as you guys. Obviously, 1, just protect the integrity of the game with the stream delay. But 2, just makes it fun. We get to interact with you guys. We get to answer questions, you know, shoot it back and forth, throw shade each other's way. It's good fun.
Dominikas Michailaitis, another of those Lithuanians, Henry, opening it up with ace-deuce offsuit from first position. Ebony's in there in the small blind.
Yeah, not what Ebony wanted. Someone to be brought over to the table, covering the rest of the table.
I thought you were going to say she doesn't want a flop top pair.
Oh, no, that we're a fan of.
Michailaitis has the type of hand that could potentially bluff over a couple of streets. Ace of diamonds in there.
So glad you said that. I was just looking at the same thing. Oh, the small blind, though, has to respect the flat. It's one of those ranges, right, where we can typically range our opponent on pocket pairs, 7s through 10s, plus some of those Broadway combos, maybe a stronger ace-x. And look, Dominicus has gone big.
Yeah, he goes 2/3 here, and you say big. I think for many years, I always like to date myself like a dinosaur, but for many years, this would have just been a standard size on this board. But now we see so much 25% pot, 30% pot. You know, one thing that you tend to think when you see someone bet a bit bigger is that it's not a board they're going to bet their entire range on. So if you're going to play some checks and some bets, it actually makes sense to use a larger size when you do bet. This deuce of diamonds is interesting. Yes, Michailaitis has the ace of diamonds working, but also picks up a sliver of showdown value with the ducks.
Here's a spicy turn card. I wonder, do we continue barreling? We try and get a hand like black 8s to fold, 9s with no diamond, just really try and sell this story of overpair.
Yeah, his hand definitely has options here.
Let's see what line he wants to take. As Alex mentioned, he's now got some showdown beating, some potential floats, maybe a hand like ace-10 of clubs.
2-5.
There is the double barrel, and things are getting uncomfortable for Ebony. She's second in chips at this table, covering 4 other stacks for potential bounty hunting opportunities. And now, Michailaitis, first hand he's involved in, is basically saying on the turn, hey, I'm leveraging your entire stack. Like, I'm going to be putting you to the test for all of it on the river. Do you have a hand that wants to be stubborn?
That's exactly right. At this point, Ebony has a pure bluff catcher and a hand that doesn't have great visibility, barring an offsuit jack or offsuit 10. She's going to be in the same spot she's on this turn, where she's just not sure. You know, she's losing to the value hands, and she's beating the bluffs, but it's, you know, you're kind of making a decision now to make a decision across 2 streets in a lot of cases. She does just let it go, and nice pickup there.
Welcome to you. Welcome to the table
from
and
Michailaitis.
everything. And you want to come in here and do this? What is that?
You should have just folded
Is that allowed?
earlier.
Is that? Can we call the floor? Is that allowed? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Bet less? Jack? I don't know. There's a lot of options. You have infinite options. That was one of the words.
I want to get bounty.
I know. Greedy. So greedy.
Natural.
Hello, how are you?
I love that. That was good fun. That was good fun. It's like, dude, you've just sat down. Really? Really? You're going to do that to me? All right. Big shout out to our title sponsor, Jupiter Exchange. We saw that 25K Jupiter event yesterday. Pretty epic event, and we're very grateful to have Jupiter Exchange as our sponsor for this event. You can head on over to Jupe Global. They've got Jupe USD, Jupe Predict. If you want to get involved in predicting on outcomes of sports, politics, world events. If you've got the read, prove it. Jupe.ag. And I just want to give an update. Update from elsewhere in the room. We're down to 33. Obviously, we saw Adamo bust out, but elsewhere, Juan Pardo, we saw this Ibinger out. How did that one go down? He had 20 bigs. He ran his ace-5 into the 10s of Boyka. That's all she wrote. He's gone.
T-Wen here. Just open shoving 21 bigs in the hijack. Don't think she's going to get any customers.
5 to 5.
So Mikolaitis asking for a count. It's always interesting, especially for us, Alex. We've got a front row seat to some of the best players in the world at the Triton Super High Roller Series, and I'm always curious to see the different strategies, especially in this format, which isn't a format that you see all too often. We only have one per series. And yeah, depending on who you ask, you'll get different answers.
Yeah, so bounties are worth, on average, Henry, $80,000. That's what was weighing on the mind of the Lithuanian there. That's with right. The 9-4 of diamonds, perhaps thinking he had live cards, of course, suited cards.
Yep.
$80,000 is a lot of overlay if you do manage to knock out your opponent, but that also represented a decent chunk of Mikolaitis' stack. It's kind of nice for him to maintain a decent stack where he can continue to cover other stacks as the tournament goes on, so he does end up just folding that one there. But, all these pros, they don't play that many mystery bounty tournaments, and of course, some of them would have spent time studying these spots, but I think there's still some thinking on the fly that happens in these moments.
That's right, yeah. I think a hand with a little bit more straightiness maybe flicks it in, like a 9-6 suited or an 8-5 suited, but 9-4 just not going to cut it. Really cool question from Kopinski saying, for the commentators, who do you guys think, which country do you think is like a rising country in terms of the talent kind of coming out in the form of new poker players? For me, I never really get to see that many Chinese players unless we're in Jeju. And I think time and time again, the Chinese have just shown up and dominated and showed us that there is some real talent emerging from mainland China. Other than that, back over here, what is going on, man? Allison with the Jack-8, flopping the joint against the overpair. He's going to be playing 200 bigs unless an 8 rolls off for the chop.
This did get all in on the flop. Roland Rakita shoved over Allison Pakiewicz with his bet.
Wow.
And just like this, Pakiewicz is our runaway chip leader.
I mean,
he's got over double second place in chips, Henry.
How many chips in play? What, 32 left, 1 million average stack, so it's 32 million. He's got average stack for 6 left.
That is unbelievable. Well over double second place. Just to follow up on your dubbing of China as one of those countries that perhaps is up and coming, I've got a couple other candidates. Japan is certainly producing a lot of talent lately. You see them traveling all over the world. We've seen at the WSOP a lot more Japanese players. And Lithuania, in fact, the country that Mikolaitis is from, would definitely be one as well. Action folding around to Renji Mao in the cutoff. Not much for him.
Sorry, Alex, I'll be completely honest to you and the viewers. I was slightly distracted. You were commenting on the discussion in terms of, was it the talent, the different countries?
Yeah, I agree with the China recommendation, and I said Japan and Lithuania would be two other up-and-coming countries I can think of. Of course, there's many. Then you have countries that have been strong for a while that seem to just be getting stronger, like Spain would be an example.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. Spain's a great example.
Thailand seems to be a country that is experiencing a poker boom.
It's massive. If you've ever been to like a Asian stop outside of Triton's, it's really, really popular.
Definitely on my bucket list. I've actually never played any tournament poker in the continent of Asia, so whether it be in a Triton or another festival, I definitely intend to do that sometime in the next year or two.
All right. Well, hit me up. I know the best spots. So.
Will do.
6s hitting the mark. Wow.
Wow.
You can just see how powerful these jams are. And maybe something to keep an eye on. I mean, when it makes sense, we're just 5 off the money. Does she want to take a spot? She's got 23 big blinds. She covers a player at the table. But, you know, 6s, it's a strong hand.
So that's a key point that you bring up, Henry, that we're actually just 5 off the money. I'll be honest, I've been so wrapped up thinking about these mystery bounties and the implications of those that I almost forgot we have this money bubble looming. 27 places pay, 32 spots left. That's certainly the reason for that 6s fold, more so than any other considerations about bounties, as she was the covered stack.
There's only one real immediate short stack in the room, and that is Ding Biao. He's got 6 bigs, but then second to last in chips is Danilo Vlasovic. He's got 14 bigs, which is still somewhat healthy. This bubble could take a while. Average stack of 33 big blinds. Allison still out in front with that huge chip lead. Second in chips, Seth Davies. Third in chips, Nick Petrangelo. Juno Barra, by the way, looking to go back-to-back in Mystery Bounty events. He's currently 5th in chips.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing with Juno Barra in Paradise, and he was really an entertaining character, unpredictable player, and just somebody I really enjoyed having at the table.
Wait, you were out in Paradise?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you didn't come and say hi? I mean, what's going on?
Well, you know, I was on the other side of things.
You're busy grinding.
Yeah, I was busy building and punting the chip lead in that 25K Super Main.
So you held the chip lead?
I had the chip lead in the money. I had 11 million when average was, or maybe just shy of the money. I had 11 million when average was 2.6 or something.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's a tough day in the office.
It was rough to eventually bust later that day, but did get the cash. A little bit of overlay too, as there was a bonus for cashing after
That's
having whatever it was, 7 or 8 cashes in WSOP.
Wow, okay, dude. Bragging now. How about this for a defend? Interesting. 25 bigs, binder. Even though he's covered and even though we're 5 away from the money, he's willing to get involved with a pretty marginal holding.
Yeah, this is loose nearing the money bubble and perhaps indicates that Binder's not as concerned with the money bubble as he is with just building a stack so that he can cover players and go after bounties. He also knows that Michaelitis is opening very wide, but I'm not sure how much that matters when you have 8 trays suited, as the hand is just so weak anyway. But it does go check here. Open ender for Binder. Michaelitis has a pair. This card may just slow the action down as both players have a sliver of showdown value and probably don't want to bloat the pot.
Yeah, Binder now beating all of the Broadway combos. Losing to an ace, of course, would have the will. I think you're right. I think Michaelitis likely to just... I mean, we could see him maybe buy himself a river.
I don't love it, though, with position.
I agree.
I don't really see the need to reopen the action on this street, but Michaelitis disagrees with me, and maybe this is what you were suggesting, Henry. Just a small bet to check back the river? Michaelitis with 4s, Binder with trays. Problem for Binder is, of course, you have to expect there may be a river bet, but he is going to get stubborn here, so I stand corrected, Henry. Nicolaitis eking out a sliver of value here.
Now we just expect this river to go check, check.
I think Binder might think he's going to win here when it goes check, check, but indeed, Nicolaitis just pipping him 4s over trays.
Well, a nice start to this feature table for the Lithuanian. Chipping on up nicely. One-time champ, over 6 million in Triton earnings for Dominicus Mikulaitis. And I remember when he first kind of like came onto the scene, I think his first like full series was Monte Carlo, I want to say. And yeah, part of that Ponakov's crew, he's very impressive. He's had a lot of close scores. Monte Carlo, he had a 4th place run, a 3rd place run, a 6th place run. His first title came in Montenegro last year, where he took down the 50K 7 max for 1.25 million. In Paradise, he came 2nd in the 125K for 2.1. He's been getting it done. We're going to see him involved again here. $15 bigs for Do against the wide chip leader open. He's going to get out of there, as will win. King 8. Not going to be getting involved.
Looking pretty good for you. You can relax now. You want to handle. You can breathe. See? Yeah. Nice deep sigh. I know you were worried. I could tell.
Asking if the commentators watch any football. Yes, sir.
One of us does. And it ain't me.
Yeah, I have a sports betting syndicate, so I'm always watching football. It's one of the main things we...
How many businesses do you know, we had dinner last night and you didn't even...
Whoa, dude, you can't just put you can't dox me like that, man. No, I'm joking.
You didn't even mention your sports betting syndicate. You mentioned some other related ventures.
I mean, sports betting syndicates, we'll talk off air. I shouldn't have even brought that up, to be honest with you. But yes, good luck to Arsenal, obviously. They're looking very likely. I like the team. They look like a cool team. World Cup, North America, Canada, Canada, US, and Mexico. I'm super excited for that.
But Vegas not hosting any games, are they?
No, they're not.
Which is almost a little surprising, given how many American cities they've got games in, but LA would be the closest one. Frederick Del Val, the good buddy of JNT.
Yeah, love to see him with a stack. Okay. Dan Voris, fresh off that 3rd Triton trophy. He's got a very healthy 1.5 million.
As we take a look at the Brit, Andrew Leatham on the button, the small blind there. Your countryman.
Awesome. With almost 150 big blinds.
Unbelievable.
You just jam for 53 bigs.
DeForest looked a little annoyed.
Wow.
As he chucked the 2 white chips over to the Brazilian.
AW Chris saying, W casters watch his football too. And then one comment later saying, good luck to Arsenal, what a suck up you are. I mean, good luck to them, you know. I'm not even an Arsenal fan. But I just like good football. But clearly A lot of hate. SGC, where do you guys commentate from? We're here in Jeju. We're just behind the TV tables, actually. There's 2 TV tables. If you've ever seen a Triton final table where we do the player walkouts, there's this like, you know, like alleyway, if you will, or like walkway, the LED screens like behind the backstage area. And yeah, we're tucked in here. I actually prefer it, like there's, depending on the stop, Monte Carlo, we're actually out in the tournament area, and I think it could be kind of distracting to some of the players. We've had requests in the past to try and like keep it down when we're calling a river card and we get excited. So I kind of like being tucked back here, just out of the way, and we got a really cool setup here.
It's a great setup. You feel like you're in, I guess, like a newsroom or something, right?
Yeah.
It's very, very professional feeling. As we have an open here from Leatham. He is a Triton winner, by the way. Back in 2023 in Vietnam, took down the 25K Turbo No Limit Hold'em event for $670,000 as he gets himself into a 3-way affair.
Ooh. Allison is just, I don't know which witch doctor he had breakfast with. He's gone from 1.7 million to 4.3 in less than a level and a half. Antonius could be in trouble.
Just a dreamy start. Antonius, you mentioned, does have the top pair. He's got a weak kicker. Allison just continues to check. Probably knowing that it's not the greatest board for his range. He's the only one with a spade.
Potentially missed out on some value there on the turn.
And he is going to pursue value now, but nobody has much of anything to call with. Patrick does have top pair, but 4 spades and straights loom. He's also got a player behind him. There's this expression in these multi-way spots that the burden of defense is shared, meaning the first player to act doesn't need to defend as widely as they normally would because they can rely on their third counterparty to maybe pick up the slack for them with some of these marginal calls.
I like that. The burden of defense is shared.
Yeah.
Allison picking up once more. Interesting question. Figon said, can we get the bounty count to player names in the future? Yes, we can. Triton Poker Plus app. I know you've heard me say this a million times. Download it. If you don't like it, I'll send you 20 bucks. If you can honestly say to me, no, Henry, it's shit, I don't want to use it, give it a go. Download the app. You can sweat every table in the tournament. Have the chip leads. You have the... Alex has just given me the 20 bucks from yesterday. Thank you, mate.
So just to clarify, that 20 is not because I don't like the Triton Plus Poker app. That's from our wager yesterday.
That's funny. That is funny. But no, you can so you can sweat every player. There is hundreds of hours of nosebleed cash game footage. So if you're a poker fan, which you clearly are, you're watching the stream.
Look at this, Henry.
Yeah, just piles it in.
Dominis Michaelitis ducks under the gun, just all in, covering everyone at this table, and nobody has that many chips. We're nearing the money. I like it.
绝对领先他，超领先他的这个。
下来看这视频。
Note that Ebony Kenny did fold 5s in the small blind versus that shove.
You guys crack me up.
You might be a little poorer when all is said and done here, Henry. You might be sending out a lot of 20s.
I know.
Get that PayPal account ready.
I got so much faith in the app, man. It's just, it's so insane. Like if you love poker, yeah, it's all you need.
Michaelitis, this is just such a dreamy spot for him. Note that the average stack in the tournament is 1 million, but that nobody besides Michaelitis at this table has more than 655,000, which is what Ebony has. So Dominicus is just taking advantage of this and jamming super, super wide.
Yeah, he's loving this for as long as possible. It's a 7-handed tournament, so the tables won't break until we're down to 28.
How did you have them?
Oh, sorry, there won't be like a new player, I mean.
An omelet. With what in it?
Hmm?
With what? An omelet? With what?
Cheese.
That's
And
it?
mushrooms and onions.
Hmm.
You gonna try tomorrow?
Hmm?
You gonna try tomorrow?
Am I gonna what?
Try it tomorrow?
Try tomorrow. For what?
Good luck. Running good.
That's so cute. I run good every day.
I saw.
Ebony having some fun with Michaelitis.
That reminds me of that absolute banger of a line that Nacho Barbero dropped on stream in Montenegro, where someone was asking him about luck at the table, and he was like, luck? He's like, I wake up, I look in the mirror, I'm still me, the most blessed man on the planet. It's just like, all right, dude. I think he blows himself kisses in the mirror. 100%.
He also believes that he's unlucky, though. If you've played any poker with
Does he
Nacho,
really?
oh, yeah. Always saying how bad he runs is the great Argentinian.
Oh, true. Yeah, always.
But I think a lot of it is in good humor.
100%.
He's somebody I always enjoy having at the table for his lively banter, his bravado.
Yeah.
做上家真的
Even the accent alone is worth
It's
the price
so
of
good.
admission.
Just like, so sick, man. So unlucky.
I will definitely have omelette tomorrow morning.
You
with,
might order a round of
with
omelets
cheese
for the table.
and salami. Yeah.
There's also one special food as well. You have to try the bread pudding.
Pudding.
Bread pudding. There is a bread pudding in the
In the
breakfast
fifth floor.
place. The
Fifth floor.
breakfast place.
yeah.
fifth-
I had a
fifth floor.
Nacho Barbero bingo card
That
that
might be
went
the secret
kind of
ingredient,
viral.
actually.
Oh, yeah?
And a
Yeah.
glass of milk.
Posted it
A
on
glass
Twitter
of milk.
a
Imagine
few
that,
stops
you
back.
are
Whenever
a bad
Nacho's at the
man.
table,
You
you get the Nacho Barbero bingo card up, and you see how many of them you could tick off.
Amazing. So there's 25. It's like a classic
Wild.
bingo board.
Cookies,
No, it was like 9. Let me
Bread
try and
pudding.
find it. I haven't been on
Just
Twitter in a long
bread
time.
pudding.
Same as cookies.
I like the sounds of this. Ebony Kenny, computer hand, the modern computer hand, ace-5 of diamonds in the hijack. She'll open it up. Blinds are up, by the way, 1530K.
Oh, actually, I can't be asked to go on Twitter right now.
Maybe Dominicus will just sit this one out. He does. But Du Zhao has ace-jack offsuit in the small blind. Might feel he has some fold equity against this open of Ebony. We are creeping closer and closer to the money. We're 4 off the bubble at this point. One of the problems here for Du Zhao is you feel like you might get called extra wide if you do shove just because of the bounty value. He does elect just to call, which could bring in T Wen, who has 8-7 offsuit. Let's see if she wants to get involved.
Yeah, but why would that be a problem, getting called off wide if you got ace-jack?
Well, you'd rather just get the shove through, wouldn't you? This close to the money, you'd rather just pick up the chips. You don't really want to get called by pocket fours or king queen. Or
I feel like now you open the door for Win to make the call, and all of a sudden you're taking your equity 3 ways.
absolutely, I think shoving would have still been very reasonable for Du Zhao. Just pointing out what some of his hesitation may have been.
Sure. Yeah. Ebony flopping best. Win with the 2 overs and gut shot. Do with that inside straight draw and the ace of hearts.
Indeed, the 2 women flopping the lion's share of equity here. Ebony covering both players, top pair, top kicker, backdoor diamonds. Maybe she just wants to bet this and be prepared to call it off. Pretty good hand.
210 out there. Worth fighting for.
Goes for a nice meaty size of 150. Now, if Du Zhao was playing cautiously pre-flop, I expect more caution here. Just ace high, again close to the money.
Is he thinking of going with it?
He does have the ace of hearts working, but indeed does find the muck. And nice pickup there from Ebony. Between her 2 opponents, they had a decent amount of equity against that hand.
Yeah, with Michaelitis on the button as well. She managed to get that through. It's tough, man. You got an aggressive chip leader on your left. Again, it looks like Allison all in.
Now, if he wins this one, Henry,
I mean, look at the equities though. 7-6, 5 deuce. The run he's been on. I just feel like it's coming, bro.
Oh, he finally lost a pot.
Patrick Antonius. Up to 1.2 million. Poker Hall of Famer. See, Juno Barra is still getting busy over there. So INV asking, do we know how many bounties at the TV table?
Got it?
I'll let you know once we finish this hand.
I'm dead.
10-5 suited. Mikolaitis just 4 off the money. Binder, the all-in player at risk, but queens with... I mean, it feels like a lock on this hand, but the way this mystery bounty tournament's been running, who knows? Maybe we get like a 10-high flop with a couple of hearts for max sweat. Would be a brutal way to bust out. 5 in the window. Okay, Jack 5 deuce, no heart. 5 outs for Dominicus. Across turn and river. Will have to come on the river, which is the most painful way to send someone home on a bad beat. Doesn't do it this time.
620, I believe.
So, updates in terms of bounties.
Shouldn't have drinking
The milk.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the milk. I told
At
you.
the feature.
Milk was a bad choice. Bernie likes you having the milk though.
No milk for me.
The only player with a bounty at this table is T-Win, who eliminated Michael Adamo. We saw that one live. He was short stacked. And over on table 3, the other feature table, obviously we've seen the Brazilian Alex Pikowicz. He's got 3 bounties. Dan Forrest has 1. That's it, but I'll just give you an update from the entire field. So T-Win with 1 bounty so far. Wang Yi with 1 bounty. Alex Boyka with 1 bounty. Dan Forrest with 1. Yahor Dambruski with 1. Hans Jesko with 1. Seth Davies with 1. And the Brazilian, as I just mentioned, with 3. 30 left. We've lost 25% of the field so far. As we work our way down, walking my way downtown through the mystery bounty. 36 big blind average, short stack duties belonging to Du Kiao. 12 bigs in a dream. 3 off the money, that meant cash. Less than the buy-in in this one, 32,000.
Are you a singer, Henry? You look like you wanted to jam out for the audience a little bit there.
I wish, man.
I wish too.
I love singing,
Me
but
too.
I know it's just... Have you ever... Have you ever like heard like a cat scratch like a sheet of metal? That's like what my voice is.
Is it that bad?
It's that bad, and
At least you've got a good voice for TV.
yeah, I got a face for radio.
Face
as well.
for radio.
No, I wish I was more like musically gifted or whatever you want to call it.
Do you play any instruments? No.
I wish I could
Okay.
pretend I could. Yeah.
You do seem like somebody who's got a wide group of interests, somebody who likes to have a pretty balanced life. So maybe it'll be something you pick up in your 30s, Mr. Kilbane, as you
Maybe.
told me you're looking to get really, really in shape in your 30s. Maybe you can add some musical talent.
Main thing for me, and it's just like purely from enjoyment, is gym, Muay Thai, and business.
Okay.
Just like, yeah, it feels pretty well rounded. And poker, obviously.
Well, that's
Are we
business.
going to Italy?
You still play much?
No.
Not a ton.
No, I obviously I
thought it
stay up
changed
to date on everything, especially
No
before
change.
coming to like the Tritons. Just kind of like, you know,
Can we get him a
very
glass of
fortunate
milk?
to be friends with some very talented poker players.
Omelets for us, milk for you.
The theme of Nikolaitis having a lucky
Well,
breakfast.
shooter, what can I do?
哎呦，Tony 什么 AK 被59带走
五。手带走。
Continuing here, Seth Davies got another bounty. Hang on.
Gonna folding
Big
some
hand
money
went
and then
down
order
out
omelets
to
with milk.
table.
And milk.
That's it.
You are
Seth.
crazier than him then. If you're, especially after
Skipping,
this.
skipping the bread pudding, it's insane. You gotta order that too, man.
How is your stomach? Bread pudding, milk, and
Wow.
omelet.
You know, guys, I'm inclined to talk over this table talk. We're talking about people's stomachs and how they deal with certain foods. So, yeah, Seth Davies sending Ren Lin home shy of the money. Blind v blind. Seth ripped it in for 20 bigs with 9-5 offsuit.
Hello.
Ren obviously
How are
snap
you?
called with ace king. Flop came king 5-4, turn jack river 9 for a river 2 pair. Seth up to 3.5 million.
So Seth now challenging for that chip lead, still a little bit behind Allison Pakiewicz. Those two men, the only two to claim 2 mystery bounties so far. Those will be presented tomorrow, like you mentioned, Henry. Be fun to watch that ceremony.
Chapo saying, why does the commentator keep saying they're nearing the money, brother? They are in the money. Okay,
No.
dude.
I think.
Thank you for that.
1.2.
Oh, by 5K.
1 to
Five-
70.
by
1 to
10K.
20.
Oh, come back.
I think.
Come back.
Oh, hello.
We had a question, how are the $20 wagers between the
I'm happy for
commentators
you.
going?
You came back.
Well, you're
came back
1-0,
with
More chips.
Henry, and I don't know if we have any
And behind
ideas
the
of what a
money, I got
wager
you.
might be today.
They replaced you
Well, a
with
fun one
mad
would
man.
be what the most amount of bounties collected is. We could do something like that. We have the same information.
Okay.
We see Allison chip lead with 3.
I know, I
Seth
gotta let
Davies
him
second
know.
in chips with 2.
Do you want to auction the line again, or do you want to?
That was fun.
They took him,
Okay.
and they replaced him with you.
Yeah.
So we're going to auction the line. You can go in increments of 0.5 if you want. So if the line ends on 7 and you take the under, if it ends on 7, it'll be a chop. Whereas if the line goes on 7.5, there'll be a winner and a loser.
All right, I'll start off with 7.
Starting off with 7. I got to think about this a little bit because,
All right, you take your time.
let's see.
Four
There's
table-
40 total bounties, right? Or 39, I suppose.
There's 42.
42 we started the day with.
Yeah, I don't really. This is something we should
Yeah.
know. But
Do you keep your own bounty if you win? I
Yeah,
believe
of
that
course,
that
yeah.
you do, right?
I don't know. Oh, there's 42 envelopes. Sorry, my
42
bad.
envelopes. Okay.
So there's 40 bounties, but 42 envelopes
这种桌子
because there's 2 draw against.
就说不定就
2, oh, draw again.
Yeah, it took me a while. My brain's a bit.
So if you get the draw again,
把它带走呀。
I don't quite understand the purpose of the draw again.
他肯定憋得要。
It's just for
Just for a
intrigue,
sweat?
just for a
Okay.
sweat. So
Okay.
realistically, the top bounty is actually 440,000.
Okay.
I'll explain to you why. Because if you pull the 40,000 draw again, and then you draw the 400k, you win 440,000 in technically one pull because
So
it's in exchange for 1 token.
The draw again also awards you 40K.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, very cool. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
and then there's a $0 draw again.
So we're going to say there's 42 bounties.
There's 40 bounties.
Well, the draw again counts as a bounty, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't because it's an envelope. There's only 40 bounties.
Even though
on the
there's money
ground.
associated with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so 40 bounties. You've started the bidding at 7. I'll take us to 8.5,
9.
9.5.
9.5. So if 9 is the top, then I win.
Ah, give it
So the
her.
question is,
But
do I
10,
think
1060.
it's going to be?
70?
Oh my god.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, fucking
Accept it.
way.
I guess you're allowed to have it.
Sometimes, right? You built your image and now this. I know, yeah, insane, right?
I'll go 10.
Chaos.
I'll go under. So 10's a wash. I need one player to collect less than 10 total bounties for the player who collects the most bounties to collect
the
less
20.
than
Yeah.
10. Yeah, for 20 bucks. Yeah. We're on.
Yeah.
We will try to make this a daily thing, Henry. We'll try
Sure.
to also find different types of bets to make each day.
Yeah. So Eliyahu apparently wants us to just listen in on the talk about people's digestive systems and what they had for breakfast. So, yeah, Alex, if you can just STFU when that's what's being talked about, rather than, you know.
Yeah, we do try to do our best here in the booth when some scintillating conversation is happening at the tables to stay out of the way and lay back. Of course, sometimes we get caught up in tangents. Sometimes we like to hear our own voice, but for the most part, we do try to be aware of when the players are saying anything interesting.
Terrible turn card for Allison. Still has the best of it, needs to fade Jack 6 or a 5, which he does. He actually boats up.
Sounds like we were missing some table talk there this time, Henry, so we'll try to be aware of that. When we're in the middle of an auction, it's a little bit more tricky.
The city wants to see Davies take this one down. Lauren asking when they started counting the bounties from. Start of day 2. So from the start of the day, 25% of the field, 160 runners. We came back today with 40, hence the 40 bounties. Which I think I'm drawing dead on that bet, by the way. I'm pretty surprised, given that last time top bounty was 17. Before that, it was 13. So historically speaking, I would be favorite if results up until now have anything to do with this one's result.
And if this man keeps winning pot after pot, perhaps I'm in trouble.
So, stone bubble here. 28 left, 27 paid, min cash of $32,000. That's in respect to the payout portion, or the prize pool portion of
also like yes or booyah.
the payouts.
So if you win a pot, you know, like, Bernie, you could have said yeet after you won.
I should have.
Yeah.
So we are on the stone bubble.
Yeah. 32K is not anything to sniff at.
And what do you do with ace deuce off on the button, on the bubble? I think you just pass it up.
Dangerous big blind.
Wow. Mikolaitis just loving life right now.
Most are better than
Getting
mine.
back-to-back walks. He's getting to abuse the fact that he covers everyone, that we're on the stone bubble.
I'm somehow happy to get terrible cards.
Yeah, that's a good
time,
point
yeah.
that Renji Mao makes. When you have one of these short to medium stacks on the
Yeah.
bubble, sometimes you just don't want to look down at 2 queens or ace queen or pocket jacks.
I don't know, man. Give me a good hand if it, you know, opportunity to bubble, but I know what you mean. Yeah, the risk premium obviously going home now, empty-handed versus doubling up. Frederick limping in early position, ace 10, 25 bigs.
4-way limped pot here.
Oh boy. Top against bottom set against an open ender, by the way.
Against a man who covers them all with the 9 high.
I think Frederick's just out the tournament a
Delval
lot of the time.
could definitely be in a lot of trouble here. He does start with a bet. What's he coming with for size here? And how's Paul Poix going to play this on this very draw-heavy board? May want to get some value and protection right away. You can see in this case, he would be denying Antonius some equity if he raises, assuming Antonius folds that open-ender.
These multi-way pots, you do often see people size down. I do like this bet. Don't want to overvalue top pair. So Paul clicks it to 100K.
Yeah, just a small raise here, Henry.
I feel like Patrick, 2 bounties, just like, you know, flicking the call, try and turn gin.
Yeah, versus this size, very, very tempting just to flick in a call here. Of course, the one thing you have to worry about is could Del Val come over the top?
Right.
But he's got a very strong draw given the circumstances, the ability to knock 2 players out.
I think Stone Bubble in Frederick's shoes, I peel one off and reevaluate turn.
Frederick doesn't like it, I don't think.
The thing is, even if you're up against like a combo draw, like a Jack-9 of clubs or something, Paul has a ton of equity. 450 in the middle. Big turn card incoming. 9 of spades. Changes nothing. Patrick bricking his draw. Paul still with the best of it, but a turn card that could potentially save the Frenchman.
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't change much in terms of who's ahead and who needs what. Del Val now drawing dead, but this card might scare him a little bit. 7-6 comes in if Paul was semi-bluffing. Some 2-pair combinations could loom. Ace-10 doesn't feel comfortable here, especially on the bubble, but how about Paul? The 9 of spades, maybe not his favorite card, given the fact that Patrick called that bet and raised, but still the hand feels like it wants to get some protection. How does the Triton founding player play this one?
It's almost tempting to just go all in. There's just so many draws out there you want to deny.
Looks like he is reaching for a healthy bet. Counting out some white chips. Is he coming for 300,000?
2/3 pot. How does Patrick feel about this price? Second pair, open-ender.
You can't feel great about it.
The only reason I think you would ever consider it is purely because of the bounty EV. Come on, Frederick, find the muck.
I think Frederick has found a card he can just get away on, perhaps, Henry.
Such an aggressive line. The min click from Paul, hand like 6-7 of clubs. Obviously gets there on the turn. Queen, Jack of clubs. All very likely options, as well as 5s, pocket 8s.
Very nice from the Frenchman, who flopped top pair, top kicker, and managed to only lose 100,000 post flop there, Henry.
Well navigated. As we see our main man, Drew Amato, one of the best in the business when it comes to photography. Just scouting the tables, getting some of those incredible shots.
Yeah, he took a few photos of us commentators earlier in the week.
Did he?
Maybe you weren't part of that one.
Wow.
Was it maybe just me and Randy were around? Oh, you know what it was?
In the booth? Or?
It was at the players' party. Now I'm remembering. It was me, Randy, and Kevin Vanderkoy, who we had run into, and
nice.
We got a few photos of the 3 of us. We should get at least a few of the 4-man team, of course.
Sure we will.
Binder has chipped up nicely. 1.3 million now, still covered by Dominicus, but it's close in chips between the 2 of them.
Five deuce, not going to cut it.
These spots are so awkward on the stone bubble. Jack-9 offsuit. Normally would be an easy defend for chips, but with that $32,000 bubble looming a few stacks shorter than his own, it's actually only 1 stack in the event shorter than his own, and that is Danilo on the same table. So how will Dujau approach this spot? Let's it go.
Binder always has this like smirk on his face every time he wins a pot.
He's got resting smirk face.
Yeah.
Looks Looks like a pretty happy guy, and he's got about 10 million reasons to be happy.
He does indeed. He didn't blow away the chip lead. I'm sorry, that was too soon. That was just totally uncalled for. Antonius is still in. Got that double up. Uh-oh. Juno Barra is in trouble. Although Dan's checked it over 3 ways. We're going to see a turn. I don't think Addison's going to be firing out a bet here unless he just wants to go absolute rocket, man.
Devoris did open this one up from early position, picked up a call from Alisson on the cutoff, and wow, the jack of clubs. Is this guy running well today? And not only does he pick up trip jacks, but Juno Barra now has a flush draw to go with his top pair.
Absolute disastrous development for Dan. And for June, for that matter. I mean, at least Ubara is drawing live to the flush draw. Allison likely to bet now, facing no. 2 checks in front of him, checks it once more.
A little surprising to me, Henry, that he checked back there 3 ways. And it's opened the door for Juno Barra to roll in this clover flush. And everyone's playing coy in this hand.
What on earth is going on?
Everyone's playing this one a bit shy.
Where's the rest of the pot?
Devoris is actually considering a value bet. The turn checked through. He's got the ace of clubs in his hand. He probably feels that kings and jacks with an ace is the best hand. And in fact, he's in 3rd place.
I would love to see like a small bet, then Allison raises, Obara overcalls, and then Dan just rips it in. Ace of clubs,
Yeah.
blocks kings.
We can dream about this, but I don't think Allison's going to raise. I expect him just to come with call here with 3 jacks.
All right, so Allison calls, Jun then finds the raise, and then Dan comes over the top.
That is a possibility, and it would be fun to watch.
Just for max entertainment value.
Allison is considering this, though. Maybe he will find a raise here.
What was it, 120 into 270, so less than half pot. Maybe we just make it like 300K?
Raise.
Indeed, he does come with raise. So will we see what you were
dude,
hoping
please,
for?
Dan, like, so Barra's gonna call, right? This has gone check, 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 flop. Check through again on the turn. Obara checked for a 3rd time after rivering the king high flush on the river. Dan with the double delayed bet.
5 seconds.
This is one of the most interesting hands you and I have covered together since arriving here on the island. What is Dan Devoris going to do? Because I think he knows he's beat by at least one of these players, but can he find this incredible jam that you're talking about?
Yeah, and I think he's blocking some of the potential hero calls, right? Like the ace high flush. It's nice to have the ace of clubs. He could very well have played pocket kings this way.
But does he think that he can get somebody like Juno Barra off of a king high flush?
I think so. This line, the way this hand's played out. Oh, dude. If anyone's sick enough to do it, it's Dan the Ox Devoris. One of the best. Would be so sick. Nobody ever has jacks. Maybe pocket 5s. I think he's going to fold now. Feel like he thought about it.
Go. He definitely was considering it.
So Jun taking down a nice 1.1 million chip pot. He's up to 2.1 million. He's looking to go back to back.
Devoris looks like, after seeing that showdown, he was really thinking about that move that you suggested. Would have been cool.
I'd love to pick his brain on that one.
No, I actually just bought it yesterday or the day before. I played Triton 1 main and 15K. So not from the start, but yeah.
The good ones. The good ones.
Yeah, they are really good. Yeah.
So in terms of
And
bounty
still haven't
stats,
cashed tournament, so this will be my first one to cash.
Maybe. No, you
For sure.
might pass.
No, I'm so confident for this one, but
most final tables, Dan Dvoris with 4.
I would open half a pip wider because you're so tight, but
no,
Danilo Velasevic, who is second lowest in chips, just said this will be his first time cashing a bounty tournament, Henry. We're still on the bubble. Dangerous words.
have that feeling.
Ebony's able to take that one down with the suited ace.
They're not gonna bust before me, so I have to double.
and there's no super shots. Like,
Yeah, I'm the short.
yep.
Big Danilo fan. He's been having quite a lot of success online recently as well. Great energy, really positive attitude. Fun guy to have at the table.
This one's 40, right? Yeah, yeah. Can we bust up?
$37 bigs is a healthy stack. Byproduct of how quickly we got down to 28. Average stack of 38 big blinds. Paul asking if we're on TV. Yeah, look, it's your show, my friend. This is what you built from the ground up 10 years ago. As we're here in Jeju celebrating a decade dealt in gold. 10 years of setting the gold standard in high stakes tournament poker. Can you imagine 10 years ago being like, yo, 40K mystery bounty?
I really couldn't. I mean, I remember when a 25K was kind of a unique high roller event that everyone got really excited about. 10K was kind of the price point you'd see regularly. 25 was something special. Not to say 25K isn't still a large amount of money, but here at Triton, it's a low buy-in in the scope of things. And I like, again, what Triton has done, introducing these intermediate price points. For a long time, you would only see 25, 50, and 100, those sort of even numbers. But why not have a 40K? Why not have a 60K?
That's true, yeah. I
You know,
guess.
all these intermediate price points. Dominicus getting after it here. Jack deuce off in the cutoff. He just knows how much pressure he can apply, but look at this. Binder.
Well, now he needs to be careful because Binder is going to have Mikolaitis covered at the conclusion of this hand. He's a few seats to his left.
Binder just thinking, what size can I make it here? I don't want to lose my customer. Mikolaitis does currently cover Binder.
Yeah, that's right.
But Binder has such a strong hand. Goes with 300K. And for Mikolaitis, you think there might be a fair number of hands he could shove here if he feels that Binder has some bluffs, but the Jack Deuce, among the worst candidates.
I would never attack his 10-5.
Binder shows the Cowboys.
A real hand.
That's how it's played, right? How do you believe me here? After all you did. I was prepared already to call all in.
That's brilliant. I agree. So how do you just believe that I have a hand here?
Yeah.
I think it was more that
He
the
had
guy
the
just
jack
had
deuce.
jack deuce. Well, hang on. We're all in on the bubble. Outer table action. Let's have a look. What's going down? Do we have a call yet? Is money? Yeah, money's made its way in. What we got? Who we got?
Looks like Wang Ye is the player all in and at risk.
Well, the good news for Wang Ye, as we wait for the showdown, is if he does lose this hand, he at least has one pull and that top bounty prize tomorrow, as he collected a bounty already today.
Wang Ye was up to 1.1 million at one point, slowly trickled down to 550K. Moved in on the button and got called by Yahor Dembruski in the small blind. Normally we think Dembruski might have a very strong hand here, but with the bounties in play, he could be a little wider than normal, Henry.
What percentage of range? Is he
Oh,
top 10?
I don't know. Don't put me on that sort of spot. But
I'm going to say top 50%.
yeah, maybe not quite that wide. Just because Wang Ye's shove should be so tight still, right? Look at this table. Davies,
This
Mateos,
is insane. Wakil.
Knit.
This is one hell of a table. Hans Jeske, Tom Fuchs, Sean Winter. So this went blind v blind. Jeske, you're just going to take it down on this 7 of spades turn. So back over to the all-in.
I pulled deuces weekly. 100%.
All-in player shows 10
Nines.
pocket nines.
So, yeah, top 5% of range.
Yeah.
He's the faded king or a 10.
Deuce, queen, ace.
Never easy. Ace, queen, deuce. Gut shot acquired.
Eight of clubs. All-in player. Flash. Let's see.
He's got a flush draw, gut shot, and the 2 overs. Oh, hang on. He turned the flush.
I think
Sorry.
he just turned the flush. I think
All right, my apologies.
well, I can see why you were confused, because sometimes when you turn your man dead, they just rip off the river. But here the dealer was pausing for anticlimactic effect, as Wang Ye does secure the double up.
Oh, he had flush.
That's unfortunate. The man from Belarus to not only lose the hand, but not get the bounty or the min cash. So we stay on the bubble, which from an entertainment point of view, I'm kind of glad, not going to lie. I like myself.
Yeah, this is fun, you know, with these two things going on, Henry, with the bounties and then the actual tournament bubble itself.
Mystery, min cash.
On the soft stack on the table.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
On the
I
soft
mean,
stack
he's
in the
here. Of
table.
course he
1,
wants
2,
the
3.
first one to be.
Why we are TV table?
He's like, you don't want this right now. You just want a butt. Like, what do you mean? Of
Ah,
course he
just
wants
make
it to
stack.
be.
Let's risk it. Go for the stack. Don't fall till you have like one big blind.
Ooh, hang on. Mal trying to force something.
Trying to sneak one through.
Well, I think it's Danilo in the big blind.
Ah, right you are. So he figures that
10-5 suited.
Danilo will not be able to defend
Shows the five.
wide at all. And
Yeah,
did he show the
black
8?
because
I like that
black
you
is
had to
still
look
five.
at both. To
I don't know that I
decide.
want to show the 8
So
there.
the second
All
one.
these stacks that cover me.
Sure.
Did you go and have a sip of milk? Is that what you did over there?
No.
Oh, 40.
How about we just go back to the days of everyone smoking a pack of 40s? Wearing jacket blazers that reek of whiskey and cigar smoke. Piles and piles of cash.
Stacks
on
of
the
checks
table.
so high
Yeah.
you can't see over them.
That's it, baby. You know what's up.
Are you a Rounders fan?
Dude, it's my most watched movie.
Okay, all right. I'm glad we're in the same boat. It's my favorite movie of all time, and it's not even particularly close. I think that movie has really held the test of time. It was ahead of its time.
Young Matt Damon, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Guy was just...
One of my absolute favorite actors and my stone favorite movie. Leave them here. Middle pair open-ender. Pakiewicz, a whole lot of nothing. But as the chip leader against the short stack, really could pressure a lot of different hands here. He just has such little interaction with this board, though.
Especially on the 10 of clubs, where you would never really expect Andrew to have a 10 unless it was specifically queen 10, maybe an ace 10.
Yeah, so with that in mind, does he fire a second bullet here? Try to shed Leatham of a jack? Maybe even king, no kicker, starts to feel pressure.
One of those cheeky, small bets as a bluff.
Yeah, to me, this bet says you know what's coming, right? You're threatening to move in on the river. But Leatham does have the type of hand that can call now and then evaluate with the open-ended draw to go with his jacks.
It's always dicey, though. What if we call and we don't improve to the straight? Then what? Is this the type of guy that's going to put me all into the test? My entire stack. We know Allison is. 500k out there. I kind of want to see a brick just to see if Allison does it. And there is that brick. 7 of spades. Andrew with the 100% check mark, but let's see. Those Brazilians, some of the best in the world. And they know when to apply pressure and when to give up. Is this a give up spot? Trying to get your opponent to fold a king or a hand just like this.
He does
Queen
do
Jack,
it.
so sick.
And Leatham's hand is really in a tough spot here.
This is such a sick play from Allison.
Allison can shove here with ace-king or king-queen for value, perhaps. Certainly any 10x. And then he can have a whole host of bluffs, as we can see here.
Yeah, he also has all of the straights, all of the nutted hands like pocket kings, jacks, tens. It feels like a nuts or nothing type spot, you know?
It does. Leatham can, if he does fold here, he's taking some solace in the fact that he can arrive at this river with many stronger hands. He can slow play. He can have something like ace-queen, just calling out of the big blind, given the ICM. He can definitely have 10x as played. He's got plenty of king X as well.
So brutal on the stone bubble, just put in the blender.
His hand does block a lot of the value hands as well.
Yeah, jack 10 of hearts, ace queen, pocket jacks.
Even queen 9, we know Pakiewicz is opening very wide in this situation. He wants to do it.
If he calls, he's up to 1.1 million. It's been a long time since I've seen someone in the hurt locker like this. Stone bubble. You love to see it. Allison going Rocket Man, and the job is done. He's back up to 4.1 million.
Doesn't rub salt in the wounds of his opponent. Always tempting to show those ones, but he wants to be able to continue to make those sorts of plays. This sort of reminded me of Igor Yaroshevsky, who was feeling a lot of pressure on another stone bubble against Renlin. I believe I was in the booth with Randy for that one.
Sounds
so
right.
You may not have caught it.
Got milk and tea?
Renlin actually rivered top pair. Igor had flopped top pair, top kicker. Eventually did make the call and was out of the tournament as the stone bubble boy.
Like they're playing every time like 10 minutes ahead, I think. They're TV table.
Why are you not stopping
Didn't
the
they say,
clock?
aren't they supposed to pause it if it's like more than 2.5 minutes?
They really want to...
There we go. Deal the next hand.
That's
Players
not
just asking about
Yeah, it's annoying.
the hand-for-hand situation. We are on the stone bubble, so we are hand-for-hand.
Fold.
Ooh.
Binder opening into 2 shorter stacks on the button. But Ebony, ace king. Go time, perhaps. It's one of those, if you got it, you got it.
It feels like it, dude, you know? Should be so disappointed, though, to come in, not get a bounty, not get a cash. Just ripped it in, and now...
Just jammed myself, Dominica style.
It wouldn't have worked.
Maybe it would have.
Maybe it will work.
Luckily, there's only very little milk in my cappuccino. Otherwise, I would have jammed. I mean, I have 36%, I think.
I love Binder, dude.
Binder's been, yeah, he's got a great energy.
Oh, he's one of the best. He lives and studies with Sam Muller, if I'm not mistaken.
Do we have an all-in here on this outer table?
Looks like Seth Davies, Tom Fuchs. We're just waiting for the hands to conclude on all the other tables. It was Tom that just open jammed from early position for 14 bigs. Seth Davies, monster stack, 3.7 million. He isolated, that forced Adrian Mateos out of the pot. I think I heard Tom Fuchs say he's worse than ace queen.
It's an interesting thing to say, specifically. He's worse than ace queen?
Yeah, it's because they're not supposed to show down their hands, so they're
Right.
just like, they all play games, basically. Here we go. What's he got? Okay, we got a flip for Shark Davies. Can he hold with the tens? That looks like a
A lot of black cards there, no?
10 Jack 9. So Tom's flopped the straight. Seth has a set. Is that all clubs as well?
Yeah, does he have a flush now?
No. He has king, queen of spades.
Okay.
I think. Or was that the board pair?
Oh,
Nine
that
of
is the board
spades.
pairing.
Wow.
Something with these nines on the river today, yeah?
And that's the first Triton bubble for Tom Fuchs, who tosses that bounty chip Seth Davies' way.
Wow, that was one hell of a movie scripted. So that was like a rounder's hand. Just flopped straight against the set. River the full house, all in on the stone bubble. Tom Fuchs going home empty-handed. Seth Davies claims his third bounty and has regained the chip lead. So we're in the money. Everyone's guaranteed 32,000.
You can now congrats me on my first cash.
Your first cash?
Football boys.
Your first cash this
he
time,
wins
all
something.
the
Including Triton 1.
In my life.
He wins something.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Triton 1.
I see, maybe I...
Really enjoying this vibe over on the blue table. See, the fans are enjoying that as well. So here are the chip counts. Allison still playing playing 4 million. Came in today with 1.8 as the chip leader. He's no longer the chip leader though. That title belongs to Seth Davies, who we just saw burst the bubble. He's playing 4.3. Average stack of 30 big blinds. We got about 10 minutes or so left on the clock. Everyone guaranteed 32,000. I now expect and anticipate a bit of gambling from these short stacks.
Oh, sorry.
Now he can open 10-5 suited.
He was gonna fold, you know.
Jeju Bara, by the way, has 53 big blinds. It's a man that knows how to close this tournament out.
Bit of a bounty specialist is Obara.
That's where he picked up his first title on this very stage just 6 months ago. So, Mikolaitis has limped in from early position. Kenny completing from the small. Both players covering the big blind of Mao Renji.
And in general, Henry, we may see some more fireworks now with the bubble bursting. A lot of short stacks looming, bounties available.
Oh, hang on. You know what that means when we ping pong back on over to this table. Something's going down. Looks like it was a cut-off open and Andrews just ripped it in.
Certainly Devoris happy to call here with a third of Leatham stacking already.
Well, he flops best. He's going to be happier now given that he's got an 83% lock on this 580k pot plus the 80k bounty. 80k in EV, I should say. Leatham picking up outs. King or a queen needed. Calling for the Queen of Hearts. Doesn't find it. GG's, mate. Well, at least he made it into the money. He obviously would have scooped that big 1.1 million chip pot had he just clicked call against the chip leader who was running a savage bluff with 5 high. Alex and I have left the $20. We're just going to let this accumulate into a pile of cash over the next 2 weeks. And then
if it doesn't get scooped up by our production team.
What we should do is we should both withdraw a bunch of Korean currency.
We should be betting in won, yeah.
I think $20 is around 30K-ish. And we just leave it here, and every bet that you win, or sorry, every bet that you lose, you just add 30K, and then by the final day, the pile of cash will be up here.
And we need to get it in the smallest denomination possible, so, you know, just make it look more impressive than it really is. Meanwhile, Mikolaitis, second pair flush draw against Ricky Mao's open ender in flush draw, and Ricky just gets out of the way.
You're so bad. Do it. Oh, come on. It's more fun now.
Yep, we can all play now.
Can we? All of us? I don't know.
I was trying. I didn't even raise. I just called for you all to be able to call.
Very suspicious.
Wow, Seth Davies up to 4 bounties. Let's go.
Overtaking
Very
Allison Pekiewicz, both in bounties and in chips,
he's
as he approaches 5 million.
Yeah, eliminating Mustafa Gannett, who was on short stack duties. Seth just open ripped the button with ace-7. Mustafa called it off. 13 big blinds, sorry, with king-9, and Seth just held with the ace-high. Feels like it's time for a Seth Davies sun run.
It's a good start. Binder limping the hijack. Again, something we see more of in these tournaments where players want to have the opportunity to play pots with the shorter stacks. It is Renji Mao in the small blind with just 11 bigs. Feels like plenty of hand here. And what will Binder do? We know the average value of these bounties is 80K. 5-3 suited, the type of hand that rates to be live against a lot of ace-high holdings.
Well, let's see if Binder even gets to make that decision, because Michaelitis could isolate here.
Nicolaitis thinking, if I can shed Binder, that's an extra 40K chips in the pot. Again, those bounties worth so much.
Yeah, Michaelitis does cover both.
Of course, he does have to be a little bit worried if Bernhard Binder is playing a very balanced strategy, which we'd expect of the Austrian. He'll have some traps in that limping range. But Michaelitis just going for it here, and it's going to be in reasonable shape against Renji Mao.
Binder's loving it.
Binder.
Here we go. Another bounty opportunity for Michaelitis. This bounty's worth $80,000 in EV. Be doing the bounty draw live tomorrow. 3 in the window.
Feels dead.
Binder would have flopped top 2.
Oh, no.
Michaelitis with the prepay.
Usually works.
Needs a queen or a 9. Cannot be the 9 of hearts.
Jack of heart.
Let's punish this. Together.
No, he was just trying to circumvent the prepay.
Oh,
nasty.
Oh,
I said it usually works.
Oh
Good
my
game,
God.
Renji Mao.
和杀.
Brutal run out there.
that is.
明天早上记得吃鸡蛋卷.
Had plenty of outs just to turn his opponent dead. Instead, it's Michaelitis
I told
finding the river, and of course, Bernhard Binder would have scooped this pot.
Eat omelet.
Omelet, yeah.
Omelet.
Omelet, bread pudding, and
Omelet
milk.
with cheese,
And mushrooms.
One milk, one glass of milk.
That one's always painful to see. So much hope. Best hand, flops the nut flush draw. Opponent's got 5 outs, and then boom, Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah.
We're down to 23. What on earth is going on? They are flying out the door. The eliminations inside the money. Mustafa Canet, Andrew Letham, Gabriel Costa, now Mao Renji, as we just saw.
Thief. Thief. You will have one? Yep.
You have king?
A pair.
I guess.
A pair.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a consolation prize, but Renji would have busted in both spots. So
Wait, you are
True
the
enough.
poor, what? Unreal, this guy.
T Wen suited ace. Let's see who wants to go bounty hunting against her.
oh, here we go. Whoa!
Everyone just
It's
folds the ace
okay.
5,
What a
but
bounty.
I don't think Michaelitis in the small blind is going to fold king 10.
All in the call on 5.
Another bounty opportunity here. Or the Lithuanian. Can he go back to back?
Just mine, right? This one I can hide.
Pick up another pelt. Win just looking to hold to get back into this fight. Back up to 19 big. She's already got a bounty. Eight, 3 deuce. Win's still in front.
You want to try again?
You gotta pick your spot.
Close but no cigar.
I like that.
King or 10 needed for Michaelitis.
Can he find it on the river once more? No. Win. Sweating that one.
Quack, quack.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's back up to 19 bigs. Let's go. And the variance in these things
My
is just
bounty.
insane.
Come back.
Oh, you already hit one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
She risked it too.
Yeah, yeah.
She was like, I want this. She jammed into Bernie. It was so nice.
Yeah.
With the 5 high. It was so good.
And
Do you want to buy out of your bet?
almost anything, I think.
I'm all right.
Very ballsy.
Who do you think?
And Seth's got
Seth's leading.
4 with
Yeah.
22 bounties
So
still in
nice.
play. So
Rewarded
Needs,
for the bravery.
needs a third of them. A little less than a third.
It really depends on the type of stack distribution you get at the final table, perhaps.
Also, just like the redraw
Yeah.
that's coming up. You know, we're going to have 3 tables of 7. Hopefully, we get Allison and Seth on separate tables, at least hopefully for my bet.
Yeah.
King Queen now, a legit powerhouse on the button. Does he just open rip? We'll find out afterwards. Back on over here. Oh. Oh. Paul with another set against the top pair, top kicker. Most of the money went in on the turn. Oh my word. Wow. That's brutal.
Unbelievable.
A 2.5 million chip pot.
How good is the Brazilian run to start today?
64 big blind pot. That's just disgusting.
Over 90% equity there for Paul on the turn. Got it in great. But our founding player, Paul Pua, the Malaysian, is out in 22nd.
Well,
brutal. And Henry, as we near a break coming up, tell us who we've got coming into the booth when we return.
Yeah, we've got Mr. Berriuzzi, the Rooster God. Is that the final table of that 30K yesterday? Oh, hang on. Hold on. We might not even be coming back with 21 players.
This is a 3-way all-in.
We might just be down to 19 if the 7s can hold.
3, I think 3.
3?
All in the call on 5.
Yeah. I think I'm best.
He is best. 7s are good. Danilo with just 9% equity. And yeah, T pointing out that they block each other. If she can find an ace or a queen, though, she's going to go bang, bang in a couple of hands in a row, collect her second bounty. She's going to be up to a very healthy 1.6 million.
But Dominicus with a chance to claim 2 scalps in the same hand as the favorite, 53% with the 7s.
7s ahead with 2 to come.
5 of spades,
Backdoor
right?
spades for Wen.
Deuce, just...
Queen of spades.
Danilo just trying to find something. He's like, deuce, please.
Ebony just calling for the Queen of Spades. Got her acquired for T-Wen.
A bit more.
Good luck.
Danilo is out.
Yeah, he's drawing dead.
No, you got a couple pay jumps, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Big river for both.
Okay.
Deuce of diamonds. Dominicus holds, claims 2 pelts. We're down to 19. Dominicus up to 3 bounties.
It's actually not bad for me. A little bit of equality in the bounty distribution. I can't see one person get too far ahead. But nonetheless, the Lithuanian, nice start to the day for him as he claims 2 scalps here. 2 players down to 19, like you said, Henry.
Yeah, so with that, Danilo, obviously the shorter stack in the hand, he's going to claim 21st place money, which is 35,000. T obviously has the covering stack. She's out in 20th. She's going to collect a small ladder, 38,000. So she's going to get, you know, a near 100% ROI on her original investment, so kind of breaking even on the buy. But she does have that bounty,
which is worth at least $40,000.
Exactly. Min pull of at least 40,000, EV of 80,000, and yeah, an opportunity to perhaps, you know, 400K.
400K still looming in the balance.
Yeah, you take that one. That's
There's
the one.
one
the player
400K
you knocked
bounty,
out,
a couple of 200K bounties. You can even win a bounty where you pull 40K and get a redraw.
Yeah. Never seen that, by the way, but that would be something.
They should put a couple zeros in there too, I think, just to rub salt in the wound.
No,
yeah, they used to do.
They did, didn't
no, they still do. Sorry. So they do.
Okay.
It's a gold envelope, and it's 6 zeros.
Oh,
So
really?
like you really sweat it. So you get the gold. It could be 100, could be 200, could be 400, and then it's 0.
And there
but
really
draw-
is still a 0.
It's just a
Okay.
0, draw again.
But it's draw again 0.
It's draw again. So it's a fun sweat. It's gonna be a fun day. Fun day today, and then obviously the bounty draw tomorrow. So first break of the day, and well, I guess the main talking point is the man who's atop of the chip counts on the red table. What a sun run. I mean, the hands that he somehow managed to win. Top pair, top kicker against bottom set, runner straight.
Right from the get-go, it seemed, Henry.
Yeah.
Pikiewicz was just winning pot after pot, and then there, dispatching of Paul Poix in a spot where he had less than 10% equity, rivering that gut shot.
Yeah, that's right. We're down to 19. He's got 5 bounties. Seth Davis, the chip leader, with 4 bounties. We saw Dominicus obviously claim that double KO. So he's third in chips with 3. We're stepping away for all of 10 minutes, but don't go far. We've got a special guest joining when we return from break. Ryan Chamas, a.k.a. Mr. Barry Uzi, will be jumping into, yeah, you know, some shenanigans with us here in the booth and provide some insightful analysis into the carnage, if you will, that's going to ensue. We'll see you very shortly.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I did that this past trip.
I'll take an 8. I don't mind an 8 rating. That's
Somebody said 7. Okay, we're getting a lot of
Whoa.
7s and 8s. Do you guys
Whoa,
all
whoa,
speak
whoa.
Bulgarian?
A lot of 7s. We got 3 8s and 1 7.
You're right, but we don't even know if the people responding all speak Bulgarian.
That's true. That's true.
It's Bernhard Binder. Wired 10s, surely. Throw them in there, young man.
What does it say on his shirt? Where are you going? Binder running it for 11 bigs. Adamo sub 4 on the button.
Damo letting it go. Japanese got napkins.
Is this just a clear-cut call for Do?
Yeah, I think the overlay of that bounty just makes the ace-9 more than good enough. You can definitely be flipping sometimes. You could even see a suited ace-X that you potentially dominate. You're getting some 9s now, Henry, so somewhere around to maybe an 8.3 average rating. Not bad.
Nice. Take it. Haven't lived there in 12 years.
260 total. Count.
So, another opportunity to claim a pelt. You see the fields drop down to 36. Get that Triton Poker Plus app open while you're watching the stream. You can sweat all of the outer tables. We'll call this hand and then we'll tell you some of the bust outs elsewhere in the room. Looks like doing just some thinking about future game stuff, like if I make the call here for 11 bigs and lose, how much I'm going to have left, who am I going to cover, how's that going to affect my overall strategy. But does make the call.
Yeah, and it's interesting here that even if he were to lose this one, Henry, he'd still cover 2 other stacks. There are a lot of short stacks on this table, which makes it kind of a fun one to cover.
Can Binder hold with the 10s? 9 in the window makes things interesting. Additional outs for the ace-9. 6-10 in the middle. It's a sizable pot. 7 of hearts changes nothing. Same outs needed. And the man from China. 1 card to come. Can he find a Barry? Or the 9 of hearts? 9 of spades, doesn't find it.
Binder will double up.
Ping pong over to the other feature table. Looks like, well, it's going down. Sebastian
what a sweat here.
This is a sizable pot, dude.
2 million chip pot. We have the overpair against the pair and flush draw.
Queens just hold. Allison's up to 3.4 million. That's good for 140 big blinds. He's claimed 2 bounties. And Sebastian, who started the hand with 40 bigs, is out.
What an absolutely dreamy start for the Brazilian, Alison Pakiewicz.
Dude, that's just like we were talking about, how some of these middling stacks just end up getting too involved in much of that Broadway type stuff.
Yes, a nice call from Binder on the turn. Keeping T-Wen honest. Adamo here, 4 big blinds, an ace.
Go time, surely. Although he knows he's going to get called.
All in.
Does just jam. Puts his bounty on the line. For Ebony, it's a weird one because, yes, we can flat, but it opens the door for someone to squeeze behind and force her out.
Yeah, of course, everybody would love to get involved for just 95K, but the threat of a re-raise behind always looming.
No action so far, all the way around to the blinds. 5-3, 4 bigs. Do we trust Binder to not go all in?
It's just the issue, right?
Yeah.
Or you could take matters into your own hands and just shove and threaten Binder, but 5-5.
Oh, there we go.
She does go for this move.
Oh, that's gangster. I
and
love
it's going to work.
I love it. Well
Surely
done.
Is Binder considering calling off here with the 7 tray? I mean, you could win 2 bounties if you can say. He's got a bit of a wry smile on his face. He would call very wide here, Henry, but...
Well, let's think about it. The EV of 2 bounties, 160K, you'd have to come 6th or better in order to cash for more than that in terms of payouts.
Very true.
You're in pretty good shape.
Wynn's loving it. She's chuckling. Let's go.
I risk my life
for a bounty for a diamonds window card.
400.
Good game, Mr. Adamo.
Well, hang on. It's not preordained.
No. It is still a flip.
2 cards to come. 9 of hearts on the turn when looking for a diamond, 5 or a 3. Adamo looking to just hold to get back up to 10 bigs.
Oh, sorry.
Felt it coming, Henry.
6 of diamonds. Win with the flush. Adamo out. Empty-handed. So she claims the pound. She's gonna have a pull tomorrow. That 400K bounty top prize. Okay. Took the gamble spot. You love to see it paying off, and you love to see this man busting out. A lot of hate. SG saying, where do you guys commentate from? We're here in Jeju. We're just behind the TV tables, actually. There's 2 TV tables. If you've ever seen a Triton final table where we do the player walkouts, there's this like, you know, like alleyway, if you will, or like walkway, the LED screens like behind the backstage area. And yeah, we're tucked in here. I actually prefer it, like there's, depending on the stop, Monte Carlo, we're actually out in the tournament area, and I think it could be kind of distracting to some of the players. We've had requests in the past to try and like keep it down when we're calling a river card and we get excited. So I kind of like being tucked back here, just out of the way, and we got a really cool setup here.
It's a great setup. You feel like you're in, I guess, like a newsroom or something, right? It's very, very professional feeling. As we have an open here from Leatham. He is a Triton winner, by the way. Back in 2023 in Vietnam, took down the 25K Turbo No Limit Hold'em event for $670,000 as he gets himself into a 3-way affair.
Ooh. Allison is just, I don't know which witch doctor he had breakfast with. He's gone from 1.7 million to 4.3 in less than a level and a half. Antonius could be in trouble.
Just a dreamy start. Antonius, as you mentioned, does have the top pair. He's got a weak kicker. Allison just continues to check. Probably knowing that it's not the greatest board for his range. He's the only one with a spade.
Potentially missed out on some value there on the turn.
And he is going to pursue value now, but nobody has much of anything to call with. Patrick does have top pair, but 4 spades and straights loom. He's also got a player behind him. There's this expression in these multi-way spots that the burden of defense is shared, meaning the first player to act doesn't need to defend as widely as they normally would because they can rely on their third counterparty to maybe pick up the slack for them with some of these marginal calls.
I like that. The burden of defense is shared.
Yeah.
Allison picking up once more. Interesting question. Figon said, can we get the bounty count to player names in the future? Yes, we can. Triton Poker Plus app. I left. Again, it looks like Allison all in.
Now, if he wins this one, Henry.
I mean, look at the equities, though. 7-6, 5 deuce. The run he's been on. I just feel like it's coming, bro.
Oh, he finally lost a pot.
Patrick Antonius. Up to 1.2 million. Poker Hall of Famer. See, Juno Barra is still getting busy over there. So INV asking, do we know how many bounties at the TV table?
Got it?
I'll let you know once we finish this hand.
I'm dead.
10-5 suited. Michaelitis just 4 off the money. Binder, the all-in player at risk, but queens with, I mean, it feels like a lock on this hand, but the way this mystery bounty tournament's been running, who knows, maybe we get like a 10-high flop with a couple of hearts for Max Sweat. Would be a brutal way to bust out. 5 in the window. Okay, Jack 5 deuce, no heart. 5 outs for Dominicus. Across turn and river. Will have to come on the river, which is the most painful way to send someone home on a bad beat. Doesn't do it this time.
620, I believe.
So, updates in terms of bounties.
Shouldn't have drinking
The milk.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the milk. I told
At
you.
the feature.
Milk was a bad choice.
He didn't blow away the chip lead. I'm sorry, that was too soon. That was just totally uncalled for. Antonius is still in. Got that double up. Uh-oh. Juno Barra is in trouble. Although Dan's checked it over 3 ways. We're going to see a turn. I don't think Addison's going to be firing out a bet here unless he just wants to go absolute rocket man.
Dvoris did open this one up from early position, picked up a call from Alisson on the cutoff, and wow, the jack of clubs. Is this guy running well today? And not only does he pick up trip jacks, but Juno Barra now has a flush draw to go with his top pair.
Absolute disastrous development for Dan and for June, for that matter. I mean, at least Ubara is drawing live to the flush draw. Allison likely to bet now, facing no. 2 checks in front of him, checks it once more.
A little surprising to me, Henry, that he checked back there 3 ways. And it's opened the door for Juno Barra to roll in this clover flush. And everyone's playing coy in this hand.
What on earth is going on?
Everyone's playing this one a bit shy.
Where's the rest of the pot?
Dvoris is actually considering a value bet. The turn checked through. He's got the ace of clubs in his hand. He probably feels that kings and jacks with an ace is the best hand. And in fact, he's in 3rd place.
I would love to see like a small bet, then Allison raises, Obara overcalls, and then Dan just rips it in. Ace of clubs,
Yeah.
blocks kings.
We can dream about this, but I don't think Allison's going to raise. I expect him just...
Well, 2 have become 3 here in the booth as we welcome Ryan Chamas, aka Barry Uzi, to the booth. Welcome to the show, mate. You're here for the final 19 of this 40K mystery bounty, and I think you're going to enjoy this one. You're a man that, you know, I've seen your stream before. I've seen some of your YouTube content. I always see you in there, you know, gambling up for the bounties and stuff, and just like, you know, enjoying playing some high stakes. So I feel like you're the perfect person to kind of come in and break some of this down.
This is exactly where I want to be.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun to watch people go really wide for spots, but also some friends, and to be part of this really cool trio that we have here.
Yeah, well, thanks for giving us your time, and obviously got our main man over here, Alex Livingston, in the booth as well, joining me for this one. We're working our way down through town, you know. 19 left, 38,000, the on-tap payout. Surprisingly, went a little bit slower than we kind of anticipated to get into the money, but since that bubble has burst, it's just kind of just, you know, all of those short stacks getting it in. And yeah, Seth Davies out in pole position right now with 4 bounties. Any kind of strategic adjustments you'd expect to see now, Alex, now that it's kind of more condensed with a 42 big blind average?
Well, the short stacks are, of course, a little bit more willing to get all in now that the bubble has burst. And, you know, Allison Pekiewicz has really been just picking up bounty after bounty as well. It's kind of bunched at the top. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out. Somebody who did very well in the last frame was Dominicus Michaelitis, who, Ryan, you mentioned is a friend of yours.
Yeah, really big friend of mine. I've known him for 10 years, and he's really good at these situations, to be honest. He understands, like, playing really aggressive, and that's what rewards in these type of tournaments. So we're going to see everyone kind of step out of their bubble, and it's fun for us to watch.
You're going to be bringing the rooster god Rungard to the booth, and hopefully to your friend on the table as we get ready to throw it down. 19 left here. Got 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 7, live from the Leze Casino in Jeju. Now, a reminder, of the bounties. In Triton, we don't actually draw the bounties once you pull them. We do a bounty ceremony. That'll be tomorrow on dinner break. Top bounty of 400,000. We've got 3 200k bounties, 600k bounties, 9 80k bounties, and 21 40k bounties. And then we have one 40k plus draw again, and then we have one $0 plus draw again. Potential storyline emerging here is Jun Obara on the hunt for back-to-back mystery bounty victories. Took this very event down just 6 months ago, picked up 17 bounties in the process, and ended up cashing for just shy of $2 million. It's currently 5th in chips. Right now, Seth Davies and Allison tied for their total bounties with 4 apiece.
Pretty much tied for the chip lead as well.
I believe Jun Obara had the record for most bounties last time, which was
just
phenomenal.
Insane. It was absolutely absurd. I think he had almost, there were like 36 bounties in total. He had 17 of them, so almost half of the bounties. And here he is, chip leader at this table, so he can go bounty hunting should he wish.
So Ryan, as somebody who's played a lot of different bounty events online, you tend to have more opportunities online, of course. Can you talk about some of the differences between a mystery bounty and perhaps conventional bounty tournaments or progressive bounty tournaments?
Yeah, I think the format is really interesting because it rewards obviously playing more aggressive and looser, but given that the draw is done at the end, you never really know what exactly you're going to get, right? So you have kind of like a equalized calculation of what the bounty is worth. When you play online, most of the time you know exactly like, oh, I will win this much if I win this. But here it's kind of like, you know, it won't change until the draw happens. Some mystery bounties online are different where you get the mystery bounty right away when you knock someone out, and then it removes money from the prize pool, so then it changes the play for everyone else. I think that type of format is fine, but it's less fun because you're less incentivized to win when you see someone else pull the top bounty.
So leaving the bounties to be pulled until tomorrow creates more anticipation and doesn't allow you to play tighter if, for instance, the top couple bounties go early.
Exactly. You're a lot more like competitive now because you just want to get the most bounties possible, right? So that just means you play a lot wider.
Guys, by the way, 3-way all in here. Jun Obara limping the pocket fives up front. Do with just 4 bigs, taking the jam spot on the button. And then Sean Winter says, look, bounty opportunity. I'm going to run it. 23 big blinds, and Jun beats him to the pot. So 2 million in the middle, 1.5 million side pot. Jun has won multiple double bounty opportunities in his last event. Can he repeat that here? King Jack 9. Do out in front. More annoyingly for Jun, Winter connecting with that 9 of clubs, so he's going to win the side pot as it stands. Jun looking for the upset. 5 of spades, 5 of hearts needed to send both these players home. They called the deuce, and the deuce came.
And Henry, a rare situation where 2 players are happy here as Du Jiao triples up, but Sean Winter also increases his stack, winning a significant side pot there.
Massive. Massive pickup there for Sean.
I think he covers everyone at the table too after this pot too, so it's actually, he's quite happy. That side pot puts him as the table chip leader, so.
Yeah, very important in a tournament like this, as any all-in gives you an opportunity to go bounty hunting.
It also forces everyone else to kind of get scared of your style, of your ranges, because you can afford to gamble, right? So one hand can change everything in any of these tables for pretty much even the chip leader.
Sean Winter. Ever dangerous player. Somebody who people like to say Sean Winter can make 6 big blinds look like 20, the way he can maneuver off of a short stack.
If there is a nuclear fallout, the only things that will survive are cockroaches, Twinkies, and Sean Winter. That
Put
man,
some thought into that.
I'm telling you now, I've never seen someone nurse a 4 big blind stack and make more money with less than 6 bigs than Sean Winter has.
A bit surprised to see Frederick fold pocket fives first to act, but I guess if he was to do anything, he would basically go all in, and then everyone would call. So,
yeah, 12.5 big blinds under the gun. Maybe just wanting a little more, thinking he's going to get called light. But certainly could have shoved it. Fun table we have here. Adrian Mateos, ever dangerous, sitting on a middling stack.
terrifying player to play against. So difficult.
Yeah, I think he has perhaps the best table presence of anyone I've played with. Always locked in, intimidating, physically intimidating, not in the way of somebody who's just massive in size, but he just carries himself with that presence.
Not the same table presence as Alex Foxen. He's intimidating.
He's intimidating in a different way, though.
Yeah, exactly. You have a feeling he can just beat you
Alex
up.
is more just straight physical intimidation, where Adrian, something about his quiet confidence, perhaps his stare down.
Yeah. You feel like he can read your mind sometimes.
Well, he's intense. He's just an intense energy.
This man, Juno Barra, very fun to play with, fun to watch.
Always colorful as well. I like his hoodie.
Agreed. Sean Winter's more of a neutrals guy, usually white or black.
Yahor is also a good friend of mine, so I'm going to be rooting for him. You know, I have to.
Okay. Yahor Dombruski, what can you tell us about him?
Look, online regular, plays a lot. Very good player, well studied. Very fun to talk to as well. Like you kind of like a teddy bear vibe. So yeah, I like him. A bit shy at first, but I think a lot of poker players are like that.
Yeah, poker players tend to lean introverted, I think, especially online players. Maybe people who play predominantly live are a little more towards the extroverted scale typically.
Well, especially if you play like private games.
Yeah.
Or PLO.
Yeah, exactly. It's a part of the game, right, to be social, but online you're just stuck in your own bubble.
Yeah, makes sense. Jim going to rip it in here. Belval with just 10.5 bigs. 8-7, not going to cut it. Be keeping tabs on the other tables, of course. Shout out to everyone watching over on YouTube. Hope you're all doing well. Let us know whereabouts you're joining us from, who you're rooting for. Got a very own, very Uzi in the chat. Big in the YouTube streets. What are you working on at the moment? You got anything you're cooking up from this Triton trip, or?
Mostly just gonna go back to streaming a bit. My wife and I are expecting a daughter in May, so I wanted to kind of just give it one last hurrah.
Yeah.
Have some fun. Come do my Triton stop like I've always wanted to do. But nothing, not working a lot on anything on YouTube. I did put a lot of effort in the last few months on 2 very big projects. Now I just want to prepare to become a father. Quite excited for that. Maybe I'll have a video about that experience after a couple of months.
Congratulations to you both, mate. Hope it all goes as smoothly as possible. And I assume you're going to just be taking time off from poker.
Yeah, I think it's necessary. I want to support my wife as much as possible. And everyone jokes about getting the daddy run good after. So all part of the big plan, you know.
Super exciting. When's the baby due?
May, end of May.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll be back here next year.
So no Triton Montenegro for you then?
No. But probably the next Triton Jeju, I'll be here with a baby. And
that'll be great.
Yeah. Bring the baby to the table every time I'm all in. Really see how it works.
I love how producer Lee just came into our headset with the most negative thing you can say to a parent to be. It's all downhill from here, bro. Thanks for that one, Lee.
Hey, the first few years are hard, everyone says, but it's all worth it.
Sean Winter limping in from the cutoff. Petrangelo getting a free look at a flop. I mean, he picks up the dummy end of the straight.
How many hours do you think these two have logged against each other in the Poker Go studio here on the Triton Tour, WSOP?
They've been playing for so long, too. I mean, it's crazy, actually. Over 12 years, at least.
And it's always interesting when you played with someone that long. Yes, you want to defer to theory in some ways, but you just build these dynamics, don't you? Sometimes there seems to be a player who always holds over you. Sometimes there's one who can't win a pot against you.
Yeah. I wonder if they kind of recall hands from like 8 to 10 years ago, or it's like too much has happened where they just remember something from only this stop, you know? Like,
yeah. I find poker players are one of two ways there. There's some who can just recall every hand they've ever played, and there's some who can't remember the details of a critical hand they played the previous day.
yeah, that's so true. A bit of goldfish memory sometimes.
Yeah.
If you had to guess, when do you think Nick Petrangelo's first live cash was recorded?
Ooh. I would say 2005.
I feel like 2002.
Wow, you're actually way off. 2009.
Really?
Wow.
$560 buy-in, yeah.
I wonder if he played more cash games prior to that. I feel like he was playing before 09.
I thought back in the days everyone played these like small buy-ins in Vegas, so kind of expected this.
Yeah.
Some of that to show up. Oh, interesting here.
So Winter played this a little bit sneaky, checking back the turn with the king-queen. Can he ever go for a value raise against this size, or what's the plan? Or is it just a call?
I feel like he has to go for a value raise, but I think it opens up the possibility to get bluffed. So it's really hard to go for it against some players.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's one of those spots where if you think your opponent is very straightforward and not capable of getting tricky, perhaps you go for that raise. Does feel like checking back turn, you know, you're missing out on a bit of value only calling the river there.
Yeah, but you did get absolutely the worst hand in his range to bluff, so, you know, you kind of forced a bit of extra money in the pot. And in these situations, actually, just winning that small amount puts a bit of a difference between him and the others at the table, which allows him, again, to gamble more for bounties. So he might be incentivized to just try and win a very small pot sometimes.
Yeah, very true. And probably a mandatory bluff there from Petrangelo with 4 high.
Yeah, you're not getting in with any worse hand than that.
Yeah,
so.
He actually played the board.
Thank you for the confidence.
Blinds going up.
Oh, we're going to see some fireworks now, I guess.
Yeah, we have Frederick Delval with 8 big blinds now. Du Zhao with just over 10.
Maybe.
Yeah, Frederick's strategy is going to be just trying to double up in any situation he can, I think, because you don't really want to just survive and make a bit of a pay jump, because the pay jumps are so small. All the money is mostly concentrated in the bounties.
On.
Nick just ripping in. Do sub 10. Got that triple up. Jack 9 of hearts. One of those ones now where it just feels like at this stage of the tournament, you want to start trying to put yourself in spots to win bounties. Get a double up, cover a few people, blind v blind, Jack 9. Is it enough? We are one off a 5K ladder, but how relevant is that to having a 20+ big blind stack and being able to claim a potential 80K bounty?
I feel like in regular situations, not even bounty situations, Jack 9 suited is a call there, but in this type of mystery format, let's say if he was to double up there, he actually starts covering 4 players on the table. So it is really good to go for it. I'm surprised to see the fold.
Yeah, credit to Nick. I mean, if he knows that this guy is just over-folding, then more power to him.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes if you realize the adjustments some players make, you can just kind of go a bit crazy. Some players just want to make the final table. It means to them a lot more than winning a bounty as well. It's kind of like an accomplishment to have.
I think a good point there that, you know, even in a normal tournament, you'd want to call Jack 9 suited a lot there, but it's the future game implications. If you win this pot, then now you cover people. Of course, you're not eligible for the bounty this time, but you'll have more opportunities in the future.
Exactly. And like Henry said, the pay jump was only 5,000. I mean, it's really not even covering the buy-in at this point.
Let's go, Frederick. Just ripping it in with a suited king.
But Petrangelo, pocket eights on the button.
Dream scenario. I would assume he would have called much lighter here. So like eights is like aces in this situation. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Is it going in for Mateos?
Of course. Yeah, 2 bounties. You know, a lot of value in the pot.
And he's got 34% three-ways. What a dream spot for Mateos with 2 bounties in the balance.
Wow, this is huge, not to state the obvious here. Nick Petrangelo, who started the day second in chips with the best of it.
I had key cards for everyone.
Thanks,
Folded
Sean.
8s. 9, 6 of clubs.
Hold on, because, whoa, is that Bernard Binder out the tournament? How? Looks like Seth Davies collecting chips.
Wow.
That's and another bounty for Davies.
That's crazy. Binder had like 1.3 million. We'll give you a recap on that hand at the conclusion of this. 765.
Mamma mia.
What a flop for Nick. Still needs to fade the same outs. In fact, needs to fade additional ones, actually. Jack on the turn, changes nothing.
Gives Nick the diamond draw too, though. Removing some outs from
wow,
the other
is this
players.
just too good of a board currently for Nick? It's going to be Queen of Hearts River, right? Every time, dude.
81 million.
Every time.
Unbelievable.
You just know, on that turn, the 10 of clubs is just mandatory.
Unlucky. I should call tighter.
Unbelievable river.
What a brutal river.
So a double elimination for El Conquistador.
I saw a little smile there from Adrian. It's rare.
Yeah.
Wow. 2 numbers. Is the same?
This is why this format is great. It makes even, you know, the most Stone Cold killers smile a little bit.
A little 10 of clubs, corner pocket, couple of bounties.
Now 3. Okay.
Minimum 80K extra in the bank there for Mateos. Could pull that 400K bounty tomorrow.
Right, so that hand that went down between Seth and Binder, it went Binder open cutoff off of 20 bigs to 100K with Ace Jack O. Seth 3-bet the button to 325 with King 10 of spades. Binder ripped it in. Seth just flopped top pair, second nut flush draw, river to flush, and that was all she wrote. Scooped a 2.5 million chip pot. He's up to 6.3. We're down to 15.
That is an unbelievable amount of chips right now because the table we're watching, the biggest stack is only at 1.6 million. I guess now Mateos has 2.5. Seth has 2.5 times that. It's crazy chip lead.
5 bounties for Seth. 4 for Allison, 3 for Dominicus, 3 for Adrian.
Down to 15 players. We will be redrawing when we get to 14. GTO Wizard. You can now analyze these exact hands in GTO Wizard to find the correct plays. It's the quickest way to sharpen your game, catch hidden leaks, and learn how to exploit your opponents. And we've seen a little bit yesterday, we had some GTO Wizard graphics coming up as well, suggesting what the Wizard would do in certain scenarios. Certainly one of the best tools for studying No Limit Hold'em, both pre and post flop, gentlemen.
I feel like now, 2026, I might not be the most qualified person to comment on this, but if you want to get good at poker, the tools are out there, and GTO Wizard really has created this like fun and kind of gamified way to just get good at the game. Like they've made studying fun.
Yeah, they've not only simplified it, but made it really, I would say, interactive for you to learn a lot of different things.
Yeah.
And before we used to have to use a lot of different tools and kind of merge them together to learn, but GTO Wizard just mixed it all up together, and it's, in my opinion, one of the best out there right now, and I've learned quite a lot from it.
Yeah, very user-friendly and easy to interact with graphically. Some of the other tools maybe felt a bit clunky, a little bit time-consuming.
Oh, gents, hang on. We've got our first mystery hand of the series.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
So once we get more information on the way this one develops, I think we should shoot it over to Ryan for his.
I'm not folding.
His take.
100%.
This will be fun. I know both players quite well,
Okay, so
and
we're
they have
calling
very,
or raising,
very
right?
interesting styles. Allison, in my opinion, is a really talented and very
Don't have a
aggressive,
time bomb,
creative
you know?
player.
This is the problem.
And Zlotnikov
If I
is
have time
exactly the
bomb,
same. So
three
you
bet,
were kind of
fold
having a nice
Okay.
clash of
Small card.
very tricky players.
Let's see how tricky they get. 7, 5 deuce, 2 clubs, complete brick for Zlotnikov. Although, given that this is a mystery hand, I think it's safe to assume that something quirky is about to go down. Maybe we just see the check back in position from the Brazilian.
I must give a compliment to Allison. He's a great football player. We've been playing a couple of mornings, and he's really, really good.
You've been playing here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Expected from a Brazilian, but he's quite good.
How many guys have you gotten together for that?
We're usually 8 or 10. We just play 5-on-5 on the smaller nets. It's a lot of fun.
Sounds great.
Mix of everyone. Different skill levels for sure, but we kind of make the teams quite fair, and it's a lot of fun. That's one thing that like you don't really see, I guess, about what the Triton experience is like, but you get to know everyone you're playing against. You see them in the morning. You do sports. You play tennis. You play spike ball, football.
Oh, hold on. Ooh. Take your spike ball elsewhere. We got some spicy check raising going on with the Jack 8. How do we feel about this combo, by the way? I guess some really fun turn cards.
Yeah.
If we do get called.
It's a really good bluff, for sure, because it blocks a lot of the continue range. It can still improve against made hands. Like you said, a lot of turns can add an insane amount of equity, like a 9, a 6. Would love to see a 9 if this gets to there, because... Yeah, oh, okay, all right. Let's go mystery hand.
A 9 just kind of feels like an automatic turn shove, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe not shove. You could come with something smaller, but feels like an automatic continue.
Yeah, exactly. ESBR exactly 1 now, so, you know, to keep in mind, there's not much room to do a lot. But the flush completer now makes it quite interesting, because he's supposed to check raise, as Zlotnikov's supposed to check raise a lot of flush draws on the flop. So now he wants to tell that story. I have a flush. Oh, I'm trapping with a flush. That's the story he's trying to tell.
A little surprised, are you, to see him slow down?
I think, you know, he's quite creative where he can even try to go for like a check raise here again. But I think there are parts of his range that want to slow play here. Let's say he had king high flush. You can just check that. You don't really need any protection. You want your opponent to bluff. This is why it's a mystery hand, huh?
So right away, do you have a type of range of hands you're putting Allison on? He bet the flop for a biggish size, called the check raise, check back the turn.
It's the button range, so very wide to begin with, and as played, like it could easily be sometimes strong overpairs. Let's say aces and kings with a club. It could be as well like a 5 that was betting for value but has to call check raise. A weak 7 as well that doesn't want to just go all in on the flop. I think when it goes check check on the turn, it's both ranges are very protected where both opponents can have flushes, can have even a queen. Zlotnikov is going to check raise queen 8 with the 8 of clubs as well, so he could be, you know, kind of trapping on the turn. To see a block bet on a river here is really cool because it is what you want to do with a lot of your range. Let's say you have a flush, you kind of want to allow a guy to bluff you. You also want to bet some of your pairs like this one, like an 8, so you still get a cry call from a 5.
Oh, get in the bin.
How much?
Wow. It looked like he almost snap folded, and then he's asking for a count.
And perhaps asking for a count just to freeze the clock. I think that's something you can do. He knows he's covered, of course. So now, Ryan, what are your thoughts?
It's such a difficult spot because obviously you're going for a value bet, and now you're like, wow, what am I doing in this spot all of a sudden? Like, I felt like I have the winning hand. I want to put some more money in the pot. He gets shoved on, and now he has to think like, what would Allison bluff? And I think like a really good bluff would come from like ace 4, ace 3 with a club that might have been good on a turn because it still beats a lot of like 8-6, 9-8, and all those bluffs, but now knows that on the river it's no longer good and has to turn ace high into a bluff. This is probably what Zlotnikov is thinking of. You know, he's trying to think of all the combos that could be bluffing and how many times he needs to be right in order to make this call, because, you know, you can see that he already put in so much of his chips and he has to call only 800,000 to basically win around 4 million.
Yeah, the price is very good, but like you mentioned, Alisson retains some very strong hands here. With that shallow SPR on the turn, he can definitely check back flushes as a trap. All of this going through Zlotnikov's mind. Which bluffs would bet the turn in Alisson's shoes? Which value hands would bet the turn?
Alisson could also have just, I mean, some two pairs here, some sets that were slow playing. I even think like ace queen with the ace of clubs is comfortably shoving for value here.
Yeah, particularly versus this size.
Yeah, so, and because the bounty adds more money in the pot technically, right? It's worth a lot of chips. You want your guy to call. Wow.
Oh,
great fold.
Great fold indeed.
What a great fold.
Alisson had a straight. Checked back the turn, not wanting to be blown off his equity if you bet small, and then a nice fold there from Zlotnikov, who had a compelling combo to consider hero calling with that jack of clubs in his hand.
Really interesting river. I've personally struggled with these type of situations a lot, where like you improve to a hand that you're like, oh, I feel good about it, and then in your mind you feel like this pot is owed to you now, because you're like, wow, I got the kind of a nice card that I've wanted, and now you have to all of a sudden fold. And this is where I think the elite players are separate from weaker opponents, is because they're able to still like not emotionally be connected to the hand, even though they kind of got lucky on the river, let's say.
I think that's a really great point you make, because I think we've all been there in those moments where you believe you have the best hand, you go for this value bet, you're feeling good, you're feeling confident, you're hoping they call. All of a sudden you face this raise, and sometimes we act a little bit too quickly or a little bit too emotionally. I've been guilty of it in the past. I consider myself a fast player, and sometimes I don't give enough time to really process the moment and figure out what I need to do. But you're right, the best players are able to distance themselves from the emotion and make the right decision in those pivotal moments.
Yeah, and it happens to pretty much anyone, honestly. Like I talk with a lot of these guys. We've all had these kind of moments where you just feel like you've done a big mistake. Had it myself recently in a big event where I made a terrible hero call just because I felt emotionally connected to the hand. It's like the first time I saw nice cards, I was like, I can't fold this, but it was a terrible play. And, you know, I think it takes time for us to learn from these.
It's okay, let it all out, dude. This is a safe space.
I'm here to vent and cry.
This is every poker player's kind of like therapy session. You come in here and let us know how you feel. We've got a question here and a donation from the basketball tutor saying, how do you calculate calling an all-in for a bounty when you're deliberating whether to call or fold? Is it an ICM calculation with your stack to theirs, or how do you make that calculation?
Yeah, you can calculate the value of the bounty by just basically taking the full amount of the prize pool that the bounty is worth. In this case, it's half the total prize pool. And then you basically divide it by the average stack and how many players are left. And I think usually at the start of this day two, like the bounty might have been worth around like at least 600,000 chips, I believe. And then it kind of starts, you know, becoming a bit more worth as you get closer to the, worth less because there's less players in the field. But in general, it's still worth quite a lot of chips. You have to always think of it in chips and not in the dollar value.
Clock is paused. And start again. Was paused.
Oh. And as we mentioned earlier, I was talking with Alex about how the different mystery formats are going to have basically different calculations. Right now we know that the 400,000 bounty is still in play. It's always going to be in play until the ceremony, so you don't have to change the math. You come into this day knowing that the bounty is worth this much chips and you kind of stick to your plan. But in some other type of events where someone draws the big bounty, you have to constantly do the math as you're playing, and that's really, really difficult.
Oh, we got a spin of the wheel here. Dominicus jamming, and we're not afraid, of course. Blind v blind, 13 bigs.
Like worst combo.
Not worse. Come on.
look
You
at
have
10
clubs.
Says he got called by the worst combo.
Worst combo would be pocket tens.
Pocket tens might be a little worse, but still
Yeah.
dominated with the ace of clubs in Wen's hand as well.
965.
I think 10-7 of clubs is Daniel Negreanu's favorite hand, correct?
Ask for a chop. Bro.
Wouldn't shock me, yeah.
It's 10-7 suited, but I'm not sure if
Yeah.
it was clubs specifically.
Keep it for later.
Not often we see Negreanu at the Triton festivals. He prefers to stay in Las Vegas.
Chop it up.
I will accept the chop. Come on, Dominicus.
6 for a sweat.
Oh,
okay. How about the 10 of spades, mate? How about just having 93% equity with one card to come?
I'm going to pretend I'm neutral and then I'm not really excited about this. Nice.
Holds, eliminates win. We're down to 14.
And you know what that means.
Do a redraw break. Man, they're really making life easy for us here in the booth. It's just been a day of calling carnage. It's like, oh, yep, he's all in. Oh, yep, that guy's called.
What? You have flash?
Just like that.
Another bounty acquired for Michaelitis.
We got something going on here, it looks like. Dan Dvoris. Involved in a hand against Aniszewska.
Two middling stacks, kind of fighting for a big pot here, it seems.
Hannes has, what, 2.1 million. Dan has 1.1 million. It went raised from Jessica on the button to 100k. Dan defended the big. Ace 9-7 went check. Bet of 115k call. Turn 8 of clubs. Check, check. Now the river. Can't quite see it from here. 4 of diamonds, so front door flush draw completing. It's 505,000 out there. Looks like a healthy bet. For 60% pot. And a quick fold from Jessica. So it makes it official. All the hands have concluded. We're down to the final 2 tables. Event number 5, 40k mystery bounty. Or do we have one more hand to play out here? Let's see. No, I don't think so. That's confirmed. So they're going to rack up. And there's going to be a redraw. So we're going to be heading to a break and heading into a redraw. It's Seth Davies out in pole position. He's playing 6.3 million. He's got 5 bounties. Second in chips is Allison, who we see here. He's got 124 bigs. It's pretty insane. Average stack of 46 big blinds. There's only 3 players with more than average. The third being Dominicus Michaelitis. We're stepping away just for a quick short break. When we return, playing down to the final table in this mystery bounty. We'll see you very shortly.
Just sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
And just like that, blink and you'll miss it. We're down to the final two tables of this 40K mystery bounty. I've got Alex Livingston and Ryan Chamis, aka Mr. Berryuzi, in the booth with me here as we work our way down to this final table. And just off air, we were talking about how deep stacked this is now, 46 big blind average. And gents, I kind of want to throw it to you. What kind of like adjustments can we see now? Because this is feeling more like a cash game almost.
Let's start with our guest, Ryan.
Well, so I've been playing for the last 2 weeks here, and usually when you make the money, everyone has around 30 to 40 big blinds. But this is crazy to see how everyone has, a couple players have so much chips compared to everyone else, but it makes it a lot more deep stacked. So nearing the final table, we're going to see kind of a different form of Triton poker, where someone with a cash game background is going to have a lot more like creativity and ability to make some really interesting lines. And we're not just going to see like a lot of all-ins. Clearly, we've seen a lot of those so far. So it's nice now we can see some really complicated, unique poker.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be as like liberal when it comes to bounty hunting, given that the shortest stacks have 17 bigs. That title, or I guess title, that duty belonging to Anatoly Zlotnikov and Ebony Kenny with 17. It's not like, I don't want to say it's difficult to get 17 big blinds in the middle, but it's not like a 5 big blind stack or a 6 big blind stack. It's a lot harder for that money to go all in.
Right, but still, you know, maybe we'll see more floating pre-flop, that kind of thing. We used to call it hood flatting, like some lighter hands calling if you're the guy who has the chip lead, because you want to put yourself in positions to win those bounties, even if it happens post-flop.
And at what stage do you think we'll start seeing adjustments where the actual prize pool element in terms of payouts becomes more important than the EV, the 80K EV of a bounty?
I think we're there now, because the stacks, the chip leaders have basically final table average, and now they have a much better chance of winning the main prize pool, right? So sometimes they might skip some really small situations against the shorter stacks because it's not worth it for them, and they don't really want to lose a lot of chips. I think we're going to see, I would assume, a bit less 3-betting, more flatting, because they just want to play more post-flop and then kind of realize their equity.
I mean, that's great for the viewers. It's great for us. You know, more street poker being played, you know, trying to outplay each other, outsmart each other with some of those plays that we saw just before the break between two of the bigger stacks. And yeah, kind of just gives people with more post-flop prowess, if you will, an opportunity to steal pots away. 48,000 is the current on-tap payout. 5K ladder if you can survive one more spot. But in terms of the difference in a bounty being worth 80K in EV, you would have to get 6th or better to make 80,000 from here on out in terms of payouts.
So there's a lot of money up top as well, right? So it's quite concentrated towards the top 3 positions. So everyone's kind of incentivized to play a lot more chip EV and not care as much about like ICM. And this makes it a lot more entertaining. Usually in these situations, from my experience in these final tables, everyone's kind of trying to ladder up. We won't see too much of that here.
interesting seat draws. Fortunately, well, it depends who you ask, but Seth Davies and Allison not at the same table. It's tough to kind of decide whether this is a rough seat draw for Dominicus or not, because yes, he has Allison, but he also has shorter stacks to contend with, 5 in fact, sub 30 big blinds, whereas on Seth's table, the shortest stack has 24 bigs, and then it's like a very healthy cluster. Hans Jeska with 43, Wang Yi with 43, Adrian Mateus with 40. So not going to be as easy to claim pelts over there.
I think if you're Michaelitis, you're pretty happy also because you have direct position on the chip leader, and you do have those 3 sub 20 big blind stacks we see there. Well, there's none on the other table.
I think the happiest person is Dominicus with this draw, to be honest. Like you said, position, really good opportunities to collect bounties for cheap because they don't have a lot of chips as well. And the other table is actually kind of like they're going to have to battle it out as well because they're all in the middle part of the leaderboard. And no one's really excited about their seat because Seth Davies just has 3 times as much as everyone else.
Yeah, might feel a little grindy over on that other table.
I think it's going to be a grindy frame.
I think even the short stacks are happy because they're all on the same table. They can still win each other's bounties. So in a way, like this red table is very pleased, which is rare to see in a table draw.
That's a hilarious.
That's a great point. They're all around the same stack. If any of them can just even steal the blinds, now they cover the other 2.
Exactly.
100.
I just heard Winter say how hilarious of a distribution this is.
Yeah, like I think this table is very unhappy with what's going on.
Queen 9 suited for Mateos on the button. Perhaps he wants to get involved.
All right, so Seth's going to get out of there. Heads up to a flop.
Would have been interesting to see what Seth would do with something like 6-3 suited, because he covers both and he still kind of like wants to play a lot of hands.
One would have to assume that this hand is over and done with, unless Dan decides to check this one over as the covered stack.
Ryan, at all surprised to see Dambruski fold 6-5 offsuit there in the big blind, or you think just a function of the ICM?
A bit surprising, I guess, because I think he doesn't cover anyone, so stack preservation is very important, and it's going to be really hard for him to continue towards turn and rivers when there's these 2 stacks that are going to put a lot of pressure on each other. So usually hands like 6-5 do quite well because they're not dominated by the opening or the flatting range. But probably you want to go with more suited hands, I would say.
Also not the 2 easiest players in the world to take on here in Dvoris and Mateos.
Exactly.
As Dvoris, by checking here, picks up the c-bet out of Mateos.
Let's assume Yahor did call. I mean, just think of this spot already. It's so grimy for him, right? Like,
yeah,
he's going to check. He's going to face small bet. Dan can still check raise. So it's really, really difficult to continue with those type of hands.
Great point. Ace of clubs hits the turn. This will hit some of Mateos's flop stabs, perhaps.
Interesting to see that Dan is taking time here, maybe thinking like he could have a leading range in with some part of his range, which is true. He's gonna have a lot of ace queen, ace jack, even like ace 5 suited with backdoors, but generally it's just gonna go check check. Interesting card.
Yeah, when Adrian checks back the turn, a lot of the time it's going to be associated with some type of showdown value. Could be a king, could be a weak ace, could be a pocket pair.
Adrian is always capable of just finding a unique play, so it's not like we can just think that the hand is over here. He's definitely capable of finding bluffs.
Perhaps that's part of the reason that Dvoris checks this hand over. I think against some opponents he just want to go for value here. But maybe he wants to induce something out of Adrian.
You know, in my nightmares, Adrian Mateos just stares me down through a dark window.
Adrian looks like he has
330.
ominous thoughts on his mind. This will not work.
This will not work. And I would assume Dan is going to just call.
I think so too.
Yeah, it's really hard to get called by worse by shoving. So yeah, really well played by Dan, protecting his range and extracting quite a lot of chips that now puts him second in chips on the table. Still very far from Seth Davies, but a bit of breathing space for him.
Yeah, nice covering, you know.
So perhaps
5
just a
other
nice,
players.
nice recognition of the type of player he was up against and going for the check there. Do you think if Dvoris had come with a block with something like 20 to 30% pot, Adrian might still have come over the top?
I think that would make it harder for Adrian to bluff, because then obviously it's not only going to cost more, but he's obviously going to be up against a range that wants the value bet. Because when you block on the river there, you're basically saying, I can have an ace, I can have obviously like a protected 2-pair, maybe straights, queen jack suited, and you want to get a little money in, right? So I feel like if Dan was to bet 25% on river, probably Mateos would have just folded, and maybe would have preferred doing that type of bluff with something like Jack 10, because you want to have something that blocks queen jack, but it's really important to also block the 10, because you don't want Dan to have pocket 10s.
That's a good point.
You don't want him to have king 10 or ace 10 as well, right?
So the type of combo you use as the bluff obviously matters the type of range you might be up against, and those ranges change if he faces block. Some great analysis here from Ryan Shamas, our guest for the next little while.
What happened to the good old days where ranges didn't matter and you just stare a man down and just be like, nah, he ain't got it. I'm
But
all
these
in.
guys, I think what makes them so special is most of them, they have that in them, right?
They do,
Sometimes
yeah.
they just say, screw the ranges. I don't think this guy has it, or I think this guy does has it. You've seen some big hero calls and big hero folds, of course, in these tournaments over the years.
From my playing experience here in Jeju, to be honest, I've seen a lot more of that, because there's kind of like a new breed of players, like a lot of new players from Asia that have discovered poker in the last few years. And they kind of have that hood poker, like that street poker. It's so fun to play against them because it's really wild. The hand basically never ends.
It's great when you have that clash of player types, right? Some players who are so focused on the theory, the blockers, others who just operate off feel, a style that was popular for many years until we found these computers and this technical analysis.
Exactly, and I think a lot of the players left in this field are actually quite experienced, where they did come from the era where it was a lot of feel type players, you know, kind of like making your own strategies, and then a lot of them started learning through solvers. Like, this is my experience as well. I was playing a bit of that hood street poker, especially in Florida in my younger years, and learned quite a lot there.
I think it's the best way to develop a foundation. I think the best players learn the game off instinct, then find the tools, and then figure out that middle ground of integrating the two.
Exactly, I totally agree. Very interesting hand here, because both players have a nice piece of the board. And
I need a tissue.
one thing to note is that we're up against a chip leader out of position. So he's playing obviously a lot of hands, and usually in this type of situation, Davies wouldn't have many hands that connect to this board. But when you're a chip leader, you're gonna raise 8-6 offsuit on the button like no problem. You know, even open 9-4 suited and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, it's a good point. So this board belongs to him a little more than it might ordinarily. And at this point, does Jeske have kind of a bad hand to bluff the river with? You want your opponent to maybe have one of these draws?
Yeah, I think it's... You generally don't want to have like a high spade, because it does block a lot of Seth's folds. Let's say Seth is going to call queen jack, king queen on the turn all the time, especially with a spade. He's going to check it on the flop as well. So you having that makes it less likely for him to have a hand that just folds against the bet.
Yeah, I think just a nicely played hand from both there.
Yeah, I think, you know, not much else could have happened, I think.
Seth Davies on the hunt for a title, in pole position here. Really got just stiffed in that 100k short deck, was chip lead, with, I want to say, like 10 left, closing in on the money bubble, which was 8 paid, and then just lost a couple of brutal hands to go out in 10th. Tell you what's not brutal, our title sponsor, Jupiter Exchange. You can head on over, trade on real-world events. You can use the stable coin for on-chain finance. Jupe Global doing a great job of bringing everyday finance on-chain. Head on over to jupe.ag. Did you ever trade meme coins?
Oh, I feel like I'm too old for that. I never really got into that because I like to do things that I understand. And for me, if I wanted to try something new, it mostly was in poker, like some new strategy.
Or perhaps in tennis.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know my tennis game.
I
I've
know.
definitely tried a lot of things there.
This guy is the spin master.
I was telling you when we were playing pickleball in Thailand, right?
Right. You were saying he can even spin it in pickleball, which seems harder to do, no?
Yeah, it's a lot more effective, though, because it's very uncommon. Yeah. It was a lot of fun playing with Henry.
Do you have any tennis opponents who have just quit playing you because they're so sick of dealing with this?
Yeah, Alex Ponikovs.
Ponikovs?
Yes, Alex does not like to play me anymore,
Okay.
especially before any big events because it just tilts him.
It tilts him too much, yeah.
Yeah.
I could see it being a style that frustrates people.
Yeah. He sometimes actually punishes himself by playing me. So in Bahamas, he punted like a really big spot, and then he was just angry at himself. He's like, let's go play tennis. And he's like, and he told me, like, don't go easy on me. And, you know, it's rare that I get an opportunity to play someone as that I admire in a game where I can just like toss him around and like a little child. So I loved it.
Do you always beat him?
Yeah, most of the time. But he's gotten much better.
Winter here elects to min bet. Thoughts on ever just checking back when you have the board this crushed? Do you feel it's just a little too obvious in this under the gun versus big blind scenario? This board is just too good for you?
Exactly. I think that's what a lot of people like understand. If you start always checking this hand, then everyone's going to know basically what you have. So you need to try to extract some value. But also your bluffs are so cheap. So, you know, if we don't see his cards and he does this and it works, you'd be like, wow, that's still a great play. You bet the minimum and you won 300,000. That's great.
Elsewhere in the room, that 60K has started. Early chip leader over there. Lei Yu. 40 runners so far. Very early doors, though. Very early doors. You see the likes of Chidwick, Ben Tollerine, Juan Pardo. Some absolute heroes over there.
Jesse Lonis second in chips.
Yeah, just a lineup of legends in that one, the 60,000.
It really is. I'm scrolling through. Not often you just recognize pretty much every name.
Very curious to see how the likes of Jeska Zlotnikov handle the pressure. Jeska's got 20 seconds left on his shot clock. Dombrowski's got 2 seconds left. Zlotnikov's got 11.
Wow.
So they're just praying that they don't get put in a tough spot before the final table because they are short on time.
It's kind of part of the strategy for the other players too. Like sometimes you know that you can get away with maybe like a sneaky creative bluff because they don't have a time bank.
It's a very good point. And you have, as a player, you have access to everyone else's time banks right at your fingertips. Of course, the players do get some amount of time. Ryan, can you tell us what that is? Is it 20 seconds before the clock kicks in?
Pre-flop is 15 seconds, and then on the flop it's 25 seconds. So you do have a bit of time, and then it kicks into the timer. And I really like this feature. I believe it's the first time they've implemented it here, and it has changed so much because of how it used to be with the time bank chips. There was kind of tricks people could do with how they throw it in, and that's completely gone now.
Exactly right. The old system was maybe a bit clunkier. Triton always at the cutting edge with these new ideas. Nice to see it implemented, and I think it'll just be a thing going forward.
I hope this gets applied to basically every live tournament all over the world. It doesn't seem that complicated. We've already seen the use of iPads pretty much on the tables all the time.
Yeah.
That's kind of all you need in a poker room nowadays to basically run this type of timer system.
You'd have to have some way of knowing everyone's time. Maybe that's just another app similar to the way Triton Poker Plus has it.
Yeah.
So that you don't have to look over it at the times from the dealer.
Exactly. I think the way it is here, like you can see it at the table all the time, but then also through the app when you're tracking your own table, it shows what the timer is, and it reminds you as well like how much you have. And I just really, it's great to see them find these things that we never even thought of being implemented into live poker, because this was mostly like an online feature, like, oh yeah, I have a time bank, it's very normal. So they're really advancing the general like ability of what you can do in live poker nowadays.
Yeah, every year things seem to get better and better. It wasn't that long ago that Big Blind Ante didn't even exist, right? Everyone had to ante individually, and then you'd have these confrontations. Who forgot to ante? And there was a famous one between Prahlad Freeman and Jeff Lissandro. It's on YouTube.
Yeah?
Yeah, I remember that.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, really? It's
Yeah.
actually
It's good.
He gets really tilted, Jeff Lissandro does.
Yeah, both of them do, right? But particularly Lissandro.
Because both got like kind of like felt like they were being accused of lying, and then it's crazy because it's over like the smallest amount of chips early in a tournament.
Yeah. Are you a golf fan, Ryan?
Not very much. I play sometimes.
There's a famous confrontation between Miguel Angel Jimenez and Keegan Bradley that for some reason just feels like the golf parallel to that battle between Lissandro and Friedman. This is probably a very niche reference that maybe a couple in our chat will recognize. If you know that one, let us know.
I feel like there's a correlation between golf viewers and poker viewers.
Definitely, yeah. And the poker community seems to be getting more and more into golf in general.
Yeah.
Golf and tennis.
Ebony's got an ace, small blind.
This is going to go in most likely. It will be very interesting to see what the big blind's decision is. So he covers.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. He covers.
This is a spicy one, isn't it?
So if we recall, actually, he folded Jack-9 suited earlier when he was covered in a similar situation, right? When Pietrangelo went all in with 9-7 offsuit. This time it's different because now he covers, and I would like to see if this is what changes his calling range. Like, oh, I can win a bounty, I will call much wider.
So we're not on a pay jump at all right now. He's guaranteed $48,000. You know, the mystery bounties on average are worth $80,000. For him to jump up another $80,000, you have to go all the way up to 6th, but he does fold it, Ryan.
A bit surprising. I feel like he's supposed to call there. Again, pay jumps don't mean much. You really need to start gathering quite a lot of chips to make a deep run in this tournament, and I mean, you need to take some of these spots, but you just have a direct opportunity to win quite a lot of money, possibly, with this mystery bounty.
Well, I think the other thing to take into consideration is now Kenny covers him.
Exactly. And this is the table that, like I said, all the short stacks are kind of happy because they kind of cover each other. And this was the dream scenario.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine when the redraw happened, you're like trying to revisit the situation. You're like, man, I'm one of the short stacks. I want to make this final table, but oh, look, I can actually maybe win 400,000.
Yeah.
And at this point, I mean, 400,000 is, I believe, more than second place or close to second place money. So it's quite a lot of money that you could have a chance of winning.
Yeah, that's right. Second place going to go home with 478,000.
And every time Alison Pakiewicz folds, must feel like a green light for Dominicus here.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, and he's playing a limping strategy, which is quite interesting. So he does cover everyone, right? Which you would think like makes him want to just like raise and apply pressure. But in reality, he's still playing for the bounties. And he wants to keep everyone in the pot. When he just calls, he lets the big blind in as well.
That's a good point, and you can always cooler somebody with a hand they might not have called the open with.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if Du Kiao decides to, pay just 25,000 to see a flop. No,
he seems to be taking the conservative routes in a lot of these situations.
Yeah.
A man you shared a final table with yesterday, Patrick Antonius.
Antonius put a nasty beat on me yesterday. Really hurt my soul.
He flops best. He said that.
What a legend he is. We have to just
Oh,
say that.
It's
Yeah.
He's just so up there on the list of all-time legends.
Another guy who has that just physical intimidation at the table, I would say.
Yeah, he's always had it too. I mean, like I grew up watching him and just been like, man, I never want to play against this guy.
Yeah.
And yesterday he's sitting right next to me, and he's actually like really nice and warm.
Yeah.
Like we talked a lot. We share a food
sure
intolerance.
he
We
can
both
see
have a
if he
gluten
wants.
intolerance,
Yeah,
and he
you
was
hold
telling
it
me all these like tips. You know, and it's really nice of him. Like I wish I had this earlier in the trip.
He would see, because you open very high and this way.
I tried to cheating with my coach, so.
No, I'm sure you're not aware, but a lot of people are not aware.
Yeah, I got it.
Antonio's just wants people to muck their hands kind of lower so no one can see the cards.
Yeah, very fair request. Allison just limping in, 10-4 of diamonds, just wanting to give himself opportunities to find a bounty.
Yeah, we spoke with Nick Petrangelo today in the gym, and he was talking about how a lot of these chip leader spots where you just get to limp the deck. Seems like Allison is obliging.
Let's see here. I think this is going to tell us a lot about how Duke Yao likes to play. All right. So he wants to just see a flop. Some people might take the all-in situation there because it's not a terrible spot. Oh,
what about this one?
I mean, very playable hands in the blinds and the button.
You know, wouldn't be crazy just to rip it all in here for Obara, but perhaps just, you know, too much hand. Maybe he just goes 350.
When in doubt, just go all in.
1.7.
Well, the fact that Allison is even considering this.
This is unexpected.
Perhaps just posturing, but perhaps such a big chip lead at this table that he's actually considering a gamble. 10-4 of diamonds, though, feels quite dicey.
I don't know, man. You can make a few straights. You can make the famous
can make flushes.
7-card straight.
You can make a pair of fours, and that's going to be good against the ace-king.
The 7 cards.
Yeah, you can make a 7-card straight flush. What about Duke?
It would have been interesting, let's say, if Duke Yao went all in and Obara shoved as well, then maybe 10-4 suited would make sense, because now you're playing for 2 bounties.
2 possible bounties. Now, if he wasn't going to jam this hand himself, I certainly don't think he's going to make the call covered.
Yeah. He fits so far the player profile that's kind of just playing very, kind of like, I would say, risk averse.
Yeah.
Jen's always got a massive smile on his face. Absolute legend. 17-way pot over here. So we head back on over to the blue feature table.
A couple of pieces in the board, too.
That's trouble developing for Adrian. Top pair, although with the nut low kicker 5 ways, I don't think it's going to be going broke.
Dambruski opened with a limp here, and it just led to a limping train, something we saw a little bit in the short deck tournaments.
This is not a short deck tournament? Yeah. It's been definitely felt like it. I guess the 10-3 offsuit is a dead giveaway.
The 3 and 4 on the flop as well. Flop check through. Mateo's top pair, no kicker.
Also, he covers him, so something to keep in mind. Although it's quite unlikely this would end up all in unless the river is exactly the Queen of Hearts.
.580 out there. Brovsky with the best of it, 93%. Make that 100. value on his mind still? No, just going to check it back, play it safe.
Very tough value bet on a river because a lot of 2 pairs, a lot of straight draws. Good check. And now he covers Mateos. So let's say if he went slightly smaller on the turn, he wouldn't cover Mateos. And I wonder if this is something he considered.
So as we kind of anticipated, pace of play really slowing down here. We got to the final 2 tables so quickly. Average stack of 38 bigs. We've got the runaway train. Seth Davies playing 6.7 million, good for 112 big blinds. As the blinds go up to big blind 60k, some people feeling the pinch. Zlotnikov down to 11 bigs. Du Kiao playing 12, Ebony Kenny playing 14.
You called it, Henry. It's been a very grindy frame so far ever since that 2-table redraw.
120.
You've seen these limped pots, bobbing and weaving. Not a lot of big ball poker being played.
Yeah, it's in no one's incentive to go for it. So everyone realizes that.
You sleep? Did you sleep last night?
Sorry?
Did you sleep?
Only 3 hours.
It's a bit like a secret gentleman's agreement right now where like
Cash game win.
all the players are like, hey, let's kind of like keep it tidy. Let's wait till some of the short stacks bust. We can all make the final table. This is mostly between like the top 5 stacks, I would say. No one else is into that agreement.
Yeah. It's an exclusive club.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, you played?
Oh, you played too?
You guys are sick.
They really are.
Yeah.
Sounds like Wang Ye slept 4 hours.
They played cash last night? Is that what was being discussed?
Yeah. No comment from the booth.
Nice to be 30.
I mean, there's so much poker here every day. It's really tiring. Crazy to see how some of these guys are still out there doing it every day. And they're not aging.
Dude,
How is that?
In Montenegro, Wang Ye was playing our private game that we streamed. It was 2K, 4K with an 8K squid.
I mean, I can't.
And that was on the back of a tournament day. So we would do the tournament, and then at 12 p.m. we would go live for 2K, 4K with an 8K squid, and he'd just be in there, dude. And then he would get 3 hours sleep, and then just rock up and play day 2 the next day. I mean,
that's unbelievable. I would love to have that type of endurance. It's been 17 days here of just struggling, to be honest, and still getting 8 hours of sleep.
Or just the bankroll to play 2K, 4K, 8K squid.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to require the swings and squid.
That's a big game.
Yeah. I assume you build the bankroll by also sacrificing sleep, so, you know, me getting 8 hours of sleep is probably why I don't have the bankroll for that game.
Well, you got a baby on the way. I don't know how long that 8 hours of sleep is going to last,
yeah,
my
I was going
friend.
to say, dude,
I'm
enjoy it.
Exactly. I'm trying to take it in as much as I can right now.
Yeah. So where are you living right now?
I'm in Montreal.
In Montreal, okay, yeah. I'm in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia, so not too far from you.
Yeah. We've both escaped the winter, I guess, to come here a little bit.
Yeah, actually, my fiance and I went to Houston for a few months, so she's still in Houston, and I'll join her there when I get back, and then we're going to drive back to Nova Scotia in early May.
Oh, nice. And that's when it gets really nice as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's when it starts to get nicer. So we got away for a few months. As Mateos, King-Queen offsuit facing this under-the-gun open from Winter. What's the play here, gentlemen?
This is really difficult because Sean can also have limping range in this spot. So when he opens, he's basically saying, like, I have a stronger range than usual.
I like the fold. One thing to think about is you could sometimes play a small non-all-in 3-bet there with a hand like that. But in this format, when you're covered, perhaps you're too worried you're going to induce more shoves.
Yeah, exactly. But also, like, your 3-bets don't work as much because you're allowing your player to basically see a flop, right? And they're supposed to see a flop extremely wide because you're busting you out of the tournament is worth at least like 900 to 1 million chips right now.
And I think that Mateos also doesn't think that Winter's the type of player who's going to get super out of line off of his stack size under the gun. So nice disciplined laydown. Devora is covering Winter, of course, wants to see a flop.
I think if this wasn't a mystery bounty, we would have most likely seen a 3-bet from King Queen offsuit there.
Just a small one, right?
Yeah, exactly, like 4.5 to 5 big blinds.
Yeah.
Sean was chewing on it.
195.
Sean going for a big bet here. And most likely going to work.
So you're flying back home tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly. It's my last day. That's why I have my vacation shirt on.
You got the final table picture as well. You get to post on Facebook. For
I mean,
you know, there's relatives at Christmas and Thanksgiving, all that stuff. They're like, "Oh, so how's that poker thing going for you, buddy?" It's
exactly.
Like, you get to post that final table picture and say,
"I'm framing that
yeah,
picture."
Exactly. Here you go. Uncle John,
I obviously wanted more than 9th place, especially when I was chip leading with 12 left. But I think that's one thing I've realized here. It's like you can't come in to Triton expecting that you're owed anything. Like you really have to grind out even when you have the chip lead. Like I made a couple of plays I'm not really happy about, but I watched how a lot of the smaller stacks just ended up like staying alive and then ended up winning the tournament as well. So
yeah,
it's very different from online where you just can kind of, I don't know, easily catapult into the top of the leaderboard and just win the tournament. Here, everything is difficult.
Yeah, you can't come into Triton feeling like you're owed anything, and I think that's just generally true in poker, right? You know, sometimes people go on a run for a while and then they feel like they're entitled to keep winning, and you know, you're never owed anything in this game. You always have to work for it.
Yeah, exactly.
This game will build you up and break you down 1,000 times over.
So many emotions throughout the strip, but this is what you're supposed to kind of like work on coming to Triton is like your emotional strength. And all these players, every single one of them has been through pretty much everything you can think of. And, you know, it's one of the main reasons why I think people don't show a lot of emotion at the table, because there's no benefit for it. Like you want to keep yourself kind of contained.
Well, 9 of Spades window card was a bit of a tease for Jessica. Ace 9-5 is all won. The Ace King. He is covered. If he takes this down, he will be the man that covers Hans.
And you're right that a lot of the top players don't show emotion as much anymore, but that's what kind of makes it fun when they do. And we've seen a little bit of it here, you know, specifically when you win a big pot to either win a tournament or maybe to get heads up. It's kind of fun to see a little bit of emotion let out, because there's some players who will just give you nothing.
Yeah, I think as a viewer, because given I watch a lot of these, I do like when people are showing kind of their true colors. But I think we have to kind of accept it can go both ways. If you want someone to be excited, well, you also have to be okay seeing someone get, you know, angry or frustrated.
Yeah, very true.
But for some reason, we kind of vilify some of those people. Like, hey, come on, you know, you're a professional. Like, keep it together.
Guys, we got a little
float ski.
Well, no, not even.
Oh, a raise. Okay.
Hannes Jeshka.
Not going to work against this hand, but kind of a nice combo with all these back doors.
Hannes showing his aggression here. I've played a lot of spike ball with him, and he's quite good, to be honest.
Aggressive in spike ball
yes,
as well?
He's so aggressive. He's really good.
5 seconds.
Sometimes you can see in sports how people are going to play in poker.
Nice to see him here on the Triton stage as well.
Really big winner online as well. He's done very well recently.
He's part of like Fedor's crew, right? Like,
I believe so,
Mario's
yeah.
crew.
He won one of the big 10Ks online recently for like 400,000. So he's been on a good heater and just been very like consistently a big winner online.
Yeah, he had a deep run in the Triton main in Paradise, came 13th in that one.
Oh, that's true.
It's the one that your boy took down.
Yeah.
What's one you think? Is he just thinking, okay, I'm happy with the money out there. I don't want, you know, the 10 of clubs to roll off. I'm just gonna click this back.
One of those spots where maybe you're a little more likely to re-raise out of position than you would be in position.
Yeah. So he does go for the click.
And it just
instantly works. Yeah. Interesting.
I wanted to see a turn. Can we rabbit hunt?
Henry, there was a shout out for you in the chat that Jean-Philippe in the YouTube chat, his uncle used to play poker with you in London.
Okay.
And he was an old school player, Alvaro Carvalho.
Yeah.
Does this ring a bell?
It does ring a bell. Yeah, that was, wow, what a throwback, dude. That was like when I was, broke and trying to make it. Yeah, I do. He's a very nice guy as well.
Ooh, we have a very big pot here. Wow.
Ping-ponged over here. And it looks like...
This is for close to chip lead.
Just don't see how we can fold a ace queen.
Very realistic, like very regal hands. Given the positions, dealer versus small blind.
So a single raise pre-flop. Flop went check, check.
And it wasn't a 3-bet pot.
No.
That's what makes this quite interesting. So like both ranges are really wide and I guess protected. Both opponents can have flushes and all the full houses except maybe top of the range for Mike. Yeah, so really bad run out for him, unfortunately. Especially holding the ace of diamonds.
So is it Michaelitis? Is that the correct pronunciation of his last name?
Mykolaitis.
It is Mykolaitis, okay.
Yeah.
I think I was doing it right before, but then I heard you call him Mike, and I thought maybe it was...
He likes to call himself Mike. I mean,
okay.
It's Dominicus, but he tells everyone to call him Mike.
Okay.
Yeah. He likes to pretend he's American. We always joke that he's Lithuania's best basketball player. So he's really into the basketball scene. Always wearing those jerseys as well.
So the only thing really developing there from that little frame was that big pot we just saw go down, because prior to that, Dominicus had been keeping tabs on Allison. That near 2.2 million chip pot going the Brazilian's way, so he's regained the chip lead.
Tight at the top, but look at that drop between Seth Davies and Dominicus, or Mike. With less than half of Davies' stack.
I feel like we're going to see some all-in calls soon. I mean, even over on the blue table, a couple of rejammable stacks. The pace of play really slowing down.
The short stacks have really run out of time. I mean, they both have like under 10 big blinds, and Duke has waited very patiently for this exact situation.
Yeah, this man has been patient, but certainly time to make a stand.
Yeah, and I mean, this can get very wide. I think, yeah, here we go. Wow.
So Obara here has the type of hand that would love to get all in against this short shove, but he's only got to worry about all these players behind him as well, doesn't he?
Exactly, and he's covered by both, right? So Allison now can have a very interesting spot with a lot of...
Oh, okay.
I mean, this is
a great spot to Hollywood, right?
I mean, we're living in Allison's dream right now, I think.
Wow. So there is the call.
He actually didn't bother Hollywooding too much. It's a spot where he'll have some very interesting decisions. Zlotnikov.
Wow,
Yeah,
this is actually...
covers.
He covers due.
But I really don't think he can call here.
No, because he's covered by those other two players, right? So he'd have to beat both of them and beat due in order to collect that bounty, which feels like a difficult parlay.
Exactly, and actually what's interesting sometimes in these spots is like a hand like...
Well, he's put it in. He's put it's a four-way all-in.
Oh, wow.
Allison's got aces for 3 bounties. This is to get us from 14 to 11.
Juno Barra can only laugh.
Everyone's blocked.
This is crazy.
How the fuck is
71% for a triple knockout?
Crazy. 4 ways. 4.5 million. Allison's going to have like 10 million chips with 32 million in play. He's going to have a third of the chips with 11 left if he just holds.
And not only that, but look at the card sharing going on. One of the 10s dead in Obara's hand, 2 queens out.
What a dream spot. I mean, this is... Every poker player literally wants this spot, especially in a mystery bounty.
Thank you.
Well, the dealer's just having an absolute field day trying to figure this one out.
I think last year Obara is the one that was in this spot with aces. Like, you know, he must have had these type of situations.
Yeah,
a lot.
I think
Now
he
he's
won like
took
three.
like 17.
Yeah.
He won like 3 4-way all-ins or like 3 3-way all-ins. Here we go. Club.
Ooh, a flush draw for Obara, who could collect 2.
Does it continue? Does the run continue?
9 club.
Looking for running jacks.
You want a club? Let's do 3.
Jack of clubs.
Running
Okay, it's okay.
queens.
Jack of clubs.
King of spades, clean for the aces. Zlotnikov drawing dead.
Oh, my deuce 5 of spades is what I have.
Duke out with 1 out. Wow. We're down to 11. A triple knockout for the chip leader.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a triple KO, guys.
It's
I mean,
rare.
that's rare. You see them online sometimes just because you see so many hands.
Yeah. But they're usually like 7-5 suited, and like, you know, it's never just aces with completely dominating the 3
Have you
other
ever had that
opponents.
with 11 left? 165.
Yeah, actually,
So
I did like a
Zlotnikov
10K
will
final
get
table
that
split,
5K
like
ladder as he had
200.
Dukiao covered
Yeah,
only
that's your brownie
just.
that you got knocked
So
someone out.
Dukiao going
Yeah.
home with 48,000 from the prize pool. Zlotnikov with 53,000, Juno Bar with 53,000. So everyone getting 2 ladders, courtesy of that triple KO. Down to 11, 61,000
Truly.
guaranteed.
By the way, guys, Ebony was reminding everyone she had 5 deuce suited. She would have scooped that pot.
Yeah. I don't think she covered anyone, so she definitely couldn't.
She
really
covered
gamble.
2.
She did. She covered,
she covered
against
2.
Zlotnikov.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
And do, but I mean, still covered by another 2, 5 deuce.
Well, I was going to say, Zlotnikov's call is like really tough because a lot of the time with Queen Jack, you're dominated in that specific scenario. Like, it might be even better to call with like 8-7 suited or something like that.
Right.
Just really wanted to gamble for that bounty, and well, it led to some very entertaining poker for us. So the Brazilian, 165 big blinds. He has a third of the chips in play with 11 left. He just picked up $240,000 in EV. And well, now he's got 7 bounties. And he's just loving life. Chip lead, 7 bounties. That's what?
Life is good, and we have our over-under at 10. He's the leader with 7. It's looking kind of, could be a little dicey for me here, Henry.
You want to buy out?
No.
All right.
I'm a gambler. I'll stick it out. By the way, we're on just a tiny break here while they balance the tables. Wang Ye moving over to that red table as we went from 7 to 4 players though there, so we'll now be 5 and 6.
Wow, the blue table now actually is even more annoying for them because, I mean, again, kind of the big stack, the second biggest stack from the blue table went to the red table. All those middling stacks are still kind of having that gentleman's agreement. Like, okay,
yeah,
come on, let's make it to the final table.
Yeah, I feel like with this current setup, there's going to be such an insane imbalance once we get down to the FT, where it's looking likely that we just have the 2 runaway chip leaders and then ICM jail for everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
And how wild is it to see someone at this stage of a tournament with 165 big blinds, gentlemen? I can't recall ever seeing that at this stage of the tournament.
I agree.
Outside of something like the WSOP main, where the average stack already is around 60.
But really rare for the Triton structures because most of the time it's around 50 big blind average, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, what a spot he's in.
He has triple what third in chips has going. He has more than triple. Wow. Here we go.
It'll be really fun to see the action on that table. He's just going to be playing 90% of hands.
90% of the deck announced.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, here we go. Another all-in for bounty number 8. Allison against Patrick. Alex, do you want to buy out for $15?
I will not buy out.
Hey, he hasn't won the hand yet.
I've got faith in the big slick for the Finn.
What's really actually interesting here is that Allison is supposed to just play a lot of calls in these situations because he wants to keep in the other players, right? So his 3-bet range is actually going to be very polar, and I wouldn't say very honest, but he's definitely going to find some bluffs. But it's a lot more protected, I would say.
I don't think I've ever seen a heater like this, dude. If he holds here with the hooks, he's going to have more than 33% of the chips in play.
I'll take a chop.
8 bounties. He's asking for a chop. All right, 4, 5, 6 of spades. Come
How
on.
are we gonna find that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.
Sean Winter just looking like a Patrick Antonius lookalike in the background there.
Or I'll... Which knife? Spades. Oh, spades.
Jack high flop. No. In fact,
not going to be a chop.
Doesn't want a jack. That would give Patrick Broadway. 2 overs still working for him. 2.9 million in the middle. 9 of spades on the turn. Remove the king now. That would give Allison the king high straight. 1 to come. Can he convert? 5 outs once. No, we're down to 10.
Unbelievable.
The rich get richer. Picasso, it's over 10 million now.
You mean over 10 million? Bro, over 11 million.
Over 11, excuse me.
It's just like so
Mind your business,
insane.
milk.
Watermelon.
The
if
average
you go
stack
back
is
3
56
hands,
bigs.
if you go 3 hands, Allison had 5.5 million.
That's it. No,
He
like
won against
milk
Dominicus, that
and
pot with
what
10
else?
mighty
Like bread
diamonds.
pudding and
Then aces,
an omelet.
then jacks.
No,
But this madman had a glass of milk.
Okay.
It's really rare
Alright,
to
so this
see
is
the
good,
chip
clean
leader
living,
double up
you know.
in 3
I am
hands.
vegan,
This man
so
has almost
I can't
200
have-
big blinds nearing the final table of the tournament.
All right, last chance. Buy out $19.50.
I can't do it. I'm too much of a gambler. This is like, you know, I used to play ping pong against this one friend of mine, and he was so much better than me, but I would always say yes to the double or nothing because I'm just too much of a DJ.
I love it.
So you want to double the bet, is what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm going to pass on that.
No, they're going to bring us to play.
Ryan's now thinking he's found a
No,
new
I
guy
was
to do
like-
prop bets with. He's going to try and get me to put
Sounds
20
like
bucks
bringing
on
us
every
to the big
tennis
blind.
match we play going
I
forward.
mean, you kind of set yourself up there by
yeah.
telling me this ping pong story.
Well, we'll have to get a game in this summer.
Tennis? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You're going to do WSOP or is
Unfortunately,
it,
no.
yeah, right. So
it's daddy time, so
okay.
I'll be away. But
next Triton or whatever, whenever we see each other next.
I'll probably be on no sleep, much heavier, slower. So it will be a good match, I think.
Yeah.
Probably 8.
I need to work on my game.
So it is going to be a final table of 8. We're just waiting for the rebalance. Oh no,
Still at
Seth
10.
Davies being taken over to the red table.
Oh my god.
That is just... What is going on, dude? So now Dan Dvoris, who's 5th in chips, is the chip leader over on the blue table.
Yeah, what wonderful news for Dvoris is he now is able to cover everybody. And things could get spicy on the red table, gentlemen.
This has just been an absolute roller coaster of a day, as we kind of expected coming into this mystery bounty. This is
format.
the type of run that dreams are made of.
It's such a fun format because imagine being 2nd in chips with 111 bigs, deep in a big tournament, and somehow you actually have a lot of pressure on you, right? Like these are really unique situations that don't happen often.
Well, lads, I want to ask you, what changes now on the blue table that the overwhelming chip leader has, you know, he's been taken away?
I mean, it feels like they're all gonna have to continue that secret agreement because there's gonna be a lot of fireworks on the other table because Ebony is so short that all of the other players are incentivized to go after her bounty, so they know there's gonna be a bust out really soon. So
what the?
No.
I mean,
we're living in a sim, as they like to say.
Slap me, because I really think we're in a dream. Oh my god, this does not. This is crazy.
This is bad news for your buddy.
I mean, it's probably gonna be a limp. Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, you would hate to see an ISO and some type of limp re-raise, and then he levels himself.
Seth probably has queens in the big blind. Wow. Okay.
You got one of the cards right.
And again, like limping, right, is the play here. But for sure, for someone that does understand the format really well, it might look weird for the chip leader to limp kings into the second and chips, big blind, right? But you really just want to keep everyone else in the hand.
Well, Seth fades the queen high flop. Michaelitis fades the 9 high flop. Fortunately for both, they just whiff completely. I can't recall the last time. I think this stream is maybe going to go viral. Some of these clips over the last half hour or so going to be doing the rounds on social media.
This is the worst that Allison's run all tournament, not getting either of his opponents to flop a pair.
Poor guy, I mean.
I think this small bet could just get it done. Although perhaps Michaelitis, for this price, wants to continue in some fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he has a backdoor flush draw, not flush draw as well. He can still easily be ahead because Allison is supposed to limp. I mean, I don't really know the exact range, but I would assume he's supposed to play around like 60 to 70% of hands here. Like any 2 suited cards, he's just supposed to limp.
Yeah. He can definitely have the best hand. He's got some playability with that backdoor flush draw. Seth had nothing.
Ay, ay, ay.
Now, perhaps a little bit of trouble for Michaelitis.
Yeah.
Luckily,
this pot shouldn't get too big. It's, you know, it's not like Allison can ever just like bet 3 times the pot here or something like this. We have to think of overall ranges. You know, it's a limped pot. Everyone has a lot of hands at their disposal, I guess. So you can't really just go crazy and start betting too much.
At all surprised to see him check there on this dynamic board?
It's quite I mean, it's a really good check, actually, because he obviously is really at the top of his range, and he would love to make this pot bigger. And he wants his opponent to bet like a 10 for value or a draw, and then he can raise.
Instead, Michaelitis makes a nice check back with the ace-9. Perhaps not wanting to face that possible check raise.
Exactly. Also, we have to keep in mind that Michaelitis is 3rd in chips in this tournament right now, and he really wants to make this final table as well. Like, he's in a really good situation. So he does not want to really reopen the action and make the pot bigger than it should be.
Makes sense. 8 of diamonds completes the board. Allison
285.
Going to go for a medium-sized value bet here. 2/3 pot or so. Feels very difficult to fold Michaelitis' hand here. You could maybe even beat some value bets.
Yeah, it's around pot, actually. Very close to pot, like 90% or so.
I think it was 285 into 410.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. That's right.
So you could potentially even beat like a king-9 suited or something going for value. So
exactly.
I don't think there's any folding. Usually in these spots against good players, when you can beat value bets, you know, there's going to be enough bluffs as well.
They're laughing because they just can't believe that he's had like aces, kings, jacks back to back.
Later.
Whoever the dealer is, Allison just should give him a big hug.
Yeah, it's been just a
I mean, look how much chips he has. Just like
coloring up some of those whites and blues.
Yeah. He couldn't even do the color up because he got kings, right?
Yeah.
Like,
He's got, even the tournament director at the floor is smiling as he does that color up there.
That's so funny. I love when the staff sometimes even realize like something odd is going on. You know, it's just like, oh, this is crazy. Like this guy's just like running so hot.
So the average stack is 2.9 million, which is 48 big blinds. Only 3 men are over that average. Michaelitis, Davies, and Pekaksowicz.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such an anomaly because of how much chips the chip leader has. He's going to skew this whole average stack thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
And Davies himself, over double average.
And this, I want to see what's going to happen here.
He just lets it go.
It's this is a spot where, let's say if he was to limp, Allison could probably like go crazy and just like 7x raise or something like that. And this type of scenario happens a lot when you have the chip leader way ahead of the second in chips. Like, he can just apply so much pressure in position.
Oh, they're going slow, huh?
Where can people find you, Ryan? I know you're not the type to do a shameless self-plug, so I'll do it for you, because one, I remember when I first discovered your stream, I was like, who on earth is it? What has he got in the background? And there's a rooster, and there's theatrics and noises and all sorts, and fast forward to now, big fan, and I think plenty of people out there. Hold on, let's just, let's see, because I feel like this is going to be a spin here.
This could be, I mean, I would assume Allison is going to call with pretty much anything.
And is it just always jam to get? Yeah, there we go. Mikolai's out there.
He can just really put so much pressure on Mikolaitis. And he actually has a disgusting situation. If this happened when there were 18 left, Dominicus would have called. Because he's not that close to the final table. But now the main prize pool does actually really come into play.
He knows that Allison is jamming any two.
Yeah. The thing is, even if Allison turned over his hand, Dominica still has a really difficult situation.
Let's it go. Folds the best of it pre. Great news for Ebony. She's got 67%.
Could be making back-to-back final tables for her.
Would be great for her. #1 female player on the Triton all-time money list.
Had one of mine? No. Hers? No. Okay. Smaller. I'll take a chop.
Loving life here. It's tough to chop this one, the Jack 10 and 8-6 interaction.
What do you think? He's just going to flop straight or something, you know, the way it's going?
Yeah, that's exactly. I was about to say, Ebony's got 67%, but it feels like she's only got 25 somehow. And, well, you know, okay. There you go.
Yeah. Wow. It would be too suspicious if he flopped the straight. So let's just give him the draw, you know. Yeah, he has 48% equity all of a sudden.
Max entertainment value on today's stream. Oh, wow. It just turns her dead. Wow. Doesn't even have to wait for it.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're right.
Holy shit.
GG, Ebony.
Good luck, everyone.
What a run Allison is on, and commiserations to Ebony, of course. Doesn't pick up a bounty.
Why people
Does
don't like
add another cash to that impressive Triton track record. 61,000 for her. Got it in good. That is all you can ask. And also starting to post results quite consistently. So clearly doing something right, and she's got to be really proud of her game right now.
Very weird, that seems
Yeah.
I played with her
like
a lot yesterday.
Have average
Actually.
stack,
She's very,
you have
very
4 average stacks.
Yeah, it's crazy.
9 left. 13 million for Allison.
He's nearing 40% of chips in play.
Yeah.
Kind of cover all the left.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. That is fine, but I'm not sure. Maybe it might be a call.
I think he could sit out for like 2 hours and probably finish top 3. Like that's how much wiggle room he has. He can just go and have a dinner right now.
Maybe I should. We'll see. Yeah. I mean, you have like 44.
They're discussing Dominicus'
I don't know.
hand actually, like what he should have called with.
So it's hand for hand, right? No, wait. No, wait.
Yeah, it should be hand for hand.
No, they said 7. They said 7.
It's FT of 7, not 8.
See?
It's weird.
Come on.
Oh, there you go. Just heard Seth saying it's FT of 7, not 8. So we're going to have 2 tables of 4. That's even worse news for Seth, actually, being at that table with Allison.
Yeah.
He wants to get back to
the ante is going to be bigger, actually, when they're 4-handed, right? So it's like 25% ante, technically.
It's kind of spicy, 2 tables of 4 in an event like this. Opportunity for fireworks.
I wonder why they've done it that way.
Creates a lot more action, I think. And usually what happens is that the two tables are both going to have a commanding chip leader each, but we're just in this really rare scenario that all three of them are on the same table.
I mean, almost all four of them. Wang Ye's in 5th by just 2 big blinds.
Yeah, this table right now is just kind of like playing a game of hot potato. They just kind of keep throwing it to each other. Like, no one really is going to want to bust because it's really not in their incentive. But I think Yahoo is the shortest. No, it's the second shortest. So there's still a bit of a bounty on this table for sure. Like, Mateos is quite short. He has 10 big blinds.
Dan is the table captain over here. 2.6 million covering both the blinds. Does he just want to rip this in?
Very difficult situation.
Wouldn't be crazy at all.
Yeah.
Mateos in the big blind
There it
only
is.
has 10 bigs.
Yeah, Winter has a lot of pressure placed on him now. Oh my. I take it back. There is no pressure.
Sometimes the cards just make things easy.
This is, I mean, he's loving this.
Adrian with an ace.
My God.
But the problem for Adrian is not covering either player and knowing how strong a hand Winter needs probably to call this spot.
This is where we might see, like, just simply how good he
Yeah.
is. Exactly.
Do
He
we
doesn't
flip?
even think about it.
I have good news for you.
That he's just quickly folds. Honestly, just shows how good. Like, this is elite.
He's so elite, yeah.
I
It's
think
elite.
Winter just needs such a strong hand to call here, doesn't he, for 25 bigs?
Exactly. Like, Winter also called quite quick, where it's not like he had something like ace-8 suited where he might think about it, you know? So it does kind of simplify the ace-9 decision.
See if Dan can run like Allison. Not on that flop. Going to run a runner. As clean as it gets for Sean Winter. Oh.
Wow.
What a turn card.
Winter acknowledging.
Not like this, surely. Surely not like this.
Not like that.
And now he's the table chip leader.
By quite some margin.
1.1.
I don't think Dvorak really did anything wrong there because, you know, the small blind needs such a strong hand to call when covered. And you even don't mind too much if Mateos makes a light call because now you've got an opportunity to pick up a bounty.
Exactly. And even if he had lost Mateos, he would still have around 1.9 million. He would still kind of cover everyone at the table, right?
Right.
That's why he basically just kind of has to go all in like he did.
What do you think the bottom of Winter's calling range should be there, given the dynamics, given how wide Dvorak might be?
You know, one thing to keep in mind, Sean Winter hasn't won a single bounty, so I'm not sure if it makes someone call wider or not in this spot, but I feel like 8s is a snap call. 7s and 6s are going to be like quite close.
Yeah, I think I'm calling 7s as well.
Yeah, 6s is really interesting, but also if you think about it, like even 6s is quite okay with it because you're not going to face any hands that dominate you. I don't think Dvorak would be shoving 7s plus ever.
Agree with
but
that.
he will shove a lot of 10-9 suited and stuff like this.
Yeah.
But the future game implication is that if you win that pot, you are now in an amazing situation. You cover a lot of people on this table, and you can go into this final table potentially with quite a lot more chips and ability to win some of the bounties, especially when you haven't won a single one yet.
Yeah, great spot now for Winter at this table. Of course, once we get 2 more eliminations, we will converge to that final table. But for now, Winter gets to be the bully. Mateos, rewarded for folding the ace-9, picking up the 2 10s.
It is worth mentioning, I mean, I don't want to say worth only 15,000, but the current ladder is 15K. These bounties are still huge in comparison to the on-tap payouts. Everyone guaranteed 72,000. Next payout will be 87. And we could be there if Jessica can convert this 33%. Don't think he's ever folding a suited ace, even against this really tight range.
I feel like even actually Adrian's range here wouldn't be that tight because he's the shortest and he's gonna, you know, he's gonna definitely shove sometimes like King 10 suited and stuff like that.
Cards on their backs as expected. On this table is where the action is at.
Sean Winter folded an ace, so we can keep that in mind. There's slightly less outs.
One of the greatest to ever do it, Adrian Mateos. Can he hold here? 2 more cards to fade. Queen for a sweat is fun. All right, 5 to chop it up. Ace for the win. Doesn't find it. Mateos is going to get the double.
Not the man you want to double up if you're somebody else in this field. Very dangerous with chips. All right, guys, without looking, we've got 9 players left in the field. Who do you think has the most time left on their Triton tempo clock?
You're asking us or the viewers?
We can ask both. So the viewers feel free to type in your numbers, but also turn to you guys.
I'm going to say Sean Winter has the most.
Okay, Ryan, any guesses?
I feel like someone that doesn't have a big stack would probably be the one because they've just had simple decisions most of the time. I think I'll go with Mikolaitis.
Okay, the answer was Sean Winter.
Yeah?
Wow.
Yeah, you nailed it. He's got 4.5 minutes on his clock, and it's actually Mateos who's just behind him with 4:12.
Mateos is going to be my second pick.
120.
Sean Winter, normally somebody who does play quickly. He's kind of one of those weird guys. He makes most of his decisions very quickly, and then all of a sudden you'll see him tank for 2 minutes sometimes.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, too, is that, you know, that was a really good trivia question because we know that Sean Winter hasn't won a single knockout, so probably a lot less likely to have used the time bank if he hasn't had any situation.
Mateos goes with non-all-in 3-bet here. The type of hand that ordinarily you would make this play with a little more scary in these bounty tournaments where you might get shoved on a bit wider.
Really, yeah, super interesting spot.
Ace-8 offsuit. You're just cooked by the value range, but you have some fold equity and bounties in play. What do you guys think here?
I mean, out of position against Mateos. SPL is going to be, what, 1 going to the flop if we call?
No, but jamming is another
jamming
option
is an
too,
option,
right?
for
Because
sure,
even
yeah.
if you get called, but he does just fold. Of course, usually when you jam a weaker ace there, you want it to be suited, of course.
It's rare to see like the middle stack, the shortest stack go after a chip leader in these situations, and that's probably what Sean Winter's thinking. Like, would he really, you know, go after me? I have a lot of chips, so you would expect a very strong hand.
Makes some sense, yeah. Of course, Mateos, good blockers in his hand to make that play.
Seth Davies, second in chips, eh? 14.5 million in Triton earnings. Obviously, very famously backed up the truck in Montenegro last year with 2 second-place finishes. And the first place in the 50K collected over 6 million that trip.
And Sean Winter, by the way, won this exact tournament in Jeju last year for $935,000 plus $140,000 in bounties. Three-way affair here.
Seth has also been making really good content recently. I have to kind of give out a shout out for that.
Yeah.
showing us behind the scenes of the high stakes community. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. It's not often you see someone that plays this level of poker, these types of buy-ins, and it's been refreshing recently. Mario, Seth, you mentioned your boy J.A.
Osmus,
Jeremy Osmus,
yeah. A lot of these top-level players starting to produce content as well. I've talked quite a bit with Brad Owen, who was kind of one of the pioneers of that YouTube content. He's still putting out lots of good material.
Shout out, Brad.
It's something that's really hard to do when you're also playing at this high of a level.
Very true.
I think they deserve a lot more respect than like. I really think the whole community should really appreciate every bit of content they put out and support it, because it takes away a lot of mental focus from them when they're playing at their, you know, highest capability against some of the best players in the world.
Absolutely.
Got a bit of a hand developing here. I mean, it feels like a nothing burger, but Seth opened on the button, picked up 2 calls, including the chip leader out of the blinds. Went check, check. Seth continued for 130 and got 2 calls. And now on the turn, he's turned the dummy end of a straight draw. And I wonder if that is enough for him to fire again. No.
Yeah, I think the problem is that you always still get called by Jack 10 there, and then if you do improve, you're actually just coolering yourself.
Your boy Mike has trips.
Yeah, just avoided a lot of outs. He actually has kind of the weakest range because he's in the big blind, so you'd expect a lot less like him. He's not really supposed to have a lot of aces.
Does that perhaps give merit to extending the rope to Seth Davies?
Yeah, I feel like these are really peculiar 3-way spots when you have a guy with so much chips, you know, like I feel like if you were to try to put this into a solver like GTO Wizard, it might just break, because when does the small blind ever play?
Right.
80% of hands.
Yeah, you'd have to do some serious node locking.
Exactly. And then, yeah, he's finding a big value bet here. Oh, half pot.
Allison thinking of putting on the cape here with king high, not king high.
Still beats every draw, but, you know, Mike bet into 2 players here on the river.
Exactly, yeah.
He was thinking about it. The blind's going up. I believe I just heard 40, 80, 80. Average stack dropping down to 44 bigs. Only 2 players with more than average. Short stack now belonging to Dan Dvoris and Jaro Dambrowski.
I actually only just realized that this is the 4-handed table. Basically, the top 4 in chips.
Correct.
Are playing 4-handed.
Pretty much.
It feels like 2 different tournaments going on.
Oh, you didn't? It is 2 different tournaments. We've named this one the Allison Show.
Yeah, a lot of short stacks on the other table. Only Sean Winter really feeling healthy on the heels of that win with the pocket 10s. Ace 10 suited is a lot of hand here for Dominicus.
I don't even know what you're supposed to do here.
Yeah, I was wondering myself.
650.
I mean,
such a difficult situation.
Felt like a lot of options were on the table, including maybe just ripping it, but
it's crazy because, I mean, you know the other table is really short.
Yeah.
But I think it's way too strong of a hand. And Allison is just like raising nearly any 2 cards there. I mean, not any 2, but like he's going to be raising like 70% or something. So you know that a lot of time he's just going to fold, so you're just picking up easy chips.
And Allison might flat a little wider than normal given the bounty considerations, but king 9 off still one of the worst hands to have in that spot.
Exactly. But I think also you have to keep in mind that Allison does not really want to play a lot of pots against these stacks that could kind of give him a little dent, because especially Dominicus is going to be on his left.
More brownies, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he does have a folding range.
Yeah.
20 big blinds.
Requires very specific cards.
You need this final table.
If you're a new like viewer tuning in right now, you would think this is the final table.
Right.
It just looks like everything like it looks like it's a final table.
Pocket sixes for Wang Ye here. Just under 30 big blinds, facing a 2.5x open. And he does move in. It's always nice when the guy raises 2.5x, as it's a little more to take down if you can get this one through.
Take it down, he does.
So Allison currently has 9 knockouts. Your bet was 10, correct?
Yeah, I'm basically buried. No, we're at 10 was a push.
Was it?
Yeah, 10 was where I undered. So,
so you got a little sweat. Okay.
Yeah, I win on 9 and push on 10. It's not much of a sweat at this point, given his overwhelming chip lead, but you never know.
Well, lucky for you, he's not on the other table where everyone's short, right?
Right, yeah. Silver linings, I suppose.
There's a world in which like he gets three-handed without claiming another pelt, and then
I'd kind of need him to just get cooler against one of the other big stacks, but I like Allison. He's a nice guy. I can afford the 20 bucks. I'm not going to root for his demise.
Interesting. Going for a limp.
Yeah, just covered by those stacks in the blinds. Thinking he doesn't have much fold equity anyway. Wants to get in there.
I mean,
it's almost comical just how many top 10 starting hands this man has been dealt.
It's unbelievable, actually. I mean, it's only been in the last like 30 minutes or so. Like,
yeah. Well, he had a bunch even before you got in the booth.
Yeah.
In the beginning stages, it's just been hit by the deck.
in spots as well where people are just expecting him to be super aggro and he just actually has the goods. That's the insane part for me.
Yeah, I think Wang limping here makes a lot of sense as well because he really also wants to make the final table. So trying to play small ball poker, if you want to call it that, is a very sound strategy.
Ooh, okay, spicy.
What a flop. 2 overs, open-ender, backdoor hearts for Wang Ye. We could see a confrontation here, gentlemen.
Depending on how aggressively Wang Ye wants to play this.
Versus big bet here. If you feel your opponent has some bet folds in range, very tempting to just move in as a semi-bluff here. Of course, calling in position completely fine as well.
A hefty bet, that's for sure. It's putting a lot of pressure on so many hands.
Kind of a polar bet at this point, right? Indicating that he's going to have some hands to check and that when he does bet, he can use this larger sizing.
Exactly, yeah. I think a lot of his value just wants to charge draws and put in as much money in the pot as possible because a lot of his value comes from overpairs and they want a hand like 8s, 9s, and 7s to just have to put in a lot of money in.
And look at this card.
Wow.
The Deuce of Hearts. It's a card that should expect to be a little bit better for the buttons limp calling range, I suppose, although it's a little unclear, isn't it? Maybe not. I'm rethinking that given the stacks and the bounty.
Yeah, I feel like actually Allison might have more like bluffs pre-flop.
Random 4x, yeah.
There's not many limp calls from Wang that have a 4 except ace-4 suited and pocket 4s. I don't think he's limp calling 5-4 suited.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I take that back. But if Allison was just to shove here to try to deny equity to these draws, goes for a smaller bet. Now, if you're Wang Ye, do you feel you have fold equity here? You have so many outs against everything.
Yeah.
It's tempting just to go for a jam.
It's crazy, actually. I feel like after a big bet on a flop, it's really hard, in my opinion. Oh, wow. He does go for it.
Allison's going to chew on this one. 1.5 million, 3.9 out there.
I think he's just, he sees enough possible semi-bluffs.
Wow. Was this just like half the deck? Not quite, but you know what I mean. Any 4, 9, or a heart.
You still managed to get it in. What? Still managed to get it in when everyone's like, biggest
Do we
deck.
really think Allison could possibly lose this?
Yeah. He's good for us.
The way things have gone.
I mean, we all knew
It's hard to imagine.
We all knew the deuce of hearts was coming on the turn just to make sure that Wang does put it in. The way it's going.
Huge.
And it's really nice to see this close-knit Chinese community at these events.
Yeah. Really tough players. The chip leader of the 60K is in there, actually. Yulei. He's in the rail, so looks like he's taking a little break.
Hopefully he's on break, not just
I mean,
missing
sometimes
hands.
you want to just support your friend.
Yeah, I respect it.
Man, is this the unraveling of the Brazilian? First man to really inflict damage. Wang Ye doubling up. Now third in chips. It's going to have, what, 5.5 million?
In the other table, probably all wanted Allison to win that pot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Looks like you
Especially
can.
given that you got Dambrowski down to 900k, Dan Dvoris playing 800. Looks like
how many bounties?
Hans Jesker is being brought over to this table.
Yours is the lucky one, though. What number?
Keep it fair and balanced.
What number was yours?
Very unlucky.
Do you remember your
Hans.
number?
I've seen 4-way all-ins before.
They shouldn't rebalance these things, I think.
They shouldn't?
No, it's random. I mean, it's a draw. So.
It's not like it's going to be that long.
I agree.
Sean calling for the... I mean, Sean's got 45 bigs. Adrian Mateos second in chips at this table with 14. So Sean could just jam and it covers all 3 opponents.
All in?
All right.
Dan's all in. Sean doesn't want to do it.
Call.
This man does,
Oh.
though.
Who covers who?
We can flip, right?
it's
He covers him
close.
by
It's
15,000.
15,000.
So close.
15,000 is
That was very...
a quarter of a blind. It's unbelievable how important it is. All
I don't know. You went over there, and then you came back, and then you went all in. I don't know what that means.
I think it means I'm going to win.
Sean always with the
I think
superstition.
You think that too, you just don't want to say it.
I just don't... We'll see. Never seen that before.
Dan Forrest in rough shape here. Needs some help from the deck, and well, I tell you what,
It's not a good start, right?
it's pretty much all over. Needs running 8-10 for a chop,
He
or
covers?
No.
running
he
fives,
should cover,
8-6
but it's very close.
Oh, yeah.
for the win.
By 15? The ante's not deducted from there?
So how much do you have just to make?
Yeah.
So this is 5.
GG's. Dan Dvoris out in ninth. We're just going to make it official. But,
Okay, I have 805. All right. GG.
wow, yeah, covered by 15k. The man fresh off of his third. Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on.
Oh.
Hang on.
I'll take a chop.
How?
He just had queens and then got queens again.
You should ask for the same board as last hand.
There's 11 million.
Yeah.
There's a third of the chips in play right now.
This was a raise from Wang Ye, 3-bet from Pekowski, shove from Ye, and look at this flop.
Alex, did you jinx this? You called it. You literally said you need him to lose every all-in.
This would be one way.
Ooh. Oh, no.
Close but no cigar. Jack, 10 or a 6. Otherwise, Allison's going to go into the final table with half the chips in play. And he'll collect his 10th bounty. Can he find it?
Wow.
Unbelievable.
You're out.
That's a really big all-in with pocket tens.
And I can't say I blame him.
It's four-handed. Chip leader is going to be really aggressive. It's a really tough spot.
70 big blinds.
That's the first time in the
Wang Ye
tournament
out in 8th, 87K, and well, just like that, we're down to the FT. And there are some people at that final table who are probably surprised. The likes of Adrian Mateos, who's managed to sneak his way in.
I think
14 bigs.
His bounty, your bounty.
And Jeska making it through with 15 bigs. But how about our chip leader? 186 big blinds. Good luck, lads. Good luck to the likes of Yahro Dabrowski, who's going to be in ICM jail, Mikolaitis, Sean Winter. All of these guys basically going to have to play whatever game Allison wants to play. He's going to be dictating the pace of the final table. We're going to be heading for a break as we set the stage. Going to come back, play down to a winner, 709,000 plus those bounties. Everyone guaranteed 120,000 so far, and I want to take the opportunity to thank our guests. You know what it's like to make a final table of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Congrats on your run yesterday, and thank you so much for giving us your time, my man, and best of luck with the wife and the baby, and we'll see you soon.
Yes, sir. It's been great having you on board.
Thanks a lot, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Guys, we'll see you in about 10 minutes' time. Don't go too far, because Allison could end this in the blink of an eye. We'll see you very shortly.
You hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. Fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
with another set against a top pair, top kicker. Most of the money went in on the turn. Oh my word. Wow. That's brutal.
Unbelievable.
A 2.5 million chip pot.
How good is the Brazilian run to start today?
64 big blind pot. That's just disgusting.
Over 90% equity there for Paul on the turn. Got it in great. But our founding player, Paul Pua, the Malaysian, is out in 22nd.
Well,
brutal. And Henry, as we near a break coming up, tell us who we've got.
Stacks. The pace of play really slowing down.
The short stacks have really run out of time. Really, I mean, they both have like under 10 big blinds, and Duke Yao has waited very patiently for this exact situation.
Yeah, this man has been patient, but certainly time to make a stand.
Yeah, and I mean, this can get very wide. I think, yeah, here we go. Wow.
So Obara here has the type of hand that would love to get all in against this short shove, but he's only got to worry about all these players behind him as well, doesn't he?
Exactly, and he's covered by both, right? So Allison now can have a very interesting spot with a lot of.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this is
a great spot to Hollywood, right?
I mean, we're living in Allison's dream right now. I think.
Wow. So that is the call.
He actually didn't bother Hollywooding too much. It's a spot where he'll have some very interesting decisions. Zlotnikov.
Wow,
Yeah,
this is actually
covers.
He covers due,
but I really don't think he can call here.
No, because he's covered by those other two players, right? So he'd have to beat both of them and beat due in order to collect that bounty, which feels like a difficult parlay.
Exactly, and actually, what's interesting sometimes in these spots is like a hand like Queen.
Well, he's put it in. He's put it's a four-way all in.
Oh wow.
Allison's got aces for 3 bounties. This is to get us from 14 to 11.
Juno Barra can only laugh.
Everyone's blocking.
This is crazy.
How the fuck is
71% for a triple knockout?
Crazy. 4 ways. 4.5 million. Allison's going to have like 10 million chips with 32 million in play. He's going to have a third of the chips with 11 left if he just holds.
And not only that, but look at the card sharing going on. One of the 10s dead in Obara's hand, 2 queens out.
What a dream spot. I mean, this is... Every poker player literally wants this spot, especially in a mystery bounty.
Thank you.
Wow, the dealer's just having an absolute field day trying to figure this one out.
I think last year Obara is the one that was in this spot with aces. Like, you know, he must have had these type of situations.
Yeah,
a lot.
I think
now
he won like 3.
To collect 17?
Yeah.
He won like 3 4-way all-ins or like 3 3-way all-ins. Here we go. Club.
Ooh, a flush draw for Obara, who could collect 2.
Does it continue? Does the run continue?
Zlotnikov looking for running jacks.
Jack
of clubs. Running queens.
Jack of clubs.
King of spades, clean for the aces. Zlotnikov drawing dead.
Oh, my deuce 5 of spades is what I know.
Duke out with 1 out. Wow. We're down to 11. A triple knockout for the chip leader.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a triple KO, guys.
It's
rare. That's rare. You see them online sometimes just because you see so many hands. But
yeah. But they're usually like 7-5 suited, and like, you know, it's never just aces with completely dominating the 3 other opponents.
Had that with 11 left? 165. Yeah, actually.
So
I did like a
Zlotnikov will get that 5K ladder as he had Duke Yao covered only just.
That you got knocked someone out.
Duke Yao going home with 48,000 from the prize pool. Zlotnikov with 53,000, Juno Barra with 53,000. So everyone getting 2 ladders, courtesy of that triple KO. Down to 11, 61,000 guaranteed.
By the way, guys, Ebony was reminding everyone she had 5 deuce suited. She would have scooped that pot.
Yeah. I don't think she covered anyone, so she definitely couldn't.
She
really
covered 2.
She did. She covered against Zlotnikov.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
And do, but I mean, still covered by another 2, 5 dues.
Well, I was going to say...
What third in chips has going? It's more than triple. Wow. Here we go.
It'll be really fun.
Well, welcome back to what has arguably been one of the craziest runs that you'll ever see at the Triton Super High Roller Series as we welcome you back. Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. The dream run, Alex. I think every poker player ever who's ever registered a tournament has just dreamed of just like waking up with aces for a 4-way all-in, waking up with queens when my opponent's all-in with 10s. It was just... He just had to click the call button.
I think even in the first hour, we were talking about how nicely Allison Pikiewicz was running. Everything was just going his way, and it just continued, Henry.
Yeah.
I mean, with resulting in that pocket queens versus pocket 10s there at the very end for the, by far the biggest pot we've seen this tournament. And he's already racked up 9 bounties.
10.
Excuse me, 10.
Yeah.
So you're free rolling, my friend, in our little side bet.
Do love a free roll. But coming into this, no free roll for these players. I mean, 57 big blind average. Everyone looking at that top prize of, 709,000, guaranteed 120. Sean Winter, the only man without a bounty thus far. Very similar, by the way, to his performance where he actually took this event down in this card room a couple of stops back, where he only picked up a couple of bounties in that, even though he won it outright. So just his kind of like style to not clash.
It feels very Sean Winter, doesn't it? We've talked about how this guy can make 6 big blinds feel like 20. If there's anyone who could win a tournament like this without collecting a bounty until the very end, until the heads-up duel, it would be Sean Winter.
Now, all eyes are going to be on Adrian Mateos. He's got 14 bigs. Hannes Jeska's got 15. So I guess we're going to be keeping a pulse on them, see if they make a move. Maybe trying to outweigh each other. And for Hannes Jeska, the only bounty opportunity would be coming from Adrian being all in. So.
Yeah, one thing to think about is that the pay jumps themselves are starting to get significant now. For a long time, we were dealing with very small pay jumps, and it was more important to think about that bounty value. But, you got to start thinking about these pay jumps now that we're at the final table.
That's right. The next ladder being worth 45,000, and obviously the further we get down, all the way to the champion of 709,000. Everyone will be back tomorrow to try and pull that top bounty prize of 400,000. Let's throw it down to Luca Vivaldi for this final table introduction.
Event number 5, the 40K No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty drew 160 entries. We are down to a final table of 7. Tomorrow we're gonna find out in the Mystery Bounty ceremony who's gonna pull the biggest envelope, the $400,000 envelope, and one that contains absolute zero. But for now, we're competing for $709,000 for the winner, glory, and this beautiful trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. PC number 1 from Belarus with 1.7 million. Please put it together for Yegor Dombrowski.
Well, talking of dreams, what a Triton debut for the Belarusian as he makes his first final table.
All smiles.
PC number 2 from the US with 3.6 million. Please put your hand together for Sean Winter.
He really looks like he could be a villain in a Bond movie, doesn't he?
He loves it. He won this competition last year. Can he do it again here?
PC number 3 from Lithuania with 3.1 million. Please welcome Dominikas Mykolaitis.
What a bit of a run this man. Had a great trip in the Bahamas. Now the Lithuanian finds himself seeking title number 2.
C number 5 from Germany with 1.2 million. Please put your hand together for Hannes Jeska.
Part of that ever-present German-Austrian crew. Hannes Jeska with his first Triton final table, and it won't be his last.
EC number 6 with 6.4 million from the US. Please welcome Billy the Iceman Davis.
Wow, career high 12.3 million last year, where he picked up his first title. Can he pick one up here in early 2026?
C number 7 from Spain with 1.1 million. Please welcome Adrian Mateos Diaz.
Adri El Conquistador Mateos making his 15th Triton FT. It's a Spaniard. Looks for title number 3.
And last but not least, closing our final table, we have our chip leader from Brazil with 15 million. Please put your hand together for Alisson Bekajevic.
He's got 46% of the chips in play. He's got 10 bounties. He's part of the Brazilian Armada, and he's looking like the favorite to close this one out.
You think he's having fun today?
The button has been drawn on Adrian. We have 8 hands remaining on 40k, 80k, 80k. I wish you all the very best of luck. Peter, shuffle up and do, please.
So Mateos is our short stack to start this final table, but he did win the button draw. Silver linings.
You heard the man. Peter, shuffle up and deal.
Look at that stack distribution. Alisson with over double Seth Davies' stack, and then another big drop-off down to Sean Winter.
Yeah, perhaps more annoyingly for Seth is he's got Alisson 2 to his left. So that's what they're playing for. 120,000 locked up. Half the prize pool in the bounty draw tomorrow on Dinner Break. You'll get to witness that live. Ladders somewhat small compared to the bounties. I mean, a bounty worth 80k in EV. The current ladder, 45,000. But as we get down to 5 and 4,
Oh, I need to change.
There you go.
become more relevant. Let's see how these guys navigate this runaway chip leader situation.
Winter under the gun, picking up a very strong hand. One thing we've seen more of in this tournament than in other tournaments has been the limping happening. A lot of incentive to try to see pots with the smaller stacks. Winter, though, coming in with the min raise.
Are you kidding me?
This can't be real.
At this point, he's probably pinching himself to see if he's dreaming or not.
640.
And this is the same size he used in that final hand before this final table where he had pocket queens against pocket tens.
Yeah.
Winter is going to be very ICM conscious here. There are 4 stacks shorter than him. Excuse me, 5 shorter than him, but 4 that are quite a bit shorter.
No, you were right first time round.
All right, shouldn't doubt myself. He does come with call. The hand just too good to fold.
Going to be playing the rest of the hand in position. Does not want to see an ace-high flop. Not to state the obvious, but the run that Alisson has been on, wouldn't surprise me if this just comes ace-king-jack. Queen 10-7. Advantage, Alisson still. 2 overs, Broadway draw, backdoor diamonds. Sean with interaction, but with the lack of a spade. Perhaps unable to continue here should he face a c-bet.
Neither player loves this flop. Yes, Alisson does have the 2 overs and the diamonds, but that queen will interact with a decent number of Winter's flats. He could have ace-queen offsuit, king-queen suited, maybe even queen-jack suited. Now, I think if Winter had backdoor flush draw here, he would always want to peel, but without it, and with these ICM implications, unsure.
I wonder what the line would have been on Alisson winning the first hand of the FT.
50-50, as they like to say in Triton short deck. Maybe even higher, to be honest.
Sean deep in the tank. Understandably so. If he was up against someone that you would expect to kind of like shut down a lot of turns, then maybe he would float here. The fact that the SPR would be less than 1 if he made this call going to the turn just becomes so awkward.
Winter is a very cagey player. He doesn't like to put all of his chips in a marginal spot.
This is the
I don't know, you
longest
got
tank.
king 7 of clubs or king 8? Whatever. Okay.
That was a very Sean Winter.
Full
reaction.
aces?
Okay. That's why you just shove free, you know? Sometimes you just do what you shouldn't do, you know?
He's so funny at final tables.
He's just funny in general. He's one of my favorites to play with. And here he was kind of scolding himself for not just shoving pre, but that would have been disaster.
I love how he just goes from like deep in the tank. That was like the longest tank we've seen from him, to then just splurting out a bunch of nonsense.
Before folding.
Before folding.
Pocket eights. This could just be all in here. 15 bigs.
You're spot on, my man. Veska's not afraid. He knows what he has to do. Coming in 6 of 7, needs to find spots to double up so he can cover players and go bounty hunting.
Pikizowicz has so many chips that
Oh, yeah.
he's going to consider making some really light calls. Not with that one.
Yeah, looks easy.
Looks easier.
For those of you just joining us, firstly, welcome to the show. To bring you up to speed, this is the final table of the 40K Mystery Bounty. We came back today with 40 players, 27 paid, and in the span of 5 hours, not even, we've reached the final table. And that is, well, a byproduct of the Brazilian, Allison, who came in with the chip lead today, just going wire to wire from start to finish, or at least until this final table, I should say, in just the most absurd spots. Bounty opportunity for Mikolaitis in the big. Let's see what he wakes up with. Ah, it's not going to do it.
Not much opportunity with that one.
So the only player without a bounty at this table is Sean Winter. Adrian Mateus has 3. Francesco has 1. Yahor Ambrowski has 2. Dominicus has 4. Seth Davies has 5. Allison has 10. We've just been really spoiled this series so far.
A really fun tournament, as have all the ones we've covered, but it feels like this one in particular has been extra entertaining, and then also having Ryan Chamas in the booth was a real bonus.
Even that 25K though yesterday was just so crazy. It's like every tournament's been... Oh, hang on. We got a little Jupiter mystery hand.
How mysterious.
Going on. Sean Winter on the button does cover. Oh, sorry, I do apologize. Covers the big blind. Doesn't cover the small blind.
160.
Let's start with raise. Suited dirty diaper.
It's actually called the clean diaper.
Oh, okay.
Nicholas Rigby, Pittsburgh native, made a couple deep runs in the main event, coined the dirty diaper, tray deuce off, and the clean. suited variety.
And why was that? That's because he like won some insanely big pots with.
Well, he's always called 3-deuce offsuit the dirty diaper. I don't know the derivation, and he played it, and he was on stream. Not only does he play it every time he gets dealt it, but he got dealt it a lot.
Wow.
Both years when he got a lot of TV time.
Fair play. TV time for the King 7. King of Spades somewhat relevant here on this Ace 7-6 board. Really decent connection, all things considered. I mean, against the button range. Could we kind of be expecting Sean to maybe open a bit wider given the short stack in the big blind?
I think so. He still has a middling stack as far as the tournament considerations go, but yeah, who he's opening into, he does want to get into these post-flop spots against Hannes Yeka. Comes for small bet here. Too early to really speculate what he might have. Could be betting this board very wide. A lot of the stronger ace-x hands would jam pre-flop. Jeska's shoes.
So great to see Jeska here, by the way. I first met him in 2022 at Merit, where we're going to be hosting our next Triton 1.
Was that a Triton festival then?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. Sorry, no.
Okay.
But I met him there, and he shipped one of their main events at Merit for like 500K, and that was really his like breakout score, at least on the live scene. And it's always great to kind of see, you know, when you're in the booth, you see these guys work their way up.
Yeah,
it's so cool. And you know, fast forward 4 years, here he is, final table of a Triton event.
One thing that's really made this more possible to move up like that is the advent of Triton 1. People can come here maybe intending to play just Triton 1 or not sure if they'll stick around for the Triton High Rollers. And if you go on a run, lots more tournaments to play. Double barrel here from Winter.
Setting up stacks.
So at this point, probably any ace-x could go for value. Maybe you'd expect the absolute weakest aces to check either flop or turn. But something like ace-8 plus can continue to go for value. Plenty of draws available, of course.
Is this the hill Hannes wants to die on?
It's immediately uncomfortable for Hannes. Some of your outs are not clean. For instance, the King of Hearts would complete draws, although you'd still feel pretty all right about it.
.3.
But he knows also he's not supposed to have too many ace-x hands. So he has to get a little sticky with a hand as strong as King 7.
I mean, this feels like the type of run out where Sean's just all in, right? All of the obvious, you know, spades, 8-9, 8-9 of hearts, just everything bricking.
Yeah, Winter should be all in here with a lot of hands. He has some low equity hands on the turn, just some random bluffs.
It'd take him long to jam, by the way. Don't know what to read into that. I mean, Sean typically acting fast.
Any leans?
I don't know. 1 in the chat if you think he's bluffing. 2 if you think he's got the goods.
My record so far with this mystery hand game has not been great.
Same here, mate. That's why I'm in here and not out there. What kind of hands would he want to have? Like 10-9 of hearts, 10-8 of hearts? Is that a hand that follows through?
I think Jeska has kind of a compelling bluff catcher because Winter might give up some spade combos, but he could have so many straight draw combos that might bluff the river, and Jeska unblocks all of those straight draw combos.
Yeah, Tom agreeing with you in the chat saying King 7 is probably not foldable, high up in range and unblocking bluffs.
That's exactly how I feel. I think from a theory perspective, also, you know, you're the covered stack. There's ICM. You're supposed to have to be more more scared in this spot, so Winter can go a little more ham with bluffs, perhaps. I think in theory this hand calls, but in practice it's very difficult.
If he does fold, he's down to 9.5 bigs. He'll be covered by everyone at the table with a massive target on his back. Jesko really chewing on this. First Triton final table. It's so heartbreaking to obviously bust this early into the FT if he calls and he's wrong. But if he calls and he's right, be playing 3 million.
You can think of a lot of 10 high, 9 high hands that would need to play this way.
I'm leaning call. Unless you have just like a soul read. He's made the call. Sean's got the bluff. And Jesko's going to double up.
Sean had exactly the type of hand that I think always follows through there. Unblocking his opponent from having flush draws. Blocking some straights, just queen high. Very reasonably played from Sean and a very nice call from Hannes Jeska.
Oh, congratulations, mate. First time on a Triton FT. It's tough and easy to let, you know, get the lights, the cameras, you make it to the big stage. It's easy to let all of that get to your head, and it can be tough to find those calls. Just manages to lock in and break the hand down, and here we go. Now he covers a few people at this table. There you go, 4th in chips, covers 3 players.
Thought I had queens.
You thought you had queens?
Always such a great feeling when you find that hero call and you're right, Henry.
He's such a troll. I love Sean Winter, man. How could he not? I love our official timekeeping partner as well, Jacob & Co. They've been with us for a few years now, since I first joined, and really just a huge fan of their watches, huge fan of that custom timepiece they put together, the Epic X watch. When you have to take down a main event in order to grab your hands on one of those, so massive thank you.
Yep.
Jacob & Co, renowned for its iconic high complication designs, continuously pushing the limits of ultra luxury watchmaking. We'll see a couple of those going to the winner of the No Limit Holder main and the PLO main here in Jeju. Chip leader taking down a single raise pot.
Really looking forward to both those main events, Henry. They always get such great turnouts for those main events. Maybe because of the overlay of that Jacob & Co watch. Also, of course, the allure of being described a Triton main event champion. The cash doesn't hurt either.
I must say, Mr. Rum and Chess, Mr. Alex Livingston, I've really enjoyed working with you, dude.
It's been good fun, hasn't it?
It's been really fun. You're so... You could just tell that you love the game, you know? And when you're in the booth, it really makes a difference.
I'm not going to lie, I love the game of poker, and I also love the game of commentating. It's really been a lot of fun over the last few years getting into this gig, while, of course, still playing plenty of poker myself.
Yeah, it's good to have you here, mate.
Good to be here, of course, and makes it easy when you have such high-level play and such a quality place to play. Triton just doing so many things to improve the player experience. That was something I said to Ryan. It was his first time attending one of these Triton festivals, and I said, you know, what was the player experience like for you? He said, oh, it's unbelievable. It's better than anywhere else I've played. Subtle details, even things like the new Triton tempo time system.
Yeah.
Triton has a way of making the game fair, and also fair in a way that players are not always just looking to manipulate the rules in their favor and sort of wasting time stalling for pay jumps. They've got it down to an art where, you know, there's no extra advantage you can try to gain within the rules.
Couldn't agree more, and you hear the players talking about this time and time again. So massive thank you to the players, obviously, for supporting us. A massive shout out to the team, you know, the VIP team, who really just go out their way to make everything as seamless as possible for the players. Maya, Tiana, Kate, Dina, shout out to all that crew. Back to the action.
Noticing Davies folding King 7 offsuit on the button there. That's just a function of who he's got in the big blind. If he had some shorter stacks in the big blind, he'd want to get in there. But with the chip leader, Allison Pikazowicz, who's up to 199 big blinds, Henry, at this final table.
Half the chips in play, dude.
Half the
With
chips
7
in
left.
play.
Jean-Philippe saying, would it be possible to get Leon Sturm in the booth again? I would love to. We've had him in a few times, and every time he comes in, he just drops, just bombs, man.
He's a brilliant poker mind, isn't he? I had the pleasure of playing with Leon for an entire day. Actually, it was day one of the WSOP main event, which is one of my favorite days of poker every year because you're so deep and you're playing against this combination of so many different player types, and it was fun to watch him in action. Put me in some tough spots, certainly. Davies ace-queen off, facing this under the gun raise from Winter. This is a lot of hand, especially the bounties in play.
Yeah, we'll ping Leon a message. Well, hopefully, you know, we don't get the opportunity to have him because he's busy running deep, but if he's ever not. Oh, hang on. Look at this. So Sean, ace-9, standard stuff. Davies, min click, just north of min, with the ace-queen. Allison with pocket 8s. How do we proceed here in the small blind?
It looks like he's actually coming with call, which is not something that you see a ton of, flatting versus raise and 3-bet. But in this structure, it makes a lot of sense to me. You want to encourage a multi-way pot and give yourself a chance at a couple of knockouts. Not really the hand that wants to cold 4-bet. The blocking properties are very bad.
Right.
Pretty deep with Davies. Definitely the type of hand that he wants to get involved with. This seems like a very nice adjustment from Pikazowicz. And what's Winter going to do?
I mean, there's this weird world in where perhaps Davies gets eliminated, so we just fold and, you know, potentially ladder a spot, but I'm not sure. This is like a real intricate part of the game tree. I mean, how often do you firstly see this kind of like ICM setup, and secondly, the way this hand's played out already, it's just so uncommon.
Yeah, folding is definitely a fine and safe option. You've got Mateos, who's still a little bit shorter than you. You've got Dembruski, who's got a very similar stack, so you're a little bit less incentivized to get yourself into a pickle here. And he does come with the fold. So now we have a very interesting spot because Seth Davies is playing against a man who just cold called a 3-bet from the small blind, which is going to look like a bit of a defined and strong but not monstrous range. It's going to be a lot of, oh my gosh.
Dude, of course he flops a set.
Davies has the ace of diamonds in hand. This could really get interesting if a diamond were to hit the turn.
Allison's just praying that Seth has a monster overpair with a diamond. He's just dreaming of having 2/3 of the chips in play, 11 bounties and 6 left. As played, Seth checking it back in position. Draws dead on the turn. Allison is going to look to try and build this pot, surely. We see a big bet here.
He must really think he's dreaming or living in a simulation.
Yeah.
It's not just the hands he's been dealt, it's the flops he's hit. And don't get me wrong, he's played great throughout. But the opportunities he's been given.
Look at this. Pot size bet.
1,080,000.
So what he's doing here is he's saying maybe Davies actually checks back a hand as strong as an overpair here, just given the depth, given the fact that Allison can have pocket 8s, can have pocket jacks, can also have pocket 10s and pocket 9s, which are hands that are not doing very well against overpairs. So he may play pot control against some of the strongest parts of his range, and he's, I don't want to say he's unlucky, but he runs into a part of Seth's range that just folds right away. But I like going for that big sizing there. I think Davies can have some deceptively strong hands in that spot.
That was the best price I've ever seen in my life.
Sean just commenting on the price he was
Same
being
for him.
laid.
Good price.
Pre-flop. Still, his cards hit the muck. So look at this. Michaelitis and Jeska in ICM jail right now. They're chilling, middle of the pack, 29 bigs apiece. They would love to get involved and try and go bounty hunting against Dambrowski, Winter, and Mateus, but they just can't because Allison has half the chips in play.
And the only reason he doesn't have over 200 big blinds now is because the blinds just went up. Still 166 big blinds, almost 3 times what Seth Davies has in second place.
Should we just give him the trophy now, or?
Certainly feels like it's heading that way. I am being corrected in chat. It says, please try to read Allison's surname properly. Piakazovic. Piakazovic. So I will try to remember that.
Well, no, but see, you're contractually obliged and obligated to
mispronounce
butcher.
names.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, you're to mispronounce 65% of non-North American names.
Trust me, there's been some struggles here. Sometimes trying to remember which name to say first, the Chinese names, which can be written one way and pronounced a different way.
Yeah.
Some of the Thai names can be really difficult. I remember last time I worked one of these series, there was a Thai player who we just gave a nickname by his initials because his last name was something like 16 letters.
I know who you're talking about.
Do you?
Kanapong Thanaratrikul.
I don't even think that was him.
No?
There's-
KT?
Oh, maybe it was.
Yeah.
Maybe it was KT.
Yeah.
Piakazovic.
Piakazovic. Yeah, you're nailing these, man.
51.
I'm used to calling baseball. You know, there's not a lot of Polish last names in baseball. Of course, he is representing Brazil, but it's a Polish name in derivation.
Oh, it is?
It is, yeah.
Did not know that.
Now they say, please pronounce Allison's name the Brazilian way. I think we're just being trolled at this point.
I think so.
King, queen off for Jeska.
Jeska, who started playing live, got to know the Vienna crew about 5 years ago in Vegas. Since then, played a lot more online and became a pro after finishing his bachelor's degree in economics. Been working with Fedor for the past 4 years.
Wish I had pocket 9s.
Very active person. Loves surfing, by the way.
Okay.
Big surf guy.
Have you tried surfing at all?
I love surfing.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Can you surf? You're
I learned
competent at it?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's very difficult, I find. I've tried it a couple times, but
wouldn't call myself competent at anything in life.
But you can get up and ride a couple waves?
Well, see, now there's people just going to be like calling me out.
Well, nobody's seen you surf, Henry. You can just say whatever you want in here.
How far along the wave are we talking?
How long can you stay up for?
Like I said,
under ideal circumstances. Suited ace.
I can get from the break line back to the shore. It's
Henry, I think we're going to see a confrontation here. Dambrowski has 13 bigs. Pijakovic is not going to fold here.
We are going for bounty number 11. Kijovasovic. Oh, I just completely butchered that. Let's go with Ali P.
Alison Pijakovic. Alison Pijakovic.
With 30% equity.
I'll take a chop.
He says it every time.
Next time.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I was saying, no thank you, mate. I'd like to double up. I'd like to be playing 3 million.
Careful what you wish for.
4 diamonds window card? No, not this time.
8 king.
Yeah.
You got some chop opportunities.
I had an 8, actually.
9 king then.
Let's have the king first, just so that both players are drawing live.
No chop.
No chop.
No chop indeed. So 3 outs once for Allison. I don't know why, but it feels like he has 90% equity somehow. Not this time.
And a smile on the face of Yahor Dombruski, who does something that most have not been able to do so far today, and that's put a dent in the chip leader, Pijakovic. But it's only a minor dent. Don't worry, he still has more than double his nearest competitor. That would be Seth Davies, the American.
The basketball tutor asking you, Alex, if
He'll
we
turn
already
for
did
you,
the
man.
roll call.
Keep showing up.
Where everyone is watching from.
We did one at the start of the show, Henry, but we haven't in a while. So if you want to tell us where you're tuning in from, what time it is where you are, maybe what you're doing. Are you on a work break? I know we've got people tuning in from everywhere. Are you at home grinding some online poker? Feel free to give us a little bit of color commentary. We won't necessarily read everybody out, but we'll scope the chat for locations. Winter, 10 bigs on the button.
By the way, if any of you have a boss that doesn't let you watch poker while you're at work, feel free to call him over and we'll tell him to let you.
Feel free to request anonymity as well. We've got Denmark at 11:15 in the morning. Nice way to start your day, breakfast and some high stakes poker.
Wow, look at this. Jeska.
Ace-10 suited, what a nice spot for Jeska.
Put on the cape about an orbit ago. In fact, exactly an orbit ago. It was button against big blind. Now has his man on the ropes for his tournament life and a bounty. 3 outs reduced to 2, given the presence of 2 spades on board.
4 hearts.
Okay.
Ask for a chop.
You had it? Okay. Oh, man.
Doesn't find the 4 of hearts on the turn. 2 outs once. Just 5% equity. Otherwise, we have our first elimination at this final table.
D-miking.
He's putting out all the moves. Mic's off, jacket's on.
But he's not leaving the room like we saw Danny Tang do.
Oh, he's going for the good luck as well. He's trying everything. Deuce of diamonds completes the run out.
Jeska had his chips ready to slide over to Winter, but indeed, good game, Sean Winter.
Not mine.
Welcome back.
We are down to 6 players.
Would you believe? It's one of the Triton young up-and-comers taking down one of the old guard. A man who took down this event just 1 year ago. Wanted to ship it. I mean, if you win it twice, you just really get to call yourself the Bounty King, right? Like,
I think so.
The official bounty hunter. Not to be, though. 6 left, ladder guaranteed. Everyone now locked up, 165,000. Jeska claims that pelt. He's now got 2 bounties. We'll get to pull tomorrow.
Nicolaitis. Ace king off on the button. And I will acknowledge some of those locations, but let's just see if anything develops here first.
250,000.
Oh.
A development indeed. Nicolaitis opening off of around 25 bigs. Hannes Jeska picking up ace-queen offsuit in the small blind. This could definitely be an all-in confrontation. He may want to go smaller for now because Davies is in the way as well. But I don't think he's 3-betting.
What on earth is going on today?
What is happening?
Does Seth fold here? I mean, it's button open, small blind 3-bet. Jeska covers as well, so are we ever expecting the German to perhaps be here with a light 3-bet?
This is an extremely difficult spot for Seth.
I honestly can't believe the hands we've witnessed so far today.
The problem with shoving Seth's hand is that he doesn't have great blocker values to the top stuff, and if he gets called, he can be in very bad shape, but he does take this spot.
Can't blame him.
And this is going to be an opportunity for Hannes Jeska to potentially get away from ace-queen offsuit, as we know Nicolaitis is going to get it in. Or we assume.
We told you at the top of the show, blink and you'll miss it. Fast-paced action guaranteed in this 40K mystery bounty, just given the format and given the contribution from the poker gods in terms of pre-flop collisions.
Hannes Jeska's hand has shriveled up so much in value facing this action. He folds fairly quickly.
No, you have ace king. That's what I was hoping for.
No.
That was a question.
Monster flip. If Seth can hold, obviously claims
luck,
a pell.
You too.
It's in the middle.
Playing
feels like I'm on block.
6 million in there?
Sorry? Am I blocked a bit? Yes, I had ace queen.
He'll be playing 90 big blinds if the 9s can hold.
Ooh,
Queen,
buddy.
Queen 5.
You better go take a lap, cool off. Go take a cold shower real quick.
Couple of clubs. Ace Queen would have been getting it in against Nicolaitis, one would have to assume.
Can you do it?
Okay, some hope.
There's a sweat. Picks up the club outs.
Ace King or a club, otherwise we are down to 5. GG, sir.
Good game. It was a lot of fun watching the Lithuanian Dominicus Mikolaitis play. Seth Davies, pocket 9s, and Hannes Jeska can't be too results oriented there, Henry. He made a good fold at the time.
Good luck out there.
Oh, guys.
Yeah, that's a disappointing one, obviously. Having 30 bigs. Dream spot as well on the button. Ace King, like, you know, you're expecting some pushback from the blinds. You get the opportunity to play for it all. Congrats on another run, and perhaps a bittersweet one for the Lithuanian. But still, picking up $165,000 for his efforts. And how about it? 4 bounties in terms of EV. They're worth around, well, they're worth 320,000. Tomorrow he's going to get 4 pulls at that top prize of 400K. So good luck to Mikolaitis, and we'll be seeing plenty more of him throughout the series. Now we're down to 5. Mateos has managed to sneak in a couple of ladders.
Yeah. How much you got?
And the fun thing about this tournament, Henry, is the tournament's really not over until tomorrow, because even though we'll crown a winner today,
1.5 million.
We do have all these bounties to pull tomorrow.
I thought we were gonna make it happen.
Yeah, I will love it.
I do want to take a moment, now that we have a bit of downtime, to go through some of those locations you guys are tuning in from.
13, 1-3.
But before I do that, Mr. Kilpain, as I keep getting interrupted.
Hey, shout out Jupiter Exchange. They got you good there. You were literally...
I thought I had a chance.
I thought you did as well. We got hit with the surprise dealer change, and we love Jupiter Exchange over here at Triton. They sponsored, the 25K. That was an absolute blast. The title sponsor of the series. We got players in this field, US, Brazil, UK, Australia, moving around the world is just part of the poker life, and Jupe Global really lets you kind of just take care of that. Send your crypto anywhere instantly. No bank holding it up for 3 days, no fees eating into it. Wherever the game takes you, jupe.ag/global. We're down to 5 here, guys.
It's a global game, and it's a global YouTube audience as well. We have people tuning in from Finland, New Zealand, Poland, Portugal, Denmark. Some people are on coffee breaks at a lecture, not paying a lot of attention to that lecture. India, Australia, Montana, my favorite state.
Boring.
Austria, 11 a.m. in the gym.
Boring.
11 a.m. in the gym. Let's
in the
go.
supermarket in Bangkok.
Okay, so Wadi Cap.
A lot of people multitasking here as they tune in. Luxembourg, the Bay Area, Dublin, Belgium, Romania. It's a very international audience.
Wow, we got producer Lee just coming over with the goods, serving up a steak in the broadcast booth. It doesn't get better than this. Mystery bounty, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line.
Spilling a little dressing on me in the process.
I'm free rolling a $20 bet. I mean, life is good, man.
Life is good. You're a big favorite in that bet.
Life is good.
Mateo, 6s. Let's see if he gets any customers, given how short his stack is. Bounty's still in play. Not enough hand for Alisson.
Call.
But Dembruski, on the other hand.
I mean, what's going on, man? We're just, we're down to 4?
Wow.
So do the
Cool,
races.
Kevin and Randy, like, we don't need them. We're here.
They're going to have to cover something else, I feel, at this point, Henry.
Oh, can we fire up another tournament?
Let's get one of those 2K, 4K, 8K Squid Games going or something.
I'm feeling good about this.
Okay.
Adrian's feeling confident. How about now?
A little less confident, I would think. He does have running straight possibilities, or just the 6.
All right, 7 of spades. No. 2 pulls at a red 6. Whereas we are down to 4. Can we just talk about what the average stack is going to be? This is absurd. Red 6 needed. Cool, close. But close is not enough in this game.
I don't know which
15th
number.
Triton final table for one of the greatest to ever play the game. 18 years old, took down WSOP Europe main.
number I
Fast
have to
forward
with
to
him?
2026.
Which number?
13 years later, we're looking at one of the most decorated players of all time.
I don't know.
But I have
Just
to
an
give
immense
one to him,
talent
right?
and competitor.
But any?
And-
Or I don't know what.
And also the fact that
I'm just saying nonsense.
when you ask other elite players, he is a name that is brought up so often as the best. Like when you talk about the best
Do I
in the
keep
world,
this,
his name
or-
is thrown in the arena. So
I have to bring it tomorrow? Okay. Thank you.
Very
But
true.
I'm not gonna be like.
A lot of respect from his peers.
he's collected 3 bounties. He's going to pick up 214,000 for his 5th place run. Tomorrow he'll be back on dinner break, going for the bounty top prize of 400K. Just loves the game. The dream for him, we had the opportunity to talk to him with the documentary team, was to win or to make $10 million in profit. That was a goal of his, to make $10 million in profit in tournament poker and to basically create just an unbreakable financial wall for him and his family. And he has amassed generational wealth for the Mateus family.
Got a fly on my stack.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
4-handed now.
Go on.
What is this?
Average stack of 80 big blinds. I mean, what on earth? I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. Seth Davies with the raise and take. So, with that flurry of bust outs, 269,000 is the on-tap payout. And for the first time, no, I stand corrected. I was about to say for the first time, the ladder is worth more than the bounty. That's not true. 70k ladder between 4th and 3rd. Playing down to a winner here tonight. Champion will be going home with 709,000. And it is looking very likely to be this man. Although having said that, Seth Davies might have other plans. He's playing 9.6 million. So Seth has almost a third of the chips in play. Allison with half the chips in play, and then the rest split between Hannes and Yahor. They would love nothing more than to see a monster collision between these two. Wouldn't be the first time today that we've seen a bloodbath between big stacks. Wouldn't quite call it a bloodbath, but both with a piece.
Top pair for the chip leader. Middle pair for Davies. Neither player has a club. That may slow the action a bit. Just a min bet from Alisson.
Seth not going anywhere, as expected.
And these min bets can actually be very effective on these monotone boards where it can be difficult to proceed.
Seth getting there, by the way, in a fashion that he may earn more. If it was the 8 of clubs, obviously four flush on board, perhaps wouldn't be able to squeeze out more.
Yeah, Alisson's hand, on the one hand, he can be beat. On the other hand, a lot of incentive to deny equity. And he also knows he's not going to face as many check raises as he ordinarily would. These are the two big stacks. There are two short stacks also at this table four-handed. Davies needs to play his strategy, his overall range, very passively compared to how he normally would. And certainly his hand, even under normal circumstances versus a pot-sized bet, would just want to call, not to raise. The ace of spades may just freeze the action. Alisson probably feels he has sufficient showdown value, doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. Hard to think what you can get value from at this point. Indeed, check, check. And Davies will win a nice pot there with 9s and 8s.
They look like one pair. I get it.
Pikazovic there. Rare pot he's lost. Almost everything has gone his way today. But it is now pretty close between Davies and the Brazilian. Dombruski and Jeska really in an interesting spot where they're trying to outlast each other. Let's not forget about the bounties, though. Even with these pay jumps getting bigger, the bounty's still a big part of the story. Ace deuce off on the button for Jeska. Actually not a fist pump open. Indeed, he does fold. I like this play. With a deuce in your hand, you're unblocking a lot of the natural folds, or you're blocking, I should say, a lot of the natural folds. It is even a significant difference, something like ace deuce versus ace 5 offsuit in that situation. Let's see if the Brazilian wants to pump things up. He does indeed, just recognizing how much pressure he can put on Davies. Davies will have some limp folds, 10-7 offsuit falling into that bucket. And as much as he's been hit by the deck, I have to say that Alisson Pikazovic has played excellently today. I can't recall any missteps. He's had a lot of composure. You know, it's always easier when you get hit by the deck, of course.
I'm catching up on you.
Yeah.
But he's played very well and just a really nice guy as well. Davies reminding him that he's coming for him. Ace-Jack off in the cutoff for Jeska.
We're always supposed to remain impartial in the booth, but something worth mentioning is that you need 2 Triton titles in order to get your photo and banner in the hallways of the Triton Super High Roller Series, and Seth only has 1. And as one of the Triton OGs and someone who's just grinded the highest stakes at Triton for the longest time, it would be cool to see him get it done.
Good point, Henry.
How about this young man getting it done? 32 big blinds. Shortest stack at the moment, but a healthy stack.
Triton, always an international affair. This Final Four, no different. We've got a German, a Belarusian, an American, and a Brazilian with some Polish origins, all in the mix. Davies with Pikazovic on his left. Cannot be making super marginal opens. Ace-Jack suited for Dembruski. How does he want to approach this versus the button open? Does he feel maybe his hand is actually strong enough to 3-bet non-all-in to induce? Of course, it's a little risky with the ICM. You have another similar stack next to you, but it's quite a bit of hand. He is going to take that approach, making it 800,000. The suited 2-gapper, not normally a hand that you want to call a 3-bet with, but with the added incentive of the bounties, we do see the Brazilian chip leader defending, and he has 37% equity here. $1.8 in the middle, 2.8 behind.
$45.
Dembruski betting 450. This should just get it done. Yes, Alisson has some back doors.
You know he's from Brazil, right?
I do. Not impossible we see something other than a fold here. But the problem is, let's say he were to float. Even if he were to turn a draw, he might just face shove on the turn.
That's true.
But instead, he's going to do this, which feels like if you do continue in some fashion, this feels a little cleaner.
And this is just proof of how tough Alisson is. It's not going to work here. But we've spoken about him running well, but he has just been playing incredibly well, incredibly tough.
The only problem I have with this play, Dembruski calls, the only problem I have is that it feels like if he had 7x at this stack depth, no real reason to play a raise. You would just want to call that hand. Probably same for most of your ace-x as well, so it's a little unclear what he's repping. Then again, can put a lot of immediate pressure on pocket pairs. Sometimes Dembruski just has 2 Broadway cards, king, queen.
Shuts it down.
Looks like a one and done indeed.
That's the card we needed it on the turn. Well, one of the cards.
And I don't see a ton of reason for Dembruski to bet here because when he faces that raise on the flop, it's a very polar range. I wouldn't expect a ton of weak ace-X to make that play. So if you do bet anything, I think you go really small here. But checking also very, very reasonable. His range also is a little bit face up as likely being an ace at this point.
Right. Checks it over, I mean.
I think this is the play. And honestly, I think you just shut this down. I know you have 9 high.
Yeah, good give up. One of those where you know you're never winning the pot, but have to put Dembruski on something. Something relatively strong given the action. Not what Jesko wanted to see, but maybe we get like a really nice four-handed battle here. Just given how deep we are, 80 big blind average. By the way, chat, if you ever become a broadcaster, maybe get into poker commentary, don't order a steak to the booth. They are, well, maybe it's just this steak, the toughest thing. I'm watching Alex right now. He needs it like a machete, bro. Like, they're just, he's trying. I wish we get a camera in the booth right now to just see this. Ace 4 for Allison. He's dropped down to 12.3 million. Don't forget, guys, you can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, and you can vote on the poll for the player of the day based on what you've seen so far today. So if you haven't already, whoever's impressed you out of these four, feel free to head on over and vote. That's Ron Ross saying, how about tacos in the booth? Yeah, maybe we go for tacos next time, dude.
You know, we probably could have also just waited another half hour, 45 minutes.
Oh, no, man.
I followed your cue on this one. You're the veteran. You're like, you know, Alex, we need to get our food. There's some sense of urgency here, but we probably could have held out.
I mean, I was told we wouldn't be out of here until 8:30. This was at 6 o'clock. I told you my dreams and aspirations to, you know, reach 100 kilos.
Yeah, you're on this 4,500 calorie program here.
Trying
to bulk up.
We gym in tomorrow?
I'd like to.
All right, dude.
Let's make it a daily thing. I want to check out that coffee shop too and have a proper coffee, maybe a croissant or something.
Yeah. If
Kevin, is there tennis in our future tomorrow as well? I could do a double whammy. Kevin nods.
Yeah, if anyone out there is thinking of maybe coming for a Triton one-stop, Jeju is the place. They're really just great weather, venue, those different like cafes and restaurants, tennis courts. Gym's pretty nice as well. Fun spot. This one's going to check all the way down to the river, and Allison with the 100% check mark, going to check back and show down the ace high. Legend. Lee's just on it, dude. Lee Davies. Production superstar.
No relation. Well, you said Davies. It's Lee Davey. You've got Seth Davies on your mind.
I do. I'm dreaming of Seth. I mean, he's practically tied for the chip lead now. On the hunt for title number 2. Sean saying the gym is so small, bro. Depends what gym you go to, Sean. Go to the one at Somerset. That Alex and I went to today. So it's okay. It's got everything you need. Bench, plenty of different machines for legs, back, chest, shoulders.
It's not bad, but I've been in Houston for the last month or so, and let me tell you, the Lifetime in Houston, now that's a nice gym.
Yeah, if you ever venture out to Phuket, Thailand, which is widely regarded as one of the like health and wellness capitals of the world, where every other building is just like the most insane gym you've ever been to.
That sounds great.
It's so good, dude.
Is there a lot of saunas and that kind of thing?
Like,
massage, I think, is popular there.
You're just in absolute heaven.
I need to make a trip to Thailand, that's for sure.
Yeah, called it home for 4 years. Shout out to Action Point Gym and Stay Fit. Allison gonna check this one back on the turn. Maybe value on his mind should it get checked to him on the river. There's that check, and what do we do now? I mean, Seth ever coming for the triple check raise?
Seth can definitely play the spot in general more passively than he otherwise would, given the stacks. Although the pot is small, pursuing value seems reasonable here. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think this is really another one of those spots that just showcases how elite Allison is. Let's come to trying to eke out value.
6, pretty good kicker. Davies with just king 4 high.
This is one of those, let's just pay the man and get him to show us what he has. I don't want to wait for the stream to catch up.
He's definitely considering it, but thinks better of it.
A nice fold against a really competent opponent. I think it's easy to flick in the call there sometimes. So, 4 left. 60K is running elsewhere in the room, and as we've reminded you in the past, you can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app. You can actually get 4 tables open from that 60K while having the stream up. Some absolute heroes in that one. Calvin Lee, currently chip leader. Got Brandon Wilson in 3rd. Ben Tollerine in 5th. Kristen Foxon currently in 8th. Joe Tren, fresh off his 2nd title, in 7th. Plan is to play down to a champion in this and then pick up day 1 action in that 60K. Record bounty haul. Barrow, who captured 17 bounties during this event. Remarkable feat that saw him collect $1,040,000 in bounty prizes alone, which was actually below EV.
Limped pot here. Chip leader's gonna bluff here.
Oh, he's got a flush.
Oh, excuse me. There were so many red cards. I saw 2 hearts and 3 diamonds.
It's all right, dude. We'll allow it. So, Blinds going up. Alex Livingston and myself
Break afterwards.
going to be calling it a day in terms of our booth duties.
Yeah.
Going to be relieved by none other than the Dream Team. Kevin Rabichow, Randy Liu, aka Nanonoko.
I just need toilet as well.
Yeah, let's just take 5 minutes.
Coming in, they're going to be calling this one down to a champion.
Do I need to?
That champion's going to be going home with 709,000 for their efforts. It was looking very likely to just be Allison wire to wire. Seth Davies has thought his way back in. He's got 10.3 million, good for just shy of 100 bigs with the blind level increase. There you go. And let's not count the other two out, by the way. Anis, 24 bigs. Ambroska with 44. Everyone guaranteed 269,000 for their efforts. Alex, it's been an absolute blast, mate. Let's throw it to some ads and we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Sounds good. It's been great.
Best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds. Right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest. With GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
And we're back with the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter here at the Leze Casino. Shinhwa World, Randy Liu, and Kevin Rabichow subbing in for Henry Kilbane and Alex Livingston. And we have 4 remaining. Clearly, we're going to play to a winner here in the Bounty. If we finish that one early, we're going to switch on over to the 60K. But we're at that phase of the tournament where the prize pool matters, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, Randy, earlier we talked about how leading into today, bounties were going to be everything, right? That 80K average bounty payout meant that everyone was going to be fighting like nuts for it. And we saw that up to this point. Now I'm looking at the payouts in the Triton Poker Plus app, and with 709,000 up top, 269,000 the current payout, we've got, between all the players, over $1 million still to award in this tournament. And only 3 bounties remaining to win, right? Plus the winner who gets their own bounty when they win the tournament. So 320,000 in remaining bounty equity, but well over $1 million in the regular prize pool. I think we're just playing a lot more for chips at this stage.
Right, and it makes a lot of sense, you know. Sure, when the pay jumps were small, or even before making the money, we saw players going relentlessly after the bounties, but now we've got 4 remaining. We want to play for that top prize, collect your opponent's bounty, collect your own bounty. I believe the bounty envelope is worth $80,000 in EV, so it's kind of like adding another 160K if you do win up top. So a very top-heavy structure at the moment. Currently, Allison has got pretty much all of the chips. However, Seth Davies is trying to battle him. He's got 6 bounties. Seth Davies, that is, behind 30 big blinds. But the average stack is 80 big blinds. We might have one of those situations where we have a very grindy 3-4-handed play.
Yeah, there's just so much room for skill edge with 80 big blind average 4-handed, and that's why I'm excited to watch Seth Davies operate for this next frame, because while Allison has all the chips, Seth has all the experience at the Triton Super High Roller Series. He's been here and done that, and bounties can just get a little weird, you know, like you're going to get an unusual spot at some point under the bright lights. We're going to have some spot where you need the confidence to figure it out on the fly, and I think Seth has exactly that.
Yeah, and the thing is that the players surely are going to play for the main prize pool, but there are weird situations where, once again, the going after bounty could make a lot of sense, especially if someone falls under 10 big blinds or maybe 5 big blinds, and we can see some crazy all-ins.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be spots to gamble. But for now, the short stack, Hans Jeschke, sitting above 30 big blinds. Nobody in the danger zone just yet. Oh, excuse me, blinds have gone up, have they?
Yep.
25 big blinds for Jeschke at the new 125K level.
Normally, we don't see an 80 big blind average unless it's the beginning of the tournament, but here we are with 4 remaining. Who's got the short-handed experience? I imagine they all do, but Seth, he's been under the pressure at a live table many times in his career.
Right.
I've played with Allison Pikazowicz before. He's a really talented player. I don't mean to belittle his achievements, but mostly have come online. He first came to the Triton Super High Roller Series just about 6 months ago here in Jeju. A couple of caches in the Triton 1 series, September of last year.
So we do have a blind versus blind spot. Limp pre-flop, Yahor, Dombrowski, Ace Deuce. And you can see just him limping the small blind immediately shows that the regular prize pool is important rather than just outright ripping into the 25 big blind stack. Jack 6 with the gut shot in a bet.
Yeah, this is a very controlled approach. Ace Deuce certainly could have thought about open shoving pre. As played, Ace Deuce just hates this flop. I mean, Jack 6, sure, it's the worst hand right now, but interacting a lot better. No hope for Ace Deuce to reach showdown without facing more pressure, so small one goes Jeschke's way.
Since this is our first frame of the day, Kevin, I do want to let the viewers know.
You bounties or something. You got to get them all out. Put a stack. That'll look cool.
Yeah.
That's good for the stream.
Okay.
Get that giant stack out.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
You can vote on who you think the player of the day is in the Triton Poker Plus app.
Look at that.
Click
80,000 each.
The vote button. Seth and Allison got very similar amounts of votes, and immediately we're going to go into a mystery hand.
Let's go, Randy. What a treat.
Featuring our chip leader.
Raise 275,000.
Makes it 275,000.
Is it going to be against Davies? Yes, it is.
And Davies starts the hand second in chips. Ace-9 offsuit. Certainly qualifies as a defend.
These two really driving that table average of 80 big blinds, both players. Over 10 million to start the hand.
Eight, 6, 6, 2 spades. I could see the ace-9 still being good against, say, chip leader open.
Yeah, chip leader open, especially with this big of a disparity. We can give Allison a really wide range in the cutoff, probably half the deck or so. So it's not out of the question that he's flopped well on 8-6-6 two-tone, but still facing a small bet, ace-9 is just too good to fold.
Yeah, it's close to a min bet from Allison. Probably expecting a lot of error to bet.
And these two likely to take a more passive approach against each other, which means Allison's not worried about getting check raised on that flop.
What a lovely turn card for Seth Davies. Makes 9s and 6s. There is 3 spades out there.
Yeah, Seth not loving the spades, but still improving. It would be unusual for Allison to bet large on a card like this because Seth in the big blind is very uncapped. Any strong hand on this board is in Davies' range.
400,000.
He's going to bet 400,000. 40% of the pot.
So
and it's not a big bet like you mentioned.
Yeah, and for that reason, I'm not reading into this bet size as weak. If I'm in Seth's position, I'm thinking this is typical sizing for this kind of board texture. Allison can still have all the strong stuff.
Oh, 6 on the river, so...
Okay.
That's a pretty nice full house for Seth Davies. He really only loses to what? 10s plus in the 6x?
There's a couple straight flushes out there.
Okay, yes. You like to see straight flushes. 10-7 suited and 7-5 suited. I guess it's possible.
I mean, we're talking about quads. Might as well talk about a straight flush. Allison going to be opening all those hands pre-flop and getting to this point.
Of course, all the overpairs still in his range. Probably not so much in Seth Davies. Unless it's like 10s or jacks, I could see them potentially just call pre, but queens plus is probably 3-betting. Regardless, it's an exact full pot size bet. Davies with the 9. Can he be bluffing in this spot?
I
Or
just
is
want
it
to say,
ambitious?
it's always a little intimidating when
Oh
you...
my god!
Oh, what he just
10-7
has?
of spades?
Are
He's
you
got
serious?
the straight flush.
I can't beat that. I don't have quads.
No.
Can't beat that.
1.8, right? 1.825. Royal flush, I'll be damned.
It's just that kind of day for Pikazowicz.
Well.
Nothing can go wrong.
That river came, you're like, holy shit, he might have quads.
yeah. I was please
Holy,
have quads.
that could have
Please,
been
please.
that could have been wild. Yeah. Yeah, that's like the best river in the deck for you.
Yeah.
Really.
That's the best turn in
At
the
least,
deck.
yeah, best turn, best way to get all of it for sure.
I don't know.
So
Another
far,
9 on the
best
river.
tournament, right? Not
Seth
too
might
bad.
be out the door.
The whole tournament, not too bad so far.
Hell yeah.
What a huge pot for our chip leader, Allison.
So it's going to be like that. Just going to give the guy with all the chips a straight flush against a full house. We see how it is.
He put in full pot.
Yeah, I was going to say, Seth called quicker than I was expecting there, but when your opponent is tracking the pot so well that they like bang on bet the exact size in a complicated spot, it's a little spooky. It's a little bit like, oh, you're really dialed into this pot. Is that a sign of strength?
I think nowadays people know how much is in the pot.
But it's, sometimes you get it slightly off. You forget one chip. You got to do a little calculation. We've got the reduced small blind level. You got to know
True.
exactly what's in there pre, it's...
That's a good point. The reduced small blind level.
It's not always intuitive.
It was pretty impressive for Seth to just call there. Of course, raising would have been excessive. Probably only gets called by worse. So
by better, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But minimize the damage there. At least he tried to.
Yeah, I mean, he had a snap calling hand. But he knew there was a decent chance he was beat.
All right, Hans Yeshka. Got ace-4 against Allison.
5 seconds.
I'm a little surprised even that Allison started with a check on the flop. He just has a lot of leverage in this tournament situation, and he has a lot of good hands on 9-6-5 that Jeshka probably doesn't have opening on the button.
But maybe he remembers the hand that happened earlier at this final table where Yeshka called down against Winter with second pair for his tournament life. It's like, well, this guy's still a fighter.
Yeah, not the player he wants to get overly cute against.
275 with an open-ended straight draw. I mean, Yeshka also has that open-ended.
Yeah, ace-4 going to be too strong to fold. Only question is whether Hans decides to bluff raise, given the small sizing that Allison used. He could absolutely have checked back a strong hand on this flop. Nothing wrong with calling.
Ace high is the best hand at the moment. Still is, but it's unpaired. And if Allison can fire one more bet, I'm going to imagine he's going to win this pot.
It does get a little confusing what you're representing when you follow through on the king. This is a card that could have improved Jeshka's range. So if Allison had like 6-7, 9-8 even, these hands are maybe going to bet small on the river at most, or even just start to check.
5 seconds.
So does Allison want to represent 2-pair plus and just jam here? Does he want to block bet and try to claim to have 9-8 or 10-9, something like that?
A lot of merit to both ways of bluffing at this, right? The small one representing more value, but then they get a better price. The bigger bet, 2-pair plus. He went with 875. It's a big bet.
Kind of square in the middle of what I was suggesting, but still.
He can still value bet a 9 in this manner, you think? Like a strong one? Or is it questionable for the size?
It feels questionable to me. I know King X of diamonds, as that does get through. Jeshka's hand hits the muck, but King X of diamonds is a real possibility for Jeshka. Even like King 8 suited or King 7 suited. So there's enough kings that I would be kind of worried to bet that big with a 9. Because you also start to wonder, like, what am I hoping on the low end of his range? What am I hoping to get called by? Just ace queen high, ace jack high, ace high diamonds. There's not that many combos.
Well, at the moment, what it looks like to me is that Allison can do no wrong as he downs the best hand. He hits a straight flush in the previous hand when his opponent has one of the best full houses possible. Yeshka's got pocket 5s.
Seconds. Raise.
Brings in min raise. 1 notch north.
250,000. Pass.
Queen jack for hey Allison.
Cool.
You've been doing your research on his online handle, Randy.
Yeah, man. I heard this guy's pretty good online. Flew out from Brazil.
Strong player.
Call.
Yahor. Ace-6 suited. He likes that he covers their tournament short stack. This guy can do no wrong. He's got top pair.
It's just that kind of day.
Check.
Everyone else
Check.
just trying to hang on at this table. Scrape together something.
I gotta ask real quick, is Allison's small blind flat standard because it's a bounty format?
I think both because it's a bounty format and because of the excessive chip lead that he carries over the players involved in this hand. That,
Right, so it doesn't punish him that much to call
yeah.
the spot that's, you know.
The idea is you're just going to over-realize equity when you have this kind of chip advantage. You're going to get more opportunities to just face check and see free cards. You're going to get to lead more often and get more bluffs through.
So basically you're saying that the players in position are less apt to kind of stab at it because Allison can mess around more?
Exactly. So you just get away with more. Hands that are normally not strong enough to flat become strong enough to flat because of how well you're going to realize post.
Makes a lot of sense. We'll check over to Yeshka twice. He's got pocket 5s. Let's see if he's afraid of his opponents. Because you can see worlds where he wants to kind of thin it out and hopefully take it down here. It looks like he will. 300K is the price. It's going to be very costly against Queen Jack.
I'll be honest, I'm a bit surprised that fives open the action here. You might think that you have the best hand in this moment, but every additional chip that Jeschke puts in the pot makes it more likely that his tournament gets put at risk in this pot. And there's nothing wrong with doing that with a strong hand or with a bluff, but fives just kind of feels in the middle, right? Like not the type of hand we'd want to set up that situation. It doesn't end up causing too much damage, I say, kind of assuming that Jeschke's plan is to check now. Allison didn't raise or lead the river.
Did he say nuts or queen jack?
It's
far from the nuts, but it's
true.
the best hand.
Given the action, check mark Pikazowicz.
Yeah, he realizes that. King queen rolls bet. Do want to kind of go back to what you were saying about the fives, maybe a looser open in that spot. I guess it's also because he's kind of in that territory where people can mess with him more because sub 20 big blinds. I guess you invite more reshoves, and maybe fives is not really ideal because you don't block hands that can really go after you. Is that a good thought or no?
Yeah, not only do you not block the hands that can go after you, but when you get flatted by like 8-6 offsuit, they have 50% against you, right? Like you're just not that far ahead of anything.
We got something going on here. Yahor's got ace queen.
This is likely to 3-bet. I think that just chip leader range on the button is so wide that ace queen suited needs to charge extra here. As uncomfortable as it is to get 40 big blinds into the pot at a final table, I think this is nice. I like the sizing as well.
Makes it $1 million. Now what does Allison do with ace jack? Because he's got the covering stack, but his opponent is quite deep.
Ranges are probably wide enough here for Allison to call in position. I don't think that jamming is going to go very well. You're up against probably a polarized-ish range from the 40 big blind stack of Dombrowski.
Okay, so it's 7-5-5.
Pretty clean flop for the pre-flop aggressor. I don't think much reason to be worried that Allison has hit this well. Obviously, ace-queen could be behind, but overwhelmingly, Dombrowski has the stronger hand here and should be charging for it.
Yeah, practically the nut no pair. Ace king would always rip it in pre against you. I guess for this price, Allison needs to continue. Could potentially have the best hand, could improve. And if you're up against a bigger ace, you could pair that 7.
Opportunities abound.
You mean that card right there?
Always coming 7. Now it gets weird for Dombrowski. The upside is that you're still likely to have the best hand. It's harder for Allison to have you beat now unless he was trapping pre-flop with like kings or aces. But if you take an aggressive line here, can you maybe fold out a good chunk of chops compared to taking the passive line where you might, you know, be in a weird bluff catching situation?
But does he need to be afraid of like 8-7 suited, 6-7 suited that are more likely to be in a bounty format or like pocket 8s?
They're very possible. These hands are definitely possible. I just think that it's far more common that Allison has king high, ace high. Even some pocket pairs that got counterfeit might get here.
Okay.
I mean, nothing wrong with playing ace-queen as a check and planning to check call, but I do think it would have been cool to play aggressively from time to time and just represent, you know, your queen's plus part of your range.
This card definitely changes things. I would think that Dombrowski's got way more king X, like ace king.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the spot where he's emboldened to bluff at the chop.
He's in a weird spot because if he bets and he's wrong, he turns into a short stack.
Yeah.
But then you also kind of want that whole pot. He goes for the check and they'll chop it up. So is this considered a form of run good? Because Allison didn't really win the pot, but he didn't lose anything either.
I mean, both players happy to get half back, but I think Yahor is sitting there wondering if he could have won the whole pot.
Yeah, I haven't lost a pot since we came in the booth. That's what he's thinking. It's a good day for Allison.
I don't think he's lost a pot since Wednesday.
Since Wednesday. What day is today? Do you know?
I had to check the iPad as I was saying that. It says Friday, March 20th.
So he hasn't lost.
The top left corner.
Yeah. Okay. $269,000 up, locked up. 60K pay jump on tap. 80,000 EV envelopes to be taken. Queen Jack once again for Allison.
Annoying one for Jeshka. I think he just has to fold this out of the small blind. You know it's a pretty strong hand for the spot, but he just doesn't have the stack to play back.
Davy's got a stack to play back, and he's got Jack 7 suited. Last time he got in the spot with Allison, he lost millions of chips.
Let's see if he can pull out a better result. Starting the hand dominated. Wow.
That's pretty good flop for Jack 7 suited. And it's actually a decent flop for Queen Jack as well.
I would expect aggression on Ace King 4. Not much reason for Pikazowicz to slow down.
Seen on ace high boards, people kind of blast away. I mean, ace king type boards where you have a huge nut advantage.
Yeah. Davy's very unlikely to have flopped big on this texture.
Right, just set of fours, ace 4, king 4, basically.
And when your opponent, you know, nothing's stopping Davies from continuing. He does check call, but when your opponent's rarely going to play back aggressively, you kind of just want to go after them.
8 of hearts on the turn. And it wouldn't really surprise me if Allison puts in a really big bet here with the gut shot. Blocking the very best top pairs of Davies.
Yeah.
Unblocking diamonds. That probably would check call, check fold unless it has a pair. But he does check it back, which is good for Davies. A free look at a whiff, though.
Yeah, this probably lets Seth win the pot. I am a bit surprised as well that Allison checked the turn, but we see this sometimes in position, players wanting to bluff with their lower equity hands, with their lower cards, perhaps. I thought Allison would just kind of take liberty to bluff almost anything on this turn, but
I feel like Davies needs to bluff in this spot. He can probably expect a lot of good aces to keep betting the turn. Oh, he checks it over. Is he just giving this one away?
Yeah, that's
he still loses to Queen Jack high, right? Jack 10
Allison
high?
does not expect to win this pot at Showdown. I'm surprised to see Seth shut that down. He's just so likely to get there with like King X, Ace X. These hands are worth even a small bet. It might feel in those spots like a small bet's not going to work, but it only needs to work 25–30% of the time to perform better than checking.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see like a third pot or a quarter. You can fold out just better high cards. Not unreasonable.
Small missed opportunity there for Seth, and Allison just continues to steamroll. Even when he gives up, he wins the pot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been almost 100%, at least in terms of pots he's entered that he's won. Or chopped. You gotta be careful not letting Allison win every single pot so easily. Davies now, Jack 9 offsuit, chip leader to his left. He's going to try to sneak one through. I guess his game plan is trying to contain the pot against the big lead. Maybe winning chips against him doesn't earn him that much because of the huge 100 big blind lead that he has. And he'd rather just try to outlast the other players, and that's why Allison is raising it up with 11.
You don't raise your double downs in the big blind?
Yeah, he's more than doubling down.
Double double.
All right, down to Jack 9. Easy game.
That hand might look unusual on the surface, but it is kind of the nature of this setup. At a final table, you've got Seth with a very healthy second place stack, just trying to do his best to fight for chips, but really just doesn't want to get in a big confrontation against the chip leader.
Yeah,
Only
so
player who can bust him.
even if Davies, let's just say he ramps up the aggression, he doubles to Allison, they have like the same stack. That's how far Allison is.
Yeah, and that doesn't necessarily earn Seth any more money in this tournament. If his average outcome is already second place, why are we trying to double up and risk going home in fourth when the overwhelming outcome there is still getting second place?
And clearly that's very good for Allison, our chip leader, because now he can just get involved in every single pot. In comes Rays with King 8 offsuit. Nothing for Dombrowski.
That's likely to work unless Yahor decides to put in a 3-bet bluff. I wouldn't hate it with this hand class. Was this not the same hand you mentioned Mario Mosbach getting a little out of line with in a...
It's called the Mario.
Not too different
Mosbach.
spot.
He just calls with King 3 off. Interesting call there.
Yeah, I'm
He must think that Allison is so out of line that he can defend a hand like this.
It might just not matter. Like, even if Allison... Let's say he just only has the bottom half of all hands and nothing else. You call King 3, then you go post flop, and you don't flop a pair. Now what?
Yeah, because even if you flop
still
a
lose
3,
the hand?
it doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, and if you do flop a pair, you have a bad top pair or you have a third pair. I don't know.
It sounds like you would have preferred just staying away with King 3.
Yeah, I think it was just a fold pre or a 3-bet bluff. I think it works well in either of those lines. It might seem small, but just losing an extra 2 big blinds there, you don't want to accelerate the decline, right? And accelerate the chip leader's rise. Anything you can hang on to matters.
You can even see that Yeshka's only got 14 big blinds left. Kind of, for me, if I'm Davies and Dombrowski, I'm thinking maybe wait Yeshka out a little bit, see how his chip stack changes.
Do you think that's the overwhelming strategy here?
Who's raising? Oh, same guy. No surprise. Easy game.
Nothing in the big blind for Jeshka, to the dismay of Seth and Yahor. And they're just sitting there rooting for a collision.
Apparently the chat is ruling for, hey, Allison, because he has the most votes in the player of the day. I believe it belonged to Seth Davies at one point, but can you blame him?
Oh, right as you said that, Randy, Seth jumps back into, oh, this is fun. Is this why people watch horse racing, Randy?
Yeah. Oh, Seth Davies is in front, even though he's got 1/3 of the stack of Allison. Allison is going to likely pull ahead. But instead, maybe Yahor gets in there. He's got queens.
And out of nowhere, it's Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga. Renlin shows
coming up the rear and third.
Would that be a 12 late? Renlin shows up, goes, Lady Gaga, Lady Gaga. Eight, 7 for Davies.
Defendable. Covering Dombrowski.
5 seconds.
Yep. There's the call. Looks like a top set. Not bad. But nothing to get paid off by Seth Davies.
Yeah, this looking like Davies is going to lose this pot.
175,000.
Bit of overkill.
Yeah, has to bet the queen still because of the flushiness and straightiness of that flop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Hello.
There it is. I was waiting patiently for the chance to tell y'all that you never have to guess at a final table again. GTO Wizard's countless ICM solutions make sure you're prepared for every pay jump and high pressure spot. Be ready where it matters most. Join now at gtowizard.com.
I feel like you're someone that might know this. Can you solve for bounty format?
You can.
Okay.
Bounty, I believe you can set up post-flop solutions for heads-up pots, and there's like a library of pre-flop solutions. Don't think they're quite at the multi-way bounty pre-flop situation yet, but soon enough.
You know, given how short Hans is, I wouldn't be surprised if Allison was to defend almost any two against this min-raise open on the button, and now he's got a bottom pair against the queens.
Yeah, a situation where the disparity in chips is so massive that Allison has some room to go bounty hunting here.
Yeah, he wants to play for that 80K envelope. That's a prize pool that he could miss out on if someone else collects Yeshka's envelope first.
I should have done the back of the envelope math before we started here to figure out how many chips the bounties are worth right now.
It's all good. We know it's worth a lot.
If I had to guess, 30 million chips in play, about $1 million left in the prize pool. So that means 30 chips is worth $1. Is that right?
I was hoping that you would not ask him if it was correct, and you would just tell me.
So $80,000 times 30. Help me out, chat. 2.4 million? Something like that? I don't know if I'm doing that exactly right, but that's about how you'd figure it out.
Do see check call for 175K for Allison. Yeshka's in an interesting spot because he might think a King X with fast play against his stack. Maybe he can just target the jack and the 7 clubs, the straightiness.
I'd like to see Hans just go after stacks here.
Yeah.
He's got a very strong hand for the situation. He could have even jammed turn for value. I think that like forcing a hand like 10-9 to make a decision or forcing clubs to make a decision is an interesting idea. Even 8-9 turns a fair bit of equity against you.
But do you agree that if Allison even had like King Deuce, no kicker, that he would fast play it against the 10 big blind stack just to try to collect the bounty?
Well, it's tricky, right? When you're so short, you don't necessarily need to raise the flop to get all in. So the question is, are you more likely to get all in with King Deuce by check calling or check raising? Like, which one leads to more collisions? Because it's obviously strong enough to stack off, and you obviously want to maximize your bounty opportunity. I think both lines are fine. I just think it's easy for players to forget that, you know, sometimes if you just check call, maybe you let your opponent make a worse pair on the turn, and then you jam the river for value, right? Like there's scenarios that can play out in the passive line where you stack a hand that you wouldn't have stacked by check raising flop.
I guess if Yeshka is playing closer to 20 big blinds, if you go check call, it's harder to stack your opponent. If you go check on turn, you'd have to like do some huge overbet jam on the river.
Yeah, and those, if a bit deeper, it's nice to start check raising like thin for value. Or even just leading flops to make sure money gets in.
All right, 9-4 offsuit, goes for a check. Worried about Allison making a move, and Allison has flopped the full house with King 5 offsuit. What a day to be this man.
Wow. Dombrowski's lucky to have absolute nothing here. He'll snap fold. Doesn't even show it. How do you have the discipline to not show that?
Because he's a professional. I guess he doesn't want to let people know when he's the big stack that he's limping King 5 offsuit rather than raising.
Hey, Marius. Just, I don't know if it was me or not, but who did the blinds go up on last level? Aren't they supposed to not go up? They went up on him?
Yeah, they went up on me.
On you? Okay. Because that's the rule, right? They can't go up on the... Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Good to go.
Did you catch that, Kevin?
Yeah, Seth was taking a second to make sure that
Thank you.
they're not about to raise the blinds next level on the same person twice in a row. That's one of the more recent rule changes at final tables, right, Randy? We do blind levels by number of hands now rather than time on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, they've added an extra thing in that says, well, we don't want anyone to get hurt by the system by being stuck in like a rotation of, oh, the blinds always go up on me every single time it comes around. So they will sometimes delay it by a hand or roll it back a hand to make sure that the blinds go up on different players.
Yeah, you don't want to be stuck in some time loop where the blinds always raise on your big blind. Makes sense. Like Groundhog Day.
I mean, part of me is like, go ahead and punish someone every now and then. It's all random, right? Deal with the suffering.
Oh, the blinds are up. I mean, I guess we knew that given Seth's question. And they do raise on his big blind. It was not the big blind last level when it went up. Yahor. He's got King 10 of clubs. Showing a little bit of fight against our tournament chip leader. Chip leader is sitting this hand out.
Davies with another dusty one in the big blind. See how eager he is to defend, covering Yahor.
Yeah, but he's covering in a way where it, to me, seems so unlikely that he's going to stack his opponent because he's playing 30 big blinds. So I would expect players to just defend a little bit less.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Randy. Like, there's not that much change in strategy if you're only going to stack some guy 0.5% of the time or something, but if you have like 10% chance, 15% chance of getting stacks in, that starts to get real.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, he flops a full house. You know, he's going to stack ace, king, eye or something. Like, yeah, good luck trying to do that.
I've probably been guilty of a few too many loose flats in my days playing bounty formats.
I think one of the adjustments that inexperienced players make is, well, if I cover, therefore I defend every big blind. But, you know, obviously people realize, well, what is the likelihood of me collecting that bounty based on the stack they're playing with? And, you know, this is a format that is evolving, right? You know, we've seen it over time. It'll walk over there.
Yeah, and you're starting to see it online more also, so players are getting chances to practice this and study this between stops. I think a few years ago when this was introduced
I remember
at Triton, it was just like, I don't know, we're all here guessing. Let's have fun, guys.
I remember the first time, like, bounties kind of even came about. I feel like, I could be wrong, that people had different ways of calculating the value of the bounty and how many chips.
Yeah.
Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, I feel like there was a period where it wasn't always agreed upon, like how much they were worth.
Do you still think that's true today, that there's different camps, like
I don't think
crews that
so
think differently?
anymore.
Okay.
I mean, you can make an argument that the value of chips are dynamic across the tournament. So like
450.
players who are trying to come up with a fixed calculation rather than like a more fluid calculation are probably missing something. But I think that most players agree at this point kind of how to get to the conclusion of, you know, you buy into the tournament for a certain amount of money, you get given a certain amount of chips. This is just how we value chips. It's like how much their replacement value is, I suppose. And then as the prize pool starts to get paid out, the chip value declines. Sorry, the dollar value of chips declines.
Yeah, I always thought these bounty tournaments are very interesting, and then that was just the calculations were different with just regular bounty, right? And then they've got mystery bounty formats, progressive KO.
Progressive
format.
that's hard to calculate too. You ever play one of those live?
I have not.
They're weird. You have to get like a bounty ticket that tears in half to figure out how to, unless you can do it electronic now. I don't know.
I bet
I'm
you
not up on the.
if Triton was ever to do progressive rather than mystery, then it might say like the bounty prize on that little tablet on the
Yeah, they definitely could just
table.
put it in the app the same way the shot clock has been entered, right? We can.
You start asking people, how much are you worth if I bust you with this dusty hand? All right, I call.
Yeah.
Yeshka is going to get a free flop. I'm sure he's happy about it. With the 8 deuce, would have folded to a raise.
Yeah, Dembrowski passing on, you know, what was an opportunity to just jam pre for 12 big blinds effective. I feel like that's probably the standard play, just given that there's not only a bounty on Jeshka's head, but there's also the ICM influence that's going to make him fold quite a lot to a 12 big blind jam. Not that you can't ever limp in this spot, but 10-7 just looks like kind of strong in a weird way to be limping
you
with.
Mean
you
just
know?
being happy to have the opportunity to jam into the small blind is
It's just
a strong place to be.
It's just a good spot to jam for 12 bigs, and then you're not going to have horrific equity if you get called. Like, it's not like you've got 7-3 off, and the times you get called, you're absolutely torched. Like, you have a chance to have 2 overs against a pocket pair. You have a chance to have, like, 2 live cards against ace high.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people also underestimate how poorly it is to have 2 unders versus 2 overs in a blind versus blind situation, whereas like, you know, 10-8 suited, right? If you're playing against ace-5 offsuit, you have really strong equity.
Oh yeah, it's a flip.
Yahor's got king-queen. I feel like we're always looking at Davies in the big blind, like he's got like random hands. He's just blinding down. Davies actually doesn't even have the second place chips anymore.
Yeah, Dembrowski's chipped up. Winning a couple small ones has made the difference. And he now covers Seth.
So every time you're watching final tables, it's always the 3-4-handed grindiness, right? Because they're so deep.
How did they get to 4-handed with 80 big blind average? I know we've gone up a couple levels now. I think we're sitting around 50.
It's because we got to the final table with such a big average stack. And then still there were eliminations happening from like the 15 big blinds and 20 blind stacks. Just sometimes that's how it plays out. Davies will limp with ace-10. And I'm going to guess that whatever size Allison would raise from the big blind, he'd always limp call with this hand in his stack.
Yeah, I would think that it's...
Never re-raise, right?
I think we're too deep to consider a limp jam with ace-10, and it would be kind of unusual to limp 3-bet not all in. Hand's just not strong enough.
Good spot for him, top pair, 10 kicker.
Wonder if Seth wants to go on the attack here. Ace-high board does favor him, but again, there's just that dynamic where he's not that interested in building a pot out of position against Allison. Check, check.
It's interesting because it's kind of that flop where he's supposed to bet, but he's like, this guy's got so many chips, he might just bet some random hands if I give him some rope. He does have top 2 pair now, and let's see if he continues to give Allison some more rope.
I think it's both the incentive to let the chip leader bluff, but it's also the fear that, like, if I start building this pot and then a 4-liner rolls off or like a backdoor flush completes, some stuff that you would just live with in a normal situation is devastating right now. You just don't want to have this pot be 3 million chips on the river and then have the texture change.
Sure. Or even, let's just say he bets flop, he gets raised by Allison, it blinks, and he goes like pot all in. Like, what are you doing there, of ace 10 if you don't improve the top 2? But as played, he's getting called with the big sizing against the gut shot.
Yeah, this is kind of ambitious from Allison. Losing to bluffs even. Just a low gutter and a heart. And
pairs the 4.
Heart of his own, of course. Inspiring this call. But this blank is going to allow Seth to win the pot one way or another. It's not crazy to check and just check call. I know ace 10 is like a very strong hand in this spot, but Allison occasionally going to have a 4 and very often going to have a misdraw. Davy's on the same wavelength.
Yeah, it might actually win him more chips. But look at Allison.
Wow.
Actually called a big bet with 9-6 and doesn't bet when checked to.
That's just a sharp give up. I don't know how he quickly, nonetheless, found just a pure shutdown with 9 high. Very tempting to bluff on the end there. Very tempting to represent a 4.
Sorry.
You lose to Seth's bluffs that gave up. Like, he could have just had Jack 9, given up the river and won the pot.
Yeah, that makes me think, why did he call the turn then if he doesn't bet when he gets the opportunity to maybe fold out some other draw that's better than 9 high? Is he really relying on just hitting the 7 and stacking his opponent for close to pot? Or did he just maybe change his mind at the last second, like, yeah, I don't want to burn chips against an ace?
Of course, Allison's allowed to change his mind, but I would imagine there's also some emphasis on hoping the texture would have changed on the river rather than waiting for the board pair.
Yeah.
Bunch of different ways a straight could have completed, the backdoor flush could have completed. But yeah, I'm just as surprised as you.
Well, this is not so surprising. A pre-flop raise from the chip leader, small blind versus big blind. But we've seen Yauer defend with king 3 offsuit.
Yeah.
So ace 3 offsuit is basically almost the same hand. He might even be thinking about 3-betting it.
Does seem like he's thinking about that. I wouldn't mind calling. I think this hand's now strong enough.
That doesn't look like calling, does it?
Yeah.
Those are 500K apiece. The oranges. It's kind of funny. He's so aggro against the chip leader, but he's kind of chill against everyone else. Right? We saw him limp against Hans with 10-7 offsuit. Allison's got a spot of 8-5 suited. It's a 3-bet pot, so the stack to pot ratio obviously shrunk tremendously. And I don't know, maybe there's merit to defending?
Yeah, this kind of an awkward spot that Pikazowicz has found himself in. After raising a marginal hand like this, you face the small 3-bet, and I guess he thinks the price is right. I don't blame him for peeling here.
Well, he's got a gut shot on a monotone board, but Dombrowski probably doesn't love it either with bottom pair, no heart in hand.
Neither player is loving this spot, but they both have just enough of a piece to think about continuing.
Maybe a small bet from Dombrowski and just hope for the best. Looks like that's what he's going to do. 525K, 20% pot.
I don't know. This is dangerous to open the action, it feels like. There's so many hands that connect here. Obviously, we can hope to run into like Queen Jack suited non-hearts, you know, King Jack, King Queen suited non-hearts. There's some of that stuff. And even like King Queen offsuit, I suppose, is going to arrive here. But it's just such a marginal hand, and check raising
He
chips.
too is grabbing more than 500K.
Yep, this is officially gross for Yahor.
Sorry, how much is the race?
How much did this guy raise me? Ay, ay, ay. What a play from Allison. 8-5 of clubs, and he saw the small sizing, and he probably expects Dombrowski to just bet range with his air, and if it's air, how can he ever continue?
Call.
Did he announce call? He did with ace-3. It's 9-7-3. He's got the best hand.
I like that he's sticking around here. This is uncomfortable, but perhaps mandatory once we've gone down this route.
Queen of clubs on the turn. Can Allison bet once more and put all the heat on bottom pair ace kicker? Half pot remaining.
I mean, no way he can jam, right? That's just too
lighting
out of
chips on
bounds.
fire.
I mean, you just have such low equity against a real hand.
He checks. That's what Dombrowski wanted to see.
But it's not clear to me what to do next here. Are we just checking back and praying that we're going to show down without resistance? Or is there an inclination to open the action again here and clear out whatever hand it is that Allison was bluffing with on the flop?
My first read is that if Allison had a made hand on the flop, he would ask for the last 2.6 now. So the fact that he checked me looks so weak.
I tend to agree.
He's going to check back. And the 6 gives Allison the straight. Merry Christmas, sir.
Happy New Year.
And a Happy New Year. That's right. That was several months ago, though. Well, now he just jams. He just hopes for the best. And will Dombrowski call with bottom pair? He thought he was good on the flop, and he was. And the 6 doesn't rate to change things normally.
Crafty little bit of gamesmanship. Allison betting 6 million here, so Yahor's on the clock. I can see in the Triton Poker Plus app, he's got less than 40 seconds of extended time. If he doesn't make a decision in that time, his hand will be folded. Allison, by betting exactly 6 million, doesn't give him the liberty to ask. How much was that bet?
Oh,
right.
right.
Ask for a count. Had Allison set all in, he could have asked for a count and bought some extra time here.
Gotcha. I mean, this has got to be confusing for Dombrowski. It's like, okay, you're saying you had a big hand on a flop, then you check the turn for 0.5 SPR, and now you ask for it all? Like, what could you possibly have?
But at the same time, how can you possibly bluff? The 6 completed on the river. We're looking at maybe Jack 8 suited and Jack 10 suited.
You're just going to fold the ace-3. Preserves his tournament life, and the rich
6 million.
Only get richer.
Biggest bet of the tournament so far. Gotta be, right? There hasn't been anything bigger than 6 million, I don't think.
I mean, I just figured out if I say I'll win, he's gonna tell me to count my chips.
No, you're good. No, I think that's a good idea.
Yep.
Yeah. Saves everybody some time, especially when you got that many.
Yeah, he doesn't have time, so.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's precisely what you said, Kevin.
It's like I played this format before.
Yeah.
Dombrowski did use the majority of the 40 seconds he had on his clock during that pot. 7 seconds is what I see in his remaining time bank.
Yeshka's got Jack 10 offsuit. He is the shortest stack, but you know, Dombrowski's actually chipped down quite a bit too.
Legitimately close spot. I mean, just 10 big blinds there in the big. Allison open shoved the button for not that much effective.
Giving me a lot of time. I had a tricky decision.
A lot of free time.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe if Dombrowski didn't lose that huge pot
I mean,
last hand,
the last
Yeshka
hand I didn't want him
considers
to
it.
think that much. Whatever.
Yeah,
It's
for sure.
worth it.
Yeah, there's not the time pressure isn't as important. That is true.
All right, Pikazovic, Queen 6 suited. So Seth Davies has a decision to big blind, and he
Same hand,
folds.
no? Same hand.
I think Seth is just.
I might add him dominated.
I don't think it's possible.
I don't know. These chips are getting so lopsided that Allison might be playing the deck from every position right now. He has a massive
Bad hands
advantage.
in a big blind. 3 big blinds in a row. Everything offsuit below 9. Can't do nothing.
Oh, you called that out earlier, Randy.
You know, Seth's so chirpy because he has such a healthy stack in second. He's like, I'm going to get some paydays. He knows that Yeshka and Dombrowski's got to get in soon. I mean, sure, he's not the chip leader, but I think he's very happy with his situation at the moment.
Jeshka's going to be moving in here, Randy. Let's see if the blinds wake up with anything.
Yep. Easy jam for Queen Jack of Hearts, and Davies is the first one that has a choice. He steps aside, and Allison's got Jack 8 off suit. What about this?
Well, I referenced it before. He's got to do some quick calculation of how much that bounty's worth. It's got tons of buffer, but decides it's not worth enough. I have a feeling my math was a little off when I came up with 2.4 million chips, because if that was the real number, I think he's flicking in the call.
You know what I'm also thinking? Because the regular prize pool is quite relevant now, perhaps leaving Yeshka on 12 big blinds makes Davies continue to play tight, as well as Dombrowski, which maybe just earning extra blinds is worth more than perhaps doubling up his opponent.
It's true
weird,
to some
right?
it's true to some extent, but we're still talking about, you know, Allison's got 3/4 of the chips at the table, and there's 709,000 up top. So, you know, building from 3/4 of that up to 80% of that is not going to move the needle for Allison a ton right now. Because his buffer is so big, I think he's mostly just thinking, I'd like to pocket as many bounties as I can.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe he was actually going to call with that last hand, because there's only 3 other bounties he can collect besides himself, and if someone else happens to get that bounty, well, that's prize pool you don't get to collect.
You can see that effect here, flatting the small blind with 10-8 suited. Bluff open from Jeshka, ace-8 offsuit, min-raising the cutoff, but he's well ahead.
I mean, it's a hand he could have considered jamming pre, but went with the min raise, and it comes Jack 5 deuce. Normally the small blind flatting range is supposed to be relatively narrow, but I'm sure Yeshka knows that there's so much more garbage when it's a chip leader that's flatting the small blind.
Yeah, not just so much more garbage, but also more capped, I think. Like, pretty impossible for Allison to have a pair, pocket pair that is. Pretty easy for him to just have like a low suited hand. Probably flatting stuff like Queen 7 suited, just really junky hands on average.
Right, obviously big cards are going to want to re-raise and get it in pre.
Thank you.
Right.
Look like a dealer change.
Big prize up there. Sounds like there's a
15 minute break.
break coming up soon for the players.
Make it count.
Do we need 15?
I mean, I can take shorter if.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. You guys just want to take a short one again, or?
Yeah.
It'd be nice to play fast because
Yeah.
we got the other tournament going.
Yeah.
In case we.
Priorities. Only playing for Triton title and lots of money, but we want to get into that 60K on the side. Dombrowski, ace-4. You were going to say something, sorry.
I was just thinking they might start arranging, you know, guys, if it takes another 30 minutes, let's just all go all in. Everyone's going to call, right?
Yeah, who's going to click?
I have a feeling Allison would not agree to that arrangement.
He shouldn't. Big advantage for him to just keep playing on. His players just fold to him. Davies does defend the big blind with the covering stack against Dombrowski.
And he's eyeing him right now. A little bit of, are you ever going to connect with 8-7-5?
So you're thinking lead? Yeah. You and Davies are in sync.
325,000.
Run it once, pals.
Turn breaker.
Lead makes sense. You've got a little bit of backdoor interaction with Queen of Spades 10 on this board. Clears out the low gut shot of Dombrowski. That's a crafty pickup for Davies. Dangerous spot for Yahor. He's now shortest of the remaining 4. Just about a big blind below Hans Jeschke.
That is right, and that is the chip counts. Big, big lead to Brazil's Allison, and Yahor's on 9 big blinds, but Jeschke's only got 10. We do have a few minute break. They've decided to shorten it a bit, so let's throw it down to the ads for a little bit.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds. Right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest. With GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. We're still four-handed in the 40K Mystery Bounty. My name is Randy alongside Kevin Rabichow, and it's been the Allison Pikazowicz show. He's got all of the chips, but I do want to take a step back and kind of look at what happened to Dombrowski, who is currently the shortest stack. He played that hand where he 3-bet ace-3 offsuit against 8-5 of clubs, our chip leader, and a lot was going on in that hand.
Yeah, I mean, Dombrowski in that frame was really the only player who was willing to take a stand against Pikazowicz. We've seen Davies kind of navigating around him. We've seen Hans Jeska kind of just card dead. But I'm looking in the Triton Poker Plus app and just replaying this hand where Allison opened the small blind with 8-5 of clubs. He gets 3-bet to 1.2 million by Dombrowski, and we saw that he had ace-3 offsuit, and he peels the 8-5 clubs. Allison just kind of taking advantage of not only the major chip lead he has, but the ability he can bounty hunt and potentially give someone a big pot and still have a huge chip lead after that, right, Randy? So goes down this path where Dombrowski bets flop, gets check raised, and somehow we get to a turn 5.4 million in the pot, and it's 8 high against bottom pair, right? But 6 on the river. Allison, of course, getting lucky there, and while Dombrowski makes the correct fold on the end, Randy, what I wonder in hindsight is he going to regret taking such a marginal stand after not that many hands of play at four-handed where he could have just passed against Pikazowicz or he could have just flatted and probably still been second in chips right now.
That's true, because when that hand started, I believe he had around 40 big blinds. He was very close to Seth Davies, but felt like, well, this guy's just raising into my blind so much, I'm going to fight back, and then his opponent did fight back too. And, you know, there was a point in that hand where it felt like he could have maybe made a move on the turn. I don't know. It just seems so risky because sometimes you jam with bottom pair. You're drawing almost dead, you know, against some made hands. The thing is, I actually don't believe Allison, if he had a made hand and he check raised a flop, that he would just check the turn with 0.5 SPR.
I am with you on that. I'm worried about getting too results-oriented with what Pikazowicz actually had in this hand because, like, putting in an additional bet on the turn with fourth pair, potentially just sabotaging your tournament, right, in a spot where we've talked about ICM punts in these big moments. Players also juggling the fear of, I don't want to make a big ICM punt with a weak hand. So managing the pot a little bit, but perhaps a little too late in that situation. Dombrowski obviously just going down the path of creating a very, very big pot in that moment when he had the option to keep it kind of small. We saw him earlier just flatting King-3 offsuit. There are lower variance ways to fight back against the chip leader.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at the landscape of the chips at the moment. Dombrowski's shortest stack, 12 big blinds. Yeshka's got 13 big blinds, so just really neck and neck there. And I guess my question to you is, should they try and just outlast one another, maybe bleed down a bit? Should maybe the one with one big blind more try and collect that bounty? Because, well, there's no way they're going to try to collect Davies and Allison's. They've got too many chips.
I mean, pay jump right now on offer is 60,000 exactly, between the difference between fourth and third. It is realistic that either Jeska or Dombrowski is going to secure that jump just by kind of being patient. But the problem is the the seat orientation that we're looking at. Allison's going to act before them in the blinds, and he's probably just going to jump the gun on any aggression they might hope to find, right? Basically, every pot is going to start with Allison opening. So you don't really get opportunities. You're kind of just stuck waiting and trying not to call off with a hand that's too marginal once you see that aggression.
You know, I could even see a crazy scenario where our chip leader, Allison, jams the button, and let's just say Dombrowski, who's next to act, calls. Yeshka's got the slightly covering stack. He might even be able to overcall, right?
That's
because
a spot to gamble.
You can, you know, maybe get a triple up, collect the bounty, all sorts of funny things because, you know, it's the 40K mystery bounty where players always try to go bounty hunting.
I mean, 80K is still the value, expected value of those envelopes. 60K is the pay jump. If you've got that chance to maybe parlay both together, 140K on offer, you eliminate Dombrowski and you get a bounty, that's definitely a spot I would take pretty light.
Well, Davies wouldn't mind seeing that kind of action happen. So he can try to squeeze into heads up with his healthy 31 big blinds, and if you can get to that heads up, you would be guaranteed $478,000 in prize money, plus whatever bounties you did collect.
Davies knows a thing or two about sitting on the sidelines while a big collision happens at a final table. You remember that invitational in Montenegro, Randy?
I did. He had a spot where he was three-handed or four-handed, and then the chip leader went against the other chip leader, and they got an aces versus kings, and he just got free money.
Just ridiculous spot. It's for like 95% of the chips in play.
No shame in folding.
Seth with a little smile and thumbs up to the camera. How you doing, bud?
Is that a phone box?
Oh, okay. I thought they were presenting Allison with 10 envelopes.
Black chip level.
Would
It's
you like your trophy
weird.
now?
This is
All
weird
black chips,
timing to give him all of his
black chips
bounties.
in the blind.
It's like, I guess I'll take it.
All right, King Queen for Davies. It's a good hand, but he probably wants to still contain the pot with limping. There it is.
Yeah,
8-4
this
offsuit. Maybe that attacks.
Not the moment where Seth wants to play a big pot. Really just kind of hoping to get to the next hand or one of the next two where the chance of a short stack bust is very high. I'm actually surprised Allison didn't just jump on this. I think he's allowed to pretty much raise whatever he wants in a moment like this.
I guess he's content with not letting Seth get back in there. Maybe try to take advantage post flop, and here, doesn't stab with the 8 high. Which is good for him because Seth is looking to call down any bet. Last time it went check on the flop, blind versus blind between these two. Davies actually let out quite big with ace-10 top 2. This time he opts to check.
Yeah, Davies playing very cautiously. Super strong hand out of position, still just checking twice to avoid bloating this pot. Allison's really just consistently not showing interest in bluffing into these lines. I mean, we saw the 9-6 high give up earlier in a spot that surprised both of us, Randy, but here just absolute nothing. Seth might even check a third time. Allison just not interested in these pots. Happy to leave things as they are.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't have to bluff. Just because he missed. I think it's very clear.
That in any street.
Nope. If you would have shoved the river, I would have thought about it and then called. Anything else?
Maybe if I go like raise, call, bet, shove.
It would have taken.
But even then, you're gonna at least call something.
Right. Yeah. That was. I don't know if you could pry that hand from my cold dead body.
Yeah.
Should see Seth folding the button pretty happily there. Kazowitz about to ask a question of Dombrowski in the big blind. King Jack suited really premium. I wonder if he ever induces or is he just putting it in?
450.
That's called a induction. And he's up against pocket 9, so the chips are just going to go in pre-flop.
Yeah, this a cooler.
All in.
Cooler for way more than 8 big blinds.
Proudly show the 9s.
9-9.
I'll take a chop.
I don't really think that's how it works.
Deuce 3-4.
Ace, king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Deuce,
No, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Ace. What did I have? I don't have anything.
All right, Dombrowski needs to hold at the 9s, but it's looking very unlikely on ace, king.
Still live, right?
Yeah.
Chop is still live, they say.
Ace.
One of the boards they were rooting for.
King doesn't work. Ace.
Oh, no,
Turn card's the 10, so Yahor needs the 9. We're going to be down to 3. No, not the 9, it's the 8.
Everybody.
Good game to Yahor Dombrowski.
Oh. What is that,
Eliminated
11
in 4th
bounties now?
place.
Pretty
And he
sick.
collected 3 bounties. Good for 80K and EV each. So expected value is 240,000 for those envelopes.
Not a bad haul for Dombrowski. I know we were
We need the bounty, right?
critical of that one confrontation against Pikazowicz, but had it worked out, we would have been singing his praises for being willing to take a stand against the chip leader and put himself in a position to win the tournament.
Thank you, Seth.
Nothing wrong with cashing for
269,000.
Thank you for bailing me out there, Randy. 269,000 plus the 3 bounties.
I mean, if they're expected to be 240 apiece, that means he's expected to win $500,000 here in this 40K mystery bounty. Try to fight back against the chip leader, but not this time. And that means that Davies, Yeshka, they get a pay jump. 329,000 locked up. Got a King 3 offsuit jam on the button. He knows that even though Davies has got 30 big blinds, he needs to respect how few chips Yeshka's got.
Yeah, and that positional setup is also what's so powerful for Allison right now, is that Seth acts last. So once the short stack folds, what can you do?
What's even more powerful is that Allison has so many chips that Davies doesn't really want to risk calling off, because let's just say Davies calls, he might bust, right? But if he doubles, he'll double to 64 big blinds, but Allison would still have the chip lead. It's a little different if Allison had like 50 blinds and he jams. If Davies calls and wins, he would be the chip leader, and then Allison has to play tight now.
Case in point right here, Davies gets dealt king-queen in the big blind, knows he just can't do anything about it. Doesn't matter if Allison's never open jamming a strong hand in that spot, you just don't have enough equity with king-queen to call.
Yeah, the value of getting that pay jump with a Yeshka elimination is worth more than doubling up and still being second in chips.
Unfortunate sight for Jeshka as he looks down at his only chance.
Look at this. Ace Jack for Davies. I guess he continues to go limp call route? Or can he limp jam 31 bigs?
It does feel appropriate to try and jam somehow with this hand. Like, Ace Jack is just big enough that if you're no good, you're no good.
All in.
Oh,
He's
Davies
just going to say all in himself.
Yeah, just front jamming, and that's the idea. It's just like, this hand is too good. If I limp, this guy's going to check back and realize equity.
That'll make Hans' ears perk up a little bit.
We're even now.
What did I hear?
Yes, you heard right. Got excited for a second.
Yeah.
I guess it also prevents a situation where he limps, Allison has like pocket deuces and jams, and then now Davies has got ace jack. Like, am I supposed to call here? I don't really know what to do.
No, that's a good point as well. When you limp, you're not only going to face the 3.5 big blind size, you're sometimes going to face all of it. Should be an any 2 spot for Allison. He wastes no time to put it in with jack deuce offsuit. Is that a reverse timing tell? that was too quick. You don't have it.
Yeah, but does it really matter if you don't have it? There's a lot of hands still better than 7-6.
Doesn't matter with 7-6 at all. Pikazowicz, 11 pelts collected in this tournament. Davies with 6. He's got a healthy haul himself. Jeshka's got 2 as well.
So, Pikazowicz can eliminate 2 other players that will bring him up to 13, collects his own. So the max bounties he can get is 14.
Yeah.
He might want to strongly consider trying to collect Yeshka's bounty while he can, just in case Davies gets a crack at it. It's prize pool that he might never get to see, but we do see Queen 10 offsuit. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's going to go in. Davies doesn't have anything that can play. Allison will have that crack at it.
Queen 10, 7, 4. Ooh,
He's got the best hand somehow.
How is this possible?
He does have the best hand with King 7
I'll
high.
take a chop.
Okay.
Is that the running joke?
Yeah, is that
Give
just
the
what
man
they
a
say
chop.
now?
He's been asking for it all day.
He's been asking it for it all day. I don't think a chop is likely.
Ooh.
And that is just the nuts for Yeshka. Queen 10 for the chop. There's a way to win.
Never easy. Never
No
easy.
shot.
4 outs. King or Jack. Take us to heads up. It's a blink.
How much is it?
1.75.
You made it seem like he dodged a lot of outs with the few.
I think Hans was stressed too. I don't know. When you see Allison running the way he has been this tournament, I'm pretty sure you just imagine losing no matter what the flop reads. It's like, all right, how's he going to figure out a way to bust me here? Oh,
like
backdoor full house. Yeah, that makes sense.
The
yeah.
few is more for like straight draw, flush draw, pair draw, everything combined. But
Four
the
outs.
4-outer, okay.
Fading the 4
You
outer.
always nervous there, buddy?
I'm just feeling what Jeshka's feeling. We're tapped in.
All right, open muck, I imagine.
Wow. How'd you know he was going to open? That's a good read.
He's letting his partner know, like, hey, if I limp here, don't raise me because I'm only playing good hands.
It's true. That's a good
It's a small thing.
old
but
school trick.
yeah, I like the old school tricks.
Use that one in Bobby's room in the 70s.
I wasn't even born in the 70s.
I don't think Bobby's room existed in the 70s.
No.
Bellagio wasn't built yet.
Surprised you actually know what year the Bellagio was built.
Don't know what year, but my brain's telling me the 80s for some reason.
Okay, 3 deuce is bottom of range, clearly. What's the play now?
Well, with Jeshka over 10 bigs, I think Allison's going to play some of those small raises. And yeah, this is kind of the classic way to approach range construction in this spot is take your very worst hands and your very best hands, raise both of them.
We saw him make this sizing with King Jack suited against Yahor. It's a bad feeling.
Well, you got Queen 6 offsuit. There's not a lot you can do.
Which is amazing for the dirty diaper.
Rigby ever come out here?
I don't think so.
One can hope.
He just tries to 3 deuce everybody. Is there something wrong with that banana? I don't know if you got that.
Is it not looking good?
No, it was just like the top was cut off with a knife and then the rest uneaten. And it looked perfectly fine to me, but okay. Queen 6 now in the hands of Allison. He puts in a pre-flop raise. I mean, Davies can't defend King 7. What a day to beat a Brazilian.
This is a pretty lopsided setup. You can't defend nearly as wide in the big blind as Seth as you normally would. Players as well studied as Davies are going to be more familiar with these kind of edge case ICM scenarios. A lot of us, you know, haven't put in the time or haven't been around the game long enough to worry about how do I play my big blind when somebody's got 10 bigs and someone has 120 and I'm in second place. But guarantee Seth's got a pretty strong idea of how to navigate that one.
Should be jamming here for ace-9. Can widen your value range. This is pretty good. Probably gets called by worse, and it's actually the same hand. Ace-9 versus ace-9. Now they can chop it up.
I'll take a chop.
50-50. Okay, chop, chop.
Finally, a chop will come.
97% of the time.
I guarantee it's a chop, all right? It's ace-9
97
versus ace-9 offsuit.
% of the time. Jeshka with a slight bit of extra equity covering diamonds. Never easy.
He's got clubs.
96% of the time.
Yeshka really wants that chop. Okay, official.
Boring.
Boring,
What does
says
that say?
Davies. How would you like it if you had the chance to get free roll Davies?
Been there, done that.
Yes. It's actually the one guy who was willing to fight back against Allison. He's actually the first one eliminated during the four-handed play. That was Dombrowski. Eight, 7 suited. Bunch of orange tokens. And queen 8 offsuit.
Yeah.
Gonna make the call here.
Go time.
What a spot for Yeshka. He can be back in it. Dominating the 8-7 suited.
Now 8, deuce, deuce, ace.
Deuce, 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 king.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a 7 for Allison. Pikozovic.
That was the flop you won that huge pot with queens earlier. Oh no, you lost that pot.
Yeah.
He is running
No,
good.
It was
7-6.
6 because like the
5 of diamonds.
Diamonds.
the
Lots of
four
outs now
with
for
the
Yeshka.
straight
Yeah,
goes,
yeah.
Deuce, 3, 5,
6, 5, 3 deuce, yeah.
Can Yeshka get lucky? He cannot. Good
GG,
game to Hans Yeshka out in third place. Fought valiantly.
So they're gonna move us, I think, right?
Settle
I
for
think so.
third.
I don't know. I never been at this point.
Do we need to do a break or just a quick 5 minutes? Okay.
We have
not
to
even
set
gonna
up
go to
heads
the
up.
bathroom, I'm just gonna hang
Yeah,
out.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
GG, buddy. GG, buddy. Thank you.
GG, man. Good stuff.
It's a good game to Hans Yeshka out in third place, cashing for $329,000. Did collect 2 envelopes before he did eventually get eliminated. Got it in very good with Queen 8 offsuit against 8-7 suited, but it's been the Hey Allison show. And hey there, Allison. You've got all the chips going to heads up against Seth Davies. 478,000 now locked up for the remaining 2 players.
Jeshka,
Yeah.
that first double up, just not good enough. Only had 1 million, spun it up to 2.5 there, and confidently called it off with the Queen 8, but could not hold up against the sun running Allison. 8-7 suited, just, yeah, out the door in third place. Nice run for Jeshka. He'll be happy to pick up that ladder.
I mean, he played so good during the 7-handed play, right? At the final table, he made that big call against Sean Winter on an ace-high board with King 7, and you know, like, he turned into third place. So huge congratulations to Hans Yeshka. We are down to heads up now. It's 26 million versus 5 million. Do you have some information in terms of their experience in heads up?
Yeah, this is our first time watching Allison at the Triton stage in a heads-up match, but Seth Davies has a few heads-ups to speak of. He's won 1 and lost 2. I'm honestly surprised that he's only played 3, but I do remember that long drought. We talked about Seth for a long time as one of the best players at Triton to have not picked up a title. Do you want to talk about the results that Seth had, Randy?
Of course, because, you know, he lost to his good buddy Jason Kuhn Montenegro in the 30K PLO Turbo Bounty, a game that, you know, he'd be happy to get the heads up, given PLO is not his primary game. Lost to Alexa Pazvicevic in Montenegro in the Invitational. That was the one we mentioned earlier, where he was kind of hanging around 3-handed or 4-handed, and then a big chip lead versus the second chips. I believe they had, like, at least 60 big lines apiece. It was aces versus kings. Pazivic did eventually win that one in Invitational, but eventually He won his title against Danilo Velocevic, who we've seen at the Super High Roller Series, clearly a very good player. That was in a 50K where he won his first title.
Yeah, Seth had an amazing series there in Montenegro. He had an amazing year, honestly, in 2025. We've heard him speak. If you followed some of his recent YouTube content, he's big on social media these days, speak about the ups and downs that he's had in the arena in 2025 in particular. He saw both extremes of that. Let's talk a little bit about Hey Allison as well. Allison Pikazowicz. I mean, we don't have a lot of results on him in the live arena, but you recognized him from playing online. He's, you said he flew out from Brazil, and we've seen a few Brazilian players with a lot of talent coming out to Triton for the first time in the last year or so.
It's a very long journey. Allison Pikazowicz doesn't have that much Triton experience. Obviously on the online felt, he's won many tournaments in his lifetime. First showed up to Jeju 2025 in September, but this is going to be by far his biggest cash, and he has collected so many envelopes as well. 12 at the moment. If he can win this heads up, he collects Davies' bounty and his own, so he can potentially have 14 envelopes if he can take it down here.
Over $1 million in equity on offer if he were to collect those envelopes. More than first place alone. But we are playing for a $709,000 first prize. Allison with a 5-1 chip lead headed into heads up. Decent bit of chips though. 30 big blinds or so for Seth. He held on nicely as we went from 4 to 2 to still come in with a fighting chance.
Ace deuce versus Jack 8 offsuit. 28 big blinds. Yes, it's the shorter stack of the two, but plenty of room for post flop. We can kind of just chip up a bit. Really could have a long heads up match here with an 80 big blind average. And you guys are in for a treat because we do have heads up specialist Kevin Rabichow in the booth with me.
Alongside former heads up specialist Nanonoko.
Guy who played heads up, okay. Queen, 8, king. Davies with the best hand, and you can probably get some value at some point against the ace high. Probably not on the king turn.
Yeah, he expects Allison to check back a good deal of king high on a paired flop. You're going to see more checking in general in heads up than you would have even just in three-handed play. It's a lot less common for either player to have a range advantage post flop just because both players are trying to play about 100% of hands, especially in big blind ante format.
The current runout's making it quite difficult for Davies to try to get some value, but he does find a bet despite the 10 overcarding his 8.
This is a little big actually from Davies. I'm surprised he's asking for this much. He might even be running into the type of ace high that gets curious in this spot. Ace deuce kind of out of the way of all of Seth's potential bluffs. He could have 7-6, 6-5, 5-4, all these kind of hands.
He's targeting ace high precisely because an 8 would actually chop.
That's what makes it even more surprising that he's bet this large, is he has no kicker that plays.
He's putting the man on ace high in a limp pot. He's got a great read, but can't get the ace high to call.
So now blinds up.
Blinds up, 125,000, 250,000, so there was a little bit of breathing room, around 30 big blinds for Seth Davies, but he shrunk to 23. Still gonna fight. Starts with an open raise against the king deuce offsuit of Allison Pikazowicz. He's thinking about a move. Yeah, the big little.
Yeah, this fits with what we've seen from Allison in general. Clears a good deal of equity from a suited hand. Seth Davies falling to the 3-bet bluff from Allison.
It's also a hard hand to play out of position, so probably why he opted to use that hand. King deuce.
I still think, you know, you're getting a good enough price facing min raise to defend any of that kind of stuff. I'm guessing Allison's, you know, quote unquote comfortable playing that hand out of position, but it just has good properties to 3-bet bluff with.
I am going to give you guys in the chat one last chance to visit the poll and let us know who the player of the day was so far in this 40K mystery bounty, because Seth Davies and Allison have practically the same amount of votes. So get your votes in, because we could be here for a while in this heads-up match if Davies can find a double at some point. Here he jams King 7 offsuit for 20 blinds.
I like the shove from Davies.
It's a big statement.
He's coming in prepared for heads-up big blind ante. Those offsuit kings are plenty strong enough to activate out of the big blind against a limp. You wouldn't open jam with those hands. Allison played his hand totally standard. But once you face that limp, there's just so much out there to pick up. Offsuit king is happy to take the risk.
Yeah, and you gotta set the tone. Like, you can't just limp every button against me and expect to get a free flop.
He's probably still gonna limp every button.
You gotta remind them, all right, in the back of their mind. Even if it doesn't change their confidence in this heads-up match.
Yeah, you gotta scare them.
Yeah, doesn't really work for these two, though.
Gotta talk some trash.
Talk some trash, that's right.
Get in his head, Seth.
That's right. Give him a talk mid-hand. 10-3 suited versus Jack 4 of hearts. I see bottom pair.
Yes,
Jack 4's
Seth.
got a little potential, or is that too ambitious if there was a bet on the flop from Davies?
Oh, no, that's more than enough potential for heads up. I mean, it does depend on the sizing. Seth doesn't even bet the flop in this case.
Oh, he turned a flush draw with the pair of threes.
Not the turn card that Allison was looking for. Doesn't improve at all. Now just jack high, no draw. I would generally expect his hand to give up. Seth chose to open this hand, very similar to the jack 3 suited from 2 hands ago. So he likes something about this hand class
The 3
for
suited.
raising on the button. I think it makes sense to raise the button with hands that, like if they limped and faced a raise, they would have to fold. And it's just a little bit strong of a hand to lose your equity in that way. It's kind of nice to raise and force a riskier play from the big blind, force a 3-bet if they're going to blow you off your equity.
Yeah, let's see if Davies continues to incorporate this raising strategy off of this 20 to 25 big blind zone.
Because I do expect mostly limps from the button at this depth. So to see Seth having raised twice already in such a short time frame is kind of unusual.
Right, with 10-3 suited and Jack 3 suited.
But Allison hasn't seen his cards, so he doesn't know that Seth's just been dealt that exact hand class twice in a row.
Ace-8 offsuit.
$500.
Okay, now he's going to put in the pre-flop raise. I'm going to limp the button.
Yeah, Allison probably planning to raise call this off. Ace-8 kind of fringy at this stack depth to do so. Seth not interested in jamming against this action with the offsuit king.
Both players with middle pair, strong kicker. There is an overcard to the board.
Kind of unfortunate flop texture for Allison having raised on the button. I think like middle connected is all over Seth defending the big blind. It's less likely to connect with a button raising range. Actually a bit surprised to see him betting the flop, but it does look like he's sizing up a pretty large bet.
Yeah, it's not a small bet at all. He put in an orange chip, so it's about half the pot, 675,000.
Seth, I think, has nothing to do really but check call. Middle pair and a backdoor.
Yeah, check raise would be an overplay. Now it's two pair for Allison of ace-8, and it's a type of card where Davies could convince himself that his opponent's trying to rep that ace and call down light.
He could, but it's dangerous to approach the game that way. I think at the same time, Davies just understands this card has devalued my hand. I have a worse hand right now. If I face additional aggression, it's probably just not strong enough to take to a river, but...
Do you think that Allison can actually still value bet, let's say, Queen 10 on the turn, despite the ace showing up?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, one thing to note when you're playing this shallow heads up is that an ace is unlikely to just flat the big blind pre-flop. Seth is going to play a lot of aggression with his ace-x hands pre-flop, and Allison is also going to play with a lot of aggression, but he raised pre, so this card is very good for Allison, very kind of neutral or blank for Seth, so I think Allison's just going to barrel this card pretty relentlessly. You can see Seth is definitely in that same headspace you were at, Randy, which is just like, I know you're barreling kind of everything here, but I think his range is just so strong that there's not much Seth can do. He has to fold a hand like King 8.
Well, he's going to be very happy when he finds out that he was up against a hand that practically, well, had him drawing dead, actually. But Davies is down to 20 bigs. It's a $230,000 heads-up match with 2 envelopes on top. So it's a lot more. And I say 2 envelopes because you collect your opponents as well as your own. This one being a limp pot. One of the first limps we've seen from Davies.
Yeah, this hand making a lot of sense to me for limping pre-flop. And when you get 2 Broadway cards, I think this spot is pretty analogous to a single raised pot in position where this just favors the in-position player. You're going to see a lot of c-betting, so to speak.
Look at the Queen 7 of clubs come along for check call.
Yeah, I like this from Allison. He's just recognizing how strong his hand is in this format. Overcard with a backdoor flush draw, just too much hand to fold for 1 big blind. The 10 is interesting. It's the kind of card that, you know, often we see players stealing the lead on the turn when the middle card pairs. But again, in heads up, it's like both players can just have all sorts of 10x. There's not really a major shift in either direction for who has more of this card, so I think it makes sense for Allison to just check it over.
Well, Davies just rivered the best hand with the 6. I do feel like the Queen High could still show down as a winner and probably doesn't need to turn itself into the bluff.
Yeah, it feels fringy to me whether we want to bluff Queen High or not. 8-9 missed, 8-7 missed. Allison's going to have weaker hands than this, so it starts to get dicey if you bluff all the way up to Queen High.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it's also a little bit less likely that Davies is stabbing flop with better high cards like Ace or King High on Jack 10-5 Rainbow. So just kind of hope for the check through. But as played, Davies should be targeting that 5.
Yeah, I think Davies can go for value here. It's thin. It's the weakest hand you would want to bet here.
That's a big bet.
That is a big bet. This is the second time that Seth has surprised me with kind of, I guess, greedy value, you might call it, right? Like having a hand that doesn't appear quite good enough for that bet size, but correctly so in both cases, just identifying his opponent doesn't have him beat.
Maybe he's so far behind in chips that he wants to try to escalate things and try to get back into this fight quicker. Is that a thing, or is that just...
Feels a little bit gambly to me to approach it that way, you know? Like, I think Seth's thinking about this one pot at a time, and just inside of that pot, what's the highest EV play that I can make? What's the, you know, what's going to generate the most chip equity for me?
Ooh, deuces and ace-king.
Oh, this is
the
makings of
a
classic.
Yeah, this is the one that Dora Brunson would say that I would take deuces.
He's open shoved.
Open jam and call.
Ooh,
the
classic.
deuces. There's a little bit of a favorite here by 5%. The classic, they say. It's 11 million chip pot.
Should get you.
Huge spot for Seth to get back into this match. He would close the gap to just 2-1 down if he can improve with his ace-king here.
I'll take a chop.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know.
3-3-3 ace.
Queen 9-6, 2 spades. Davies needs an ace or a king or some kind of Broadway card to make a straight. I mean, even the board pair wouldn't be too bad. The turn card is the jack, so 10's on the board now for Davies.
King or 10.
Can the Ducks hold on against Ace King? It's a 9 of clubs, and that's it. Brazil's Alison Pikazovic is the champion, taking down one of the all-time greats, Seth Davies. Just like that.
Wire-to-wire chip leader. Alison Pikazovic dominated this tournament, dominated the final table, and takes down his first title with ease.
With ease. You know, we saw him make so many aggressive plays, won that nice pot against our 4th place finisher, Yahor. He should be very proud since joining our Triton Tour in Jeju of 2025 with a W here. And he's actually going to collect 14 envelopes, taking Seth Davies and his own. And of course, that top prize of $709,000. Look at the rail with the support. Well played, Allison. Well played. That is the results of that final table. Winter was the first elimination, but look at that. Dominicus out in 6th, Mateos in 5th, Yahor in 4th, Hans Jeschke 3rd, and Davies, the runner-up, $478,000 and 6 bounties for him. It's been all Brazil in this 40K mystery bounty.
It's hard to have a final table cleaner than that for Allison, right? Like, how good does it feel to just every hand you play just goes exactly as you hope? You shut down bluffs and they just have a good hand. You run your bluffs, they work. You get all in, you just win.
And you make a straight flush with 10-7 of spades. Your
I forgot
opponent
about
has
that.
a really strong full house. That was Seth Davies.
Got snapped.
Like, he really didn't have anyone that can really put a dent into him. He had a big lead. Even if he doubled up his opponents, he still would be the chip leader. It was just very smooth sailing for the internet star.
Yeah, the internet star perhaps no longer. I mean, a little bit of money in the account, maybe fire some more Triton events. Let's see Allison, a few other Brazilians come out and keep firing. I'm excited to see players of this caliber.
Yeah, it's great to see the Brazilian Armada show up to our Triton Super High Roller Series. Now, we do have Stanley on the sidelines to interview our winner, but do not go anywhere because we still have more coverage of another event. That's a 60K No Limit Hold'em after we hear from Alison Pikazovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Stanley. Right next to me is our Mystery Bounty champion, Alison Pikazovic. Alison, wow, what a run you had. I mean, the guys in the commentary room, they were talking about they've never seen a rush like that in history. So, please tell us, what is even going on in your head right now?
I mean, I don't even know, like, it was probably like the best run I ever had. Like, I just won basically our all-ins. Like, I lost one, but right after I just got the stack of the guy. I mean, never seen nothing like this before. Like, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, never.
I am like surprised.
We're all definitely very surprised because we definitely never seen anything like that. Talking about rushes, you had a hand, pocket aces, and then you eliminated 3 players. Do you think that was a hand that sort of got you into the momentum and you're like, oh my God, this might be it, guys?
I mean, to be honest, like, when that hand happened, I already had, like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 hands before, so I don't even know which one. I mean, the first hand, I think the first hand against Malacca, like, I just got like 2 4s in the floor and the turn, so I mean, after that, I think like that's the hand actually.
That was the hand that just secured it all, right? So I mean, okay, let's talk about Mystery Bounty as a format. It's sort of a format in its own, right? So, you know, coming in, what was your mindset? Were you like, okay, I'm gonna play aggressive, get as many bounties as possible, or did you want to, you know, climb the ladder and then place as high as possible in terms of placement?
No, I was trying to get as many bounties I could get, and I will play as many hands I would think I should, and yeah, I mean, my mindset was like in hunting bounties, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter because now you're first and you have 14 bounties, ladies and gentlemen, 14 bounties. All right, Allison, I mean, you debuted in Triton back in 2025, last year, and then you've been with us almost every single tour. What is it so special about Triton that keeps bringing you back?
I mean, I think it's everything, like, the structure is amazing. The way we can see our hands, our stacks in like live in the moment, like that makes a lot of difference from other live stops. And I mean, and it's fun. Like I can see a lot of my friends here. We can do other stuff than poker together and also win some money.
Don't we all like it? So lastly, Allison, you know, for the folks out there, they have not stepped on the Triton stage yet. What is it like, you know, winning your first title and being on the Triton stage? Tell the folks out there, what is that like?
It's amazing. Yeah, I mean.
It's amazing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'd like to bring in our tournament director, Luca, to give out Allison his trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, our Mystery Bounty champion, Allison Piekacevic.
Once again, a huge congratulations to our winner, Hey Allison. And I'm going to throw some hot math at you really quick. He won 14 bounties. How much is that expected to be?
That would be 80K times 14,
Oh my
which
God, you're
is
so slow.
$1.12 million.
$1.12 million is the expected payout for him. And I believe Juno Barra, when he pulled 17 bounties, collected $1,050,000, if I remember correctly.
It was in that ballpark, but he won 17 bounties. Is that right?
That's right.
So he undershot his EV. What a disappointing draw that must have been for Juno Barra. Do you think he went home and just had a sad moment?
Dude, he was so happy when he was opening his envelopes. Tomorrow, Allison Piekacevic does get to open all 14 of his envelopes. We'll see if he can get a 7-figure payday on top of his $700,000 score. But I do want to turn our attention now to the 60K no limit hold'em. That's what we have on the table. We're going to place a few more levels before we end the night. Currently 95 entries in there. Registration still open, 69 remaining. But I want to take a look at our featured table right now because it's a star-studded cast.
Yeah,
take a look at that.
Table 6, the red feature that we're pulling up in a second. Punat Punsri headlining. Did you know that since 2022, when he debuted in Cyprus, nobody has won more money than this man? $25.7 million in earnings in just 4 years on the Triton Tour. We've also got Alex Kulev. He's the all-time money winner in Bulgaria. Recently won the 100K in Montenegro in front of his parents. That's a lovely
I remember that one, right?
addition.
Yeah, I believe he was at the final table and then he decided to kind of get his dad out there, so he got to watch him win that tournament there. Also have Ben Tollerine. I mean, he's the original N-Boss, isn't he?
3-time champ, N-Boss and PLO, N-Boss previously and maybe currently in No Limit. I mean, the way that people speak about him is like none other. I think I watched a video recently. I want to say it was Jeremy Osmus. He was doing this like head-to-head. You know, you pick like this or that. This person or that person. Who would you rather play against? Ben Tollerine came up in the list, and it was just like Ben.
He just left it at Ben.
Ben. I guess it's Ben.
Of course, because, you know, the thing is, when I started playing online poker, I would look at who's sitting down by himself at the heads-up lobby that no one wanted to join. It was always Ben86, Ben Tollerine. It didn't matter if it was PLO, it didn't matter if it was No Limit Hold'em or 5K heads-up sit and goes. He was always that guy, and no one wanted to play with him, rightfully so, because he was one of the very best. And the thing that's very surprising for me was that he took a long time of a break, I would say, and then he showed up to Triton. And you know what he did? Immediately, he started taking down titles. That's Ben Tollerine, and he's going to be at our featured table here, joined by Alex Kuleb that you mentioned, Punat Punsri, but there's other sharks still in the field. We got Ren Lin at the mix. He's got 26 big blinds at our featured table. Emilian Patavi, the Frenchman, 353K. And, you know, like, there's other big names here, and registration is still open.
Okay, but be honest, Randy. Did you ever sit when you saw Ben86 sitting by himself in the lobby?
I was scared.
Not even once? You weren't tempted?
I might have dusted off a stack to him.
I feel like there's no way you don't have like a lifetime 1-2 record in heads up sit and goes against him.
I've lost a lot of money to different stars that are playing our Triton Super High Roller Series, and he might be one of them.
I'm sorry to bring up that pain.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There is Ben Tollerine, top of your chip counts. Kazomi Ferose, second. You've heard the other names. Let's look at the overall chip counts. Wu Kui Song, overall tournament chip leader. Just came off that 6th place finish in the 25K Jupiter event. See Alex Boyka out there, Brandon Wilson, and Calvin Lee rounding out the top 5. There's Ben86.
Look at the muscles on this guy.
Defending his big blind against Punat Punsri. That's why they call him Ben Swallerine, Randy.
That's right. I missed the hat he was wearing the other day. Do you remember?
I feel like how long was that gimmick running? I think I saw him in a ball cap later that day.
Yeah, it was literally like 1 hour later he decided to change it out.
I want to know the story, though.
I mean, it was cold outside.
Can we get an
It
interview?
felt cozy.
It wasn't that cold.
Okay.
Come on.
But it has been cold outside.
The sun is shining on Jeju Island.
Has it? I mean, it was raining the other day.
I mean, not right now. It's 10 p.m.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Got open-ended against a pair of 7s at the moment.
Good board texture for the big blind to attack. Not surprised to see Tollerine firing out. And what's this? A small overbet, even. This puts Punat's hand in a really difficult spot. I think, you know, if he was anticipating a smaller size, this is a straightforward defend. But against this size, I don't think it's so straightforward.
I mean, there's a lot of made hands that can go for overbet from the big blind flat. He's got straights. He's got 2 pairs. He's got strong 10s.
Yeah, even ace 10 or king 10 might be willing.
It should be, right?
Absolutely. No resistance. Punat gets out of the way. Tollerine adds to his table chip lead.
And you also know many songs, Tony. That's the thing with you. You have so much variety. You know?
Original.
Exactly.
Punat Punsri, ace jack. Folded the best hand. Last one. Feruse, 10-4 offsuit will fold. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. If you are enjoying it, please give us a thumbs up, a like, a subscribe. Guys, a really nice thing about Triton is
Lady Gaga coming. Yes, very more. You can do that.
It's free.
It's free?
Is that what you're going to say?
Yes.
It wasn't just that. It was when we end one
Nah,
tournament, we don't
easy,
end the
easy.
stream. We continue
Never
on.
listening.
10,000.
The action never stops at the Leze Casino.
All right, Kulev calls of ace-9 suited.
Yeah, hijack flat generally looking pretty strong. This kind of a light open from Punat. But are we playing six-handed at this table? So under the gun, just the low jack effectively. Not as loose as I first thought.
Top pair for Punat Punsri of Thailand.
With 3 diamonds on board. Going to lead to a flop check from out of position. Let's see if Kulev wants to lean on this texture. He's got pretty low equity with ace-9 of clubs, but should have an overall range advantage on this kind of board.
Does go check. Doesn't opt to exercise his range advantage when check 2.
Not convinced that Punat feels amazing about his hand even still. There's some better queens that Kulev can arrive here with. He might trap some flopped flushes as well. Queen 10 with no diamond is good but not great in this spot. So if Punat does bet, I would expect kind of a modest sizing.
18K.
That'll do it.
He's singing in Mandarin. Cool. Thanks,
No, I
Ren.
need a double. Double down. I don't want double from you. I want double from Alex. Yes.
Everyone wants a double from Alex.
I don't know why everybody just want a double from Alex.
You just don't like Alex for some reason.
I ban, yes.
Has everyone been
That's
doubling
why he's
through
scared.
Alex?
He go home, take a sleep. Ben really
Not seeing
smart.
the
He know I got
evidence.
an ace this time.
I mean, he's still at 68 big blinds with 340K. It's pretty unlikely people have been doubling through him. Jack 3 is suited, limp for Ren Lin up against Punat Ponsri's suited 8-3.
Starting stack was 200K in this tournament.
Wow.
Good for 40 big blinds at this stage.
Every time I triple you and you choke.
Opportunity for Punsri to take this one away. A little bit of backdoor interaction.
Yeah,
Ren's
pizza.
grabbing his cards.
I got 2 pieces.
No nonsense.
He didn't even drop the chips in.
Oh. I don't want to be high to call, you know. I'm really GTO.
I don't know if that was a GTO way to fold before your opponent even announces what he's
In
betting.
China, people call me Walker GTO.
Yeah, remind me to pump fake the next time I'm playing Ren. Just reach for chips before I even know what I'm going to do.
I don't even know what he was saying. Worker GTO? Like, what does that even mean? In China, that's what they call him. That's what he said.
They call him Worker GTO.
I don't get the joke.
10,000.
Maybe he's in the lab. That's all he does. Work, work, work.
I see. Gonna put these chips to work with ace queen against ace 10. Looks good enough to 3-bet.
Lady and gentlemen. I no snap and no future. Puna, let's give me high five first. Thank
Is
you,
the
my
ace
friend.
the gentleman?
More than 100, right?
Yes, go for it. Tank a call behind.
More than 100, too much.
116.5.
Call me, please. Can't. No future.
I thought for a second he was going to say Lady Gaga when he went all in, but then he was like, wait, that'd be telegraphing my hand to my opponent. I want him to call with worse.
That's why I thought maybe subconsciously he was.
Then he pivoted to
calling
ladies and gentlemen.
He's calling his hand the ladies and gentlemen. It's got a queen and a gentleman.
It would be a king that you would want with the queen for ladies and gentlemen, right? Not the ace.
It's a stretch, I know.
You tried.
Wanted it to be true. But you know how people
Antonio.
sometimes like bet the size
Antonio,
of the card that's in
mucho
their
guapo,
hand?
Antonio. ¿Qué pasa, mucho guapo, Antonio?
Sometimes it bleeds through.
Like 55K of pocket fives?
Yeah. I've caught myself before just like, I want to bet about 40% pot here, and it's a 9 high board, and I just bet 9,000. It's like, why did I pick 9? Could have picked 8 or 10.
It's a subliminal message. Punat's opening the button with King 8 offsuit, called by Kulev's King Queen, and in comes Batavi with Ace 10 offsuit once again.
Conservative choices by both blinds. I think either player could have 3-bet their hand.
No one's got a pair in this spot.
Could go either way with Punat's hand. I think playing aggressively on this board is fine, but it's a little annoying to get check raised when you've got the 8 of hearts. Decent backdoor draw in king high for some showdown value.
9,000.
Don't expect Kulev to fold his hand against 9K. This is speculative, of course, but King of Hearts, Queen, just pretty decent showdown value. Clean outs to top pair, strong backdoor flush draw.
Well, he makes that call.
That's going to stop Batavi from continuing. He might have stuck around if Kulev had folded.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how when someone else continues, you end up folding the best hand.
Ooh. We're going to see another straight flush today, you think?
Talking about the 6 of hearts for Punat's 8 of hearts in hand.
Kind of interesting opportunity to second barrel. The small blind flatting range probably doesn't connect that well with this sort of lower board unless Kulev's made a flush on the turn. So having the 8 of hearts is kind of relevant. Good removal, but
Double barrel from the King 8 offsuit.
40,000.
just not sure what we do in Kulev's spot. King of Hearts might not feel strong enough on its own. It's a pretty big bet, but in general, when you face a big bet on a 3 flush board, you prioritize just having a big flush card as the way that you play defense. Like Kulev would happily fold weaker pairs in exchange for continuing this kind of hand.
Look at the call that's coming in. King, Queen high, and he is correct. That big heart is with the King of Hearts. Regards the 5, and they actually would chop if it goes check, check.
Don't think Kulev has much choice but to check, and I'm not sure what Punat's going to do, to be honest. I could see arguments both ways.
I would think that Kulev rarely has a boat with small blind flat.
Yeah.
Besides what? Just 7 suited that didn't go aggro pre.
Might have like, we're early stage in this tournament. He probably flats King 7 suited, Ace 5 suited, maybe Ace 7 suited. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to have these hands. Kulev's still
suited would have to be like diamonds, but go on.
I mean, Kulev's still thinking here. There's something about this scenario that makes him want to lead. Maybe just something about having King High unimproved is making him want to find a reason to lead.
Maybe he thinks he can fold out like an Ace X with the Ace of Hearts that was barreling the turn.
It just feels like if Kulev had a boat here or had a flush.
He bets 20K. This is kind of weird for Punat.
He'd be inclined with a boat or a flush to continue checking. I just don't think that much of Punat's, like he bet 40K on the turn into 53, was it? So a lot of strength shown by Punat on the turn. It's hard for me to think of a value hand that's now scared off by the 5 of clubs river. So it's a little non-standard feeling to steal the lead here.
Yeah, for just 20K. But he actually might be able to get the other king high out of here.
I don't know. There's also a chance that Punat just rips it.
And says, I don't think you ever have a boat for that price.
Oh, look at that.
He looks more puzzled than considering a jam. So what does he beat?
It's a great question. What does he beat?
What does he beat?
Does he flat Jack 10 offsuit pre and then take the passive line the whole way? Jack of hearts 10?
Does it call 40K on a turn? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It is a pretty
So what
weak
does he
draw.
beat?
That's why calling feels a little outlandish to me, but Punat's broken posture here, it doesn't look like he's thinking about raising anymore. It seems like he's between call and fold. Although I would love for someone to just start doing the hand wave and the break of posture and then like, I'm all in. Haven't seen that one in a while.
Looks like he is gonna fold the chop, Alex Kulev.
King high, queen high. Professional size.
Good read, Redland.
Jump, jump we fold. King high, short value. Jump 100% fold. If you're not a king high, I pay you dinner 1 month.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yes or no?
Wow.
Huh?
That was
That's a dead
pretty
read.
good read. He says, if it's not king high, I give you dinner for a month. Wow, what a prediction. And it's perfect for me to give time to talk about Jupiter. And one thing poker players tend to have is strong opinions about what is coming next, and whether it's reading a hand like Ren Lin or reading a situation, everyone has a view. Jupe Predicts taps into that same idea through prediction markets built around real-world outcomes, sports, politics, major global events.
I got my suit switched round, but when I saw it, it had an even better hand to it. I don't remember the shit. Haven't done that in a... What's the blind now?
Punat's got to get back to it. It's been dealt to premium.
I'm still thinking about that hand by Kulev. Can't believe he took more than half the pot. King Queen, 20K lead.
Oh,
ooh, I see nines. Count requested.
Nines is a weird one, facing this pretty large shove in the cutoff. I think sevens or eights is going to be like the bottom for Punat to jam this much against under the gun. It's not like he's 17, 18 big blinds deep. 25 is a pretty big difference. Then does still have nines here. Graphic updating.
He's trying to upgrade his hand.
Oh, that's overpowered if you let Ben just scroll through the deck.
Trade 2 for 2 better cards. All right, he's gonna go for it, and you don't vault him, right?
No, it is, I think, meant to go in. It's just the uncomfortable one where sometimes you're way behind like this. Occasionally you're way ahead, and you're usually flipping. At least one jack was folded.
What's more important is about the nines. Jax doesn't need to improve. Oh, it's an overpair versus an overpair.
Cooler.
It's a cooler. Ben prepared to pay out because he needs a 9, or he will have to send over 149,005, which he will. We're not up to 320,000.
Professional hold. Renlin might say.
25. until.
If you free bet, and then fold. Free bet, and then fold. You jump, he call. You're not very smart. Yes? Then yes or no?
Yeah, it worked out perfectly.
He free bet you fold. You jump or call. All in, make a card range smaller.
I think he's actually
Tony,
onto something
I
there.
think you should do a master class.
Huh?
You should do a master class.
Yes, of course.
Punat could have made it like 5-6 big
Pre-mind
blinds.
account.
Pre-mine, this is the thing. I'll buy it.
Very expensive.
I will ask for a loan. Punat is gonna give me a loan, I'll buy it.
Masterclass featuring Red Lin. He says it would be expensive, but pretty sure Masterclass is a one-time fee or subscription for all courses.
No, he's going to have his own private masterclass.
Hiya, Angel.
Is that a...
Angel, this table very
Mateos?
dangerous. Very dangerous. Yes, very dangerous.
This table's lifetime earnings just doubled.
Puna 7 deuce, free bet. Target ace is all in. Yes. He said all in make the range smaller.
Pretty funny, when I bet turn, I wasn't sure. But then when I looked on the river, I was like, fuck, this is a pretty good one to go through. It's not,
You should maybe look at the turn next time as well.
I mean, I knew I had one of each, but it was better than I thought. Beat fours with the heart, though.
Wojnowski defends the big blind.
I said beat. I said I beat fours with the heart.
That's about it.
That's about it.
You have ace high then?
No.
Too expensive. Not many people.
With the 8 of hearts, better. Block more flushes.
Right. You got bounty?
True. Your face lit up when you say you're right.
Like
all the money back. Minimum or double.
I looked out.
I'll tell you what I had to say.
400 up minimum.
You might know him as Lipe Piv
Oh,
online.
Felipe, is it? I've seen the name. Everyone
Long.
from Brazil is some online crusher, huh?
Yeah, it's a safe bet. See the Brazilian flag, you're like, okay. How many millions of tournaments have you played?
Good luck, my friend.
Bye bye. See you final table.
How many have you won?
Say hello for Yuko Sasaki. My good friend Yuko Sasaki.
Moving our Japanese player here, Kazomi Furuse.
buddy.
He'll be happy to move from this featured. Just Murderer's Row. As we do bring in Adrian Mateos.
I think this guy didn't play a hand.
Good luck finding a soft table out there.
No, he play one hand set. Okay, set. Make the other guy set. Remember?
that guy made a very good call. I remember. Pass.
So you'll see that Mateos has a 200k stack. That's a fresh stack into this tournament. He did bust not too long ago with aces versus ace-10 offsuit, all in pre-flop.
12. Adrian had aces?
Yeah, and he was up against ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts of Wang Yang, and ace of diamonds made a flush. So this is additional 60k deposited from Adrian to get back in this tournament. Redlin with the jam.
Nothing but verification happening here. Pitavi will be passing with Jack 10.
Oh, he make a range smaller, but he's still no call. Thank you. You're welcome.
This really is a good time to download the Triton Poker Plus app because there's so many amazing names
So
still
Tony,
remaining
your
here.
master class is pre-mined?
Yes. I coach you there a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What is this, poker or mine?
Both. Poker.
Poker?
And a bit of singing, by the way.
Also?
Is there a bit of singing?
And Puna is the premier professional. Yes.
Sponsored pro.
When he casts more, he always is pretty bad. And then when he OE, is a notch. OE make a card range look smaller.
Makes sense.
Make sense?
Puna would love to see a 3-bet. Someone. Tails, king 5 offsuit. Okay, he is only got 6% equity against the pocket kings.
Doesn't get much worse than this.
Wow, he actually picks up an open-ended straight draw with the 5. A way to beat pocket kings now.
11.
Huge boost to Mateos' equity, and he starts with a lead on deuce 3-4. I'm a bit surprised. Players usually pass on leading the low boards when the wheel is possible, because Punsri's going to open plenty of ace highs. He's going to open ace 5.
And never folding those, of course.
Yeah, there's just a lot more equity in the early position range on 4-3 deuce than there is on 6-5-4.
So he did lead out 11K, got called, so probably putting Punsri on at least an ace.
Oh.
And he makes the straight now. Now he's hoping that Punsri has more than just an ace high. Hopefully some pocket pair like this.
13.
Now it's Punsri with single-digit equity. He can only hope for a chop.
With the 5. 13K is another lead. Very small.
Yeah, and this bet is small enough from Mateos that Punsri's going to think one pair is still part of Adrian's range. He's going to think that bluffs are still part of Adrian's range. There's no way we can get away from kings at this price.
Right, you can see how Mateos might be leading a 4 or a 6. Trying to get value from ace high. In comes call once again. Feels like the real decisions on the river. Mateos puts in a ton of chips with his straight. The card's at 8. I would say that's a blank.
Pure as they come for Adrian. He has options here. Sometimes you want to bet a smaller size to balance for your thin value bets. You don't want to just only have one pair when you bet 20K on the river. But he could also just bet as big as he wants. It's basically impossible for Punsri to beat a 5, so Mateos could also just ask for max value and go all in for 2x pot.
Yeah, and there's probably also not that many 5x's in Punsri's range from under the gun. He says 57,000. And when you're a man like Adrian Mateos, you know he's capable of bluffing this spot, so it's not very easy for pocket kings. It's like a really tough fold to make.
I agree. If Adrian is bluffing at this situation, he's probably got less than king high. So having 2 kings is probably just a good blocker hand to bluff catch with. He's already called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just 6% equity. King 5 offsuit versus pocket kings. This bullet working much better for him.
50% ROI.
You're only talking about this bullet.
But he's not a GTO player.
No.
You're a GTO player.
Professional.
You're definitely professional. I told you 70-30. 70 poker, 30 singing.
Good.
Ben, not very GTO.
Ben is not GTO? No? Ben, you're not GTO. You cannot please everybody, you know? Story of my life.
Ben, very ABC.
Ben's very ABC.
It was a knockout punch, I'm not gonna lie. He called you very ABC.
Oh.
this is
12,000.
I mean, Ben86 is one of the most GTO players here. He's been studying that stuff since day one.
No, you just don't know about pre-mined.
He just called Ben86 an ABC player. He only bets when he got it.
Call.
Checks when he doesn't have it. Yeah, that's Ben86. Just like that in a nutshell, huh? Renlin. 1-3's got ace-jack. Renlin flatted the button off of a 25 big blind stack with king-10 suited against the UTG Open.
Gives Punsri an interesting situation with ace-jack. That extra 2 big blinds in the pot might entice him to squeeze jam this hand, although it's not thrilled against an under-the-gun range. You do just have that much more to pick up, and he's going to take it down comfortably here.
Yeah, if you're risking a bit more pre-flop, you would love to get a better price on your bluff, which he does.
It's douche, very puna, huh?
Aces. Look like small hands.
Bye-bye.
Good luck, my friend.
good luck. Good luck.
Players continuing to shuffle as the field shifts on day one. A lot of rebalancing to be done around the room.
So, was that Patavi that moved?
Ah, the very
Patavi's
last
still
one.
there.
Sorry, I missed who it was.
Yeah? Good table? Okay, I go.
did
I
we?
go.
Number one table.
Patavi's right
Number
there.
one
No,
table.
I'm so blind.
It was so exciting.
Was it
Ah.
Felipe?
Oh, it's Felipe.
I think.
Oh, I've got you confused.
Well, we'll see once we get a different camera angle. No, I think Felipe's still there. Those are his hands.
Then who left? Did anyone leave?
Well, they said goodbye. Someone left, right? We'll get to the bottom of this.
I have no idea. I looked away for 1 second. Like, who was sitting next to Batavi?
Besides Tolerine.
Yeah, I know that.
Kulev.
So Kulev's gone.
Is Kulev gone?
Kulev is gone. Okay. Story checks out.
Okay, we figured it out, Randy.
It just disappeared.
Just the best in the business here.
Mm-hmm. It's not even that late. It's only 10:20 loco.
Yeah.
Chat was paying attention.
They called it?
Yeah, but they gave it to me delayed, so couldn't fix the situation in time. All right. What does ABC Ben want to do?
Well, he didn't hit the flop, so he checks.
That's right. He's playing ABC poker. Lets his opponent get there.
Now, he didn't hit the turn, so he'll check again.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Assuming Patavi doesn't bet, but I don't really see why he would with the king and 4 of diamonds.
Yeah, king without a kicker here feels pretty thin to try to lead out of the big blind. And I mean, I jest about the no hand, no bet strategy here. I think Tolerine is definitely considering bluffing this card. He's just going to improve a lot on any Broadway card with his overall range, and having ace-9 high, no diamond is hard to have worse than.
So that means Renlin was wrong. He is not an ABC player.
Renlin was wrong. And Patavi is not going to be folding. The question is just whether he wants to check call and keep bluffs in, or if he reads this bet size as marginal, put in a thin value raise. I think check calling is likely.
Yeah, it's pretty rare you see someone check raise such a weak kicker, but I see where your head's at. It's so small that if he was up against a bigger king, they probably go for a different size. Does make the baby flush. He's unsure if he likes it.
Yeah, you normally don't see players lead on the 4 flush run out, but it is quite easy for the big blind to have a flush here. Patavi's gonna have a ton of offsuit hands in the big blind. He's gonna check call basically any hand that contains 1 diamond when Tolerine bets this small on the turn.
So Batavi's still in the tank. He might be thinking about just a general range advantage in this spot, and let's see if we can get some value. I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, he leads out the same bet size that Tolerine bet out the turn with, 8,000.
I'd say my only knock to using King 4 for this line is that we block a king. And like that's a key hand that we're sort of hoping Tolerine has if we're going to get value from a 4 of diamonds flush.
Right. Yeah, because you wouldn't really expect Ben to be betting a queen as played. I would think with the action, right? Check back flopped in 8K turn.
A queen without a diamond especially, right?
Mm-hmm.
He never heads up. I think it would heads up this one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay then.
And then you win. Or chop. Okay.
I win.
All right, Punat, 8-5 suited. In comes Tolerine. Okay, ace queen. Ace king queen, 2 diamonds. Big range advantage for Punsri.
Yeah, even though Tolerine flops a gut shot here, it's, I think, likely that Punsri wins this one on the flop.
He doesn't win on the flop because he checked it back.
It's hard to win the pot on the flop when you check behind, and Tolerine turns the nuts.
Yeah, just like that. Because you were expecting Tolerine to just check fold without a diamond in hand, I assume, with the 10?
Yeah, I think this kind of draw on a board you're at such a disadvantage on is just not strong enough to call a flop c-bet with. But
yeah, plus when you make your straight, it's really hard to get value from worse. It's a 4-liner after all. That's out 8K.
it's interesting that Punsri decided to check the flop. I guess he's going to play a polarized c-betting strategy on this board, which I don't mind. It's just less common, I think, in what I've observed from these
a polarized
players.
c-betting strategy, wouldn't this be a polar bet, you know, like the bottom of range with top of range?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I just mean that, like, if he's checking with anything, it's usually designed to be able to check the middle of the range.
Okay.
So sometimes he'll give up on the bluffs, other times he'll bet the bluffs. Kind of might depend on his suits or how he interacts with the straight or whatnot, but I was just expecting no checks, basically. So once he checks anything, I guess he's polarized.
A surprising player, Punat Punsri, and he does have, what, 22 million in earnings since joining the tour in 2022.
25.7.
25. Oh, I undercut him a bit by 2 million, but still impressive. 5 Triton titles. He even almost won a Triton 1 main event where he had a 7-figure score. Opening 10-7 suited. You know, this hand is, I've seen him make a straight flush today. Do you remember that?
It's a strong combo.
He did it against Seth Davies. And it wasn't this man. It was actually our champion earlier. Hey, he's at 36K. He's got King 4 suited.
Yeah, this is spicy from Pitavi, getting out there, cutoff versus button.
Does he have something against Punsri? He's attacking him with such a weakish hand, no?
I think this is just the width that some players these days are playing big blind ante against min raise. A suited king on the button qualifies. If you're playing kind of pure chip EV at this stage, which not everyone does, some players are going to say 60 players left, 100 entries, you know, we're 60% of the field left, so there's some ICM. Maybe they would fold that hand. But Patavi just getting after it. Tavi has been playing at the Triton Super High Roller Series since Monte Carlo in 2024. He's put together a healthy resume. He's got 13 cashes, 1.5 million in earnings.
Can you spot the biggest score at all in there?
Let me find it for you very quickly. 4th place in the 25K Global Slam last September. That's likely to be it. He took home just shy of 600,000 in that one.
Yeah, that sounds like the one.
$35 big blinds effective. Let's see what Lipe wants to do with Jack 6 suited. I think it's... Oh, excuse me. It's only 20 big blinds effective with Ren Lin, and he gets snapped by Ace Queen suited.
He called him so fast. Gonna be very pleased. But you know, Felipe, at least he's got 2 live cards.
Yeah, let's not count Ren Lin's chips just yet. 35% equity for the Brazilian.
All right. 272,000 chip pot. Jack 6 picks up a gut shot. Could find a 7 to win it now against Ace Queen. And Lin is very silent right now.
Equities have not changed since pre-flop.
That is right. Third card is the deuce. It will change now. I can't believe he hasn't said a word.
Repeat that deuce.
Oh, now he talks. But the river card is the king. Feeling good, Ren?
Full double for Ren Lin.
You think he's got more lines he's gonna spit out?
It'll come with time.
Before the next hand is dealt, watch.
Some in the ante, right? Is that right? Is ante over here? Is that right? I don't know. I lose my mind. It's too exciting.
The math is right.
Adrian verifying the pot.
He probably didn't even look. He was like, yeah, it's probably right.
Is that right? He's like, yeah, buddy, yeah, it's good.
Let me just get back to my massage.
Yeah, I definitely checked.
Hey, don't forget me.
Don't what you?
Don't forget me one time double.
Oh.
Before the keyway.
Don't forget about him. All right. Still have about 7 minutes left on the clock before we end this level.
I gamble too much.
Registration is still open. For a total of 10 levels. We're on level 9, so after we finish this level, they still have 1 more level to register. Total entries right now is 103 with 62 remaining. You could see that go up a bit more. There's obviously some people who like to get in at the very last second.
Yeah, I would think there's 15 players or so waiting to jump in.
Felipe Wojnowski.
Thought it was enough hand to open jam from the cutoff. This is 14 blinds.
Red
Pretty.
wants some more chips from Felipe, but you thought maybe jam?
Yeah, it's right on the line, I guess. Gonna avoid losing stacks to Renlin here, because ace-jack suited wasn't going anywhere if Felipe was to shove. I think that's a sign that he's a fan of kind of extending those shorter stacks, right? Like trying to find more non-all-in raises and make the most of a 14 big blind stack. So a lot of players would have just been all in with king 10.
We've seen players employ different strategies in those positions with those stacks, like you mentioned, some would jam, some would min raise. I mean, there's pros and cons to both, right? Obviously, king 10 wouldn't want to run into ace-jack. But it makes a lot of sense, you know, like you can, it's a bit lower variance, I suppose, when you put in min raises, but then again, you open the door to kind of get played back at a bit in pots you would have just took down pre.
Yeah, it can be risky to view the min raise as lower variance because you get action in different ways, right? You go post flop more often with the big blind, you get 3-bet lighter by players behind, so sometimes open shoving and just generating as many folds as possible ends up being a lower variance route. But there's definitely some arguments to be made for just the performance of one play over another. You know, you might make certain assumptions about how people are going to react to your line. Ace-10 offsuit for Renlin, and how about ace-10 offsuit for Adrian Mateos?
You might get aggressive here in the button, but probably at least calling.
Yeah, I think both options are on the table.
He grabbed the white chip, so that's not calling. That's 3-betting.
Oh.
Punat's got king-queen suited, and
I don't think he's going anywhere.
you think 4-bet?
Yeah, these are the widest ranges he's going to run into. Cutoff button, small blind. Punat's 40 big blinds effective. It's a pretty successful cold 4-bet.
There it is.
Just jamming.
Yeah, Punat.
Finds it quick, and this is going to get through.
You don't do, I do.
So, do those hands need to be massaged now? Because they might hurt.
No respect. So still.
No respect.
King deuce, sometimes you can fold it.
At the same hand.
Oh.
That's our next featured table, and it does contain runner-up Seth Davies.
What a lineup. Dan Dvoris, Mikita Badzikowski. Is that Ding Biao?
Ding Biao, Clemens Reuter, Isaac Haxton. Plenty of Triton earnings at this new featured table.
It's hard to think of a lineup that would have more earnings than that.
Master class. Very professional. Play very silly, but the talk very professional.
Tolerines. Going to defend his big blind with 8-7 of spades.
His Ben Tolerance suits matches his outfit. All black. Problem here is he's up against a better 8, but nice kicker.
Jack 8 deuce is pretty clean against the big blind. There's some connectivity on this board, but the deuce dangler makes it, I think, a little more attractive for Adrian to c-bet this flop.
18.
He bets quite healthy, 18K with middle pair. Not something you see too often.
Yeah, I think a number of Adrian's 8x hands would check this flop. He's got his best 8. And you don't want to just strictly have top pair plus and bluffs straight away from the flop. It's totally fine to mix in some thin value bets to your range.
Ben not going to fold his pair at the moment.
turn card, and Adrian might even think about a thin second barrel on this card. It's almost impossible for Tolerine to have improved on the 3. He's not going to defend Jack 3 off, 8-3 off, Deuce 3 off. So it's very likely still that Ace 8 is best, but Adrian still decides to check behind. He's up against a Jack sometimes.
The King of Hearts brings in the flushes, but the straight draws. That check called the flop would brick, like Queen 10, 10, 9, 9, 7.
Wonder if Tolerine's thinking about a small bet. 8-7 has some value here.
Just trying to represent some busted straight draw, maybe. He'll check.
And I'm not sure from Adrian's side. It's likely that 8 is best, but when hearts complete, there's a risk that Tolerine's going for river check raise. I don't think he'd check a Jack very often, but when you play someone as strong as Ben, you're just likely to see a little bit of everything mixed into the river checking range, and it gets a little too dicey, I think, to reopen the action this thin.
So Mateos gets one street of value, but it was a sizable bet on the flop. 3 big blinds, 18K. Players are getting up because that means we've approached the break. Tolerine with the biggest stack at that featured table. Boyanovsky still has 9 big blinds, but we are going to swap out this one for a new feature.
I'm excited for that next table, Randy.
It's going to be good. Going to be very good. And also, registration is still open in the next level. So if players do happen to bust, they can still get back into it.
Might see some players shuffling around as well.
Of course. And welcome back to the booth. And yeah, I guess it's a star-studded cast that's coming up. Not too much to talk about in terms of what happened. Why don't we just go ahead and send on a 10 to 12 minute break and we'll look at the new feature table.
You hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. Fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We've got people tuning in from everywhere. Are you at home grinding some online poker? Feel free to give us a little bit of color commentary. We won't necessarily read everybody out, but we'll scope the chat for locations. Winter, 10 bigs on the button.
By the way, if any of you have a boss that doesn't let you watch poker while you're at work, feel free to call him over and we'll tell him to let you.
Feel free to request anonymity as well. We've got Denmark at 11:15 in the morning. Nice way to start your day, breakfast and some high stakes poker.
Wow, look at this. Jeska.
Ace-10 suited, what a nice spot for Jeska.
Put on the cape about an orbit ago. In fact, exactly an orbit ago. It was button against big blind. Now has his man on the ropes for his tournament life and a bounty. 3 outs reduced to 2, given the presence of 2 spades on board. Want me to,
4 hearts.
Okay.
Ask for a chop.
You had it? Okay. Oh, man.
Doesn't find the 4 of hearts on the turn. 2 outs once. Just 5% equity. Otherwise, we have our first elimination at this final table.
D-miking.
He's putting out all the moves. Mic's off, jacket's on.
But he's not leaving the room like we saw Danny Tang do.
He's going for the good luck as well. He's trying everything. Deuce of Diamonds completes the run out.
Jeska had his chips ready to slide over to Winter, but indeed, good game, Sean Winter.
Not mine.
Welcome back.
We are down to 6 players.
Jeska claims that pelt. He's now got 2 bounties. We get to pull tomorrow.
Nikolaitis. Ace-king off on the button. And I will acknowledge some of those locations, but let's just see if anything develops here first.
Oh.
A development indeed. Nikolaitis opening off of around 25 bigs. Hannes Jeska picking up ace-queen offsuit in the small blind. This could definitely be an all-in confrontation. He may want to go smaller for now because Davies is in the way as well. But I don't think he's 3-betting.
What on earth is going on today?
What is happening?
Does Seth fold here? I mean, it's button open, small blind 3-bet. Jeska covers as well, so are we ever expecting the German to perhaps be here with a light 3-bet?
This is an extremely difficult spot for Seth.
I honestly can't believe the hands we've witnessed so far today.
The problem with shoving Seth's hand is that he doesn't have great blocker values to the top stuff, and if he gets called, he can be in very bad shape, but he does take this spot.
Can't blame him.
And this is going to be an opportunity for Hannes Jeska to potentially get away from ace-queen offsuit, as we know Michaelitis is going to get it in. Or we assume.
We told you at the top of the show, blink and you'll miss it. Fast-paced action guaranteed in this 40K mystery bounty, just given the format and given the contribution from the poker gods in terms of pre-flop collisions.
Hannes Jeska's hand has shriveled up so much in value facing this action. He folds fairly quickly.
No, you have ace king. That's what I was hoping for.
No.
That was a question.
Monster flip. If Seth can hold, obviously claims
luck,
a pelt.
You too.
It's in the middle.
Playing
5 point.
Feels like I'm on block.
6 million in there?
Sorry? Am I blocked a bit? Yes, I had ace queen.
He'll be playing 90 big blinds if the 9s can hold.
Ooh,
Queen,
buddy.
Queen 5.
You better go take a lap, cool off. Go take a cold shower real quick.
Couple of clubs. Ace Queen would have been getting it in against Michaelitis, one would have to assume.
Can you do it?
Okay, some hope.
There's the sweat. Picks up the club outs.
Ace, king, or a club, otherwise we are down to 5. GG, sir.
Good game. It was a lot of fun watching the Lithuanian Dominicus Mikulaitis play. Seth Davies, pocket nines, and Hannes Jeska.
Thousands of dollars on the line.
Spilling a little dressing on me in the process.
I'm free rolling a $20 bet. I mean, life is good, man.
Life is good. You're a big favorite in that bet.
Life is good.
Mateo, 6s. Let's see if he gets any customers, given how short his stack is. Bounty's still in play. Not enough hand for Alisson.
Call.
But Dembruski, on the other hand.
I mean, what's going on, man? We're down to 4?
Wow.
So do the
Someone call
races.
Kevin and Randy. Like, we don't need them. We're here.
They're going to have to cover something else, I feel, at this point, Henry.
Oh, can we fire up another tournament?
Let's get one of those 2K, 4K, 8K Squid Games going or something.
Feeling good about this.
Okay.
Adrian's feeling confident. How about now?
A little less confident, I would think. He does have running straight possibilities, or just the 6.
All right, 7 of spades. No. 2 pulls at a red 6. Whereas we are down to 4. Can we just talk about what the average stack is going to be? This is absurd. Red 6 needed. Cool, close. But close is not enough in this game.
I don't know which
15th
number.
Triton final table for one of the greatest to ever play the game. 18 years old, took down WSOP Europe main.
number? I
Fast
have to
forward
beat
to
him?
2026.
Which country number?
13 years later, we're looking at one of the most decorated players of all time.
I don't know.
But I have
Just
to
an
leave
immense
one
talent
game, right?
and competitor.
But any?
Should see Seth folding the button pretty happily there. Pikazowicz about to ask a question of Dombrowski in the big blind. King Jack suited really premium. I wonder if he ever induces or is he just putting it in?
450.
That's called a induction. And he's up
Oh.
against pocket 9, so the chips are just going to go in pre-flop.
Yeah, this is cooler.
All in.
Cooler for way more than 8 big blinds.
Proudly show the 9s.
9-9.
I'll take a chop.
I don't
agree with
really
that,
think
Mike.
that's how it works.
Deuce 3-4.
Ace, king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Deuce,
No, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
ace. What did I have? I don't have anything.
All right, Dombrowski needs to hold at the 9s, but it's looking very unlikely on ace, ace, king.
Still live, right?
Yeah.
Chop is still live, they say.
Ace, ace.
One of the boards they were rooting for.
King doesn't work. Ace, ace.
Oh, no.
Turn card's the 10, so
Now it's the 9.
Yahor needs the 9. We're going to be down to 3. No, not the 9, it's the 8.
Buddy.
Good game to Yahor Dombrowski.
Oh.
What is that,
Eliminated
11
in
bounties
4th
now?
place.
Pretty
And he collected 3 bounties. Good for 80K and EV each. So
Not-
expected value is 240,000 for those envelopes.
Not a bad haul for Dombrowski. I know we were
We need the bounty, right?
critical of that one confrontation against Pikazowicz, but had it worked out, we would have been singing his praises for being willing to take a stand against the chip leader and put himself in a position to win the tournament.
8-7 suited.
All in.
Bunch of orange tokens. And Queen 8 offsuit.
Yeah.
He's going to make the call here.
Go time.
What a spot for Yeshka. He can be back in it. Dominating the 8-7 suited.
Now 8, deuce, deuce, ace.
Deuce, 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 king.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a 7 for Allison Pikozovic.
That was the flop you won that huge pot with queens earlier. Oh no, you lost that pot.
Yeah.
He is running
No,
good.
it was
7-6.
6 because like the
5 of diamonds.
Diamonds.
the
Lots of
before
outs now
was
for
the big
Yeshka.
spread, so 2, 3, 5,
6,
6.
5, 3
Yeah.
deuce, yeah.
Can Yeshka get lucky? He cannot. Good
GG, buddy.
game to Hans Yeshka out in 3rd place. Fought valiantly.
So they're gonna move us, I think, right?
Settle for
So,
3rd.
I don't know. I never been at this point.
Do we need to do a break or just a quick 5 minutes? Okay.
We have
not
to
even
set
gonna
up
go to
heads
the
up.
bathroom, I'm just gonna hang
Yeah,
out.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
GG, buddy. GG, buddy. Thank you.
GG, man. Good stuff.
This is an ace king.
Oh, this is
the
makings of
in
a
lot
classic.
the time. Yeah, this is the one that Doyle Brunson would say that I would take deuces.
He's open shoved.
Open jam and call.
Ooh,
And the
classic.
deuces. That's a little bit of a favorite here by 5%. The classic, they say. It's 11 million chip pot.
Huge spot for Seth to get back into this match. He would close the gap to just 2-1 down if he can improve with his ace-king here.
I'll take a chop.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know.
3-3-3 ace.
Queen 9-6, 2 spades. Davies needs an ace or a king or some kind of Broadway card to make a straight. I mean, even the board pair wouldn't be too bad. The turn card is the jack, so 10's on the board now for Davies.
King or 10?
Can the Ducks hold on against ace king? It's a 9 of clubs, and that's it. Brazil's Allison Pikozovic. Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. My name is Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabichow. We are playing the $60,000 buy-in event, 103 entries, 58 remaining, but it is level 10. Registration is still open, but we do have a star-studded feature table. Well, not just one feature table, actually 2 feature tables, because during that break, we got to move up some more players, having a blue and a red feature, but let's take a look at what we got on tap, Kevin.
I mean, I was already excited on the previous frame about table 5, our blue table. There's over 100 million in Triton earnings at this table. You've got Makita, Dan DeVoris, Ike Haxton, and Seth Davies. I mean, where do I start with the accolades? five titles for Makita, 100K short deck winner Dan DeVoris, Seth Davies. What did he just win? We got him back on the stage. He just came second in the bounty. But you want to talk about the red table too? I mean, we're bringing up reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year Artur Martirosyan and Joe Schwinn, who just won the Jupiter 25K for 1.3 million.
Yeah, I mean, how can we not talk about Artur Martirosyan, right? Like, he's season 4 Ivan Liao Player of the Year winner race, and of course Joe Schwinn. He's been having a very good week as he took down Ander Valinas. He's got 422,000 in chips. And the tournament chip leader is actually Christopher Wynn. And I was looking at the Triton Poker Plus app during that break. It was a situation where he called a 3-bet with pocket 10s against Kelvin Kerber, and Kerber just bet jammed on a 9-5-4-5-8 board, and he called down on 10s, and he was good. So that's why Chris Wynn is at the top, but it is about this feature table. Daniel DeVoris. He won the short deck the other day. Big buy-in, Isaac Haxton. He's been having a pretty good week himself. Ding Biao, one of China's biggest winners. At this table, Seth Davies in that mystery bounty that we just covered. Kind of funny to see him hop right into this one after bagging a huge score there.
You heard them talking about it at the final table. They were like, can we speed this thing along a little bit?
registration's closing after level 10.
Yeah, it was mainly Davies that was kind of talking about, like, can we move it up a bit? On to this one. It's set over set.
What?
Immediately. And Dean Bial's go ahead and checked it over.
This is a 3-bet pot, it looks like, +1 versus under the gun.
I think so. 104K pre-flop, probably a 3-bet to like 40K. Sounds about right to me. I mean, you're kind of expected to bet on king high boards.
Yeah, this definitely favors Haxton. I think Ding Biao, when he flats from under the gun against a 3-bet, is very suited heavy and very pair heavy. So a lot of hands that are like weak to marginal pairs on this board, a lot of hands that just totally missed, like Queen Jack of Hearts. Understandable for Ike to just small bet with anything. Ding Biao setting the trap with his set. He's happy to string this one along.
He just turned a full house, but his man is sitting with a bigger full house on the turn, and it makes sense that Ding Biao doesn't go for check raise with his set, because with these kind of stacks, if you're up against ace king or aces, even if a flush card was to show up, you're probably going to stack it anyways.
Yeah, there's no hurry to get the chips in, and when you're playing someone as aggressive and well-rounded as Ike Haxton, you want to allow him to take some no equity hand and bluff into you. You want to allow him to improve to a bluff catcher and then pay you off on the river. All these things are very impactful to the value of a set.
There's the check back from Haxton, and the river card is the ace.
Wouldn't be unreasonable for Ding Biao to continue trapping. If Ike had ace-queen or ace-jack, he's taking this line quite often. He probably value bets against a check. It'd be a good line to protect your range, because often Ding Biao is going to have pocket 8s, 9s, 10s, and these hands are trying to show down for cheap.
Yeah, I mean, if your opponent's bluffing with something, maybe they try to represent that ace.
If Ding Biao
just fumbling his chips, but go ahead.
Like, I hope no one's watching right now. Nobody saw that, right?
All right, so he looks like he's actually leading out.
Yes, small bet is interesting. I mean, the results of this are foregone. The jam is coming, the call is coming, but in terms of what Ding Biao is representing here, it's hard to think of like a thin value bet that would be happy to bet 40K on the end. Maybe King Jack suited type hands come to mind.
I don't know. Are those hands really betting 40K?
It wouldn't be unreasonable to target like pocket jacks if you have a king. Ike's going to have 10s, jacks, queens, this kind of hand, but I am a little suspicious of this bet. And the other problem with this smaller bet size is that if Ike has ace-jack, he probably just calls. And that's kind of getting underpaid for such a strong hand, right?
Unless he thinks he bets so small and the ace-jack is trying to move some kind of other ace-x out, but we knew this was going to happen eventually. Yeah. Well played.
Indeed. That would have been my reaction, too.
He's a bit stunned.
That's the second time we've seen a mega cooler situation where players just like snap call, fast roll. Both players think they have the nuts. What was it, King 3 offsuit yesterday against pocket kings? King X offsuit.
Yeah, the King 3 versus pocket kings, and they both made a full house.
What is it with kings on King 3 something? There was a 3 on board, right?
On that one there was. This one?
Unlucky. Ding Biao. Still time to rebuy, if you so choose.
Yeah, it has about 40 minutes, a little bit less now. Clearly disappointing, but the rebuys do get expensive, with the price point being 60,000 for this tournament. Well played, Haxton. You did cooler your opponent. Haxton with 21 million in Triton earnings. He actually picked up a $940,000 score in the 15K Triton 1 high roller about a week ago. He was runner-up in that one.
What a grinder, Ike. Coming out here for Triton 1. Getting it done in the 15K for 940,000.
He was actually really close to winning that one. I was at the final table commentating on it, and his man just couldn't lose an all-in. He had him at risk. Coin flips ahead, and, you know, he just couldn't take out his opponent. So Ike was just so close to picking up a Triton 1 title in that one.
Clemens Reuter opening here under the gun. Enjoy your blinds and antes.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't want to see a 3-bet in front of him. Or behind him, I mean. Gonna give a shout out to Jacob & Co. while we have some time here as we change the dealers. The brand is known for its high complication timepieces and bold approach to modern watchmaking, consistently pushing the boundaries of design and engineering. Each piece reflects a combination of technical precision and creative ambition at the highest level. That's Jacob & Co., inspired by the impossible.
Did you hear about that new Jacob & Co. watch that allows you to see 30 seconds into the future?
Wait, seriously?
You missed the broadcast where Henry and I were talking about it a couple nights ago?
Yeah, apparently I did, because I would love to see 30 seconds into the future. Although I guess I could just wait 30 seconds and be there.
That's
cheaper,
a very
right?
philosophical take. I was going to ask what you would do with that watch, though. What's your play? Because Henry was all about, like, oh, I would bet so much on sports, you know?
Oh, he
classic, like, Back to the Future approach. Like, oh, well, if I knew the outcome of whatever events, Jupiter prediction, title sponsor, blah, 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 right? But
so he wants to do it like Biff did in Back to the Future.
You know, why not load up the account and bet on which of these two ace kings is going to be able to free roll the other?
Yeah, likely going to be a chop here. And you know what I would do now that I think about it? I would replay pickleball points that I lose. Give myself a second chance.
I walked right into that.
Then I realize I'm with you and we're going to lose a point in every way possible.
In every possible future.
Yeah.
There are no timelines where we win, Randy.
Yeah. Alternate reality is the same result in the end. Money into the pocket of Henry Kilbane. All right, so are all suits live here? Seems like it.
Fair fight.
A little bit more of an advantage now for Bazikowski, the only one to be able to free roll. Carve it up.
Yeah.
So what about you? You got any creative ways? 30 seconds in the future? 30 seconds is not a long time.
No, it's not very long. I was telling Henry that I would move to a small town, or I would just like try to meet everyone in my neighborhood and just like be the hero of that neighborhood. Like I would make sure nothing ever goes wrong.
30 seconds.
In our area.
I don't think you can fix many things in 30 seconds.
I think you can stop like any major accidents. You could stop, I don't know, like.
What are you, Superman? Like, okay,
Yeah.
what happens if like
just a small, like
something is happening
on my
at
block.
someone else's house that's like a 10-minute walk away? How are you going to get over there in 30 seconds?
I sit out on my front porch. I look 30 seconds into the future, kind of scanning in all directions. And I just make sure things are cozy.
I don't think you realize how time works. Because it just doesn't make any sense. Like if something happens in Australia and you're in America or Canada.
Oh yeah,
how are you going to get over there in 30 seconds and fix the problem?
No.
Of a
I'm
dropping of I don't know.
I'm not going to save Australia. No, they can deal with their own stuff.
So
I'm
you
talking
wouldn't save
about
me?
like there's going to be like 30 people who think that I'm a deity.
Because you all live in the same house and you can
No,
save
just
them
like
within 30 seconds?
Close enough, yeah.
I think I like Henry's angle more.
Just seemed like the right thing to do, you know?
You're just a nice guy. You want to save people's lives.
No, I want the credit.
You want the credit. That's true. Seth's got 9-3 of spades. I mean, if you're optimistic, you might see some future with this hand. Maybe 30 seconds in the future.
See, that's what I would do if I was Seth. I would look ahead to the turn, see if I'm going to make a draw or a pair.
That would be a really good way to use it in poker. Especially with shot clock, right? So someone can't tank like 2 minutes. Yeah. You're onto something there, Kevin. That's much better than saving your village of 30 people.
I regret bringing it up. Would never want to implicate Jacob and Co. to get involved in cheating a poker tournament. Let's scrap the whole idea. There's no watch that does this, right? Just to clarify. It felt like you were pretty excited about buying one.
Are we sure? Is there a non-zero chance? When you go half on it?
Guess I can't be sure.
If we go half on it, do I get 15 seconds, or do we just take turns using 30 seconds?
I think we take turns.
Okay.
Except I'm never going to give it back. You give me that once and I'm out of here.
You want to be out of this conversation based on how you're taking it.
Divorce won't mind. We'll start singing the praises of pocket kings under the gun.
He's getting no action so far.
Close decision for Reuter. I don't think he has to continue Queen Jack on the button. But with re-entry still open, you could say we're at the Chippy V stage of the tournament.
Okay, he folds. Chu Chi Jen, 5-3 of hearts. Actually looks like enough to see a flop with off of his stack. He actually just folds, so maybe Divorce should have looked 30 seconds into the future and just limped kings. He might got more action.
I'm surprised to see Chu folding that hand in the big blind. I actually remember him from Jeju last series. He came third in the 30K no limit for 550K. And I feel like I commentated that final and he was getting after it. Like, this guy has an aggressive gear in his toolkit, so.
You touched on a concept before about short stacks being able to defend the big blind, getting to realize their equity more. Is that why you would like to see a call?
Yeah, the shorter you are, just the more often you're going to flop a qualifying piece to put the rest of your money in. Like, I mean, first of all, he just had a suited hand against a min raise, so I think it's got enough equity to take its price. But add on to that he's just 11, 12 big blinds, and you make like second pair with a pair of fives or something, and it's just enough hand to get all the money in, so it does tend to work out better. This is not going to work out well for Chu. He needs to find a jack.
Yeah, it looks like he might have preserved some chips to get a nice opportunity for a double. Small blind versus button. It's a monster holding. Oh, kings again.
This is going to be three ways. I mean, Davies...
Can he ever fold?
Has ace-queen for less than 30 bigs from these positions. That's a huge hand. I think there's no way Seth gets away from ace-queen here.
You can see how Divorce could read that. You know, he's ahead of Chu, and maybe Davies thinks like, well, what if Divorce is reshoving with ace-jack against the 92K jam? He calls.
Oh.
Does it change much?
I mean, it's a little suspicious, but I still think Seth just is going to default to my hand is too big. I respect Divorce's game too much. Sure, it might feel like he's trapping, but you got to run your equity.
Oh, man, I'm dead. I got king jack off.
All right, three-way all in. Looks like Divorce has got most of the chips, so he can get the double KO.
I've got a queen, queen, queen flop.
I think Chu would like a jack, jack, jack flop.
No, definitely not the kings.
No, it's ace, queen, and kings.
King,
Ace,
all
queen,
in.
ace, jack. Yeah.
Sorry.
The kings is not on. I'm the ace.
Looks like we got the all-in puck on the wrong hands.
Birds and queens.
Important detail.
Yeah, I don't think Seth Davies gets to upgrade to kings. Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Perfect.
Took him out.
Queen of Hearts?
Just what
Queen of
Seth
Hearts
wanted.
I mean, you should root
Ace
for
of
a king
spades.
or something. King.
10.
King of hearts.
All right.
I mean, Seth can't
Get the
scoop.
side pot.
Double
Later,
KO.
dudes.
Later, Davies.
Good game, Chu. Good game, Seth.
Don't feel too bad for Seth. He did just get runner-up with 6 bounty envelopes to go on top of his 400K score.
Doesn't sound like he feels too bad for himself either. In good spirits.
He probably paid in envelopes to get into his tournament.
Did I let you do that?
I think you
Exchange
have
it
to-
at face?
You have to open it first, okay? That would be pretty degen. You buy in, like, I want to buy in for envelope.
They'd probably catch on if we were just
Based on
passing the
EV.
king of
I bet
diamonds,
you
king
could
of clubs back and
sell an
forth,
envelope
not returning
for like
them.
85K.
No, I literally had it when I opened under the gun, and everyone folded. 400. I had kings.
I guess someone is coming, right? Yeah, I don't think we deal four-handed.
I'm pretty sure if you were to sell an envelope, you should
Yeah, I
be
think they must have rigged the deck or something, because there is.
paying a
started with,
premium.
like, kings versus sevens. Then we both had ace king.
Maybe it's a short deck.
Then I had ace jack. Then I had kings twice.
We're just playing with a short deck.
Short
You
deck.
remember when they played Hold'em with a short deck? I think it was at this table.
We do have 2 featured tables. Yosuke Miki, Queen 9 offsuit with open-ended against Petrangelo's middle pair. Saw some chips going in on the flop. Joe Trent is so tired. It's a huge yawn from him.
Long days winning tournaments this week.
It's a good problem to have.
It is.
That was 12K on the flop from Petrangelo.
Yeah, Yosuke just calling open-ended and doesn't improve out of the big blind. Gonna be tempted to bluff this river, I would think.
Yeah, he rarely ever wins when it goes check-check. He can fold out ace-high, even like king-queen.
I think it's gonna take a pretty large bet to get Petrangelo off of queen 10. I don't know if this is enough. 40% pot, gets snapped.
Yeah, he got snapped so fast. Some good value for the queen 10. Got a little bit on the flop and induced a smallish bet on the river.
Petrangelo up to second in chips, eclipsed only by fellow GTO labber, Dan Devoris.
Why we zoom in on him? He just lost the pot. Give him some space.
We want to see the pain.
We're getting really close. Yeah, we know he lost the pot.
First Triton series for Yosuke Miki. He's played 4 events thus far, 0 for 4.
Okay.
Hoping to get his maiden cash here at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
He's trying to make it count in the bigger binds, you know? It's a good way to do it.
It's one way to go, the martingale strategy.
Yeah, I like the martingale strategy. Hey, Anatoly Filatov. I didn't realize he was at this table.
Where's the 50,000?
And doing Anatoly Filatov things, 3-betting queen 10 offsuit against under the gun. Miki with a decision, ace 10 suited. It's tough to continue when Pardo's open under the gun. If you knew how light Anatoly was here, he'd be happy to 4-bet.
We found the weak spot and attack. Right? Use queen, I 3-bet, check raise all in. That's a lot of chips.
Anatoly needling Juan Pardo that they found a weak spot. He's not a weak spot. He was joking, don't worry.
It was this same tournament at Jeju in September that Filatov came third for just shy of $1 million.
The 60K.
60K 8-handed, September 12th.
So what was like the final ruling with that? Like, did they reset the stacks to before, or?
No, all the action stood. They got a like
Rake refund or something.
I think everybody at the table got a refund. Yeah.
Did anyone get eliminated?
I can't remember. We're talking about like 8 years ago. They played Hold'em with short deck for like half an hour.
Yeah. Sick.
At this table, I think.
What happened? What was the solution? Nothing?
Nothing. I think everybody at the table got their rake refunded.
I mean, you can do,
All right.
do much.
Clem's
Yeah,
gonna
I
open.
don't think you can really like, cancel all of the hands.
It's big coolers, right?
Yeah.
Imagine playing no limit with short deck.
Yeah. Yeah, big coolers.
Especially if you are short stack, I mean, it's you are rolling every hand.
Yeah.
Pocket 10s, pocket 9s becomes garbage.
Yep. Yeah, somebody probably made a really big mistake with pocket 9s at some point.
That's a sizable c-bet from sixes. Trying to clear out floats.
Clement's also playing quite short. Feels like sixes is just a hand that's strong enough to go with, and yeah, I think denial of equity definitely on his mind. Wonder if it's even a little larger than intended. It does strike me as somewhat unusual.
I feel like you only get called by better now with the bigger bet. But can't really make a mistake post-flop once you put in, I mean, not more so, can't really let your opponent like catch up, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think Reuter's relatively protected there from pre-flop action. Like, Divorce just quite unlikely to flat with 8s plus. So unless he flopped to 7, sixes is just the best hand. Even if you get tons of folds, that's a fine outcome.
Just taking a look at the YouTube chat, and it was a question directed at me, but I'm actually going to throw it to you, Kevin.
Sure.
From Jean-Philippe, and he was asking me, but it's been your favorite moment to now from Jeju that you've seen?
Let me think about that. Favorite moment of the last 5 or 6 days.
It's a little different because I had 2 extra weeks of coverage before.
You've got the whole Triton 1 series that I wasn't here for.
Do you not have one yet? Maybe you don't. That's okay.
I'm thinking back further than today. Like, I had fun following the mystery bounty. I thought that was really high-level play, and I just like, I enjoy watching the runaway freight train. That's just that's a good spectator sport for me.
A little over 600 to start. 640 maybe 660 even.
think I'll also shout out watching Zhou Xuan take down the 25K, was it? He was like, he was just doing what he does. Like so many out of line pre-flop bluffs, flop 3-bet, just action.
That's right. He won the 25K Jupiter event for 1.3 million, beating Ander Valinas heads up. I was a little sad that Zhou Xuan didn't wear his like suits that he likes to wear. He wore them the other day, but he didn't wear it at that final table.
Did you not break it out for the final 6?
Yeah, I would think.
Because I know they went straight into the final table, like on day 2, so no time to change into the suit. But
that's kind of funny that you mentioned this because, man, what's his name again?
Yeah, it's 6:35 now.
Oh, I can't remember the German kid that plays PLO. He won our main event, and he won. And then he didn't like his outfit, so he went back to his room to change and come back for his winner's photo.
Oh, after the final table was already
After he already won the main event, the PLO main.
He changed for the interview.
He changed for the interview.
Nice.
I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I'm supposed to know this because he's a really good PLO player.
PLO main?
Yeah.
I trust you to find it.
Got
Get
it.
into that Triton Poker Plus app.
You know what? I'm gonna let YouTube try to help me with this one. There's a lot I have to click through in the Triton Poker Plus app. You'll know the guy too when the name comes up. God, I'm gonna look myself.
Is it since I started, or is it a few years ago?
Could be a few years ago. I left it so vague that's gonna be so hard to find. Pocket 4s versus King 10 offsuit at the moment.
I think Zhou Xuan's actually out of there. Graphics haven't updated, but Makita 3-bet shoved for 125. Is that the number we heard? Divorce is called.
All right. Kindy's.
Bad news for me.
That is bad news for Divorce. Shows a 5. Think he has 2 of
Not
them.
that bad, huh?
Or is it ace-5?
Ace-8 suited.
Oh, my eyes need to be checked.
That's why I hesitated to call it.
And then we just chop it, right? Root.
Queen of Hearts looked good. Nikita doesn't improve.
Yeah,
No. Too greedy.
Use of diamonds doesn't prevent opportunities, but not opportunities, but ways to counterfeit the 4s. But the king does. Ace, king, or 8. Nikita's like putting the chips over by Divorce. Is he de-miking?
Trying everything.
Yeah, well, I don't need to put that mic back on.
GG.
Nikita Vadzikowski out.
I think players need to find a new routine to reverse the luck.
It's getting old, right?
Whatever
what they're
superstitious routine they got. Well, it's just not. It just hasn't been working.
Under what circumstance?
I like the Danny Tang one. Have you seen it? He leaves the whole room. And he got there.
Just beeline for the door.
He didn't even sweat. He actually got up. There was a hand where he got up and
Right, yeah.
he didn't even see a flop yet.
He's just.
And it was like a coin flip.
I mean, he won't have jacks. He'll have jacks half as often, but then he just won't jam some of the hands I want him to have.
Yeah.
But then when he just like jams ace jack, I have better equity.
I mean, and you also have better equity against king queen.
Yeah. I mean, I guess and under all circumstances, I just hit the set more often, right? As well. Yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah.
I mean, no, it's like significant.
Yeah, yeah.
Apparently for Zhou Xuan, it's time for dinner at 11:30 p.m. as he got some delivery
16
from the waitress. 16K open from Haxton. I mean, I guess if you're playing very late into the night, dinner would be about now, right?
I mean, I don't know about you, Randy, but my dinner schedule's been around 2, 3 a.m. every
So
day.
you would know.
I like to finish here in the booth and then put
So
myself to sleep with dinner.
the name that eluded me before, the PLO champ that went to go change his outfit for his winner's photo, was Christopher Frank. Do you know this player?
Oh, yeah, Chris Frank. Very good PLO player. I ran into him. I think we played a tournament together in Las Vegas right after the series where he won the 100K PLO main.
I think it's true.
And I saw him like training PLO on his phone between hands. We're playing like a 10K no limit tournament, and he's training PLO on his phone between hands because I guess he's bored or he just loves PLO so
But
much.
it's the wrong game.
And he told me he was playing PLO tournaments. I was like, oh, did it go well? He's like, I won the 100K main at Triton.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it went well. Congrats.
Sounded like it was an awkward conversation.
Oh, it was awkward.
But that's how you know, like, it means so much to you, right? Like, that you're willing to go pause the winner's photo and go back to your room and change and come back out for it.
You think he has a website somewhere where it's just that photo and nothing else?
It's definitely his Facebook profile photo, if I had to assume.
It would be mine for at least like a few years.
Just a few years of shelf life?
At least. I mean, who knows? Maybe 2 years later I win the million buy-in one drop for whatever.
To million, yeah, maybe the million pesos one drop.
Wow.
All right, Clemens, ace king suited.
That's going to do it.
You know what Joe Trent should do?
What's that?
He should use his new Triton trophy as his card protector. I think that'd be pretty cool. You know, some people have got the little tiny one as a card protector. You must have seen it, right?
Yeah.
He just busts out his Triton trophy.
We wait for the Biblia?
Late dredge ends now.
He said it's maximum 6 players at every table at the moment because Reg is about to end.
Fair enough. More people busting this way. I mean, they did make it 5 and 3.
That's interesting. Yeah, they do leave some seats open, more registrations open.
So they think it's okay to encourage free entries. No, I'm like serious.
Registration open for only 5 more minutes. So if someone's to bust, they still can get back into it. Of course, they would not want to, given it's 60K.
So this table playing 5-handed as they wait for registration to close before they start filling up empty seats. Big flop for both players here. Joe gonna bet out on King Queen High after limping from the small blind. He should stand to be an overall favorite. Ike's hand has showdown value and a good draw. Open-ended here. Haxton, easy continue and unlikely to fold turn either.
Oh, that's a straight. Broadway for Haxton.
Could be trouble if Schwinn decides to bluff at this turn. 6-high flush draw. Board continues to develop in favor of him in the small blind. Once Ike check behind in the big blind, you just don't really expect him to have much with an ace in it, especially not ace-queen or ace-king.
And even if your opponent does hero call you, you can still spike that club. But he does check it over.
I'm surprised by this check, and it Might just save him from losing any more chips. I hesitate to jump to that conclusion, though, because we've seen Joe make some heroic, ambitious plays, and check raising the turn is not out of the question for this man.
I guess for Haxton, he would love for his opponent to be holding an ace that he can get a lot of value from, but even a king might need to call another bet. Guess what size?
26.
Could get both to call. 26K. It'd be pretty poor for him to try to represent a big hand now. 6-4 clubs, but you've said it. He's done it before. He actually just calls here.
The right choice in this moment. Doesn't improve.
Yeah, no flush. He cannot win if he used to check.
But it just doesn't make much sense to check call a big bet on the turn and then lead river. I mean, maybe you could lead very small as a way to say, I've got like king jack or king 10 and I'm trying to freeze the action, but Joe does land on just giving up on the end.
I mean, if he did spike a club, he would win a lot of chips against Jack 10. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter what Haxton bets, but I guess it's unlikely he's up against 2-pair with the action he's up against, so...
Yeah, just check calling on the turn. You'd expect this is 1-pair maximum for Joe, unless he rivered 2-pair on the 9.
Right, so king 9 or ace 9, I guess.
Yeah, those hands would make sense. Fairly consistent with the action. If Ike bets kind of small to medium, I think queen 9 or king 9 would still be able to check raise for value, so he doesn't stop himself from getting stacks against those cooler hands.
He just went for all of it. 3x pot, okay. Hoping his opponent did actually have some 2-pair that could pay off.
Yeah, Ike going for the jugular. He has the reputation to get hero called as well. Mateos back in the action. Ace-queen offsuit is going to take down the blinds.
And the dealers in our right-handed, please complete the hand draw and stop dealing. Dealers in our eight-hand limit, please complete the hand draw and stop.
Why are they stopping? Must mean that registration is closing now.
Yeah, they're going to leave some space for what I assume is a fairly long line of players waiting to jump into this tournament to register and get their seats.
Hello. Congrats. Yeah, congrats. How many
Champ.
bounties did you get?
Okay, we do have a hand over here. Danilo Velocevic just with a raise and take. Enjoy. I wonder how many people on the sidelines waiting to come in.
Yeah, what are we at right now? We were well over 100 before we got here. I'm seeing 137, the total number in the Triton Poker Plus app at the moment.
There's a really easy way to figure it out. You look at who is buying in for 200,000 in chips. And there's a lot of names that were just waiting for registration to close. You can see players being seated. It's gonna take some time for us to get all these players in their seats.
Saw Allison Pikazowicz taking a seat on the feature table. I think that was Gabriel Costa. We just saw taking his seat at one of these outer tables. $200K stacks for everyone from 45th to 72nd. That list keeps growing. See Jesse Lonis and Aram Oganyan standing over there waiting. Ding Biao jumping back in.
That's 60K apiece for all of them. Gonna take us a few minutes to wrap it up. Let's survey and see if anyone else is rebought that we recognize.
That looks like a starting stack in Alex Foxen's left hand.
Okay. There's Christopher Wynn. Talking to Kulev. Daniel Razai, Kiat Lee. Juno Barra, the bounty hunter.
Yeah, I think Juno Barra's got a fresh stack.
Okay. Zara Zubov. Seated with Johannes Strava and Wang Yang. Hey, Tollerine, we got that table earlier. Padzikowski. Yeah, it's Vinny Lingham. No need to rush back to his seat. This is taking some time. So many players registering at the last second.
But I don't know why in your little bag racket looked like a squash racket. Like a mini version. The cord is quite shitty to me. It's terrible.
Matthias Eibinger. Did you catch that racket conversation?
Yeah, I took notice of that. I was trying to figure out who the tennis player was at the table there. Maybe I can text him later.
Danny Tang has more than starting stack there.
Yeah, Eibinger did as well. That was not a starting stack for him, but Bernhard Binder, that looks like a starting stack.
Okay, so 78 players remaining of 139 entries. We're going to take a few more minutes and we'll be back soon.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Into the field at the last moment here. You can see 4 of them piled at your blue table there. Dominikos Michailidis, Adrian Mateos, Seth Davies, and Allison Pikazowicz. Fresh off their heads-up match.
That moon mission?
In the 40K.
Artemis 2? It was supposed
I have no idea.
They, there's a manned mission. They're not going to land, but they're going to
No, this one.
supposed to be launching like right about now.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that. Is it NASA or is it like
NASA,
private?
NASA. Yeah. I think they're in the launch window right now, but maybe April 4th was the new date. I think the original target.
They were like still funding NASA.
Yeah, they've been trying to get back to this one for a while. They're finally doing it. I think they're supposed to land late next year.
Do you follow moon landings and space launches?
I'm going to now.
Apparently there was a delay, but no delay here for Ace, Queen, and Tens to just clash immediately.
Yeah, Allison's going to get his chips to work on the very first hand.
All in.
Okay, this is our mystery bounty winner with 14 bounties.
I'll take a chop.
Take a chop.
It's
Give it a chop.
I take a chop. I'm never greedy.
We're still pushing that joke?
Doesn't miss a beat.
You have less than 200?
Like the old bounty. You're not done yet.
Clemens might be done soon unless he finds Ace or Queen.
Take a 3.
3 would be.
Ooh. He's doing it.
Well, he doesn't look amused, but we'll see the 3 on the river and officially eliminated from this tournament is Clemens Reuter.
I'm too good at our wins today. I am too good at our wins today, you know?
Yeah, maybe players need to wait till tomorrow to take on Allison. He could not lose during our mystery bounty final table and everything before leading up to it. That man made a straight flush of 10-7 suited with only 4 cards. He got on the turn, remember?
It's been a rough stretch for Clemens Reuter this trip. Just a...
No cashes yet, or what?
He had a run at the high roller in Triton 1, 12th place for 82K, but otherwise no cashes. As the buy-ins go up, I suspect that's starting to get frustrating.
It adds up.
We're closing in on main event time, aren't we? Just a few days away from the 100K.
Ace King for Dominikos Michailidis. He's playing that 17.5 big blind stack.
27?
Raise 27,000.
Opens into Mateos, 27K. Yeah, what other buy-ins do we have coming up? Kevin, you mentioned the 100K main.
Yeah, I kind of jumped over the 3-day 125K that's coming up on the 22nd. Main event day 1 is March 24th on Tuesday, so we've got a few events to get through before we start that one.
There's actually a bigger buy-in than both of those. On the 26th of March, the 150K 10th anniversary special. And you know, we actually released the schedule for Montenegro.
I saw that.
And I'm pretty sure I also saw a 150K 10th anniversary special there too.
I did see that. In addition to the 200K Invitational making its return. But yeah, maybe that 150 is coming at every stop this year.
You want me to invite you? We can go in as a pair.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Best duo in the game.
Maybe you invite me? It doesn't work like that, does it?
Let's be real, Randy. You know you're the invite.
Yeah, I know.
Inviter? Invitee?
Invitee.
You're the invitee.
No, inviter? Oh, wait. No, I'm confused.
See, I got you confused, right? But it is confusing. The pro is invited.
Yeah.
But the invitee is also invited. We'll get back to that. Or not.
I don't know. It doesn't really look like a call to me when I first look at this. King, Queen. But then again, he knows Mateos is the type of guy that pushes thin edges, and maybe King, Queen is just flipping so often.
Yeah, against the small blind, it's a little tougher. Once it folds all the way to Adrian, he's more willing to go with it with small pairs. He's more willing to go with it with, like, King 10 suited hands that Seth is dominating. Even though he opened from +1, I do think you mostly fold King Queen once you face a jam of this size, but facing like small blind or big blind jam is the hardest one to get away from.
Both of these guys registered at the last second. Said good fold. Showed him ace jack. It's kind of unlike Mateos to show.
I was going to say, I feel like Mateos is kind of dialed down.
He's just getting ready to spike all you with 10-9.
10-9 suited. It's a good price.
Feels like the intensity's been dialed back just a little in the last year or two.
It's lucky day, you still gamble.
I know, right?
Having 20K left under the gun is pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty nice.
The man who could not lose opens pocket sevens. Yeah, they know to step aside against this man.
Yeah, this is just... When someone's on a run like that, you just let him win the blinds. No, thank you.
All right, Haxton's turn to have King, Queen, and +1.
Spooky.
I kind of saw a card from Dom's hand. I don't know what it was.
My hand?
Not paint. Yeah.
Not paint.
As you were folding, you kind of...
Yeah, that's sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's nice for Haxton to mention it.
You should probably next time wait until after everyone acts. You didn't have the information when you opened. No one should have the information on the action pre-flop, and then when after the action is done.
Fair point.
Wow, Seth Davies comes along with 5-3
You
offsuit.
should maybe know that I know a card before you decide to play your hand against me, or like it's possible the blind side. It's complicated
that's
for a
true
bunch
too,
of
actually.
reasons.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, did I fold him high? Strange.
Well, now that they've all shared knowledge with each other, they'll go to a post-flop multi-way spot.
And there was kind of some pushback on whether he should reveal that information, but we figured it out. Pocket sixes is good. A 9 would counterfeit him.
Yeah, not a mandatory bet for Dvoris, but I do think he feels pretty good about the strength of his hand in this spot. I think when you have an underpair to the board like this, it's not uncommon to check. Maybe he would bet like deuces or threes, check like sixes and eights, that kind of thing.
Did go for the check. No mandatory bet. Seth actually picks up a gut shot, but if he was to hit the 6, of course, that's a full house for Daniel Dvoris.
Yeah, that would not be good for Seth. I thought maybe he would bluff at this turn. It's a fairly good board for his range. Obviously, it'd be a little out of line to go after it with every gut or every open-ender. He's showing some restraint here.
He doesn't want to over-bluff the spot off of his stack of 15 bigs. Is it going to get over to Dvoris? Sixes once again. I would think the sixes has to be good if it gets checked to again, which it does. Doesn't it need some protection against 2 players? And a 9 of diamonds that, you know, another 9 would counterfeit him?
It's starting to get to that point in the hand for sure. The only reason I'd consider checking again is that you're like 65 big blinds deep with Ike, and he's very capable of playing delayed check raises. When you start playing against players who are more capable deep stacked, you just want to be cautious about reopening the action too thin.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially against a guy like Haxton, who's capable of just putting tons of chips out of left field.
Yeah, he might take a hand like aces or kings and continue to delay. He might take, you know, any flop. Like even Seth in the big blind could have had a 7 that continued to trap. So everyone capable of aggression kind of later in the tree. I wonder, now that it's checked all the way down to the river, Ike's hand's looking pretty worthless, I think, in terms of showdown value, but he waves the white flag.
Okay, so at least Haxton got to see all 5 cards.
You should say something right away.
I think so, yeah.
Also, it's just like weird if you don't, like, not like that you would do it, but then it could just be perceived as like you're messing with someone after they flat you or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it from both points of views. If, you know, Haxton was trying to dissuade someone from calling because he had a weak opening hand, you know, like you could be like, yeah, I saw some paint.
Yeah.
I saw some numbers.
That is one of those weird etiquette situations where there's no official rule that says, like, this is how you handle exposed cards, right? It's partial exposed. Only one player saw it. Depends if they're in the hand or not. Depends if it can influence action.
Did you see an actual card? Or just... No, if I saw a card for sure, I would have said what it was. I'm pretty certain it wasn't paint. I think it was black. Might have been an ace or a 7. 6. 6.
6 of clubs.
It's kind of interesting to still discuss
I really
it.
wanted to see the flop and then be like, I think it was the 7 of clubs and bet. But
looked an awful lot like a 7 now that I remember it.
I really think it was a
Could have been a 9 though.
Be really spicy to say that and have the 7 of clubs.
Yeah.
Feel like people might not be happy with me.
真不服不行，来就给上强度。No.
No?
Yeah. You know?
I see.
I really want to know what Divorce just showed Joe Chuen there on the phone.
Me too.
Maybe some kind of bluff that Joe Chuen played. But no, isn't the standard etiquette is if you saw a card, you mention it right away? So I'm kind of surprised Divorce was saying that was kind of odd by Ike in that moment.
Well, he seemed to... So I think I get where Divorce was coming from. I think he was wrong about it, but I think where he was coming from was everyone should make decisions with the same info.
45.
Had Ike seen the card before he opened, then he should tell everyone immediately so that they can all kind of play pre-flop with the same info, you know?
Yeah, that's very hard to monitor.
Yeah, in that moment, Ike had already opened, and then later he saw a card. So it's like, okay, well, Ike's about to play the hand, but he already made his decision. So when's the right moment to catch everyone else up to speed? Is it now or later?
Wait till it goes down to 0 to reset it? Or?
I think I agree it should be right away.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Ike made a good point. It's like you're choosing to play this hand.
Gives me anxiety. This is pretty up there.
You're getting just shredded right now.
Just seeing my time bank get shredded.
Is Divorce's clock just emptying right now?
Someone's clock is draining.
Ways.
Yeah, Divorce.
This is
great. I'm loving this.
Double please, double 5.
We'll fix
Keep your
Divorce's
time bank by
clock.
hand.
As that happens, we flip it on over, and we see Anatoly Filatov with King 4 against Juan Pardo's Ace 7, and it was actually a bet jam from Juan Pardo's Ace 7 on Ace 4, 3, 6, 9, and Filatov did not believe with the pair of 4s.
Wow, button versus big blind for 25 big blinds. He calls down 4th pair. King kicker.
4th pair king kicker.
I
yes.
understand the temptation, you know, unblocking bluffs, aggressive opponent, but takes a big stand incorrectly. Juan Pardo with top pair, eliminating him.
That's a hero call, isn't it? Defends against the button open, check calls 18K, check calls 50K, and just says, this guy's capable of some big bluffs, and he called him wrong.
Wait, I want to see if it goes into the negatives, actually.
Remember that one time we had the GG tournament with the clock broken and the level started counting up? Do you remember that? The time on the level started going up.
Yeah, that was an all-time great moment.
That was really
What was it? Was one of those like flight things or something?
No,
it
was just a regular 25,
yeah,
right?
25K.
I had a really
You should have fell out of your chair when it hits you.
I had a really great one online. I'll wait for when we get a dead moment. Remind me to
Okay.
tell you a story about a broken clock online.
Sounds like these guys have shared a lot of good times on the online felt.
This one, 3 ways to a flop. Joe Schwinn opens hijack. Both blinds defend.
Yeah, see a Haxton defend with Jack 8 suited in the small blind. Very comfortable with playing post flop. Checks around. Jack 8's looking quite good, and even a 7-5 could be the winner.
Yeah, I think Haxton mostly is going to take the lead here on the turn, but he has
the weakest jack he can have, basically. Sometimes players use that as a reason to put this top pair into their checking range. You're going to prefer to bet the ones with the bigger kickers, obviously.
Yeah, it's a bit of a frequency setter, I suppose.
56.
But he's not that guy. He's just going to bet healthy with 56K.
Tough spot for Yulei immediately. Yes, you're beating bluffs, but you also have a player behind, and the board can change very quickly on this texture. 2 different flush draws. Your 5 kind of interferes with bluffing as well. I wouldn't fault him for just folding now against this size.
Yeah, it's a weird spot. Although you probably wouldn't expect Haxton to have like a 5-4 suited from the small blind with flatting.
He might against min raise. It's loose for sure, but he's got Jack-8 suited as well. Those are not totally different hand classes.
So Yulei does make the call, trying to keep the two-tone board honest. River card is the ace. Not what Haxton wanted to see.
Fortunately for him, though, I think this just checks down. I mean, there's an argument even for Haxton to block bet the river for value. I think it's kind of hard for Yulei to have an ace. Ace high flush draw, I guess, is the most logical way, but he's not going to call the turn with just bare ace high.
I guess there's what? Ace-X of diamonds, Ace-X of clubs. Bigger jacks? Possible, right, for Yulei?
Yeah, that's a problem as well, is once Ike bet the turn with this jack that was already thin, going for even more on the river seems too much.
Let's see if Yulei is happy taking the free showdown. Still beats all of the straight draws, missed clubs, missed diamonds, or random stab.
Yeah, this seems like the action you're hoping for. Just not the showdown you're hoping for.
Oh, sick. That rocket launches today.
Oh, it's today? Cool.
Oh,
We're
no,
talking about the
there's a
moon
hole in the
thing
rocket.
again?
Oh.
Yeah, Seth's trying to get us hyped about it.
Trying. Well, seems like a good time to talk about Jupiter. Even in aggressive games, players like knowing part of their stack is steady. In crypto, stablecoins serve a very similar purpose. Jupe USD, built to maintain a value aligned with the US dollar while functioning on blockchain networks as part of the Jupiter ecosystem. Also got Jupe Predict for real-world events. Maybe some spaceship launching to the moon.
Yeah, what's the price on sending a human to Jupiter?
Yeah, you would get unlimited action.
Unlimited?
Are you going to test my roll?
No, just testing your knowledge of space.
I don't really know too much.
How Jupiter works. Don't think we have a good chance of landing a human there.
What if I send them to the Jupiter Exchange? Maybe.
Better odds.
Yeah, but it means that the app is not tracking doesn't work.
对他这个牌要不就强照啊，但是强照和白再打你能不能靠动？看发啥呢？就不发工作。
Their whole system's down, right? Because you don't even have like seat cards anymore. Everything's electronic. So if someone gets moved.
There's like 3 conversations happening at the same time. You have time. Do you want to share your story?
Oh, I would love to.
Please, go on.
Now's the moment. So, so I'm playing like a very large tournament. I think it was on ACR.
Okay.
Call it like a multi-flight, day 2, tons and tons of players. We're very deep into the tournament. There's like 30 or 35 players left. I look at the blinds. Something looks off about the blinds, right? Like everybody looks too short. There's way too many chips in the pot. I'm not understanding what's happening with the blinds. So I check the tournament structure, and the blinds at like level 30, went from, let's call it 100K, 200K to 1.2 million, 2.4 million. Like instead of going up by whatever 10, 20%, they just like 12x'd because somebody added an extra 0 at the end of each blind in the structure sheet.
Happened?
And then the very next level, it went like the correct number, right? So for one level, the whole tournament was playing 10 times shorter than any other level in the tournament. We just got, like, everyone got obliterated. We lost like 60% of the field.
19, biggest.
Hyper turbo.
Mind you, with like, this is like 40 players left in a 3,000 person tournament. And we just went down to 15 players or something immediately. It was wild.
I was thinking maybe the client, the software use.
Now it's back to 0 again.
One of those time traveling watches.
I mean, it
went
was
forward
just
like
back,
an hour
now
or two.
it's not.
Jacob & Co. X. Online poker.
Ulay actually limp pocket 7s and got the 7-3 suited, forced to see a flop.
Yeah, this blind versus blind, less than 20 effective.
You have zeros.
Nicolaitis doesn't take his stab at this one.
More than 0, yeah.
And he picks up diamonds on the turn.
It says 0 here.
It's different now when you pick up a flush draw.
Only one way to find out, buddy. Run that clock down.
See if my hand's dead.
If your hand just evaporates.
I like that Leia's continued to check with his 7s. He was trapping pre, but the board has changed in a way where 7s just works better, I think, as a bluff catcher instead of trying to get value. This is uncomfortable, though. Pot size bet.
Wow, he just outright folded the 7s against 7-3 suited.
Honestly, don't blame him. You block a lot of bluffs, and you're in really, really rough shape when Nicolaitis has a 10.
Now it's saying 0.
0.
You can see here.
I see it in the app as well. Divorce on 0 seconds.
So the tournament director trying to give back Divorce his time because he doesn't have 0 seconds. We don't want his hand to just evaporate and dissolve.
Is this where we go on a rant about technology changing too fast? How we should go back to the old days?
I like the Triton tempo, okay?
We should ante individually. Bring back anti-chips.
But it's not a... But there's nothing here.
It's there working.
Oh.
Only that one.
Yeah, it says 170.
But it has time on it.
Yeah,
Yes?
it says 170.
Yeah, 170.
Okay.
Stop slowing down the game, Divorce. Wasted a few seconds of everyone's time.
Hey, that's his time.
Yeah, true.
He can use it as he pleases.
So you don't want us to go into the future, huh? With technology at poker tables?
Back in my day.
Do you remember when they had those live tables where you could block your cards and view them? Have you ever seen those? It's like a digital live poker table. You put your hands over it, and then you can peek and look at your cards. But then if you lift up your hands, like your cards are not shown to everyone else. You never seen that before?
No, I've never seen that.
Oh, it didn't take off.
It's like it's a digital like overlay at a real table.
Yeah, it's a real table at a casino somewhere in Vegas. I've seen one, and then I believe you might even use digital chips. So just like as if you're playing online. No, never heard of this.
I played at one place in Macau when I was there, like 12 years ago, that had all digital tables, but I don't remember the cards the way you're describing them.
I believe so. Yeah, you could cover them and then you could peek them. And I'm pretty sure if you lifted your hands that
it's hidden.
They were hidden because you would have to use the bet slider or something, right? So it'd be really hard to cover your cards and also
Right.
bet.
Yeah, it didn't seem to be that popular.
Yeah, clearly.
No dealer, no cards, no chips. What are we doing?
But the tempo clock is pretty cool.
No, I'm with you. I was trolling, obviously, about going back in time to the way we used to do things.
What did we used to do with ace-10 when we saw raise, call? Didn't we squeeze these spots? Now we're just calling?
Yeah. Back in your day, there would have been a 3-bet and a cold 4-bet.
With clicks.
Mateos would have been all in with deuces against Haxton's king-jack suited right now. As it stands, we're 4 ways to a flop, and nobody connects.
But deuces is the best hand. Would you believe that?
Good chance that Haxton activates on this board. Actions checked over to him, given that flatting in the hijack is the strongest of these 4 ranges.
He's got a lot of pocket pairs, right, with flats?
Yeah, he should have a lot of pocket pairs. Unlikely to have hit the 5 or the 9, although I do think ace-9 suited, king-9 suited can also flat this position. He decides to check, though, and he and Allison both improving on the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, Allison improves in a very real way with a pretty solid pair. Axon with that flush draw. 2 overs to the board. Kind of confusing for Allison, so he checks it once more to the button.
Yeah, it would be pretty thin for Allison to open the action with an 8. Even though it's checked around to this point twice, you just kind of have to be cautious 4 ways. Everyone's going to lean more passive with their overall strategy, so an 8's not as strong as it looks.
Haxton's really thinking about putting on a bet out there with his flush draw, but he won't, which is probably what Allison wanted to see. King 8 is currently, yeah, it's the best hand, isn't it?
The heater continues.
I know, right?
When will it end?
It was 4 ways on the flop, turn, and river. He's got the goods. I mean, Mateos is hoping to check this one down against 3 unpaired hands. Guess it's possible on this board if they are all playing broadways.
I wouldn't mind to see a value bet from Pikazowicz. I think at this point, the 3rd check to him matters kind of a lot because Dvoris in the big blind, I think, is going to do a lot of like delayed action to the river and then open with his 9x, even with his 5x, straights, stuff like that.
I think his kicker is quite relevant too because the big blind could have hands like 8-7, 8-6 that would pay off. Even like 8 with some kicker, not bigger than a king.
Yeah, there's a number of hands that, especially against this price, this is quarter pot. It's going to give, I think, Mateos some pause. Deuces doesn't interfere with any bluff candidates. Allison's not going to have a deuce in his pre-flop opening range basically ever. So Mateos does think this is good enough to bluff catch.
Yeah, he got paid off by deuces. Hey, Allison. And he also had a last-minute registration to this tournament because he had a 200K starting stack. Now looking quite healthy with some nice value bets. Taking from Mateos. Mateos also registered the last second, but he did have at least one other bullet into this event.
Okay, hear me out on an idea for how to improve the Triton experience even more.
It can improve?
Built-in headrests at the table.
Okay.
Just everybody has like elbow on the rail, head in hand.
Oh, like for those guys?
Yeah, right there. Right on cue.
So you don't have to put your elbow on the table and hand.
Yeah, I wanna just be able to like lean to the side, kind of flop into a headrest, and play from that position.
Why don't we just get those You know those massages with the head hole?
Oh, like
Yeah.
put your forehead
Yeah.
straight into it, and you can look through it.
That's right.
Oh yeah, I want the massage chairs that you kind of sit on backwards.
Yep. Like that, exactly. But you can only look straight forward. Unless we give it some swivel, then we can kind of look at our opponents while we play.
See, now we're innovating, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
This is what's really going to do it.
And then Bryn Kenny will be right at home because he's always getting a massage at our feature table for hours and hours and hours.
I think it would actually
Hey,
boost
ordered,
massage
a drink,
sales.
please.
That is
have,
true.
Last time,
You
I
think we can get a cut?
Kind of dust.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
We got to
I think that's why they
file a patent first.
lowered the freaking stuff on it.
They run
16.
So Allison raised
Yeah,
it
that-
pre-flop.
Yeah.
Decided to check it over to Haxton. This time he actually does have that pocket pair in position.
Yeah, this is
Experience with that. Or people
pretty
wanna watch
similar pre-flop
thing.
dynamic.
Can be so many things, like-
City King Jack calling.
Yeah, Queen Queen Deuce blank enough that Allison wants to play defense unpaired with some backdoors. Just naked high cards check calling at this price.
It was such a good price on the flop. Maybe he pairs up the king or jack and get paid off at some point.
It's also nice to block the potential for Ike to have a queen. Makes it a lot more likely that he is either bluffing or has a pocket pair that you're live against. So I understand the check call.
Right, holding the king and a jack.
Yeah. Turn starts to get iffy for Haxton. He's trying to think if double barreling with sevens is too thin. The 8 should be pretty blank. Allison not really ever going to have an 8 in the check call range. But Ike might also be concerned that Allison has a pocket pair higher than his from time to time.
There's definitely some concern when the king shows up because you can see how Allison could check call ace king or king jack.
More than just concern, Allison has made top pair and gets the chance to think about value betting. Do you think I would like a bet?
Yeah, because you wouldn't expect a hand like pocket sevens to bet for you when check two.
No, and those pocket pairs are pretty key in this spot. They make up a lot of the pre-flop range. They do a lot of the betting on the flop. Once you get to this point, I think Allison will be capable of finding bluffs with ace high because he'll recognize how dense Haxton's range is with pocket pairs like this.
Probably not even unreasonable for Allison to have hands like Jack 10 suited that sees 16K and check call and might have to bluff at the king.
Yeah.
Good fold from Haxton, but he doesn't seem to like it.
Yeah, he's just always trying to make the best play. The uniqueness of these spots isn't lost even for someone as studied and experienced as Ike.
I need more of your ideas on how we can enhance the Triton experience. So you want a headrest, we converted it to massage.
Yeah, all my ideas have nothing to do with the poker.
Right.
And it's just about like, how will I love sitting in this chair more than I currently do?
So you like seat cushions in all the seats? Footrests?
The chairs are already super cozy. Yeah, I like footrests. Maybe like a drawer in the table that you pull out and there's just like...
It's not a mahjong table,
There's
right?
just like snacks and headphones, like a little, like the luxury kit you get.
On like a business class flight?
Yeah. Yeah, I want one of those.
Do you want a toothbrush?
Wouldn't hurt for some of my opponents.
Some perfume, perhaps.
Just a gentle suggestion in there for, yeah, actually I like that direction. Just like some regular hygiene kit. Get some hand sanitizer in there, a few tissues.
Tissues make sense. We've seen players, I mean, not at Triton, but you ever see those players that eat like a hamburger with their hands? And it's like, you know, got ketchup all over the place.
I will admit I've eaten a whole pizza at a poker table before.
With your hands?
On a live stream as well, with my hands.
No fork and knife?
Yeah,
Wow.
I was young. You'll have to excuse me.
You got a penalty for that.
I was in my early 30s.
Is it drizzling like hot oil or something, too? Grease from the pepperoni?
I think I did pretty well to separate. You know, you just like, you play one-handed for a while, you eat one-handed, wash your hands after.
Or no, less than that, 170.
Davies actually opens to 2.5x with King 8 offsuit off of the 17 big blind stack.
Yeah, I like this hand choice from Davies. He's going to deny some equity to trashy hands, and he's also going to get called by some dominated hands. I just wonder if his sizing is small enough here that, yeah.
Allison.
Allison just coming after this spot. This is super light. I mean, 9-5 offsuit has no business continuing to this raise. This is just a pure exploit.
Sam's working overtime.
But this gets interesting. I mean, Davies knows that he can be up to no good here, and King 8 is kind of mid-strength to have raised in the first place. It's not like Seth opened trash. Look at this flat. I mean, we're just out there.
Raise, call, 3-bet with King 8 offsuit, and he's right against the 9-5 offsuit. Give me 10-10 deuce. There is some high-level poker going on here.
I love this. Blind versus blind is my favorite spot.
If you think about it, right? Hands that 3-bet from the big blind in these spots as bluffs are like King Little. King 8 does great against that.
And it's just, it requires that Seth found the open in the first place with something kind of mid like this. If he was too polar from the get-go, then Allison's bluff here would work wonders. You just clear out all the trash. You only get continued against by nutted hands. But Davies has this mid-strength hand, and I think he's just going to have to keep fighting for this pot. I mean, he's flopped okay. I don't know.
It's kind of weird to say he flopped okay with King 8 high on 10-10 deuce.
He's got a spade in his hand. He's got king high, and the bet is 1/7 of the pot. I think we just see a turn. It's a weird spot.
What's going on in his hand? Well, he turns the 8.
Nuts.
Practically.
So let's talk about what Allison's representing. Top of range for the induced size 3-bet, it's like pocket 9s plus, maybe pocket 8s plus, ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited, these kind of really premium hands. So if he was to continue barreling, he has to figure out what would be consistent with that hand class. Would I check those back on the turn? Would I keep barreling on the turn? What kind of sizing would I use? But, I mean, we're playing 60% pot back at this point. I think check back makes plenty of sense even for strong hands. I don't know what Davies will think of his hand in this spot. It might just still be a bluff catcher. Maybe keep checking.
Yep, checks again, but I don't think he's looking to check fold. It's King 8. He's hoping to induce from garbage like this.
I had the pleasure of watching these two battle in some other spots at the Mystery Bounty final table, and we saw plenty of spots where Davies checked a pretty strong hand and Allison did not bluff. Even with hands that looked like they should bluff, I wonder how much that memory is going to influence this pot.
Well, there's the bet that's putting Seth Davies all in for his last 100K. Did Davies have a game plan when he called the 3-bet pre-flop with this hand and check called the flop? Was it to trap his opponent?
I mean, Seth knows that he's bluff catching here. Allison could reach for thin value in terms of like a jack or maybe even pocket 9s. But I think at the end of the day, you floated the flop and pre-flop this light. You're going to get here with a whole bunch of other junk that didn't pair, that doesn't have these good qualities to bluff catch on the end.
Wow, he folds King 8.
Wow.
Did he just change his mind at the last second? What happened there?
He definitely might have. I mean, it's also not the greatest board development, but it really did feel like Seth was going to go with that one. Again, I just wonder if Allison's unwillingness to bluff when they were playing at the Mystery Bounty final table is kind of like shown
Just on time.
Yeah,
Seth an impression.
That was perfect timing. I'm steamed up.
Still thinking about that hand.
Yeah, I mean,
The Jack 5 and got me. Rivered me with the Jack 5.
Guess he thinks that Allison might have randomly rivered the Jack, but still.
Seth is so close
Yeah,
to calling out his exact hand. It was just a different air ball that bluffed the river instead of an air ball that hit top pair.
You know, that is one he's definitely going to keep an eye on. Huh.
Beer level.
He thought he was good pre-flop. He thought he was good on the flop, and he hits the best turn card. And is Allison really supposed to have a jack that often in that spot?
I mean, I don't think I would go so far to say it's a jack that often. It's just, one, I think Allison was lighter pre-flop than Seth would anticipate, right? He took 9-5 offsuit in a spot where that's just a fold, theory-wise. So Seth is, I think, expecting hands that are a little bit stronger, bluffs that maybe contain a king, a queen, or a jack, so like a little bit more consolidated around the card he blocks or the card that came on the river. And then add that into the fact that he can just have value, right? I mean, sure, Seth is calling out a bluff that he thinks Allison might have, but it doesn't mean he doesn't ever have kings. He doesn't ever have aces. He could have ace-jack suited. There's just value hands that he loses to as well, right?
That was a really fun hand.
That was so good.
Should have made that one a mystery hand. I would have lost it.
195.
195.
The great part of that hand, though, was both hands. Oh, he's called.
Yeah, it's a button raise from ace-10. Gets jammed on by the queen-10 in the big blind of Dominicus Michaelitis.
Can he hold again?
Can he get another?
Not gonna ask for a chop.
You should. It's your thing.
That's your bit, man.
I mean, I'm too tired to ask for a chop.
Mixing it up.
6.
You know, Michaelitis actually final tabled that mystery bounty that Allison did eventually win. He got 6 in that one.
Queen and a queen only.
Yep.
GG, man.
GG.
It's been real.
Once again, Allison going to see Michaelitis leave the table, different tournament.
I am like 13-1 in our wins today.
You're still thinking about that hand, aren't you? I am.
I am.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, if you got that far, honestly, would you be calling or you'd be folding with King 8?
I think I would call if I got that far.
You gonna go back to back?
I'm not sure that I would get that far, right? Like I was so impressed that Seth found that sequence up to the river and made it there correctly. But then at the river,
you just abandoned ship.
Yeah, pretty much. Some kind of course correct. It was like, maybe I'm wrong about this one. Maybe that's not a good card on the river. But yeah, it does feel like if things are wide enough to get us there, then like, it's how bad could it be? It's just too easy to arrive here without a hand as good as King 8. If we're going to get here with King 8.
pot too, right?
Yeah, 60%.
Roughly.
I mean, we're also half the field left. No more re-entry in this tournament. There's, you know, some risk premium at play.
This one wasn't open from Allison with pocket jacks. Puts in a little min bet on ace, queen, queen into Mateo. So he's got king 3 of hearts.
Looks like enough to think about doing something. I'm interested to see if Mateos plays this flop texture as pure check raise or like very high frequency check raise. I do think that's an idea.
Yeah, it looks like he did check raise at 28K.
Get someone to 3D print that old noggin on a bobblehead.
The way it's playing out, it's queen or nothing, right? Does Mateos ever check raise an ace as played? Maybe not.
I think he might. It sometimes works in the way where it sometimes works how, because Mateos needs to fold such a huge percentage of his range on this kind of board, that the hands that are able to continue just all kind of consolidate into a raising strategy. And he doesn't have an ace that much anyways, right? He defended the big blind off of 15, 16 big blinds against the cutoff.
Yeah.
Almost any ace would just be all in pre.
Kind of selling the story that
I'm glad I got that brand. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a pain to keep around, but it's worth it for.
But it's worth it.
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't too bad to bring in my suitcase, but it's just like, if you're traveling all over the place, I get it.
Yeah, no, travel as well.
Mateos River's a 3.
Guess he beats King Jack.
Yeah, should be enough to convince him to keep checking.
King 10. 3. He's like, huh? How do you have a 3 after check raising flop?
He did hesitate. It's like, sorry, what?
我9圈葫芦，我还寻思这把后悔没开，开了浪费。啊？
You are a lucky guy.
Blinds now, 6K, 12K. This is the last level of the night. And we're going to call it a day.
I see. I was wondering how he ended up with the 3 from the small blind.
From the big
Yeah. Oh, I understand.
Still spicy, but less.
I didn't see that.
24?
24,000.
Yeah, Mateos was in the big blind that last hand, not the small. Vinny Lingham, new to the table, the American, ace-jack with a flat in the hijack. After, hey, Allison opens to 24K with so many chips now, 844,000.
Yeah.
But you, Lay's got kings.
Allison splashing around a little bit with those newfound chips.
He probably figures it's nearing the end of today, and he's running so hot he can do no wrong, so he's got to get involved.
I don't mind going after the day 2 bubble as well. Everyone feeling a little tired at this time of night. Light opens probably work a little more often.
Yulei looking to get some action with his pocket kings, 83,000.
If Allison was deeper, he's got the kind of hand that could get in trouble with 4-bet bluffing, but 40 big blinds, 30 big blinds effective, nothing to do. I'm curious what Vinny's going to do with ace-jack, though. It's kind of annoying to be in this spot.
I am like 12 all-ins winning and 1 losing. You know, like hard today. Maybe another day.
Does eventually pass.
Nice fold. Easy to get caught up in the strength of that ace-jack flat, but I think from those positions, that's a wise fold.
Yeah, Vinny with some experience. Got 16th in the 250K Invitational in Paradise for 465K.
Well, before you finish those stats, I'll give a quick shout out to our sponsor, GTO Wizard. You can now analyze these exact hands in GTO Wizard to find correct plays. It's the quickest way to sharpen your game, catch hidden leaks, and learn how to exploit your opponents. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for a chance to win free subscriptions to the best training app.
Okay. I wish I could give you more stats, but that is his lone cash. Vinny
Oh,
Lingam.
sorry, Vinny.
That's
I
a big one.
thought it was a setup for like, and he's got this, and he's got.
Nah, but he's pretty new to our tour. Mainly started to play a decent schedule back in last year of September in Jeju 2, and then played some Paradise, giving some American short flight to the Bahamas.
Yeah, kicked it off in that Triton Million in Paradise 2024.
Yeah. We got Queen Jack jamming 63K from Mehdi Chowi. Mateos short as well, but dominating.
That's it. Come on. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
You're gonna hate to hear what I had.
Is he leaving?
Fast. I wanna go sleep.
So long, Mehdi.
So long, Mehdi.
Shot. Come on. There's no chance.
一圈就3K 就好了。
Needs a queen to stick around.
7 Jack.
7 Jack. I guess.
7 Jack would chop.
9 10.
Queen on the turn.
Hello.
Sit back down.
3对。
I don't know, is that bad luck?
Maybe that's why he hasn't done it. Cards to 6.
See? As soon as you say 7 Jack, boom, queen on the turn.
Mehdi's first hand at this table gets the double. He just moved from another table where he lost ace-king against ace-queen to a queen on the river.
Happening?
I don't know.
30 more minutes.
You don't like to bet beat the other people? No?
No. I just
So
want
you're
to win the hands like I'm supposed to win
I
and
mean,
lose
you're
the
playing
hands
the
I'm
wrong game,
supposed
bro.
to.
You're playing the wrong game.
I know. That's true.
You know, Mehdi actually got second place in Jeju 2 in a 40K mystery bounty. Just like the one that Allison won. He actually picked up $400,000 in bounties, so.
I think I remember, was that the Junobara win?
I'm going to click into it closely. Yes, it is. It was the one
I
that
think I
Junobara
remember
won.
he had one bounty.
So he just pulled the 400.
I'm pretty sure he just pulled the 400 off of one. It was 1 or 2 pulls. Like almost nothing. And June had all the pulls. And Mehdi just ripped off the 400K.
I believe it's just one pull because if he had 2 pulls, it would be more than 400K.
Oh, that's right. He had a total of 400.
That's right.
No good.
Joe Chuen, all in. Queen, Jack of Hearts.
Go ahead.
Take it.
Go ahead. Nothing too exciting. I'll take some blues.
What do we got at this table?
Well, Danilo Velocevic has got ace-9 against ace-7 at Artur Martirosyan. He's got the best hand, and he's going to get a full double up against Artur. That was actually a post-flop spot.
Yeah, they got that in on the turn after Martirosyan raised in the hijack, and Danilo defended the big blind. Check called that flop. And then check jammed all in on the turn.
That's right. Artur thought he made a really nice turn card for his ace-7, turn top pair, and psych. You lose 180,000 chips.
What's
Batman.
Nice.
Try to change it after this.
We're opening mystery bounty envelopes tomorrow. Usually it happens during the dinner break.
No customers. No.
I believe we
Shop
even
closed. Yeah.
saw the time from producer Lee earlier. Was it like 7:45, 8 o'clock, something in that neighborhood?
It was an ace. It was an ace.
You already know?
It was an ace.
For dinner break tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No one told me.
Gotta check your messages, Randy.
You can see it anyway.
I guess I should.
It'll be during the dinner break of the 50K tomorrow.
Oh, that's what that message meant. It all makes sense. Dinner break. Mystery bounty ceremony will be at 7:45 p.m. Yeah.
Now you're up to speed.
Thanks, man.
All in.
Mateos in for his last 3 big blinds. Pocket 5s +2, and he'll be getting action. Just on Dvoris to figure out if he should isolate or flat.
You went with the call against the 3 big blind jam. I guess Davies gets in trouble.
Davies is in. What's this? 6 big blinds with king queen suited. Very mandatory.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 3 ways. Mateos has actually got equity favorite 3 ways. But I haven't seen him win a pot.
Love to see your 2 opponents sharing cards if you've got the small pair.
So Mateos is the tournament short stack. Let's see if he can
Blackjack.
get some chips.
Put all my money on that hand. Hit me.
Hit on 20. Don't think they bought insurance against the ace king. Yeah, maybe they should have because that's top pair, top kicker. Looks like a beer for Seth Davies. 4 of spades is actually so good for Adrian Mateos. Picks up so many outs.
Open-ended. Set still live. And a queen will do it for Davies.
No, that's the 7, and finally Adrian Mateos wins the pot. Good game, Seth.
GG, Seth.
Fought hard,
Good luck,
but
man.
still.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here.
It was a good day for Seth Davies.
Yep. See you.
Runner-up in net 40K. We'll be opening 6 envelopes.
36. That was right.
Yeah, that's good. He had 70.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm sure he's going to review that hand with the King 8 offsuit before going to bed. It's not something you can go to sleep without knowing.
Yeah. You play a spot that intricate and feel like you maybe got bluffed on the end, you're guaranteed going to look that one up. Or you just won't sleep.
I literally think it's impossible to sleep without knowing the results of that hand. You would always stay up at least 20, 30 minutes, whatever you need to do. It is good to see Mateos finally win a pot. I feel like it's been a bit annoying for him. But even though he triples up in that hand, he's still like second from the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I don't think Adrian's going to complain about 4xing his stack.
Yeah, guess you're right about that. Makes sense.
Good for 11, 12 big blinds.
Yeah, Adrian's in for multiple bullets, so really needs to spin this one up.
Oh.
Look at Allison. King 7 suited. He's a fighter, isn't he?
This is the new era. We don't fold the min raises anymore.
Maybe he should have because he's up against top 2 pair.
Yeah, this is unlikely to go Pikazowitz's way.
Joel Trent actually checks top 2 pair.
Yeah, quick check. I do like this from the cutoff. It's just kind of hard to have the range advantage when you open as loose as you should in the cutoff.
2 taps on the flop. Now he's going to bet.
Yeah, that'll be the end of that hand.
I think what's kind of cool for me watching Allison play here today is that he just doesn't auto blast when check to. You know, he's got controlled aggression.
Yeah, I've been impressed by that too. When you play really loose and you have kind of the ability to be aggressive, but you're not reckless, it's hard to find the right answer against you.
Yeah, because I guess if you're known to always follow through with all your bluffs, then maybe Seth would be making that call with that king 8.
I was thinking about that too. Like that bluff against Seth, I think, was set up by establishing the willingness to give up. Like, because Allison has shown a willingness to shut down, just gains him more credibility when he does actually bluff, and paid off in a big moment.
It's kind of funny how it was the history from that 40K final table that really paid dividends against Seth.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was it.
The king queen as well, and he just kept checking it down. I was like, huh.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, I don't know for sure that Seth had time to watch the replay even, right? He might have jumped straight into this tournament and not seen that. But you can notice it at the table. You can notice someone just kind of giving up and losing. You don't necessarily have to see that they gave up with air. Light big blind defense from Mehdi.
He's got 10 big blinds back with queen 3 also, and he flops very big for his hand.
Equity favorite against Lingham's 10s. Let's see how Vinny feels about this flop. It's kind of weird. You don't expect Mehdi to ever have an ace, but you expect plenty of flop flushes.
We're going to take a look out here real quick because Artur Martirosyan's got his stack in with ace-jack against Nick Petrangelo's pocket 6s.
Martirosyan opened +1. Petrangelo rejamming the big blind.
Yeah, did call it off. King 5 deuce. Artur would love to pair up soon. He's only got one more pull at it. Nope. Good game, Artur Martirosyan. Did actually pick up a Triton 1 title in the 3K PLO a couple weeks ago, but hasn't been doing that great in some of these events.
You're like just behind. I want to go in. I have 500 chips blind in 3K. Wait like 10 seconds.
Okay, so this one went 25K bet by Vinny. It's not shown on the screen. And he got check jammed on in a call.
Yeah, that answers my question of how Vinny views his hand on the flop. Happy to get it in for 10 bigs and correctly. He's got a lot to fade, though.
Yeah, he faded the turn so far.
Oh.
But not the river. Queen 3 offsuit makes the light defense, plays aggressively. Try to get the 10s into the muck and just gets there. That's pretty unlucky for Vinny.
It is unlucky for Vinny.
For me, it's actually extra painful when you make a good call and there's still cards to come and, you know, they get there.
Best hand can't win.
Sorry, Vinny. Happens.
Apologies from Mehdi.
It's poker, man.
It is poker.
It was Mehdi who just said, like, 2 hands earlier, I just want to win when I have the best hand and lose when I have the worst hand. He was, like, talking about the stress of the Queen Jack, King Jack hand with Adrian.
Yeah, he actually got it in bad twice. I mean, I guess he didn't really get it that bad here with the Queen 3, but yeah, he had the weaker hand. Pre-flop, at least.
Wouldn't be a great game if nobody ever lost with the best of it.
Yeah, it'd be a very different game. All you had to be was the equity favorite and you just auto-win. That doesn't really work like that.
We just run our strategies and then cash out every time the cards are on their backs.
You had to cash out.
Equity chop.
Okay, Yulei's got pocket jacks. There was a scenario earlier where Yulei 3-bet squeezed kings against Allison's open when he had king 5 with spades and Vinny was in the middle of ace jack.
I think sizing will be everything here to determine if Allison sees a flop or not. 76.
It's more than 3x by 2K.
Feels a little expensive to me, but the way Pikazowicz has been running today, maybe we just take a flop.
He's feeling good. I swear if he wins this hand, he's unstoppable.
Spade in the window.
Not an easy c-bet to make with pocket jacks and ace queen 5.
No, it's a good board texture for Yulei, but feels like the worst hand to put money in on the flop with.
Just gonna bet and hopefully keep it simple. Just 19,000 is the bet, but this is a dangerous man. I've seen him make some crazy check raises today.
Yeah, I don't know if Allison's the character you want to bet 10% pot against. Might be inviting some action.
Yeah, look at this. He check calls with 8-7 high.
It's a pretty good draw, you know?
Yeah. Is that a good draw? Is that a good turn? Because it's a good turn for Yulei.
I'll be honest, I was so sure the 6 of spades was coming, but Allison is drawing dead. Yulei, I have to think, will be barreling his turn set.
And his hand's so good. There are ace X's that will pay off. Some king queens. You want to get king queen a call. I guess you would want to bet a little bit smaller.
Buddy.
Chooses 87,000.
How's it going?
I was like, huh, 8 high? Finally he loses the pot.
You think he's relieved?
He's relieved. That one's a little bit self-inflicted. The additional 19K on the flop. But then again, what if Yulei didn't turn a jack? He probably just checks it, and then I guess Allison usually wins on like a random river card.
I like the float, to be honest. The price is just too good.
Yeah, small bets like that only work against very straightforward players. But against a man like that who's willing to take good prices, hope for some good turn cards, or maybe even a check through where you can steal it. It's very dangerous to see bet range, I guess, very small against a man like that.
I don't know. I think it can still be the correct play, but you're just gonna deal with some stuff. Like you're gonna have a fighting response from a strong player. You know, if you bet too large with jacks, it's just overplaying the hand as well. So you don't want to price out. I mean, we're talking about getting called by 8 high like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
You have a pair of jacks. It's the best hand.
True, he did value bet against a hand that was drawing very slim. Mehdi flatting the button. He too is also one of those players that likes to see flops. Get in there.
A lot of shared cards here, and Mateos, being as short as he is, might be tempted to overcall.
Changes his mind. Would have been in a bit of trouble against these two hands, ace jack and queen 10 of hearts, with bigger jack and hearts covered.
Nice disciplined fold. I think tournament stage influenced, perhaps. We're down to about 40% of the field now. Money considerations are real.
So we got a gut shot for Zhou Chuen, the king. Not the king on the board.
The king on the board.
I thought about that. I was like, huh, I might be confusing people.
Yeah, we gotta clarify that this is your preferred nickname.
It's kind of funny because I guess the way you say the king in Chinese, it may come off as more like the emperor. But I guess for translation purposes, it's the king. And no, not that king out there.
Does it sound like his name in any way, or it's just a nickname?
Look, I'm not really fluent in Mandarin for me to be able to answer this question for you.
I just thought you knew the one word that we were referring to, but that's maybe that was asking too much.
So Maddie's got the best hand. His kicker is probably not strong enough to value bet.
Yeah, this feels cuspy to me once Joe checks twice. Yeah, you could still be up against ace-queen and queen-jack. Otherwise, queen 10 is going to be the best hand. But yeah, I'm on board with checking once more and just kind of feeling out the situation on the river. 5 of clubs very clean for Mehdi.
If it gets over to him once more, do you think the queen 10 could value bet? Or would it be too thin, like still worried about queen jack and ace queen?
I'd like to see a value bet on the river. I do think if Joe had ace queen or queen jack, it would be appropriate for him to value bet now at this stage. So a third check would be enough for me in Mehdi's spot.
Let's see if he agrees with you. Or maybe not. As we need to look over here because Chinwei Lim is in there with pocket jacks against Jamil Wakil's ace queen, and it's a set of jacks. We've seen that before. Different table. Looks like Webster will lock it up.
That's going to do it.
I want to know if he value bet the queen 10. I
I'm
want to know if he's in your camp.
Attention dealers, in the 800 event, please complete the hand you're on and stop dealing.
Yeah.
He did?
50K from Mehdi. Gets it through. Just about half pot.
You two speak the same language.
今天休息早。 Finish.
Like 3-4 more hands.
嗯，今天休息早。
结束了。
结束。不打了。
So a few more hands, and we're going to end day 1 of this 60K.
3到5把。
还没抽。最好是4把。1、2、3。
It's getting late, 1 a.m. local. I just realized the payouts are out in the app. Would you like me to enlighten you about that?
Let's hear it. Give us the official announcement, Randy.
1.939 million is for our eventual champion with 139 total entries. Min cash is for the top 23. They're going to get $97,000 guaranteed if you can get up there. It's a big payday.
Big money up top in that one. 1.6x or so on the min cash. I like that. Let's put all the money up top. Let's get back to like half the prize pool on top.
I mean,
I want a cash game.
But, you know, like, our heads-up matches are always for so much money.
Yeah.
Here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. So when we do eventually get the heads-up tomorrow, they will play for $626,000.
That is huge.
Yeah, so first place is what? 32 buy-ins, and then heads-up is for 10 buy-ins.
没变化，就他妈就一把 AK，一把 AK 不是送了30个吗？50，你们干什么去了？素质太差了。
Take those chips, Daniel.
Double time.
Maybe.
Huh?
Double time? Not me.
还跟我玩 double time，大小毛挤压我。
Double through him.
Looks like Minh Thanh Tran of Vietnam joining our table. He's new to Triton this stop. Hasn't cashed yet.
Jamil jammed with King 10 of clubs against the Petrangelo Open, and Petrangelo hung in there with King Jack offsuit. Both players are unpaired, but the King Jack is likely to play, but the 10 is amazing for Canada's Wakil.
Okay. Oh, Canada.
Stay in the tournament. Go Canada from the American to move to Canada. That's you, buddy.
Hey?
You're American, right?
Hey?
Oh, is that what American Canadians say? So you did mention a new player that got to our other table here. You're talking about
42.
Ming?
Yeah,
Has
that's
he
right.
played a Triton before?
Debuted at Triton 1.
Okay.
Just about 10 days ago. He's played 7 events so far. Still looking for his first cash.
He's looking over at the king. He raises king queen. There you go. Nice Triton t-shirt he's rocking. 10th anniversary edition. Do you follow hockey at all?
No, not really, to be honest.
This just ruins my comment in the YouTube chat I was going to reference, because apparently he says that Canada is the second best hockey country in the world. I'm just wondering what the
Wow.
first one is.
I refuse to engage with that comment. Thank you for your question. Please never talk to me again.
You want to ban him? I've got the power.
Yeah.
Jotron was requesting a double from someone. He might get eliminated here if he doesn't believe Allison, who might 3-bet, but he just calls, so no harm at the moment.
Yeah, I like this flat from Allison in the big blind. I think it's hard to anticipate getting it in way ahead if we were to 3-bet shove. Small 3-bet may be an option, but it's a little ambitious.
Allison makes the middle pair. Check, check from ace-8 with that gut shot.
Joe plays quick, checking behind with ace-high. Allison's got value on his mind now. I think middle pair on its own is good enough to think about betting, but with the nut flush draw for backup, it's very clear.
Especially with his kicker. He can get 2 streets of value from worst 9s or 6x, and even this ace-8 is going to make the call, because there are club draws, gut shots, straight draws that aren't clean. That's an amazing card for Allison. Trip 9s, just in case he was up against a 10, or maybe he is up against a worse 9 that can get a full double.
I think even ace-8 high is going to consider the river.
Wait, who's all in now?
This table just can't stop getting it in.
That's a flush for Danilo Velocevic. He had so many outs on the screen. Petrangelo paying out king queen.
They just got that in on the flop, it looks like.
Yeah, it is actually a 20K bet that got checked raised to 65K from Danilo, and then Petrangelo ripped it in, and Danilo called off 20 blinds with the combo draw. But we're back here. 35K was the bet from ace-9. Interesting sizing.
Yeah, very small. I think this from Allison kind of recognizing he doesn't usually lead a 9 on the turn, so he's trying to represent other parts of the value range, trying to say I have a 10 and I'm not loving this river card, or this is a cheap bluff attempt, and it gets Joe to pay off with ace-high.
The Perfect price to get ace-8 to pay off. I guess also one of the other benefits too is when he bets so small in the river, if his opponent does have a 9, they probably raise. Whereas if he bets closer to pot, maybe they just call.
One more.
I was kind of rooting for just an overbet jam and see if Joe puts the cape on, because I think that it looks just as suspicious, and you know, sometimes the large bets get called lighter than the small ones, right?
You think the king wears a cape? I don't think they wear capes. Wait, actually they do in some eras. Don't they? I take it back.
Could have been.
Remember when Mehdi was expected to be out of the tournament? Now he's sitting there with 368,000.
All in.
Mateos is still short stacked. He had 3 big blinds at one point.
All in.
Okay. Joe Tren trying to take out the Spaniard. Ooh, look at Min. He's got pocket 6s with 2 all-ins in front of him. He'll fold.
I like that fold with this much action in front.
15.
Oh, what does Vinny Lingam got? Ace-queen.
Sorry.
It's bad for Joe Twen.
Oh, easy to win this one too.
Thank you.
Well,
Adrian
At least
likes
I
his
got the chip then.
chances.
He's live.
One way to do it. Yeah, this one way. 5. Yeah.
Everyone's got kind of a similar
right.
stack. Less than 200K for all of them.
King, please. King.
Who's gonna go out?
I think you would really like short deck.
Bro,
Because your attitude is perfect for it. See this 3 bullshit? That never happens. Like, you'd always have a straight draw or something.
Okay.
It's like, okay, hold on, let me sweat my tournament life.
Like a 9 or whatever.
So many outs for Joe Twen now. Card's a 5, so ace-queen plays.
Never.
Too many outs.
Too many outs for Mateos. Does not get there. Too many outs for Joe Twen. He does not get there, but he stays in the tournament, given he had the covering stack. Vinny Lingam gets a rebate after making that nice bet call with 10s against Queen 3 offsuit.
I'll take that. Thanks.
100%. You?
There's 20 over there? Yes.
Yeah, we did.
I had to dodge a lot of bullets there.
Red chip.
最后一把他勾 K， 我 A9 红桃，他大盲 A 圈，他那种买花2个6。
More action featuring Nick Petrangelo. It's a blind versus blind spot, and he's actually floated with Jack-9 high.
He's got 3 to a straight.
Yeah, so is that considered a float or no? A semi-float?
It's just a call. No, you're right. It's a float.
It was a pre-flop raise to 44K from Juan Pardo, small blind versus big blind, so that's why the pot's a bit inflated. 27K on the flop. Pardo actually picks up a flush draw.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. Double paired board.
5 seconds.
These two started over 50 big blinds effective, about 60 to start the hand.
48,000.
I was really going to rifle it off if you checked too.
I need the red.
Showed him. I believe it's the last hand of the day. This one.
The chip race for 1,000 chips. Good for all sellers into the chips to jump in seat 3. Finish it. Yeah, we're going to do the chip race first.
That table's done. This table's done. That means we are done, Kevin. As day 1 of the 60K is over. And 52 players will be making it to day 2 out of the 139 entries with $1.9 million up top. Welcome back to the booth. Top 23 are going to cash for $97,000 tomorrow. I mean, it's been the biggest no limit hold'em buy-in we've had so far.
Yeah, big money up top, almost $2 million for first, a couple of $1 million+ prizes in this one. And outside of our features, it's Daniel Rezai who has the chip lead headed into day 2. He's got $1.4 million.
1.4 million is a good stack to take into day 2. Christopher Wynn, Danny Tang, they're right behind him at the very bottom. Joe Chuen, you saw him lose that pot. 69,000 chips he'll take into day 2, but that's going to do it for us, Kevin. I hope you enjoyed the day with me. We got to crown that 40K champ, Allison, winning that over Seth Davies. So same time tomorrow. We start at 2 p.m. local. And I guess that's it from me and Kevin Rabichow from the booth. We'll see you then.